Book 4, Prologue. If my allies were half as reliable as my enemies, I would have a different moniker. King Henry Fairfax, the Landless, upon being told of the Presi invasion of Principate-occupied Calais. It went against Iasen's instincts, but Amelia had been right. She had a knack for these things. It came with her name. They must keep a low profile, at least for now. The sooner they moved out of Dormer and into the countryside. Rumor at the market was that large swaths of the south were still patrolled only irregularly by the legions, the better, but as long as they stayed in the city, they had to be quiet. It had been most a day now since the three of them had left the river barge they'd stowed away on, and they'd split for the afternoon. Lurgo had gone to have a look at what the locals called Summer Hill, the mound of melted stone where they said the Black Queen had tricked the Queen of Summer into returning to Arcadia. The Assuran had whined like a child about having to abandon his flamboyant crimson clothes for something less attention-grabbing, but he'd given in anyways, and made eyes at Amelia, all the while, the pretentious twit. The Red Mage had proved he was a force to reckon with in a fight, but Iasen had not grown to like him in the months since their band first assembled. The gallant bandit herself had gone to find them accommodations for the night, so he'd been charged with obtaining foodstuffs for the journey ahead. The marketplace in Dormer was thriving, for a city that had been emptied and set aflame not even a year ago. It was Calawans running the shops and stalls, but there was a gaggle of foreign merchants as well. Iasen found it difficult to tell apart the Tagreb and the men of the free cities, for they looked much alike in skin and faces, but the black-skinned Sonic stood out starkly. The hero bargained half-heartedly with a peddler for lentils and dried meat. Rather certain, he got robbed on the exchange. He was paying with silver. Fitty. From Mercantis, one of the few coins no merchant in Calernia refused, and he was not certain how it compared to imperial coinage. The merchant's smiling admission he had no scale to compare the weights did little to inspire trust, though the man was unmoved when Iasen threatened to seek another peddler. Odd behavior, from a merchant who could not even afford a stall. There, the peddler said, taking pity on him and giving back a few coppers. Not a mintage he recognized, Iasen noted. It could be worthless for all he knew. Don't look at me like that, son, the merchant snorted. That's from the Royal Mint in Marchford, not Harrow trash like everyone else is trying to offload. Call it my kindness of the day. Callow has a mint. Iasen said in Lower Mizan, surprised. I thought it used the tower's coin. The bastard lord had one built, the peddler told him approvingly. That's Tagreb for you. Vicious fuckers one and all, but they've a nose for business. Mind you, everyone still takes Presi mintage. Have to, with all the gold coming south these days. There are a lot of foreigners, the hero agreed, casting a wary look at a nearby Sonic. The peddler looked amused. You don't sound like no Calawan boy, he said. Delos. Atalanta, he replied. My father was, anyway. I was raised west. He'd grown to manhood in the Principality of Crusaders, but admitting as much in this city would have been the act of a fool. We got a lot of wastelanders around nowadays, the peddler agreed. Trying to get their hands on grain, you know. Mercantis caught on, so the consortium is gouging them on prices and buying up the reserves in the other cities to drive up the prices. They're used to this country being the greener pasture. Few of them are smiling, Iasen said, only now noticing. That's caused the bastard lord restricted commerce and foodstuffs. The merchant grinned nastily. They want more than scraps. They have to get a permit in lore. The really desperate ones are ruining themselves, emptying tavern larders one at a time. But already the court is clamping down on that. That seems like a loss of profit for you all, Iasen said. Worth it, to have the crown's men around when some wastelanders try to get nasty, the peddler said, spitting to the side. Not that there's been a lot of those. I'll say this for the Black Queen. Since she crucified all those pricks after second lease, Presi have been stepping. Real. Light around here. The hero was almost nauseated. They said the villain ruling Callow had nailed hundreds to crosses after slaying her rival, made them grisly ornaments along the road. The merchant should have been appalled, but if anything, he sounded grudgingly approving. Iasen had never been skilled at hiding his thoughts. It went against his name to be less than stalwart in anything he did, and the peddler picked up on it. The man spat to the side again, looking warier now. You with the House of Light, son? He probed. A lay brother, Iasen said. Never took the full vows. I don't have the disposition for it. Full-fledged brothers had to vow pacifism, and it was in his nature to meet injustice sword in hand. Didn't know that was a thing, the peddler said, but he was mollified. It wasn't, not in Callow anyway. The House of Light in Procer tended to consider its equivalent in Callow to be a very provincial cousin, prone to eccentricities. That the Order of the White Hand, true anointed paladins had been allowed to hold lands of its own in the old days was spoken of as impious back home. It was just history, now that the order had been exterminated, but Iason had a personal interest in the matter. His name had but few previous incarnations, and most of them had come to be in Callow. The hero did not linger after that. Already uncomfortable with how much attention he'd drawn, he hoisted the sack over his shoulder and made his way to the quarter by the docks, where Amelia had said she'd find them an inn. He was wondering how to find her when she found him instead. The gallant brigand was almost as tall as he was, lithe and graceful in a way he could not help but stare at. Dark hair kept in a ponytail was usually covered by a highwayman's hat, though she'd stashed it away for the sake of discretion, and the notched scar on her cheek somehow only added to her beauty. "There you are," Amelia smiled. "Fruitful foray." Iason cleared his throat uncomfortably. The cloistered life in Avaliers had not taught him how to deal with beautiful women, and he was always on the back foot around her. At least Lurgo wasn't there. The red mage always seemed to make it worse with his glib and cutting japes, as if the sorcerer himself didn't hang on her every word. "I have supplies," Iason stiffly replied. "Have you secured accommodations?" Amelia snorted and clapped his shoulder. "Secured accommodations," she repeated teasingly. "You need to loosen up, Iason. Though I suppose that would be against type. I can be fun," the stalwart paladin silently insisted. "Just because I can't set things on fire with a word doesn't mean I'm a bore." Instead of saying that, he ended up chewing on his tongue like a fool, to the woman's visible amusement. "Come on," she said, withdrawing her hand. "I found us a place. Be warned, though. It was cheap for a reason." Iason frowned when he first saw the inn, as the warning seemed inaccurate. It was not luxurious palace, but it was spacious, and swift perusal of the common room revealed it to be scrupulously clean. Perhaps she'd meant the food would be horrid? It'd hardly be worse than the cooking they'd inflicted on themselves journeying from the countryside to Atalanta after forming their band in Nice. The gallant, Iason did not like to think of the other part of her name, no matter how much he liked her, shot him a toothy grin after he set down the sack, and a moment later a loud screaming match began in the kitchen adjoining the common room. The hero grimaced. Lurgo strolled in an hour later, still looking put out at wearing wool instead of blindingly red silk, and claimed its seat at the table where Iason had been sharing a drink with Amelia and failing miserably at small talk. The red mage stole his tankard and drank from it, wrinkling his nose at the taste. The sorcerer had been born to one of the high tiers of citizenship in Asher. He was likely used to much better fare. Everything about him smacked of arrogant privilege, which had not become any less grating with time. "Had a look at that hill," Lurgo casually said in trader talk. "That was a serious scrap. If our cousin up north can tangle that hard, we're in for quite a vigorous dance." The cousin up north, they'd taken to calling her to be discreet. Catherine Foundling, Queen of Callow. The squire, some said, though others implied she had another name yet to be revealed. The breadth of the swirl of rumors around the villain that ruled Callow was staggering, for one so young. Undefeated in battle, she murdered a god to steal his mantle and tricked 2 others into doom without ever unsheathing her blade. She has more lives than a cat, holds sway over dead and fey alike. Her cohorts, the Woe, had been revealed to the wider world through the infamous massacre they called the Doom of Lys back home. The Hierophant, a cold madman whose strange sorceries tamed demons and stilled miracles. The Thief, a fallen heroine said to have once stolen an entire fleet and even snatched the sun out of the sky. The Archer, the greatest pupil of the Lady of the Lake who had never lost in single combat. And the last, Hakram Deadhand, the Adjutant. They said he was unkillable, that he was large as an ogre and his hand of bones could wrest out your soul. The heirs to the calamities had made a bloody debut last year. Iason had paid close attention to the rumors, knowing even the slightest hint could make the difference between life and death. The 3 of them had come, after all, to kill the Black Queen. That might have been the Fae, not her. Amelia whispered in the same language, one of the few they all shared. Her talent is supposed to be ice, not fire. And what a talent fire can be, Lurgo said, grinning suggestively at the gallant. The element of passion, you know. Iason's teeth clenched. "We're still on the outskirts," Amelia said. "We'll hear more when we go deeper into the country. The south looks like very promising grounds to begin our work." They would, to her. The gallant brigand had been vague about her activities before joining their band, but Iason had pieced together that she'd made her mark in the wake of the tyrant of Helikis' armies as they sowed chaos across the free cities. The southern parts of Callow were still feeling the aftermath of the last 3 wars, and so she would be moving on somewhat familiar territory. Robbing the powerful to help the powerless was a worthy cause, even if he disapproved of her methods. Banditry was a sin in the eyes of the heavens, else why would so many bandit names be sworn to the hell gods? They had to delay the conversation after that, for the innkeepers came to offer their service. Calawans both, an old married couple. They offered stew on the house, though the ale was not, and to Iasen's mild irritation lingered afterwards to chat with what seemed to be their only current patrons. Some matters were their own explanation. Dormer born and raised, the both of us, the old man, Albert, as he insisted on being called, told them proudly. City's had a rough few years, but we'll get back on our feet, you'll see. I heard Dormer was part of the Lease Rebellion, Amelia said smilingly. But the damage was all from the Fae, I am told. Good and dragged us into the mess, it's true, the old woman grudgingly admitted. She cut a deal with the Black Queen after, though, spared us the worse. And she's moved up in the world since. Governess General. A bomb on everyone's soul that. Her whelp of a nephew's governor now, Albert said. He did fine getting people out before summer came, but too many still died. His aunt he is not. That's not on the boy, the old woman sharply said. That's because a villain is queen. Ma always said that makes you cursed. Just look at the wasteland. Your mother also said a bowl of cream and breadcrumbs would keep the fairies happy, Mary, the old man mocked. How'd that go again? The three of them sat awkwardly as the old couple argued loudly. Iasen, deriving some satisfaction from the fact that Lurgo looked as uncomfortable as he felt himself. I couldn't help but notice the portraits by the kitchen door. Amelia intervened. You have children? Gods, had they been lucky to run into her, Iasen thought. And not only because looking at her when they trekked through the countryside made the journey a great deal more pleasant. Neither he nor the Red Mage had a way with people. Only the one now, Mary soberly said. Our youngest died at first lease. Them devils summoned by the Diabolist did it. Aye, and the Black Queen killed her dead, Albert grunted. She's a hard one, make no mistake, but these are bad times. Hard is what we need. Even Jahan the Wise hung himself some princes. 7 and 1, like in the song. It's ungodly is what it is, the old woman barked. A villain queen? No good will come of it. She was crowned by a sister all proper, Mary, the old man insisted. What more can you ask? Everyone knows the house up north went tame, she sniffed. We've heard a lot about the queen, down south, Iasen said. Some of it was less than pleasant. Never said she was a choir girl, Albert defended. But hells, it's still better than Procker, ain't it? Kingdom's back, and praise is playing nice. If the rest of the world would just leave us alone, we'd muddle on just fine. He has to say that, Mary told them. Lily went and joined the army, the fool girl, taking orders from an orc calling herself Marshal of all things. If the orc pays her taxes and fights at the border, I say she's welcome here, the old man said stubbornly. A whole goblin tribe settled at Marchford, and that turned out all right. You have to forgive Mary, she's a country girl. I'm a learned man, me. Went to lore once when I was a boy. Not the lore story again, the old woman sighed. Lurgo spoke up, sparing them the lore story, and Iasen had never before been so close to feeling fondness for the man. We intend on traveling north, the Red Mage said. Are the roads safe? Sure, if Albert began, but he paused. In the distance, bells were ringing. For times, Iasen counted. Again, the old man said. Last one went straight to the Blessed Isle, made it far inland after, Mary said. Guess that was the last of the clever bunch. That's thrice now, Albert complained. Last time it took all day to clean up the docks after. No wonder we never get clients, with all them foreigners mucking up the city. He paused, then glanced at the three heroes. No offense, he assured them. None taken, the gallant brigand lied. We're new to town, so I'm at a bit of a loss. What did the bells mean? Oh, you dears don't need to worry, the old woman said. Just stay indoors, it was the curfew bells. It'll be foggy out soon anyway. Curfew, Iasen said. What for? Heroes, Albert said. Some must have come. Streets have to be cleared until that's done with. The stalwart paladin's blood ran cold. Already? How could the Empire possibly have known? It hadn't even been a whole day. The three heroes shared a look and excused themselves to their rooms, telling their hosts of travel weariness, and made counsel in Iasen's own. We can't stay here, Amelia began. We can't risk putting those two in the middle of a fight between named. They must have scryed us. It's the only explanation, the Red Mage whispered. That shouldn't be possible, not with the paladin bearing heaven's touch. Unless you screwed up, Iasen. I don't use the touch, mage, the paladin coldly replied. It is there. Always. There is no intent needed. I used to hunt for Heliki supply caches, back in the day, the gallant brigand said quietly. Easy work, good loot. The way I'd find them was by watching the roads the tyrant's men used most, then doubling back. I don't follow, Iason admitted. That is because you're a sword-waving simpleton, the red mage drawled, and the paladin resisted the urge to punch that twinkle out of his eye. The touch, it blocks actual scrying, but the spell would still register failure. The moment it did, they must have known we were coming, and they tracked us with the same. That's impressively clever, I'll admit. Then they might be able to track us to here, Amelia urgently said. We need to move now. Neither of them argued. Iason left Silver by his bed to pay for both the night and the trouble, as his companions grabbed their personal affairs. The mage took longer, and returned decked in red silks. We are trying to be discreet. The paladin hissed, his accent thickening. Discreet is over, the man shrugged. Now is the time for panache. Well, I hope you can run in those, the gallant amusedly said, adjusting her hat. Out the window, boys. Heroic work, Iason thought, involved a lot more jumping down windowsills than he'd anticipated. He'd not needed to change, as he'd never taken off the chainmail under his coat and rarely wore a helmet. The heavens provided armor when he required it. He landed as silently as a man wearing over 20 pounds of steel could, which was not very. The gallant landed smoothly as a cat, and the red mage nearly broke his ankle landing. The paladin smothered a smile, as it was unkind to take enjoyment from the misfortune of others, however richly deserved. Well, Amelia said, lowering the brim of her hat. There's that fog Mary was talking about. It had been late afternoon, and the winters in southern Calo were mild this late in the year. Spring would not come for months yet, but there was no snow in sight, which made the sudden appearance of thick fog rather jarring. There was nothing natural about this. Might I suggest we leave the city before a full legion comes after us? Lurgo suggested drily. Blood doesn't show on these robes, but it does. Smell. Keep an eye out, Iason said, for the first since he'd come ashore back in his element. As an opening move, this only makes sense if only our vision is restricted. Otherwise, the enemy was simply helping them escape. As they moved quietly through the streets, the paladin wondered how many of the woe would have come. The full 5? That might be more than they could handle. 2 or 3, he was confident they could deal with, for they could flee. 5 with a sorcerer as reportedly powerful as the Hierophant among them would be too many. Best that they never encounter the enemy at all, and disappear into the countryside where they would be harder to track. Amelia suddenly stopped. We're being watched, the gallant brigand said. He did not question her. She has an aspect relating to this, though he knew not the word. Iason could see no one, so he sharpened his hearing. Scuttling above, on the rooftops. Goblin, he said, and unsheathed his long sword. Roof to the left. The gallant followed suit with her saber, and the red mage fell behind them. Eyes watching above, Iason saw a leering green face pop out from thatching. Yellow eyes shone bright in the fog, above a grin of needle-like fangs. Don't you think it was a little racist to assume I was a goblin? The creature mused. Plenty of people use rooftops, you know. They're like streets that make it easier to murder. The stalwart paladin blinked, then opened his mouth. Had he? But the goblin had just said. He closed his mouth. You're quite brave, to seek out 3 heroes on your own, the red mage said. Well, we don't live old as a rule, the greenskin said. But hey, that's why there's a lot of us. Iason's hearing was still sharpened, and that was why he heard them move. Not one but dozens, and they'd all struck at once. He'd expected crossbows, but instead what came tumbling down was balls of clay with lit fuses, and without missing a beat, he called on the protection of the heavens. A halo of light wreathed him and his allies as well, but he'd miscalculated. The munitions exploded into blinding brightness with a deafening clap. He had to blink it away and force the light into his eyes. The red mage cursed, and when Iason's vision returned there was no sign of any goblins. All they had left behind was a red trail of burning powder in the sky. They marked our position, he thought. He glanced at the others. Amelia had covered her eyes with the brim of her hat, but by the looks of it the noise had still affected her. Run, he said, not sure how loud he was being. The roar of the munitions was still sounding in his ears. The others understood him well enough to obey, and they headed for the closet's gate, without even the pretense of discretion. Dormer had turned into a ghost town, every door and window closed. In the fog, he could barely make out the shape of the houses unless he empowered his eyes with his name. It began clearing out close to the gate. Whoever had done this, he thought, Must have relied on the river to provide the water. Lucky them, they'd chosen the gate opposite. Providence. The gate was unguarded, and that was when he began doubting his last thought. No, he mused. Not unguarded. There were two people by the guardhouse. One seated on a bench, the other standing by it. Iason squinted. It was a woman, seated. Tan skin and high cheekbones, long hair and a practical leather binding behind her. Her legs were crossed, and she was pulling at a pipe. The man at her side was almost inhumanly slender, a whip of a body in a long black tunic. At his hip was a sheathless sword, and one of his eyes was covered by a dark silken blindfold with silvery lettering. It was the hair that attracted his attention, though. It must have been a trick of the light, but for an instant it had seemed made of crow's feathers. Iason, the gallant brigand, urgently said. The woman's cloak. He looked. It must have once been entirely black, he thought, but it was no longer. A patchwork of colorful strips had been woven over it, and even some matter he did not recognize. It looked like rippling wind. The collar, though, what laid woven into it felt like a sin. That made this the mantle of woe, and the woman wearing it. Catherine Foundling, he said. The Black Queen. The woman spewed out a stream of smoke, still sitting. Iason met her eyes. For one of her reputation, he was distinctly unimpressed. There was no pressure there, only a young woman looking vaguely exhausted. Afternoon, the Black Queen said. Welcome to the Kingdom of Callow, folks. Evidently you know who I am, so that saves us some tediousness. Your trap will avail you nothing, Iason said harshly. This isn't a trap, the villain mused. Not unless you make it one. If I wanted you dead, Robber wouldn't have tumbled you a warning shot. It would have been goblin fire instead of bright sticks, and already it'd all be over but the screaming. How civilized of you, the gallant brigand said, her tone slightly mocking. Since we're all being so friendly, might I venture as to ask what you want from us? The Black Queen spewed out a stream of smoke, studying them calmly. That's my line, she said. Setting aside that you passed the border illegally, having 3 heavily armed named wandering the countryside without so much as a by your leave just isn't in the cards. What are you here for? Introductions first, the gallant demurred. I am Dash. Amelia of Helike, daughter of Lazarn. The one-eyed man at her side smiled, teeth like ivory. You are known to us. Amelia blanched. The way he'd spoken that last sentence. Iason was not one to frighten easily, yet it had sent a shiver down his spine. That's Larrett, the Black Queen cheerfully said. Or at least that's what I call him. It pisses him off a lot, but why even? Have a treacherous lieutenant if you're not going to taunt them at every opportunity. We have come to study the aftermath of the Fey incursion, Your Majesty, Lurgo said. Purely academic curiosity in my part, I assure you. The lie sat ill with Iason, but he kept his mouth shut. Informing the woman that they had come to slay her and release Callow from her grasp would lead to a struggle he was not certain they could win. Not yet. The Black Queen pulled at her pipe, then sighed. Red Mage, was it? She said. A warning for you. Of all the shit decisions you've made today, trying to lie to me is close to the top of the list. Don't do it again. I take it you're here to kill me, then. It was a little insulting, Iason thought, that she sounded more irritated than threatened by that deduction. Arrogance was ever the downfall of evil, he reminded himself. She spewed out another mouthful of smoke. Then what? She asked. Pardon, Lurgo replied, sounding baffled. You kill me. Glory to the heavens and all that good stuff, she waved. Then what? The people of Callow are freed, Iason said. They rise against the wicked Prisai and Dash. This, the Black Queen sighed as she interrupted, is why I have to keep killing you people. Look, I understand better than anyone how easy it is to start thinking you can just stab your way out of a mess, but you haven't thought this through. Putting my head on a pike just makes a different sort of mess. That's what tyrants always say, the gallant quietly said, that they may be a plague, but the world would be worse without them. You have to lance a wound for it to be able to heal. You're not lancing anything, kid, the villain said. You're just bleeding the body. And it's been a long time since anyone thought that helped. Look, I'm not barring Callow to heroes. You want to wander the south healing and rebuilding? Fine by me. You get a legion escort, but they'll stay out of your way. You want to have a swing at Black? Not my problem, but you'll have to get to the Valles through Procure. You want to actually have a look at the Fey marks, or even lease. I'll need oaths as assurance, but we can deal. This doesn't have to be a fight. She paused. But, she murmured, since I know what you're thinking. Larrett, the one-eyed man's grin broadened, and power rippled across the street. The air cooled, and Iason almost summoned his heavenly armaments in answer. There was might in that creature's frame, and nothing human about it. We've been tracking you since Mercantis, the queen said. We've had long enough we could have hit you still in the river. Do you know why you were allowed to make shore? I assume some form of sadism is involved, the red maid drawled. In a manner of speaking, the villain smiled. See, I learned from a man that would have had you corpses at the bottom of the Weert before you even noticed. But I'm trying, I guess, not to be him. Or worse. Slowly she rose to her feet and emptied the pipe before stowing it away in her cloak. The smile and the easy manners went away. Idly she rested her hand on the pommel of her sword, and Iason felt fear. There was iron in that woman's gaze that had not been there before. You've seen I'm prepared, Catherine Foundling said. You've seen I have the muscle to put you down. But I didn't put on the fancy hat to kill kids. So, please, I beg you, don't make me. It sounded genuine enough that the paladin hesitated. The sentiment that they were kids to her was insulting, but what lay behind it? The wiles of devils are many and varied. Trust not the words of those sworn to below, for deception is their truest tongue. He would not balk at his duty. Go home, the Black Queen said tiredly. Or hells, join up if you want to. I'll find something for you to do. This country's still half a wreck, and it's not like I don't take in heroes. But if you force this, it only ends one way. And once we start, I might not be able to stop. You are a blight upon creation, the stalwart paladin said, almost regretfully. An instrument of the hell gods, carrying within the seed of damnation. May the heavens grant you mercy in the afterlife, but for the sake of creation, you must be removed from this earthly shell. What he said, the gallant brigand agreed. Only, you know, less priestly. Fuck you and your offer and your entire evil legions. Yes, yes, praise the heavens and much defiance. That aside, out of curiosity, the red mage smirked. Has that speech ever actually worked? The Black Queen breathed out, and in a moment, she went from tired girl only a few years older than them to razor-sharp killer. It was in the eyes, in the way she held herself. She had the poise of someone used to taking lives. No, she said, but I'll try with the next batch anyway. 6 times the charm, right? The one-eyed creature laughed. They never listen, he said, sounding pleased. I do believe offering mercy might actually make it worse. Fascinating. 6. Iason felt a trickle of fear go down his spine. How many heroes had she killed? No, it didn't matter. She only needed to fail once. The hero folded into himself and let his aspect reverberate within his soul. Arm. Plate of pure light formed around him, a full suit topped by a winged helmet. His sword shone radiantly, and as Lurgo began to incant he advanced. The villain did not move, eyes still on him, but the paladin felt the shifting currents of power. To their side a gate opened out of thin air, and as he glanced there Iason saw 2 things. The first was 2 score goblins, bright-eyed and eager in their furs as they occupied a frozen wasteland. The second was 6 scorpion-like contraptions of wood and metal, and as that sunk and they began to fire. The bolt hit him in the chest, then 2 others, yet it might as well have been children throwing mud at a stone wall. The steel bent, the wood shattered, and he barely even felt the impact. He had no moment to spare enjoying the small victory. However, the red mage was most endangered by this sort of assault. Though gifted with a particularly strong talent for destruction, Lurgo had confessed he was incapable of even the most basic of shieldings. The sorcerer managed to save his own hide by turning to ash the handful of projectiles aimed at him, but he would not be able to keep this up forever. The stalwart paladin moved between his companion and the volleys of steel-tipped bolts, letting them strike impotently at the armaments bestowed upon him by the heavens. The gallant had been the most unruffled among them, dancing out of the way and somehow even parrying a projectile with a casual flick of the wrist. I'll break the machines, Iason said, and his voice thundered. Keep the villains busy. Though the Black Queen had caught them by surprise, she'd been arrogant. With only 1 creature and mundane soldiers at her disposal, it might be feasible to slay her here and now. To free Callow of tyranny within a day of coming to its shore would be a grand deed, worthy of hymns and remembrance. Yet if the tide turned against them, the paladin would rather see them defeated before the fled. It would be the beginning of a pattern of 3, he suspected, and that would greatly enhance the swiftness of their growth. Indeed, they might even encounter another hero after they fled. Providence had a way of rewarding the righteous. To Iason's mild irritation, the goblins manning the siege engines proved passingly clever. Seeing that their bolts had no effect on his armor as he advanced, they turned their fire to his companions. Some sorcery must be behind the machines, he thought, for there could be no other explanation for how swiftly they kept firing. No matter. He was quick enough on his feet that only the odd bolt made it through. Clever as the goblins were, they'd not been quite clever enough to flee his approach. Iason crossed the gate into the frozen landscape and raised his sword the moment he felt the bite of urgency near his shoulder. It was not quite enough, the angle too awkward. A blade shattered his pauldron of light and ripped into the chain mail below, though not deep enough to wound, and the paladin breathed in sharply. A tall orc decked in burnt plate discarded a broken axe and spun out another, face grim. The hand of Barebones gave away the name of the greenskin that had struck him. The orc spat to the side. Masigo will be pissed, he said. Half a day's work and it kept for a single blow. At least you're not reforming. Iason grit his teeth. The heavenly armaments did have that weakness. They could only be used once a day and could not be forged anew while in use. You will not land another, the paladin promised. The orc's eyes were on his mail, not his blade, and they narrowed. The heraldry, Iason realized. It had been made visible by the rip. Half house, le miroir verdant. The greenskin said in lightly accented chanton. Prosserant then. Good. I've been meaning to try one of you out before the big names come. I am the stalwart paladin, Iason thundered. And you will lose more than a hand today, orc. I'm the adjutant, Hakram Deadhand replied, baring his teeth. I had a light meal this morning. They both moved with the swiftness of named, tangling halfway there. Iason managed to hammer down on the orc's wrist, loosening the greenskin's grip on the axe, but the dead hand closed around his throat. The bones blackened as the light furiously bit into them, but they did not give, and Iason struggled in vain before the adjutant tossed him back out the portal. He landed in a crouch, shifting his weight as his fighting master had taught him. The orc rolled his shoulders and strolled out of the gate unhurriedly. Iason, the gallant screamed. It felt like being kicked by a horse. The entire left side of his armaments shattered under the blow, and as he flew, he felt the Black Queen following with impossible swiftness. She arrived at the end of the arc before he did, snatching his foot and smashing him into the pavement. He saw her change her grip as she stood above him, ready to plunge down the point into his throat even as he tried to rise. But salvation came in time. A streak of red lightning had the villain ducking away in a hurry. The sorcerer had come through. Thank the gods. The paladin got to his feet and took a swift look around as the Black Queen circled him slowly. Deadhand was now tangling with Amelia, and though he'd yet to land one of his brutal blows, she was on the back foot. Looking for an opening, he decided. It was not a bad match. The other conflict was. Lurgo was weaving spells into one another admirably, flame and lightning and hexes flowing into the next seamlessly, but the one-eyed Fae was toying with him. There were 3 cuts on the red mage's cheek, perfectly parallel and scabbed black. Iason suspected they might have been killing blows, if the Fae wished it so. He needed to lose foundlings soon and come to the sorcerer's aid, or he was going to get run through when the creature bored of the game. This was no time to hold back. Smite, the stalwart paladin said. The Black Queen attempted to avoid the aspect, but she was too slow. Light came down from above a perfect heptagon of 7 feet on every stroke. For a moment the shape seemed almost solid, the wrath of the heavens shattering the paving stones and even the ground beneath. A heartbeat later it was gone, leaving the half-kneeling form of a smoking villain. Her face was a tapestry of burned flesh, her hair gone up in smoke and her bare hands crushed. Her eyes were unseeing, struck blind by righteous retribution. The villain spat out a gob of black blood that steamed and ate away at the earth. You have William beat when it comes to impact, the woman noted, her voice a croak, yet somehow cold. She rose, and as she did the air cooled and her flesh knitted back. She shed the burnt skin like a snake, and her pupils broke as fresh ones forced themselves forward. As a general rule, striking aspects tend to go one of 2 ways, the Black Queen said, voice empty of emotion. Broad but shallow, small but deep. I would not have walked off swing so easily. A nice trick, but ultimately dash. Smite, he interrupted. She was standing again, which meant resuming the fight was not longer unchivalrous. There was a heartbeat between the light striking and the word being spoken, and it was enough for her to evade. Ultimately, still a trick, she finished, as the smiting struck the empty pavement. Only once more could he call on the aspect. He would have to get in close, prevent her form evading, and... No, he thought. He was being baited. She was keeping him busy while her minions killed the others. Though it grated, Iason turned, and without a word ran for the red mage. Hakram, the Black Queen said, voice echoing strangely. Switch. The orc moved away from Amelia without missing a beat, barreling towards the paladin immediately. From the corner of his eye he saw the human villain pass them both in a streak, blades sounding against the gallant brigand's own. Lurgo cried out in pain, his incantation interrupted, and Iasen's fingers clenched around his sword. It was not all lost, he thought. The adjutant was much slower than his mistress. The axe head came whistling down, but Iasen's blade shifted angle, the combination of years of training and what he'd learned since coming into his name. The heavens touched steel cut straight through the haft of wood and into the steel pauldron behind it. The orc began to retreat, and then the paladin spoke. Smite. Light filled his vision, but it was no harm to him. He felt the orc's body flinch, but somehow it remained standing. Though the greenskin's footing was shot, so was his, and aside from smoking skin and a more, the orc seemed unharmed when the aspect ebbed. An aspect of his own had been used, the paladin suspected. There was the taste of power in the air. It was not enough. Iasen ripped his blade free and smashed the guard in the orc's face, knocking him clear of his feet. His light-girded boot came down and broke the villain's knee. That should cripple him for the rest of the fight. The greenskin struck out with a knife, but Iasen fluidly stepped back. Leaf stirred by hand. His master had called it, and when the knife withdrew, he stepped forward following it. The blade whistled down. The orc bared his fangs, and another blade knocked the killing blow away. You will not have him, the Black Queen said, something sharp and heavy in her tone. She frowned and shook her head. Something in her eyes thawed measurably as she grimaced. Ever grasping is the tyrant's lot, Iasen replied in Shantan. What's he saying? The woman asked. My Shantan's shit, and his accent is horrible. He called you a tyrant, the orc said. Wouldn't be the first, the Black Queen grimly said, parrying his blow and landing a riposte that failed to break through the armaments. He was pushed back, to his fury. Years he had trained for this, grueling hours spent in the cloister's courtyard being worked to exhaustion by his fighting master. He'd learned the 5 ways and the verdant stances, been taught how to dismantle the foremost styles of every nation under the Calernian sun. But the queen wasn't fighting like a swordswoman. Whatever she had learned, it was no proper swordsmanship. She ignored his feint and pivoted around his back, her elbow hitting his flank and breaking his footing. He pivoted to face her, but she'd moved with him, and he had to give ground to avoid an oblique blow that would have carved through his throat. Iasen gave further ground. Staying close, he would only get caught in her pace. It was then he realized that he could no longer hear the red mage fighting. He looked back and saw no sign of Lurgo, or of his opponent. The air where they'd been fighting reeked of power and darkness. Gods, this was turning out too much for them. They had not been heroes long enough. None of them even had their full aspects. Cut, the gallant brigand coldly announced. She emerged out of thin air behind the Black Queen, aspect howling as her blade carved clean through the villain's abdomen. She'd done it. Then the woman's silhouette dispersed, and Iasen realized they'd been had. Glamour. He realized with a shiver of fear. That was glamour. He rushed forward, but it was too late. Amelia almost managed to avoid the blow out of sheer instinct, but goblin steel ripped through her coat and muscles. Her left arm fell down limply, and even as she caught her saber with the other one, the Black Queen caught her by the back of the neck and squeezed. There was a sickening crack, and just like that, Amelia was dead. There was not so much as a flicker of emotion on the villain's face. He saw not a speck of humanity to be found, just ice and hatred wearing a body. Her silhouette blurred for what must not even have been a heartbeat, and Iasen pushed through the grief. Glamour again, and he could not see through it. He stepped back warily, and the impotence of it burned. Sharpening his ears found nothing. She was stepping lightly, and her illusion advancing towards him. He needed to see. He needed to find her. He needed to discern. Power rippled through the paladin's frame, washing him clear of tiredness and pain and the weakness of the flesh. This was more than mere sight. He knew instinctively. It would tell truth from lies, read the movements of the flesh before they came to fruition. He could see her now, wreathed in mirror-like mist. She was stalking his side, eyes patient. Enough, he snarled. You will not get away with this. Butcher. He caught her by surprise, striking without warning. He glimpsed the parry before it ever rose, flicked his blade to the side, and cut into her shoulder. She wove back, her footing swift, but his light gauntlet hand struck her across the mouth. He headbutted his winged helmet, but came off the loser for it, forehead bleeding as he returned in kind, and she rocked back in pain. His fist caught her in the stomach, and she gasped. His blade shone radiantly as it scored a deep cut across her upper leg, but somehow the cutting of her muscles was not enough to make her fall. Fingers coated in frost and shadow slugged into his cheek, shattering the light, and the two of them fell to the ground struggling. Using his weight to come atop her, he caught her wrist and dug his finger into her eye. She bit him, down to the bloody bone, and he snatched his hand back before he could lose the finger. She struggled under him, but he was much heavier, and his fist broke her chin before she could wrestle away his arm. He'd felt teeth loosen. Forcing her arm aside, his fingers closed around her throat, and suddenly she smiled. The knife went ripped through the mail as Adjutant struck into his flank. Iason was thrown off the Black Queen by hundreds of pounds of angry orc. As he hit the ground, the world slowed. Light wreathed him, but still soft fingers touched his forehead. The stalwart paladin closed his eyes and opened them in an endless spread of pale blankness. "You will bleed." A chorus of voices whispered into his ear. "You will suffer. You will weep, yet find no relief. Though your soul is young and your weight feeble, you will take on the burden of many. Iason, son of Idrum, we offer you the misery of endurance. We would embrace you one of our own, to blood and tears and bitter end. Iason Brightsword, son of Tears, will you withstand horror so that others do not?" "Yes," Iason whispered into the void. The blankness rippled, and he was no longer alone. Two silhouettes with burning eyes and unspeakable shapes stood before him, and another between him and them. "There will be none of that," Catherine Foundling sharply said. "You do not belong here." The weight of their wrath was crushing, almost enough that Iason fell to his knees, and it was not him they gaze upon in anger. Yet the Black Queen stood undaunted, cloaked in ice and shadows. And more, there was a silhouette riding her back, arms laced around her shoulders. A beautiful and dark-skinned woman. "I already told the Hashmalim to walk it off," she said. "Am I really going to have to revisit this with every fucking choir? Arrogance. Your doom comes." "Might be," she said. "But not today, and not through this weakened instrument. Fuck off, you bottom feeders. This one's been claimed fair and square." "You can't fight angels," Iason hissed. "Who said anything about fighting them?" Catherine Foundling said, and then she rammed a knife in his belly. The blankness fled. Iason's eyes opened, and the last thing he ever felt was a spike of frost going through his forehead. Book 4, Interlude, Stairway. Though official records state that the Principate fought a mere score civil wars, it should be noted that this does not include wars fought between less than 5 principalities. Should the definition be amended, Procure has on average fought a civil war every decade since the year of its founding. No single nation has ever spilled so much Proceran blood as the Principate itself. Extract from The Labyrinth Empire, or A Short History of Procure, by Princess Eliza of Solomons. The trouble with this war, Prince Klaus Pappenheim had told his niece since the first day, wasn't that it wasn't going to be a war. It was going to be half a dozen of them, fought all across Calernia more or less simultaneously. That was the great danger looming within the 10th Crusade, that once all the forces had been put in motion, there was no adjusting the blows. Cordelia, bless her soul, had taken his warnings seriously. The face of warfare had changed while the Principate clawed itself bloody, and now Procure had to change with it or be left behind. He'd never asked how his niece had gotten her hands on the Preci. It was for the best, he'd decided. The Prince of Hanovin had been raised with death as mother's milk, but the fight against the plague was clean in a way the games in the south weren't. They made sport of men's lives, down here, and he'd never had the stomach for that. Regardless, the 10 Wastelanders had offered up the most precious secret of the East, the rituals of scrying, that old Preci trick turned into a lethal tool of war by the Carrion Lord. The spells that allowed armies with entire kingdoms between them to move as one, taking apart hosts twice their size with surgical precision. Gathering wizards to learn them had been costly, he suspected, and it must have been more so to keep the Magalinks in the Principate's service after. Though in Lycanese lands spellcasters were prized, for their sorcery was a mighty thing wielded from walls against the rattling hordes, the Southerners had a more complicated relationship with spellslingers. Wizards and witches had once owned a seat on the highest assembly, in recognition of their great contributions in easing the alliance between Arlesites and Alamans that first founded the Principate. Yet in the centuries since they had fallen out of favor, their great influence, often second only to the rulers of principalities, had been seen as a threat by the royals of the South. Meddling in an election had turned on them when the candidate they opposed, Louis Merovins, managed a narrow victory. The man had spent most his reign suppressing them after revoking their assembly seat in retaliation. A struggle finally brought to an end 2 rulers down the line, when the Mage Association, known as L'Œil d'Or, was forcefully disbanded. Since then, the casters had become tradesmen like any other, offering charms and potions for coin, though never healing, as the House of Light frowned upon any infringing upon their hold in that domain. Some cities in the south still had informal assemblies, he'd been told, but they were toothless things and kept that way by ancient decrees banning the collection of dues while still imposing heavy taxes. Until now. First Prince Cordelia Hazenbach of Procure had, in the wake of her speech announcing the 10th Crusade, founded the Order of the Red Lion, a congregation of wizards and witches exempted from the old decrees, in exchange for sworn service to the crown. Hundreds of them, who might be passable warcasters at best, but all knew how to scry with a degree of skill. Klaus had a hard laugh when he learned the charter binding the Grand Alliance together had specific provisions for such an order without ever naming it. His niece had been moving her pieces into place for near a decade now. The Prince of Hanover was pleased with the addition of the mages to his war council, though not because of their pleasant personalities. Near all of them were strutting Alaman's pups, drunk on the shiny new heraldry and fresh importance. None of them seemed to understand they were not the sudden dawn of wizardly resurgence, but instead a glorified pack of messengers. They had no say in where they were deployed, Klaus having decided the arrangements himself after consulting some of his own, much more trustworthy, Lycanese mages. Dozens had been sent south to the Dominion to keep the mustering armies of Levant pointed in the right direction, and near 100 sent in little linked clusters his wizards called relays to make it possible to keep the lines open to the Assuran fleets even as they sailed. The rest had been spread with measured weighing of priorities, linking first to Salia, where his niece ruled, but also to the forces that Prince Amadis had schemed his way to leading. The Izaran Weasel needed a close eye kept on him, and Klaus would have preferred to lead those armies himself if he could. He knew why he could not, though. In the Red Flower Valles awaited the two men he considered to be the greatest field commanders of this era, Marshal Graham One-Eye and the Carrion Lord. Sending the likes of Amadis against them would have been like throwing oil at a fire, and Cordelia had reluctantly told him that the man had intrigued too well to be entirely sidelined from command. The Prince of Isare, however, had been too clever for his own good. With him were the armies of the remainder of his pack of intriguing malcontents, and every unruly fantassin his niece had been able to scrape together. Nearly 50,000 in total, a host almost as large as the one Klaus was commanding. But it would be the Queen of Callow that Amadis tangled with, and the Prince of Hanover had heard much about that one of late. He'd once dismissed her as a nobody, during the Lys Rebellion, but he'd been made to eat that dismissal raw since. She'd gone from victory to victory in the last few years, and if half the rumors about what her pack of villains was doing to heroes making their way into Callow were true, well, there was one in every generation. Klaus had borne the Black Knight that awaited him in the Valles, and the great monster of Cordelia's own looked to be the murderous orphan who'd set her throne atop a sea of corpses. Prince Amadis would win, he suspected. The shit had more than a dozen heroes at his back, and two old forces of nature among them. It had been a pleasant surprise to find out that Lawrence was still alive, old sack of piss and vinegar that she was. The Saint of Swords was an army unto herself, and the Grey Pilgrim that went with her was supposed to be some kind of legend in Levant. No, Amadis would come out ahead. But the villains would bloody him and wreck the armies of his allies, and as the commander of that host, all the blame would fall on his shoulders afterwards. There'd be no more agitating the highest assembly for the Prince of Isare after that disgrace. Klaus spat to the side in disapproval, alone in his tent with the latest correspondence. It was sinful that good, honest soldiers would die in that mess, but that was the nature of war. The veiled lady not discerned between deserving and not when she claimed the butcher's bill. Enough of Amadis backers knew their way around a battlefield that a real debacle would be avoided, at least. There was noise outside the prince's tent, and he set down the latest supply census. Brabant had cut corners on what they brought, the fucking cheapskates, to rise to his feet. "What's the racket, men?" he called out. "Your Grace, I have dash." The voice yelped instead of finishing, preceded by the sound of a spears, but hitting a foot none too gently. Klaus passed a hand through graying hair and sighed. That was one of his wizards, he was certain. The eager shits were still under the impression that military protocol did not apply to them since they served under the first prince instead of the army itself. "Victoria, let him in," the Prince of Hanover said. Bertrand de Guesson, officer of the Order of the Red Lion, his guard announced, her tone darkly amused as she parted the tent's folds. Klaus would need to have a talk with her. Her dislike for Southerners was well earned. Her 2 sons had died on Alemann's fields fighting to put Cordelia on the throne, but the Magalings were too useful to be roughed up over petty offenses. The wizard entered limping, his heavy robes emblazoned with a rampant red lion on pale. He couldn't have been more than 30, Klaus thought, and that he believed that to be young suddenly reminded him how old he'd gotten. Even his niece was closer to 30 than 20, now. A Pappenheim hold vigil until death relieves them. His father had always told him, but the veiled lady had seen fit to spare Klaus longer than he'd believed possible. So few of his time were left, save for enemies. Your Grace, the mage bowed. I herald news of great import. He'd called out in rites when he was outside the tent, but now the boy was speaking Shantan. The Prince of Hannoven squinted. He'd had lessons as a child and spoke the Alemann's tongue well enough, but never quite managed to shed his Lycanese accent. It made him sound like an ignorant brute, he was well aware. Just for that, the mage got to stand throughout the conversation. I'm listening, Klaus said. The chapter of the order assigned to the rightful due has contacted us, Bertrand eagerly said. Admiral Hadast has struck the first blow of the 10th Crusade. That would be Magan Hadast's son, Klaus noted, not the Assuran ruler himself. The head of the thalassocracy was too old and fragile to campaign himself. The rightful due, gods, the fucking Assurans and their ship names, was the flagship of the thalassocracy's first war fleet. It had set sail more than a month ago, and true to their reputation, the Assuran ships and their wind mages were striking with impossible haste. A victory, is it? Klaus asked. The mage nodded. One for the ages, Your Grace, he said. The tideless isles were seized with but a handful of Assuran ships sunk, and 10 times as many prize hulls seized from the corsairs. What few are not dead or in chains fled for the wasteland. And so the first battle of the 10th Crusade was fought hundreds of miles away from the Empire, Ashur snatching anchorage for its fleets before it began attacking prey from the coast. It was beginning, Klaus thought. Now the Presi would have to move troops to protect their coastal cities, denying reinforcements to the Western Front even as Ashur burned and looted everything within earshot of waves. Now that Hadast was in place, armies could finally begin to march. Contact your fellows in the Northern Army, Klaus told the mage. Pass this message to Prince Amadis. The seal is broken, climb the stairs. By your will, Your Grace, the man bowed elaborately. God's Alemans. They turned every conversation into a bloody play. That aside, Bertrand continued, your guard dash. I didn't see anything, Klaus grunted. There's a war on, boy. Get moving. The wizard looked like he'd swallowed a lemon, but learning some humility would do him good. The prince waited until the mage was gone before speaking again. Victoria, he called out, get yourself relieved and come in to pour yourself a drink. Prince Klaus Pappenheim frowned. And find the White Knight and his gaggle too. While you're at it, he said. I'll want a word with them before we march on the Valles. Prince Amadis Mylenen's fingers drummed the table lightly. The sound of it was soothing, and well worth the expense of having brought the furniture from his summer palace in Isère. Amadis had ruled his principality for more than 20 years now, and steered it unfailingly through troubles and civil war largely, because he had a knack for telling which way the wind was blowing. At the peak of the Civil War, he'd been considered a key supporter of Princess Anna of Aquitaine, while secretly corresponding with both Princess Constance of Ain and Prince Dagobert of Lang, before the latter's grisly demise at the hands of Hasenbach's northern savages, anyway. No matter who triumphed, he had been positioned to become one of the most influential princes in the highest assembly. By refraining from pressing his own claim, while keeping close ties with neighboring principalities, he'd ensured that Isère would come out of the strife wealthy and pristine. From there, it would have been child's play to trade marriages for concessions and arrange for his kin to rule proper when the time came. Then the Battle of Ain happened, and Cordelia Hasenbach broke the board. He'd not been there himself, preferring to send one of his many cousins to command the levies he had sent to aid the coalition. But he'd heard stories of entire allied armies turning against princesses he'd considered among the most cunning and dangerous alive halfway through the battle, of the brutal slaughter the Lycanese had visited upon the flower of the South's manhood. That defeat sounded across all of Proker, and in the wake of that sound Amadis found his careful plans lay shattered on the ground. Still, he'd come out of the disaster better than any of his former allies and set to work leveraging that sudden prominence. His ties in Orne and Cantal served him well, soon bolstered by generously termed loans to Cruzans and wedding his youngest daughter to the heir to Segovia. The aging Princess Louisa has sided with Hasenbach after she broke Prince Dagobert and remained a close ally after, reaping the benefits of her early support. But her son had greater ambitions than being the loyal dog of a northerner first prince. Princess Enner's successor, Princess Rosala, eventually joined his alignment as well after she found her mother's old supporters closing their doors to her in an attempt to curry favor with Hasenbach. 6 principalities stood behind him, out of the 23 that formed Procure. 24, counting Salia, but as it was the seat and personal domain of whoever claimed the crown, its officials avoided partisanship. It was a greater portion of the realm than it seemed. The 4 Lycanese principalities to the north were ardent Hasenbach supporters, but estranged from the courts of the south and forced to spend what little coin they had seen to their borders with the chain of hunger. Cleves and Hainaut had turned inwards after their disastrous adventures in the Civil War, fearing the kingdom of the dead would catch scent of their weakness and begin raiding their shores again. Over a third of the principalities still relevant to rule of Procure stood behind him. Amadis did not have the votes in the highest assembly to dismantle Hasenbach's position, not unless she blundered and angered rulers keeping aloft. But he was now widely considered the second most powerful ruler in the Principate, and even the hint of his displeasure gave other princes pause. Not that the first prince had been idle all this time. She was, Amadis would concede, a much defter hand at the ebb and the flow than any Lycanese should be. That clever bit of diplomacy with Levant had tied Orense to her with a debt of gratitude, and his own admittedly lackluster military record meant that Solomons and Tenerife preferred looking for protection against Helike with the first prince than his own faction. Their support had borne fruit, with 20,000 men being sent south to guard the border even as the rest of the Principate gathered for war. Yet for all her cleverness, Hasenbach was not beloved. Her heavy-handed reforms of the bureaucracy in Salia had won her no friends among the highborn who had once enjoyed lucrative sinecures close to the heart of Procure's power. The decree she had passed trothed the highest assembly to disburse funds for the upkeep of fortresses guarding the borders with the chain of hunger, and the dead king's realm were similarly unpopular with the impoverished south, though she'd had the votes to force them through regardless. Still, Amadis had never considered the woman a true threat to his rising ascendance. Watching the massive undertaking she had apparently managed to prepare under his nose without a single soul noticing, however, he was coming to reconsider that assessment. There must have been at least 500 mages involved, he thought as he left his tent and came to stand in the field. That meant easily thrice that number in servants and tradesmen supporting them, the sum of it making a sizable town on its own. And there must have been soldiers, to ward off anyone curious even in this distant stretch of the Principate. The Prince of Arons must have been involved as well, for all this was taking place amidst his lands, and never had Amadis unearthed so much as a hint that the man was one of Hasenbach's. Neither had his people in the treasury found trace of the sizable amount of coin that must have been allocated in seeing such an undertaking through. Had the gold come through the Lycanese principalities? Fielding their armies south in the Civil War should have nearly beggared them. It should not have been possible. Unless, of course, Hasenbach had falsified the books in Salia. The Prince of Isère hummed. He could have her censured for that. The measure was mostly symbolic and required simple majority to pass. Would it be worth it to call in the favors? It would certainly blacken her name, but to make such a play as a crusade unfolded might do the same for his own. Someone came to stand by his side, and a low whistle was let out. She plays a deeper game than we thought, Princess Rosala of Equitan said. Barely 20, Amadis thought, with all her mother's beauty, yet none of the grace. Being raised in a time of war had done nothing for her manners, a shame given the past glories of her hallowed line. Isère and Equitan had been foes as often as they were allies. Over the centuries, a complicated dance of love and hate that saw the lines between rivalry and alliance ever blurred. No one understood better than his people that a skilled enemy could serve as better ally than a friend. I discern the Prince of Hanoven's hand in this, Amadis said. It is too martial a measure to be the first prince's own thought. It certainly explains why she had us getting drunk near the border with Bayeux instead of mustering with the Iron Prince in Orne. Anyway, Princess Rosala mused. And here I thought she merely wanted to keep you from getting your grubby paws all over her allies. A mark of weakness, that she would find it needful to do so, Amadis said with a thin smile. Too many of her backers see the sense in what I say. There's no great brilliance in pointing out that Calais is ripe for the taking, Amadis. The Princess of Equitan snorted. Anyone with eyes can see it. It's the division of the spoils that's going to set tongues wagging. Assuming we can even wrest the right to dispose of them. Enough of the highest assembly took command of their armies, we can convoke a session in Calais without her. the Prince of Isère murmured. With the right promises, we could circumvent her entirely. Neither needed to say that if this took place, Hasenbach's reign would never recover from the blow. It was one thing for a decree to be defeated in the assembly. Not even the most beloved of first princes had avoided that indignity at least once. But for a ruling first prince's known intent to be defied that openly, she would barely even qualify as a figurehead. After, the disgrace might be enough for her to abdicate and flee back north with her tail between her legs. There were other ways to chance the face of the Principate's rule than mere warfare. The two of them stood in uneasy silence afterwards, looking at the work of the mages. The ritual had begun with dawn, yet was not even half done by his reckoning. The harsh slopes of the mountains separating Procure from Calais burned away under constant sorcerous fire, leaving behind smoking steps of stone stretching ever further. Now that the Prince of Hanovin had given his leave, Amadis had been filled in on the full details of this little scheme of the first princes. Though no great commander himself, the Prince of Isère knew enough of martial endeavors to be aware that the kingdom of Calais' great advantage in war had always been that the only path of entry from the west was the Red Flower Valleys, narrow passes and valleys, whose fortifications had only grown more expansive since the Wastelanders had annexed Calais. This was no longer true. The Stairway, as Hasenbach's lieutenant among the mages called it, was the work of years in ritual preparation and planning, an exhausting labor that would carve a way through the mountains between the Principality of Arons and northern Calais at the narrowest point in the mountains. The planned point of emergence was to the north of the city of Harrow, which was, he'd been assured, essentially undefended. Amadis had been ordered to take his host through the Stairway and begin a march south, shattering every army in his path until he took the defenses of the Red Flower Valleys from behind, while the host of Prince Klaus Pappenheim assaulted them from the front. He'd also been mandated to establish negotiations with the Duchy of Daoin, though it had been made clear to him treating with Duchess Keegan would be handled by one of the first prince's personal envoys. In this, he was not worried. Calais was such a lawless place these days. Envoys could meet with all sorts of accidents as they journeyed. And if they did, well, was it not his duty as a loyal subject of Procure to fill that void? A diplomatic victory with the Diarraith would do much to solidify his position before he convoked the highest assembly within Calais. The higher his fortunes rose, the lower Hasenbach's fell. The wizards tell me the ritual will be completed within 2 days, Prince Amadis of Isère told his accomplice. We must swiftly steal a march afterwards. Steal a march, Princess Rosala repeated mockingly. My, how commandingly you speak to me. One would almost believe you to be the leader of this glorious host of ours. Amadis smiled at her. How is your brother these days? He asked. I hear his talents as an orator have thawed even the first prince's disposition. The woman's face turned dark, and she looked away. Rosala did need the occasional reminder of how flimsy her position in Equitan truly was, with her younger brother currying favor at court. Hasenbach was unlikely to be so gauche as to directly intervene in a principality's affairs of succession, but she could do a great deal to help the boy's cause without tipping her hand. Let us not quarrel, Your Grace, Amadis said. Can you not feel it? We are going to make history, you and I. The Prince of Isère's smile broadened as he watched the stairway grow. The world, he knew, was on the eve of great changes, and Amadis Milnen would be at the heart of them. Book 4, Chapter 1, Observatory. Those who withstood the sword, I laid low with ink. Words carved into the tomb of dread Emperor Terribilis I, the lawgiver. I rarely use the council room these days. Under the Fairfaxes, the king's council had been the greatest organ of power in the realm, closer to the crown than any, and wielding influence far beyond that of the titles of the men and women having been appointed to it. I'd retained only parts of it, though, the ones I found useful. I had no need for a chamberlain to see to the royal household, when mine was essentially me and whatever part of the woe happened to be in lore at the time. And even then I doubted Thief had slept in her chambers more than twice. She preferred prowling the city when she was there. Masigo disdained his rooms as well, though for reasons somewhat more worrying. No, broadening the authority of the palace's seneschal had been quite sufficient. Not that all old roles had been so easily disposed of. With and Kindle in the seat of Governess General, Juniper as my marshal and Ratface as my Lord Treasurer, there'd been only on seat left worth filling, Keeper of the Seals. In the Old Kingdom, those had been tasked with overseeing courts of law and making sure the decrees of the crown were upheld across Calais. That seemed a glorified clerk's position, until one remembered the way the kingdom had functioned under the Fairfaxes. Though laws decreed in lore held sway across the realm in theory, in practice the hair-raising labyrinth of ancient privileges and prerogatives held by most highborn houses made it a nightmare for any single decree to be uniformly observed. I'd been amused to learn that House Talbot, whose old domain was now my own, had for several centuries been allowed to trade in lands directly held by the crown, without tariffs, as part of an old deal that saw a generous loan offered to a king so he could build a summer palace by the Silver Lake. I'd been even more amused to learn that said palace had been wrecked by Presi within the decade when they attempted to invade the heartlands of Callow through an underwater invasion. Orcs with gills, apparently, down the Penning River. One of the malignants, that had been, I was pretty sure, a dread emperor of the worst mold, incompetent at everything but murderously ensuring his rivals didn't overthrow him. Regardless of historical curiosities, the Empire had actually allowed me to inherit a significantly more centralized realm in many ways. With Baron Darlington of Hedges and Baroness Morley of Harrow the only two remaining landed nobles in Callow, I didn't have nearly as many powerful people barking about privileges and prerogatives. What I did end up having, however, was my court's first real power struggle. Now that the governors across Callow all answered to the crown through the Governess-General, the office of Keeper of the Seals held a lot more direct power than it had used to, with a lot less pushback to boot. Crown decrees had a lot more teeth these days, and the Keeper had a great deal of latitude in ensuring they were upheld. Everyone and their sister had gone after the appointment, beginning the charm offensive the moment I was crowned. The only ones who'd stayed out of the fray were the Wraith, and I'd almost asked Keegan to send me a competent cousin just for that. Brandon Talbot and his tribe of old aristocrats had been the most ferocious, though the northern baronies had tried to muscle his people out. The fight between the powers in lore and the distant northern nobles was an old one. A few eldermen in lore had actually tried to bribe Ratface into putting in a good word for their candidate, banking on the Tagreb reputation for venality, and instead found themselves fined for the exact same sum and unceremoniously drummed out of office. I picked a southerner, in the end, after tasking Baroness Kendall to find me a suitable one. After the massacre at Second Lease, what had once been the duchy of the same name, and even the region as a whole had been on the brink of collapse. If they spent half as much time seeing to their own as they do thinking up ways to fuck with me, the North would be a goddamned paradise, I said through gritted teeth. Baroness Kendall cleared her throat. Though I cannot speak as to the mercantile effects, she said. From a diplomatic perspective, we have already done much to antagonize Hedges. A concession might be in order. I prevented them from fleecing desperate refugees, and, I flatly replied, I didn't exactly piss in their morning porridge. All they see is expected gold never reaching their coffers, my Governess-General said. And I must remind you that our grasp on the region is still feeble. Fear will only get us so far. Fear was what had gotten us anything at all, I thought. I had no illusions about the loyalty of those two holdout baronies. I doubted they'd truly join the fold within my lifetime. Even confirming nearly all their old privileges, the right to mint their own coin being the largest abolished, and leaving their holdings untouched, they still wanted more. Aristocrats. My growing exposure to the lot of them had done nothing to improve my opinion of the breed, save for a few exceptions. Quotas, I finally said. Enough they can get a foothold, not enough they can eat the whole cake. And make it clear to the right people that I expect positions on having observing legion officers attached to their armies to change accordingly. Kendall inclined her head, the touch of the sun on her locks rather fetching as she did. For a woman her age, she remained strikingly beautiful. I'll have a proposal drafted, Ratface said. Now, I know we've spoken of this before, but... I grimaced, fairly sure I knew what was coming. There is too much imperial coinage circulating in Callow, Catherine, he said. We need to start buying it up. Were I not named, I might never have noticed the slight crease on the Governess-General's brow when she heard Ratface refer to me by my given name. She and I had once been more familiar as well, but that had gone up in smoke since my coronation. And Kendall was a patriot to the bone. It didn't matter how I'd gotten my crown. Now that I wore it, I was to be treated as loftily as any Fairfax. You're my treasurer, I sighed. You know damn well we don't have the funds for that. And the Empress might see it as provocation, which we, really, can't afford at the moment. A year of regular reports had made it painfully clear to me that while Presi troops might no longer garrison my cities or Presi lords rule them, Presi influence was far from gone. I'd spent so much time paying attentions to borders and armies that I'd never considered the wasteland would still have a leash in the form of coin and commerce. Trade with Procure had pretty much ended after the conquest, and trade to Mercantis had been dominated by imperial governors. The wealth came from the east, these days, and there was precious little I could do about that at the moment. Not when it was the tower's gold that had rebuilt an entire third of my realm. I'd had to make concessions to ensure that materialized, too. We'd been keeping Callow afloat for the last year by gouging the High Lords scrabbling for grain through trade permits and set prices, but the tower had been exempted from both. To an extent, anyway. I'd insisted on keeping large reserves in anticipation of the crusade. So long as nearly half the coinage in Callow is from the Imperial Mint, the tower can break the realm's coffers at will, Ratface said. All the Empress needs to do is devalue her currency, and the South goes up in flames. It's a knife at our throat, Catherine. I understand the Hellhound is writing you about funding for the army, but another 1,000 men will make no difference if we can't pay those soldiers. Our own coin is slowly displacing the others, Baroness Kendall pointed out. Patience might be the wisest answer. The Tagreb shook his head. We're replacing old Callowan coinages, he said. We barely touched the wasteland portion. The Carrion Lord spent decades making certain Callow was dependent on imperial coin for trade. It is not work that can be undone in a few years' span. Not unless we plan and invest. There has to be an alternative to just taking the Empress gold off the streets by emptying our coffers, Ratface, I said. That'd be as good as raising a banner in her eyes. There would be immediate retaliation. The handsome man wrinkled his nose, rather unbecomingly. Using Mercantis as a third party, perhaps, he finally said. It would be slower and costlier, and still have us vulnerable to foreign influence. I sighed. Draft dash. A proposal? Yes, he finished amusedly. Ah, the joys of queenship. Don't you fucking start, I muttered. Between this and learning all those goddamned Proceran languages, my eyes are going to fall off. Baroness Kendall delicately cleared her throat. Not to add undue burden, but there is one last petition, she said. Go on, I grunted. As long as it's not our man in Vale whining about granary distribution again. Officials have presented a formal request that the court return to the use of the Alban calendar, she told me. I snorted. Yeah, that's not happening, I said. The legions all use. I heard the movement behind the door before the knock sounded. My ears pricked. Man, late 30s, fine health. He smelled of anxiousness, though well short of fear. Enter. I called out before he'd finished knocking. I felt the gaze of the other two on me. Oh, I really needed to stop doing that. It did tend to make people uncomfortable. It was a servant, who I did not recognize, though the livery made it clear he was one of the palace staff. Your Majesty. He greeted me, bowing low before offering shallower bows to the others. He'd been slightly reluctant when it came to Ratface's turn, I noted. There'd been a lot of that since the moment I first appointed the Tagreb. I raised an expectant eyebrow at him. There is word from, the Observatory, the man said. Your presence has been requested. The Lord Hierophant allegedly spoke of a major phenomenon. Translation, Masigo had summoned me while, again, forgetting you weren't actually supposed to summon queens. I didn't really mind, but his brutal lack of regard for etiquette did seem to unsettle the servants whenever they came in contact with it. I rose to my feet, pushing my seat back. We'll reconvene in an hour to finish this, I told the other two. You speak so queenly these days, Ratface grinned. I haven't seen you spit on the ground in months. Yeah, well, I own all the carpets now, I muttered. We made our courtesies, some more courteously than others, and then I dismissed the servant who seemed intent on accompanying me. I knew the way to the observatory. I'd paid for the damned thing to be built out of an uninhabited wing of the palace. I wasn't keeping a mistress, or a husband for that matter, so luxurious rooms reserved for one had been more than a little unnecessary. It wasn't a long walk, but I lengthened my stride out of impatience. Still took the time to greet the servants and officials I came across, though. Actually learning all the names was a daydream given their sheer number, but if I could get at least half right, it'd be a start. Better than Archer, anyway, who just called them whatever she felt like at the time. Getting this damned thing built had been strolling right into a series of rows with most my closest advisors, Juniper and Ratface the worst of them. My former supply tribune had been appalled at the costs involved, especially since some materials had to be brought directly from the wasteland, while the Hellhound had bluntly told me that for the same amount of coin we could arm and armor over 1,000 men, and that'd be a lot more useful in the long run. It was rare enough for the two of them to agree on anything that I'd seriously reconsidered my commitment. It had still been built, in the end, and Masigo had proved that his work had value beyond gold or steel. Without the observatory, at least 3 heroes would have slipped into Callow unseen, and the results of that could have been disastrous. I felt the outer wards long before I arrived at the end of the corridor. As the only way in or out of the observatory, it was now the most scrupulously protected part of the palace. The full line of legionaries guarding the corridor saluted as I went by, and I nodded back. Hakram's people these. The amount of soldiers and bureaucrats under Adjutant's direct command had steadily increased along with his responsibilities. My blood was keyed into the outer wards, which were more trapped than boundary, and so I got to the bronze gates with only a mild headache to show for it. I rapped my knuckles against the metal, careful to moderate my strength. There was still a dent left from the one time I'd forgotten. The bronze doors opened after a few heartbeats, and behind them stood a dark-skinned woman. She hastily knelt. Fadilum Buffino had been one of Acua's minions once, before I spared her at Hierophant's request. She'd since served as an assistant in his mage's tower, and now effectively ran the observatory. On parchment, Masego's word was law here, so long as I did not contradict him, but his utter disinterest in the logistics of the place meant all the responsibilities were in the Sonic mage's hands. I disliked her, though not enough to do anything about it, but I would not deny she was extremely competent. Diabolist had always picked the cream of the crop when it came to minions. Not that it had ever stopped her from sacrificing them at the drop of a hat. "Your Majesty," Fadilus said, "I invite you within." Nothing changed, visibly at least. There was a subtle current of power beneath her words, but even trying to feel it out would disperse it. I knew better than to think that had been an empty sentence, though. I still vividly remembered the searing pain that had followed trying to pass the threshold without explicit permission. "Rise," I said, and strode by her. Passing the threshold was not painful, per se. It was more like being squeezed through a very narrow gap, a temporary constriction of my being. Once inside the room proper there was a sense of relief, but I knew from experience it would be short-lasting. A bigger cage was still a cage. The inner observatory was warded up something fierce, some of those defenses specifically against Fae. They were deeply unpleasant for me, but I'd deal with the discomfort if it meant Larrett couldn't ever set foot in here. Falada rose as bid, and followed 3 full steps behind me a little to the left. Wasteland etiquette, I thought sardonically, though in all fairness Callow had its fair share of little quirks as well. What had once been a full wing of the royal palace had been ripped out of even load-bearing walls, discrete arcs instead supporting the weight of the domed ceiling now. It was a single massive room and awake with quiet activity. Circling at the feet of the walls a boardwalk of granite made an outer ring, linked to pebbled paths that made up the spokes of a giant wheel from a bird's-eye view. Within those spaces pools of dark water lay still, save for when mages stirred them to life with whispered spells. Scrying pools, particularly powerful ones. Getting the mages to keep them manned had been difficult, since the army of Callow was already short on spellcasters, and ultimately I'd had to draft a few competent officers, then draw heavily upon the now disbanded Guild of Hedges. Getting Masigo to teach those middling sorcerers how to scry properly had been a rough conversation, but he'd ultimately conceded that an empty observatory would rather defeat the point of raising it in the first place. The legal status of the sorcerers had been a thorny matter to handle even after they were trained. They could not part of the army of Callow or the legions of terror, as Juniper was still a general in the Empress' employ as well as my marshal, and that would give militia a degree of influence over them. I'd not wanted to give the court any sway over them either, but placing them under my direct authority would mean the moment Hakram and I went on campaign they fell in a legal morass. I had to be careful about things like that these days. Taking the crown had brought nearly as many complications as it had solutions. As an awkward compromise they'd been made into a guild, approved by my seal, the head of which was Masigo. In his absence, it was Fadila who ran things as his appointed second. With just enough independence, she could do whatever needed to be done while the fact that the observatory was the crown's property meant, and Kindle had enough authority to step in if things got out of hand. I pushed aside the thoughts as I tread one of the pebbled paths to the center of the room, where Masigo awaited. A second smaller ring of granite had been laid there, but it could hardly be seen. From the dark waters grew a massive alder tree whose roots spread into every pool, and whose summit rose to touch the ceiling of painted runes and night sky. There was nothing natural about it, from the overly pale bark to the almost crimson leaves. Growing from the trunk, a handful of branches formed a structure halfway between a bed and a seat, and before it a depression in the trunk made room for an item pulsing with power. It didn't look like much to the naked eye, a wide bowl of baked clay whose supports were shaped like men and devils supporting the rim. It had taken Archer the better part of a month to find it and get it out of the ruins of Lys, but I'd never seriously considered leaving the scrying artifact of the Sahelians among the wreck, no matter the difficulties. Once Acua's discreet trump card, it was now the heart of the observatory. In the wooden seat before it, Masigo was laying down and looking half asleep. I could see his pupils moving beneath the black eye cloth, but aside from that, Hierophant was eerily still. He'd lost weight again, I saw as I got closer. Even now that Fadila was under strict instructions to make sure he ate, he still spent most hours of the days and night in that seat, and rarely moved unless he was forced to. I almost hesitated to touch him, for he tended to be confused for a bit when wrenched out of his scrying. The decision was made for me, in the end. The branches above rustled, and someone casually tossed a sloppily sculpted wooden duck at his forehead. He wrenched back to creation with a yelp as Archer emerged from the foliage dangling upside down. "Evening, cat," she grinned. "Congratulations, you're getting invaded." I considered this, then smiled back. "Evening, Indrani," I said, and wrenched her down to splash noisily in a pool. Eyes turning to Masigo, who looked only half here even now, I sighed. "Tell me everything," I ordered. Book 4, Chapter 2, Alarm. In conclusion, the court recognizes the desertion of the sentient tiger army raised by dread Emperor Sorceress as sufficient precedent to rule that tapers can, in fact, commit treason, but that lack of sentience bars them from laying claim to the tower by right of usurpation. Official transcript from the trial of Unexpected Teeth, which resulted in the execution of the man-eating tapers that devoured dread Empress Atrocious. The mist had come out of the clay pot and formed a mirror-like surface in front of us without any need for visible prompting. Even as Archer loudly cussed me out and dragged herself out of the pool like a hissing wet cat, my eyes went to the images that had bloomed across solidified must. Massive was the first word that came to mind. Masigo had somehow raised the perspective to high up in the sky, above the still unfolding ritual, and only vague memories of how large that mountain range stood otherwise allowed to grasp the scale of what was being done. It was deceptively simple, at first look. Some kind of white fire was being used to carve a passage across the Whitecaps from the Principate to Callow. It was difficult to put a finger on the exact size of the passage from this perspective, but I'd gauge as broad enough for 2 large carriages to pass simultaneously without getting too close. Hierophant had taken the moments I spent looking at his scrying to gather himself. I could tell from the way his breath was steadying and his heartbeat calming. "I will begin by clarifying this is a ritual and not the making of an artifact," the blind mage said. "Afternoon, Masigo," I said. "How are you doing?" "I'm doing great myself, thanks for asking." He cast me a dubious look. "I would have thought that the obvious precursor to an invasion would spoil your mood," he said. "She's being sarcastic, Z's," Archer said. She got close enough to me before shaking off the wet that my entire left side was made dripping. "She was a charmer, Arindrani." "Ah," Hierophant said. "Is that entirely necessary?" I sighed, if only to prevent my sharpening worry from showing. A few months ago he would have caught that. Spending his days strapped to the observatory's central device looked like it might be unmaking years of progress. I needed to keep a closer eye on him, force him to talk with actual people once in a while. I knew Archer broke the wards protecting this place with chagrining regularity to come pester him, but that alone obviously wasn't enough. "Not an artifact, you said?" I said. "I thought those were pretty small by definition." "Lys as rebuilt by Diabolist would be considered an artifact under most accepted definitions," he noted. "It certainly served a sorceress purpose. Mildly interesting, but not the kind of edification I was currently after." "Ritual," I repeated. "I was under the impression Procker doesn't usually have the chops for those. You've been pretty dismissive about their mages whenever we discuss threat assessments." The lady says the same thing," Archer said. "She always told us Proceran wizards are nothing to worry about unless they're named. Apparently their kind's not real popular with the powers that be in the West. The Principate has been consistently at least a generation behind the Empire in matters of sorcery for centuries," Masigo said, almost sneering. "No other nation has even half their number of hedge practitioners, and even their finest still ascribe to the Jaquinite theory of magic. It tells in their work here, Catherine. It is amateurish in everything but scale." I wrinkled my nose at the sight of the white flame burning through rock. It hadn't moved in a while, I noted. Was something messing with our scrying? "I was going to ask you when they'd be done, but they don't seem to be moving," I said. "Performance issues," Archer suggested. "I mean, if they're going to wave around a big fire dick, it's only fitting." Oh gods. Now that she'd put the image in my head, I couldn't unsee it. "Fucking hells, Indrani." That is planned, Masigo said vaguely. And the reason is, there we are. I raised an eyebrow, and it kept rising when I saw half a mountain's worth of snow and stone collapse into the flame. Avalanche. They'll only start moving when they're sure the passage won't be clogged. I thought. It is not fire, Hierophant suddenly said. They are. The structure seems based on a miracle? Fascinating. I whistled sharply. Focus, Z's, I said. We're at war. And I have another wooden duck. Archer added cheerfully. He seemed a lot more concerned by Indrani's announcement than mine, but then she'd been spending a lot of time with him. I doubted it was the first time a shitty wooden carving ended up bouncing off his forehead, knowing them both as I did. Dispersal of matter, Hierophant said. That is the nature of the working employed. The passage smokes after they clear it, I pointed out. Because they are sloppy, he disdainfully said. Their spell formula is inexact, thus the dispersal causes the release of heat. Had they done it properly, their army could be walking behind the front, but there. Jaquinite. Catherine. The man was a priest. I'm pleasantly surprised they didn't just kneel down to pray. The passage would happen on its own. Let's not even speak about that, I grimaced. With the amount of heroes they've assembled, I wouldn't call that too much of a stretch to take place. Praying, Archer drawled. By far the least interesting thing that can follow someone getting on their knees. I shot her a look. Indrani really needed a roll in the hay, didn't she? My court was packed with attractive men and women around my eye these days. And gods below, that Talbot thought he was being subtle really was the most insulting part of that. So the fact that she hadn't dragged anyone into her rooms yet was starting to warrant a conversation. They've mastered the basics of scrying, at least, Masigo conceded. It's why they're forging a pass instead of a tunnel, even if it risks avalanches. Wait, I know that one, I said. Scrying doesn't work underground. Or across tall obstacles. An oversimplification on both counts, Hierophant told me. The Greyfong range dash. The whitecaps, I corrected him. The glass orbs that were his eyes shifted under the cloth in what was likely the reflex of a blink without the physical ability to do one. That is not their name in Imperial Atlases, he said. The Empire doesn't have a city next to them either, I replied. That is not how atlases work, Catherine, he plaintively said. I thought they were called the Parish, Archer contributed, because never once in her life had she seen a fire without reaching for a jug of oil. That's the Proceran name for them, I grunted. One of them, anyway. Whitecaps. Moving on. There's mushrooms called that, Hierophant mutinously said under his breath. But not capitalized, I pointed out. If there was one thing to love about Masigo, it was that he could easily be sidetracked by technicalities. I was getting fairly good at that, these days. His expression brightened, and he nodded. From the corner of my eye, I saw Archer looking at me amusedly. The whitecaps are too broad a range to penetrate through blindly, Hierophant said, picking up where I'd interrupted. Yeah, penetrating blindly never helps, Indrani agreed, voice choked up. You're bargaining for another visit to the pond, I whispered at her. I'll be good, Archer whispered back, hands raised and her vulpine grin immediately betraying the lie. They're adjusting with scrying, Mashgio said, blithely unaware of the background chatter. The entire array is a backwards mess, however. They likely have to communicate adjustments by voice. I consciously refrained from asking what the alternative to speaking was. Can you tell me when the ritual will be done? I asked, then winced. Never mind, don't answer that. Can you tell me when you think the ritual will be done? Hierophant's mouth closed over this initial answer. Then he took a moment to consider. Assuming there are fewer than 5 avalanches, he said, and that the pool of accumulated power they're using does not run out. 2 days. Going into 3. It depends on the amount of practitioners they've gathered. Serving as guide for so large a working will be exhausting. If they've fewer than 300 mages, some will begin to die or birth derangements before nightfall. I worried my lip. Worst case, 2 days. Actually crossing the passage would take them longer. A week before the first troops were in Calo? No, shorter if they used cavalry for the vanguard, which I would in their place. The Order of Broken Bells had swelled, but it was still just a fraction of the horse the Principate could bring to bear. Imperial spy reports and what the Jacks had managed to compile had the host waiting in errands around 50,000 strong. The commanders weren't supposed to be anything too worrying. A Prince Milnan and his allies, none of who had notable military achievements under their belt from the Civil War. They were the first prince's primary opposition within Procure, though, so I suspected she would not be shy about spending their lives to damage my position. Even if I pulled together every part of my armies in Calo, which I couldn't, not without leaving my borders with praise and the free cities dangerously bare, The invaders still outnumber me a little less than 2-1. I'd have what Juniper called a qualitative edge, considering most my soldiers were professionals while a lot of theirs would be levies. But the core of that army was principality troops, varying shades of light cavalry and professional heavy infantry. Those would be a hard nut to crack, and that was without even considering the fucking battalion of heroes reports placed in the war camp. It would take me at least 2 days to have the army of Calo ready for a march, and that was just the part in the permanent camps near Lore. Taking them through Arcadia was spinning the wheel, but we'd made tests. For that kind of distance, the average was 8 days, going as low as 6 and high as 15. I don't suppose you could shut down the ritual? I asked Masigo. He shook his head. They are not using their own sorcery to do this, Catherine, he elaborated. A receptacle was forged, and what must be hundreds of practitioners poured their own magic into for years to create the reservoir they are now employing. It would be like trying to put out a bonfire by spitting on it. And if I gave you every mage in Lore to work on a ritual? I pressed. He considered it seriously. No, he finally said. If we had caught their ritual before it began in earnest, perhaps, but no longer. Considering the distance, it would be insufficient to do anything but slow it a few hours. And even that would come at great cost. You're going at this wrong, Archer said. Let them make their hole. After they're spent, prevent them from using it. I looked at her suspiciously. You're not usually this helpful, I said. I'm a woman of many layers, Indrani haughtily replied. I had a fairly scathing comment to offer involving onions, and how she should perhaps bathe more often, but the grass was cut under my feet. You mean attacking them as they pass, Hierophant said, tone musing. That is a possibility. Triggering further avalanches from Lore is possible, with sufficient preparations. You don't sound enthused, I said. While their practitioners are a backwards lot, I do not believe them to be actual imbeciles, Masigo said. At least one of them was clever enough to conceive of this ritual. I frowned. You think they'll have protections, I guessed. If they do not disperse the wizards they have massed to carry this out, they have the ability to resist anything I would seriously consider using against them, Hierophant said. 300 blunderers with a heavy club are dangerous even to someone of my proficiency. Throwing bodies at the problem, huh? Well, the Principate had no lack of those to swear into service. It wasn't an elegant solution, but I was living proof that sometimes hitting things really hard could be enough to pull through. They'll have priests, too, Archer said. The robed rats are everywhere in Procure. Brothers and sisters of the House of Light swore oaths that prevented them from taking lives, but there'd always been a lot of wiggling room left to interpret how that should be carried out. Priests were a historical staple of Caloan hosts, to shut down sorceries and heal wounded soldiers. And there were always a few to be found who were willing to make an exception about that whole no-killing thing and repent afterwards. Turning miracles against an avalanche sent down by an evil mage wouldn't even require them to do some rhetorical footwork afterwards. And let's not forget the House of Light in Procure is a different creature than the Caloan one. The Fairfaxes had always kept the house out of the crown's affairs, but in Procure the priests were influential power brokers. It would be safe to assume they'd be involved, and that was the final nail in the coffin of considered magical intervention. If we couldn't head them off at the pass, it'd have to be in the field, and odds were they'd get close to Harrow before I could get my army up north. Masigo, I said quietly, pitching my voice so none of the guild mages would overhear. The hell egg up north. Have you managed to find it? I am still awaiting answer from the tower about consulting the private histories, the blind man replied. My lips thinned. The Empress had been quite willing to share reports from the eyes about the unfolding situation on Procure and beyond, but my people were being given polite brush-offs and non-answers when it came to pretty much everything else. I couldn't tell whether that was pressure she was applying to bring me back under her thumb, or that in her eyes I now only counted as something to be tossed at the crusade to blunt its advance. The former gave me room to deal, especially now that the invasion had begun. The latter would mean my situation was even more precarious than I currently believed it to be. Her people would be in touch soon enough, I reflected. Cold as the diplomatic exchanges had become, a Proceran offensive would thaw them a great deal, especially since I doubted that the Northern Crusader army would be moving alone. Odds were the host in the south under Prince Pappenheim was preparing for a run at the Valles. Black wouldn't be easy meat, especially not with Scribe and Warlock at his side. But he was starkly outnumbered, and he'd be in no position to do anything but hold the valleys for months to come. At the moment, the Empress needed me. I thought Ratface was supposed to be some kind of bureaucratic wizard, Archer said, eyeing me sideways. She was sharper than Masigo about these things, regardless of her vocal disinterest in matters of intrigue. I nodded discreetly, and she grimaced. Yeah, I wasn't happy either that it was quite possible instructions had come down from militia to make it much harder for me to locate the fucking demon that was supposed to be bound somewhere in northern Calo. Have you narrowed down what kind of a demon it is? I tried. It cannot be corruption, Hierophant said. That was my initial theory when we last spoke of the subject in Marchford. But that particular entity has since been found and fought. It might very well be absence, Catherine. That would be. Balls, Archer helpfully provided. Masigo frowned. Genitalia has nothing to dash. Bad. It'd be bad. I interrupted before this could turn into a full-blown squabble. I clenched my fingers. I don't like the shape of it, I admitted. That mini named, near a threat unaccounted for? It wasn't a guarantee that a brawl with heroes would end up letting it loose, but the odds were high enough it couldn't be discounted. But if catching the Crusaders before they reached Harrow wasn't an option, then the alternative was ceding most the barony before giving battle. I would much prefer not doing that, and not only because of the military implications of giving the enemy a fortified city to operate from. It wouldn't look good within Calo either. People had been willing to tighten their belts if it was for rebuilding the kingdom and raising armies to defend it. If I was seen to have failed in either regard, there would be consequences. But if the choice is between that and rolling the dice with a demon, I needed to talk with Juniper. Archer and Hierophant were here with me in lore, and the last time I'd spoken with Thief, she'd said she should be back within a few days. But Hakram was still in Vale, trying to coax the refugees out of the tent cities and back behind stone walls. I might have to leave him behind when marching. Tell Fadila to keep a full roster tonight, I told Masigo. I'll need to speak to the baronies up north. And half a dozen other people, since Adjutant wasn't there to do it for me. We getting ready for war then? Archer asked, and there was a pleased glint in her eyes. I prefer not to, I said, but the choice is out of my hands. Wrap up anything you have going on, Masigo. When we go on the offensive, you're coming with us. He pouted. I blamed Indrani for teaching him that. It was surprisingly effective even now that his face had lost most of the baby fat. I'm not hearing anything otherwise, I firmly told him. Look on the bright side, Hierophant. Odds are you'll be taking a close look at that passage soon enough. There is that, he conceded, but it was half-hearted. I cast a look at Archer, who smiled back and wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. It was telling that I barely even noticed when she did that nowadays. If you run into Thief, send her my way, I told her. She waved in a manner that could vaguely be interpreted as agreement. About as good as I could expect. I clapped her on the shoulder, reminded Masigo we were nearing supper time, and made my exit. I had one last thing to do before mustering for war, after all. Tonight was the night for my little monthly chat with the enemy. Cordelia Hazenbach had just begun her invasion of Calo, so we should have a few things to talk about. Book 4, Chapter 3, Chat. I must say, Chancellor, you've become quite the conversationalist. Dread Empress Maledicta too. The room had been a jail, once upon a time. Not one the Fairfaxes ever owned up to having. But the ruling dynasty of Calo had not remained on the throne by being faint-hearted. Unlike the luxurious prison that was the Songbird's cage, this was a dark and ugly pit. Not the kind of place you sent someone if you ever expected them to come out. The late and unlamented Governor Mazes had apparently used it as dumping grounds for people he believed would cause more terror by being disappeared than known dead, and expanded what had once been a single pair of rooms to a large underground complex of 7. I'd had it sealed off before my coronation, and not a soul was allowed here now. Bare stone walls surrounded me, cleared of manacles, and the only ornament was the seat I'd brought down here myself. I closed the steel door behind me and froze it shut before taking a deep breath. Winter came easy. It always did. Ice crept across the walls hungrily, gaping maws of frost that devoured every nook and cranny until all that was left was a hall of glittering mirrors. It had been as difficult as snapping a finger, and there was a part of me that delighted in using the might of my mantle. But then the world sharpened, grew jagged. I could feel, with dim horror, everything that I was begin to calcify, to set in immovable stones. That would have been dangerous enough, but I was not merely fey. My title was Winters, and winter knew nothing as intimately as darkness and hunger. I sat down on the chair and forced myself to think as little as I could. It was almost cowardly, but I'd rather not have to confront the kind of thoughts that would surface if I pondered anything too deeply in this state. Gods, I could use a drink. The alcohol was one of the few things that blunted the edges of this. That made me feel like I was still human. But even if I'd been willing to embrace that crutch right now, I could not. Hakram had, before he left, exacted an oath from me. never while on campaign, or attending affairs of state. The oath was to end with our reunion, whenever that may be. Adjutant had expressed worries to me in private, twice now. I'd been irritated, considering Indrani drank like a fish and no one ever lectured her. But he was right in that Archer wasn't wearing a crown. Unlike me. The sharpness of the ache for a cup in my hand was whispering to me that Hakram might just have been right. He did have that nasty habit, didn't he? I breathed in and out slowly, then reached for the power again. This had been an aspect, once. Fall. Now it was just a part of me, true as hair or toes. When it had been crystallized into a single word, it had been stronger. No, perhaps not that, simply more rigid. But whatever had been lost was more than made up by the breadth of what I could now achieve with this power. Before, I would never have been able to forge this half-world I was now painting over the room with brushstrokes of night. The threshold of my domain. The thought came, forged of instinct and inhuman certainty. I bit my lip, strong enough to draw blood. Pain, that most human of sensations. It cleared out some of the ice, and I let out a relieved breath. I had to see to myself before the first prince graced me with her presence. That, and play the card up my sleeve. I grant you, Leash, I said, voice echoing. I grant you eyes and ears, tongue and feet, at my sufferance. With a throaty chuckle Sahelian's shade stepped out of the mantle of woe. Even in this half-death, she remained beautiful. High cheekbones and perfectly styled eyebrows, her dress of red and gold tightly clinging to curves I could only envy. The only thing marring that beauty was the gaping bloody hole in her chest, where I'd ripped out her heart. Freedom, the diabolist mused. Limited, but then is that not true of all freedoms? Now that I've let you out of the lamp, I said, for the first of my 3 wishes I would like peace for Calernia. She cast me a disapproving looks. You know very well that jinn do not grant wishes, she said. That is mere Calawan ignorance. You make a terrible genie, Acua, I told her. I'm going to trade you for a lantern one of these days, you know? They're about as useful and they don't talk back. Your insistence on levity is a mark of poor breeding, dearest, she said. You must overcome it. I had a few less than polite things to reply to that with, including a reminder that if she was so clever, she wouldn't have ended up sewn into my collar, but it would have to wait. I could feel my guest arriving. The darkness shivered, and just like that the first prince sat across from me. I'd not been sure that she'd bite when I sent Thief with the amulet I'd woven strands of my domain into, but to my pleasure she had. She was covered with so many miracles, she almost glowed, and she was very careful never to leave her seat, but she was here anyway. Hazenbach was not a reckless woman by nature, by my reckoning, but I knew exactly why she'd taken the risk to venture into even the outskirts of my domain, the augur. How deeply that woman's visions ran was still a subject of much speculation across the whole empire, but I'd banked on her being able to tell I genuinely had no intention of turning this into a trap. I needed the first prince too badly to ever consider taking her life, even if it had been possible. There was a moment of silence, as the Procerin gathered her bearings. I said nothing, patiently waiting. Her Most Serene Highness Cordelia Hazenbach, first Prince of Procur, Prince of Rhenia and Princess of Salia, Warden of the West and Protector of the Realms of Man, quite a mouthful of titles for a woman who was only 26 years old and had become the sovereign ruler of the largest, and arguably most powerful, nation on Calernia before the age of 20. This was likely as close to meeting in person as we'd ever come, so as always I took a moment to study her. She was impeccably clothed in dark blue I'd been told was part of the heraldry of her home principality Rhenia, the dress rather conservative but still flattering to her frame. It made her shoulders look slimmer, I thought. Hazenbach was best known for her skill as a diplomat, but she'd been born with a warrior's frame. Her long golden hair cascaded down her neck in perfect ringlets, needing no ornament but their own richness, but there was a discreet touch of golden eyeshadow that made her blue eyes stand out even more vividly. On her brow was a circlet of white gold, tastefully understated considering the power it represented. I'd seen beautiful women in my day, some hauntingly so, and honestly would not count the first prince among them. She was not plain, not exactly, but all the most striking parts of her appearance were careful artifice. That did nothing to detract from her presence, even in this half-realm of mine. Though seated on a mere cushioned and sculpted chair, she radiated that something. The unspoken pull that surrounded people like Black and Militia, or even Juniper. That spark that made the weight they bore into something that dragged others into their orbit. No, she was not someone to ever underestimate. The more I learned about her ascension to the throne and the years that had followed, the warier I was becoming of her. The pit of vipers she ruled was as deadly as the imperial court in many ways, and she'd retained rule of it without having a cudgel like Black to call on. She met my eyes, but did not speak. Acua softly laughed, walking around the first prince's silhouette with the grace of a cat before leaning her head over the prostrant's shoulder. She will never speak first, my heart, the shade of my most hated enemy said. It would be improper, you see. Her people believe that first prince is the greatest of all titles, and so she must never be first to offer courtesy. I inclined my head towards Hazenbach. Your most serene highness, I said, voice calm. Your grace, Cordelia Hazenbach replied. The proper address was Your Majesty, though never once had she referred to me as such. The etiquette she employed recognized me as noble, though at best one of equal standing with any of the many princes of the Procure. Look at how her lip curls around the words, Catherine. Acua laughed, moving around the unseeing first prince to better study her. She would prefer not to grant you them at all, but she must, and how? It displeases her. To call you queen would be recognition of your legitimacy, and into her crusade zone. But to deny you any title at all would make any negotiation between you worthless. Acua rose, stretching languidly. And she needs you to keep speaking to her, my lovely, the monster said silkily. Oh yes, even should you never come to terms, to be able to gauge you with her own eyes is priceless advantage. Diabolist had grown increasingly fond of using endearments with me, since I'd ripped out her heart and stolen her soul. Fucking Presi. Fucking highborn, really. Let's begin with the usual, I said. Terms. Unchanged, the first prince replied. Immediate abdication and disbanding of your armies. Your soldiery to undergo fair trial after the crusade. Yourself and no more than 5 of your comrades allowed exile without pursuit, under condition of never returning to Callow. I hummed, and idly reached for my pipe. I used the process of stuffing it with Waycleaf and striking a match as a deferral of answer to allow me to gather my thoughts. I'd half expected Hazenbach to offer starker terms now that she'd struck the first blow and begun crossing into Callow, catching me flat-footed. Do you feel that? Acua murmured. That is, caution, dearest. She does not harden terms of surrender because she fears you. What you might do if cornered. Use that fear, Catherine. It is the sharpest prick of the mantle you claimed. I puffed at my pipe and let out a stream of smoke, making myself more comfortable in my seat. I'll have to decline for now, I said. Acua was useful, too useful to shove back into the box right now, but more for her perceptiveness than her advice. The terms remained unacceptable. Abdication would be a relief, to be honest, and something that was going to happen regardless if my plans came to fruition. But not like this. I couldn't trust a Crusader tribunal to pass sentence on the Presi under my command, much less the Greenskins. And that the first prince and her allies would be deciding Callow's fate without a single check on their decisions was the least acceptable part of it all. You are calmer than I expected, Hazenbach said. The dossiers we have of you led me to expect conversation of a harsher tone. Acua clucked her tongue. Do not let her turn this towards you, my heart, she advised. Any answer at all will be revealing in ways you cannot control. That is too dangerous a woman to be given the lay of your thoughts. I inclined my head, agreeing with Acua while masquerading it as acquiescence with the first prince's sentence. I've been reading about the Principate lately, I said, about how it functions in practice. The first prince smiled, as if she were sharing a drink with an old friend. Interesting, she said. And have you come to any conclusions? It doesn't, I bluntly said. Function, that is. The fault line in Procure's foundation has been made exceedingly clear over the last 20 years. Not so much as a speck of emotion crossed the first prince's face. Acua laughed delightedly. See how her brow stiffened, Catherine, she said. That is anger, my lovely. The recognition that the Empress game was no great plot. That all her people ever needed to claw each other bloody was means and excuse. Feed that wrath. That is the only way for you to glimpse truth behind the mask. Presi diplomacy, I was learning, was more like a pit fight with slightly pulled punches than anything I'd recognize. It was all about testing the other side, making them blink and then capitalizing on that weakness. That Acua could not recognize tussling like that with Cordelia Goddamned Hazenbach was a bad idea was a good reminder that for all her cleverness the Diabolist had heavy blinders. That was the rotten heart that always made the designs of the High Lords collapse. They could not ever conceive that they were sometimes in the inferior bargaining position. Fortunately, I'd learned that lesson early when I grew up with the Tower's boot over my throat. No doubt I have blinders of my own, I thought. But if I knew they'd hardly be blinders, would they? Not overly surprising conclusion, given the manner in which you have ruled, the first prince said. For all that your throne is in lore, you have adopted many of the manners of the East. Ruled, I noted, not reigned. How carefully she always picked her words. Don't misunderstand me, I said. I'm not touting the tower as an alternative, or even how I've been running things. I just grafted precise bureaucracy to the court, and it's a clunky solution. But I've gotten my hands on a history of the League Wars, and it's not a pretty story. Aqua clucked her tongue disapprovingly. This is the chorus of the losing side, dearest, she chided me. Beneath the dignity of one who triumphed over me. It was a small shift, but I saw Hazenbach's eyes brighten with interest after I spoke. I'd been careful, during our little talks, to try to find common grounds. Something we could discuss and disagree over without it getting personal. So far, what had worked best was Proserpine history. I wasn't reading those books solely because I no longer needed to sleep, or even to get an idea of my opponent's weaknesses. You refer to the Right of Iron, she said. I would, in fact, tend to agree with you in this matter. The prerogative of waging war without the agreement of the first prince has been the source of much trouble over the centuries. So why haven't you tried to revoke it? I asked, genuinely curious. I know that it'd have to go through the highest assembly, and that means a vote, but just after your civil war people were sick enough of the killing you would have had a decent chance of pushing it through. I considered this, the first prince admitted. Yet in doing so, I would have created cohesive opposition to any further reform, many of which are, as you have said, direly needed. That opposition you're talking about, I said. They're the exact same people that spent nearly 20 years ravaging the Principate on malicious pay. A generalization, Hazenbach said. One with some shade of accuracy, I will concede, yet there is important difference in having been funded by the Empress and having sought to do her bidding. I acknowledged the point with a nod. From the corner of my eye I saw Aqua meandering away from the first prince, coming to stand at my back. Even knowing she was powerless, utterly at my mercy, having her behind me was raising the hair on my neck. What I'm wondering is, why listen to them at all? I asked. I saw the imperial estimates for the remaining armies after the Battle of Ain. There wasn't a force in the Principate that could have stood against you, if you twisted their arms into backing your reforms. And I don't mean the small ones, I mean everything. You were taught, Cordelia Hazenbach said, by two of the most brutal tyrants in living memory. That is not your fault, though your embrace of their methods remains your sole responsibility. That is why your perspective on the subject is tainted. I did not attempt to make myself an absolute monarch because I believe such a manner of ruling to be dangerously flawed. If you count civil wars, Procur's been on the field more often than any other nation on Calernia, I pointed. That includes, praise, Your Highness. You blame this on lack of centralized authority, the first prince said. That is not entirely inaccurate, yet you miss the central tenet of the Principate. It is, unlike praise, a nation built on consensus. The highest assembly is prone to squabbles and inefficient. This I will not deny. That is because it is not an institution meant to empower the office of the first prince. It is meant to check it. No single man or woman should ever be able to wield the full, unrestricted might of the Principate. Now, Aqua whispered into my ear. Now is when you slide the knife. I smiled pleasantly. Then why? I asked. Is the host crossing into Callow made up almost entirely by your opposition in the assembly? The shutters went down on the first prince's face, even as I pulled at my pipe and allowed smoke to stream out of my nostrils. This, I thought, moments like this, they're why I let you out of the box, Aqua. I had much to learn from Diabolist when it came to this kind of game. She did not expect you to understand her intent, Aqua said, still at my side. Watch the eyes, how she reconsiders the kind of threat you pose. She thought you a dull thug, a brute of a child with a stolen crown. Now she wonders if you've taken as much from these talks as she has, and it worries her. The shade laughed. Do not talk, she said. Let her silence damn her more the longer it stretches. I spat out another mouthful of smoke, studying the first prince. When she finally spoke, her tone was perfectly calm. I am forced to wonder, Hazenbach said, what game it is you truly play, Catherine Foundling. The only game I've ever played, I said, keeping my people's head above the waterline. Yet you ally with monsters and murderers, the first prince said. The very same whose fellows committed the single greatest massacre of Calawans since the days of Dread Empress Triumphant. May she never return, Aqua murmured. I'm also talking with you, I said. The thing is, Your Highness, that right now the tower's my only possible bedfellow. I can't take your crusade on my own. Not entirely true. Juniper was the opinion that if I was willing to let most of Callow burn while I struck deep in Crusader territory, I might be able to force a draw by sheer dint of massacre. She played out the theory with her general staff. No part of that path was acceptable to me, though. I was not willing to pile up the bodies until no one was able to keep going. If I was ever forced to that, well, better to abdicate, and to backstab praise as brutally as I could beforehand, so that the crusade ended quickly and not in Callow. A villain ruling over Callow is not an acceptable outcome for this war, the first prince said. People I don't trust in the slightest deciding what happens to Callow isn't either, I frankly replied. If I have to cut a deal, I'd rather do it with you than militia. After lease. Well, if this is the best I can expect from the Empire's not an entity I can trust to uphold their part of a deal. Trust has nothing to do with it, Acua dismissed. You have power enough that the Empress cannot cross you lightly. Treaties are only ever gilding added to the deeper truth of power, dearest. This one does not consider you of sufficient might to treat with. Trust, Hazenbach said, her tone almost amused. Trust, I echoed. The first prince smiled. Did you never pause to wonder, Your Grace, why the only powers willing to deal with you are monstrous? She asked softly. My jaw clenched. Did you never wonder if you belong amongst that number? My fingers tightened. Careful now, Diabolist warned. She goads you not by accident. The urge was there to lash out. To remind that sanctimonious fucking Procerin that her own hands were far from clean. She'd sent out her enemies for me to savage, and her reasons for starting this crusade weren't nearly as squeaky clean as she'd like her allies to believe. She'd played the shadow game with militia for over a decade, too, and there wasn't a person in creation who'd managed to get through that without some mud on their shoes. Why were her killings less a sin than mine? Because she went to the House of Light for sermons and paid her alms? Because her intentions were some kind of nebulous greater good? Hell's, so were mine. Instead, I took a deep breath. Slowly, I raised my pipe and pulled at the dragonbone shaft. The wake leaf no longer brought the sharp focus it once had, but the act itself was soothing. I admitted quietly, utterly failed Callow. Whatever answer she'd expected, it had not been that. The flicker of surprise in her eyes did not lie. I felt Acua begin to speak, but I no longer had need of her services. All it took was an exertion of will, and back into the collar she went, blind and deaf and furious. After first lease, when the ruling council was formed, I said, no, even before that. When I did not answer Acua Sahelian being named governess with gathering an army and hanging her from the nearest tree, I betrayed everything I had set out to do the moment I allowed a woman I knew a cold butcher to be the steward of Callowan lives for the sake of political expediency. I'd had months, now, of sleepless nights, of going back over everything I'd done, thinking of the paths I could have taken that didn't result in 100,000 of my people dead. And there had been so very many of them, hadn't there? I fucked up the ruling council, I acknowledged. I had the leverage to make real changes, the same kind I've been saying I want to achieve since I was a girl, and instead I let a council stacked with High Lord cronies run Callow for me, and then got furious when they acted the same way Presi always have, the moment I wasn't there to make them afraid. I've been complicit through inaction or ignorance in every catastrophe that struck Callow since the moment I got power and did absolutely nothing with it. The first prince watched me in silence, her face unreadable. I could make excuses, I said, that I was ill-prepared for that kind of authority, that I spent so much time and spilled so much blood getting on top I forgot. Why? I wanted to be there in the first place. But that'd be hypocritical, wouldn't it? I was given exactly what I clamored for, and when I got it, a city was turned into a graveyard. Hells, it's on my fucking standard. Justifications matter only to the just. I started out with the intention of burying anyone who tossed around sentences like that in a shallow grave, but now I'm the one having them sewn on battle flags. Second lease made it clear that I've slowly crawled into being the kind of person I swore I was going to remove. And yet, Cordelia Hazenbach said, you still wear the crown and muster your armies for war. Sentiment is only meaningful if followed by action. If your grief at all the woe you have caused changes nothing, it is merely self-pity. I know exactly what I have to do, Hazenbach, I said, and letting you carve up Callow like side of pork isn't part of it. Not when the people doing the carving have no real incentive to care for the realm under the knife. Self-pity, then, Hazenbach said. You still believe you can win this war. War, I said, is the very opposite of what I'm after. My pipe had finally gone out, I saw. We'll talk again, I told her, and the darkness collapsed. I stayed in my seat for a long time, alone with my thoughts. When does a lesser evil simply become an evil? That was the line I needed to find, the one that could not be crossed. The moment where I became a greater wound than the one I was trying to prevent. I rose as the ice receded around me. It was going to be a long night. They always were. Book 4, Chapter 4, Warpath. I'm not saying all your closest friends are shape-shifting devils I sent to spy on you after having the originals murdered, but I'm certainly implying it very heavily. Dread Emperor traitorous, making small talk. I think I might hate your people, Juniper growled. The hellhound was sprawled in her seat instead of sitting ramrod straight, a visible mark of how exhausted her duties had left her. A cup of Orsish brew in hand, which I'd been oath-bound to decline when offered. She looked like a particularly grumpy green cat. Normally, I'd be alarmed by the highest military officer in the kingdom professing hatred of its inhabitants, but I'd learned to read Juniper in our years together. That was a "I can't believe I have to deal with this shit" growl, not a "I won't need supper after I'm done with you" growl. Not even a month ago you were praising the quality of the foot you've been drilling, I pointed out. The soldiers are fine, the Marshal of Kalos said. Better than fine, even. They're taking to the formations better than I'd hoped, and they've got fire in the belly. But you're fucking nobles, Catherine. Now is a bad time to pick to stop answering backtalk with Gallows. Talbot can't be crawling up your ass, I frowned. We sent him on maneuver out of the city specifically so he wouldn't be able to have his little meetings. His regals are still knocking at my door, the orc said. Foundling, if a single more hints at favors in exchange for an officer's commission, there's going to be blood on the ground. Grandmaster Brandon Talbot was more than just the head of the Order of Broken Bells these days. He was also one of the founders of the tight-knit group of former aristocrats that had formed into one of my court's 2 major power blocks. They'd called themselves the Patriots at first, but I'd made an idle comment to Talbot about how that reminded me of the Truebloods, and that name had died an early death. Considering the most infamous member of the Truebloods now had her soul sewn into my collar, I could see why he'd taken that as a pointed hint. The Queen's men were the counterweight, centered around and Kindle, but they had much fewer connections. A consequence of the fact that were made up mostly of guildsmen and aldermen. The regals weren't nearly as much of a nuisance as the people the northern baronies had sent to Lore, but they were also much smarter about how they were going about gaining influence. Instead of naked power grabs through trade, they were placing men in the bureaucracy that had grown out of the court centered in Lore. The problem was that, often, their candidate was the most competent to be had. None of the regals still had noble titles or privileges. Black had seen to that after the Lease Rebellion, but several were still wealthy landowners. And their kinsmen were educated, which I was coming to prize most of all. Keeping their influence in check while making sure the cogs of the bureaucracy didn't get clogged with incompetence was like walking a tightrope. And it wasn't like I could hand every appointment to N's men instead. They were barely more trustworthy, and they tended to heavily favor the interests of Lore and the guilds. They're still under the impression they can just buy commands? I asked, surprised. Juniper bared her teeth savagely. Of course not, she mocked. They're simply recommending candidates for fast-tracked officer training. Every one of them above the cut. Every one of them someone's cousin or aunt. My frown deepened. That was still overstepping. You know you have my full backing in this, I told her. If there's anyone being too insistent. They don't repeat, Catherine, Juniper sighed. They always send another envoy, another candidate. And they're just important enough I can't foist them off on Aisha. I grit my teeth. We were at war, now, the same war Juniper had been trying to prepare the kingdom for since she first got her baton. That she'd had to spend hours fending off ambitious regals while trying to scrape together enough force to resist Procker was getting on my nerves more than a little bit. A measured expression of displeasure to these fine men and women was in order. I'll take care of it, I said. But you know that's not what I'm here for. She nodded soberly. We'll be ready to march half a day before predicted, the hellhound said. All we're waiting on is the broken bells. Hackram's provision office delivered the goods smooth as silk. 20,000 in whole then, I said, leaning back into my seat. We're still outnumbered raw, Juniper. Her lips split into a fanged grimace. If you'd not spent coin on shit like the Observatory dash, we'd have heroes in the heartlands, I interrupted flatly. Consider it an investment to ensure we didn't have to fight this war on more than one front. She conceded the argument with an ill-humored grunt. I can't answer for the heroes with the host. We don't have a clear enough assessment of what they can do, Juniper began. Thief should be back soon with what the Jacks managed to put together, I said. But the army? We can take them, the hellhound said. Don't get me wrong, it'll be bloody. but our army's in a much better shape than theirs. As long as we can bring them to battle on an open field, I believe we can beat them, which is why I wish you'd reconsider Harrow. I can't promise anything for 2-1 in walls. Orders already went out, I reminded her. Baroness Morley is emptying her stores and evacuating towards Hedges. The Proceran supply chain will be a nightmare when they've crossed, Juniper noted. And without granaries and cattle to plunder, they can't live off the land. So, all things aside, I agree with you, there's a decent chance they'll be forced to continue pushing south or start eating faster than they can bring food. But if they don't, everything goes out the window. I don't like that our plan is centered around the enemy doing what we want them to. There's too much of a risk involved in fighting them near Harrow, Juniper, I sighed. Even if we could manage to get there in time, I won't engage when there's a hell egg unaccounted for in the region. The north was one of the few parts of Callow that hadn't been devastated by the latest round of wars to hit the country. Not even a better strategic position was enough to have me take the risk of changing that. There's too much politics in this war, Foundling, my marshal said. Careful you miss the defeat in front of you for staring at the treaties on the horizon. We can't slaughter 50,000 Procerans, I flatly said. Aside from the brutal bounding our manpower would take in achieving that, it'd be impossible to make peace with Hazenbach afterwards. Hazenbach is invading us, the Hellhound retorted. The high horse stops being that when you ride it to war. If she doesn't want dead soldiers, she has no business sending them to the field. I knew that in speaking that she spoke as an orc. She had the bone-deep conviction that no one with a sword in hand had the right of complaining about death. And there was a lot about that way of looking at the world that appealed to me even now. But that was a seductive simplicity that had become the kind of luxury I could no longer afford. If I offed 100,000 Procerans, the Principate would be fighting this to the bitter end. The first prince might very well get deposed if she suggested otherwise. I had to defeat the Crusaders, force them out of Callow, but it couldn't be a massacre. Assuming I could even deliver one of those, which was quite an assumption given the number of named on the other side. I still think we should have gone ahead with Bonfire. The orc spoke into the silence. I understand why you refused, but Juniper, I said quietly. I love you like a sister. You're one of the smartest women I've ever met. But trust me when I say that Bonfire would have been the end of us. It had begun as an exercise for her general staff. How to win against the Crusade without Callow ever seeing combat. The answer had been crude, vicious, and horrifyingly popular among my high-ranking officers. Even Callowans. Only Greenskins had been more vocal in their approval than my people. It was simple enough. Instead of waiting for Procer to muster, I was to take 20,000 men and a full siege train through Arcadia and emerge on the upper northern edge of Procer's coast. Then I'd burn my way south, city by city, until the Principate mustered an army to force me out, at which point I'd pass through Arcadia again and emerge on the other side of the Principate. Rinse, repeat, again and again until Procer collapsed from the inside. The death toll would have been. It didn't bear thinking about. It had been the support the plan had found that surprised me. Hells, Talbot had spoken in favor. He'd mourned the loss of innocent lives, but if losses must be, had better Proceran than Callowan. I'd stomped the notion out of high command and not been gentle about it. Aside from the sickening mass slaughters Bonfire entailed, it would have made Callow the foremost enemy of every Calernian nation. It had not escaped my notice that my ability to take hosts through Arcadia might be seen as dangerous a weapon as the Diabolist's gate device, in its own way. I had to use it sparingly and responsibly, or we'd all pay for it. The thought came, uneasily, that we might regardless of what I did. Your call to make, warlord, the orc acknowledged. Silence lingered for a while afterwards, the two of us alone in her tent. Finally back at it. The Hellhound finally mused, and there was something like savage glee shining in her eyes. We march west, once more. I spoke in Thethwa. I was quoting an old verse Nock loved. He'd spoken it years ago, before we left for the Lease Rebellion. Waging the same old war. Juniper finished, and she met my gaze. Neither of us finished the verse, though we both knew the words. Onwards to the fields of Callow. Swift death and grave shallow. It was past midnight when I finally allowed myself a break. There was only so much time I could spend learning rites without wanting to jump off the balcony I was currently leaning against. It was important I learned, though. I'd have interpreters with me on the field, but going to war with the Principate without even understanding their languages was a weakness tailored to cause blunders. Still, I'd never missed my old aspect of learn more. Hells, it wasn't like I'd been lazy when it came to learning languages. Aside from the lower Misan of my childhood, I spoke 4 others well, though my old tongue was still admittedly sloppier than the rest. It was enough for tonight, I decided. Back to the histories after that. I'd gotten my hands on an Assyrian chronicle of the humbling of Titans, the abortive and bloody war between Procure and the Titanomachy that had sown the seeds of hate between the nations that still held to this day. Writings from the thalassocracy were slightly less inclined to paint Procure in a bad light than those of praise or the free cities, though from what little I'd read, there wasn't much defensible about why and how the Principate had waged that war. I looked up at the stars and allowed the wind to stream across my face. It was a cool breeze, not that I'd notice unless I forced myself to. Finally, Thief crowed from behind me. I almost lashed out by reflex, winter coiling in my veins, but I let out a steamy breath instead. That game's gotten a lot more dangerous than it used to be, I told her, voice sounding with just the hint of an echo. Vivian leaned against the railing next to me, blowing away an errant strand with a mischievous smile. Just like you to say that when I start winning, she said. Welcome back, Thief, I sighed, and put an arm around her shoulder in the distant cousin of a hug. She only squirmed a little. Vivian had never been a touchy sort, but compared to, say, Masigo, she was neediness incarnate. I released her after a heartbeat, and pretended not to notice the slightly pleased smile on her face. So, I hear we have a Proceran problem on the march, she said. They won't start moving until tomorrow, according to Masigo, I replied. But you might say that, yes. I don't suppose you have anything to tell me that'd make this loom a little shorter? You want a report? She asked, eyebrow rising. Nothing too detailed, I said. We'll have a proper briefing with everyone at a sane hour. But give me the broad strokes. She hummed. Well, before we touch Procure, I have something from down south, she said. My gaze sharpened. The League. She nodded and I grimaced. I'd wanted a garrison in Dormer to keep that front under control, but Juniper had dug in her heels. The city was indefensible, she'd argued, without a fleet. And Callow had neither the gold, the sailors, or the know-how to make one. She had a point about Dormer, especially after the fight with Summer had wrecked major parts of its defenses that we'd only partly repaired. Coin, coin, coin. More relentless a foe than even Acua. The men had been sent to Vale instead, with only a handful of mages in Dormer to sound the alarm if it came to war, which it was hard to say if it might. My attempt at diplomatic correspondence with the newly elected hierarch had yielded only a neatly pinned letter chastising me for being a foreign despot, which while very politely phrased was less than promising. On the other hand, merchant shipping up the Weird had actually increased over the last few months if Ratface was to be believed. Not the sign of hostilities about to erupt. I have reason to believe that the League has no interest in Callow, Thief said. And how good is that reason? I asked. The tyrant of Helike had one of the jacks taken off the streets and brought to him, so he could swear eternal friendship with you, Vivian bluntly said. I closed my eyes and rubbed the bridge of my nose, warding off the headache I knew wouldn't come. The man, I said slowly, is notoriously mad and treacherous, and, not to repeat myself, but it bears mentioning, fucking insane. Agreed, Thief mildly replied. He is also, as of last month, very discreetly sending people into Waning Woods. My eyes flew open, and I kept my mouth shut as I considered the implications of that. The Waning Woods could lead straight into southern Callow, true, but he didn't need to go through there to make war on us. He had the fleets to just sail up the Weird uncontested without any of the risk strolling through that hell's cape of a forest entailed, which meant he was considering that route to sidestep something else, and there was only one force I knew about that qualified. The Proceran army in the southern Principality of Tenerife, sent there specifically to discourage League aggression. You're sure? I quietly pressed. There's a decent chance that he allowed my people to see him sending his own in there, Thief admitted. It could be a plot to get us to lower our guards, but at this point does he really need us to lower our guard? No, I thought. Not with 50,000 Crusaders marching into Callow and an even larger host knocking at the front door in the Valles. There wasn't a lot I could immediately do to drive him back if he just decided to invade without all the fanfare. That would change things, I murmured. If he pulls the trigger on that. Looming shorter yet. Vivian teased. I'd kiss you, if you weren't so painfully indifferent to women, I replied with a smirk. She coughed awkwardly. I had no intentions there whatsoever, but seeing her get jittery at the lightest of suggestions was always good for a laugh. Yes, well, Procure, she muttered. We've already had some talks about what's waiting in errands. As far as the Jacks can tell, there's two real ringleaders in that crowd. The Procure part, anyway. Prince Amadis Milnan of Isère, I said. Princess Rosala Melanza of Equitan. Mylenen's supposed to be the one holding most everyone else's leash. Don't discount Melanza, she warned me. Politically, she'd dependent on Mylenen. Her younger brother's trying to sweet-talk Hazenbach into backing him, but she's the one that'll be leading the armies. Her mother fucked up so catastrophically during the Civil War that she's low on allies at the moment, but she's the best commander in that army, and they all know it. She'll get a lot more influential in that circle when the swords come out. And what do we know about her? I frowned. Not much, Thief reluctantly admitted. She stayed off of the stage since taking her coronation. But I have somewhat reliable word that she's one of the hardline expansionists in the highest assembly, even if she's quiet about it. If she's out of favor with Hazenbach, that reinforces the case the first prince isn't actually out to annex us, I said. Hazenbach broke her mother's bid for the throne and made her drink poison afterwards, Thief hedged. It might just be personal. Regardless, if the first prince is out for land, we both know she can't admit that right now. It'd eat away at the crusade from the inside. Levant's not mustering armies for the Principate to grow larger, and if they get even a hint, that's the plan. I think she might genuinely be after only the Empire, Vivian, I admitted. And if that's really the case, she has a fucking point. Militia fanned the civil war in her country for 2 decades. And there's that other thing, too. Stating out loud that the Empress had essentially given Diabolist free rein to do whatever she wanted so long as by the time the dust settled, she had a weapon to frighten off the rest of Calernia, would have been dangerous. I'd already told the rest of the woe this much, but not anyone else. Whether Hazenbach knew this was the case or she was just using second lease to justify the 10th Crusade, I could not know for sure. It wasn't like I could ask the woman when we spoke, either, not while I was uncertain of what she knew and did not. I'll applaud and toast her health if she brings down the tower, Thief said. But that is not a woman I want deciding what happens to my shit, Catherine. Even if we assume the best about her, she's still got the highest assembly to answer to. And we've had long talks about the kind of people that have seats on that. I'm not talking surrender, I told Thief. But you know how much there's riding on Hazenbach being at least halfway reasonable. That begs the question of how reasonable she'll be allowed to be, Vivian replied flatly. And that brings us back neatly to Amadis Mylenen. I've confirmed he was in the know for the lease rebellion. We already knew Hazenbach would need a mandate to send that much silver across the border, I said. He's the most influential man in Procure. It's not really feasible for her to have kept him out of it. What we didn't know, at least until now, is that he argued strongly for a Proceran to be in command of the rebel forces, Thief said. The man likes his wine, and he's not as careful about who might be listening as he should be. That said, there's a 2,000 denarii hole in the funds you allocated me. I stared at her incredulously. 2,000? Yeah, well, even servants in that fucker's palace are rich, Vivian muttered. You wouldn't believe how hard they were to bribe. Aside from a mournful thought about where I'd have to take that coin from to compensate, I came to grasp what she was getting at pretty quick. You think he wanted to be personally in command, I said. Look, I know the eyes think his ambition makes him usable to shake up Procure from the inside, the dark-haired woman said. But that's wasteland talk, Catherine. He's a fucking snake, and now we have precedent. Precedent for Prince Amadis Mylenen to consider war in Callow as way to enable his bid for the throne of the Principate. Shit, that was a problem. I'd been banking on the commanders of the Crusader host in the north being rational enough that after a series of minor field defeats, they'd cut their losses and retreat back into Procure if I gave them the space. But Mylenen was in command, and if he saw this as his only good chance to dislodge Hazenbach, he might decide to gamble it all anyway, and that would force me to actually break his army, which would fuck up all my long-term plans, to say the least. We'll untangle that particular mess in full at the briefing. I sighed. What VE you got on the heroes? None of this matters if they just splatter us across the countryside at the first scrap. Wasn't able to get all the names, Thief said. But I do have a number for you. There's 14 of them. I let out a long breath. That was a lot more than I'd hoped for. Given the reputation the Calamities still commanded, I'd thought most named would be headed there for the offensive. Still fewer than they sent against Triumphant. I mused. So there's that. Black had always told me that too many heroes in the same place might end up turning against them. That creation would push some stories above others, and that those who ended up behind were much easier to kill. It made villains seem a lot stronger than they were when they killed a few, and incited sloppiness and overconfidence if they survived. The thing was, though, that those villains usually still died. That tended to happen when someone sent a battalion of heavens-empowered hardened killers after someone's head. I'd refined the woe over the last year. Turned them into a group eerily skilled at killing the heroes that came into Calo and refused my terms. But in those fights, we'd had either superior numbers or parity. On picked grounds, with enough time for me to prepare. None of that would apply up north. Most of them are green, and from all over Calernia. Thief spoke into the silence. Levant, the free cities, sure. Local named, I guess you could call them. Not the kind you see at the head of an invasion. Any from Procure? I asked. She nodded. Which brings me to the two I think we most need to watch out for, Vivian said. The first is the Procerin, an Alamance. Lawrence de Montfort, the Saint of Swords. I think I've heard of her before. I frowned. She got started killing some alchemist villain in Western Procure under a transitional name, Thief said. Nasty business. He was turning people into monsters. Then she killed the Prince of Valensis when she was in her 20s, and no one's quite sure why. She disappeared into the woodworks after that. There's rumors she went up north, but mostly people say she was perfecting her craft in a retreat from the earthly world. She hasn't done anything since. I frowned. Dubious source, but I was told she stared down an army into marching around her hometown during the Civil War, Vivian said. Whatever the truth, she's in her late 60s, and she's hell's on legs. Supposedly unbeatable with a sword, and she's been known to cut through spells, wards, and even once an actual miracle. Well, that promises to be a fun evening, I muttered. That sounded a lot like Ranger, only with the choir having her back, and wasn't that stuff nightmares were made of? The other big club is Levantine, Thief said. The Grey Pilgrim couldn't dig up a name. This one, well, the more I learn the more he scares me shitless. Thief wasn't the bravest of my companions, but she wasn't exactly faint of heart either. That she'd go this far was worth alarm. Priest name? I asked. Some kind of wandering monk, as far as I can tell, Vivian said. He's not, well, not like you. He's not the one everyone attaches to. He's the stranger in the night, and he's been around for a while. Hero's age, I reminded her, and I've word of him going back at least 60 years under his current name. Thief bluntly replied. Catherine, the man's been everywhere. Every Levantine hero in the last 40 years ran into him at some point. And in the Dominion, if he said he felt like being king, half the country would rise to put him on the throne. As long as he backs the crusade, there's not a single hero from the Dominion that'll flinch. Influential and experienced, then, I said, but honestly as far as direct threats went, the Saint sounded a lot worse. It also meant he couldn't be killed if Levant was ever to be brought at the negotiating table. You couldn't kill a people's darling and then expect a nice peace treaty after, but I wasn't sure I'd be given a choice there. Thief passed a hand through her hair, frustrated. I'm not explaining myself right, she said. Just, all right, think about it like this. Hero out on their first lark, meets a mysterious helpful stranger that gives advice and maybe teaches a trick. When's the next time you see them? My fingers clenched. When that hero's in over their head, I said softly. When the stranger appears out of nowhere and wipes the floor with the villain, enough that the hero can flee and prepare for the rematch. Yeah, Vivian agreed grimly. That's the thing, Cat. He doesn't always win, but I couldn't find a single instance of when the Grey Pilgrim got into a fight and lost. Well, it was a good thing I didn't need to sleep anymore, because that was the kind of thing that would keep a girl up at night. Book 4, Chapter 5, Interests. Ruling is not unlike gardening. If all the weeds were heavily armed and plotting your demise. Dread Empress Prudence the First, the frequently vanquished. After Thief was gone, I lingered in my solar and waited for the scrying I knew would come. Over the silent hours that followed, I found only my thoughts for company and the downward spiral they so often took of late. The thing with bad habits was that you rarely realized you had them until they came back to bite you in the ass. I'd had months since second lease to try to map out where and why I'd failed. And as far as I could tell, a lot of failures ran from the same source. I tended to react more than prevent. I could even see where that fracture line had been born, the moment I'd effectively been first among equals in Calo, yet still went at everything thinking like the squire. Looking back at that entire year, the picture wasn't pretty. I'd recognized Diabolist as a threat, but taken only half measures against her and, badly, underestimated the kind of damage she could cause if left alive. The moment I'd realized she was preparing a ritual, I should have taken the 15th down south in full strength and crushed her without mercy. I hadn't seen the Fae coming at all, but neither had anyone else, so on that particular mark I'd withhold the blame. When it had become clear I was dealing with an Arcadian invasion, though, I'd botched the affair again. I'd pulled it off, in the end, but only with militia's help and after leaving the south in the hands of Summer for months. I'd gone after armies, the visible threats, but I hadn't aimed at the roots of the debacle tree until much too late in the campaign. There was an old saying in Calo about failure being the most apt of teachers. Considering how monumental my failures had been, I should have learned quite a bit. Some conclusions had been evident. The coup by the precise elements of the ruling council still felt like a footnote in a much larger affair, but it had brought one truth to the light of day. If I ruled, if I put on a crown, I gained ties I couldn't neglect. The situation in lore had only come to a head because I wasn't there to scare them into line. But that was the problem, wasn't it? That I had to scare them into line. The Empire worked like that, but the Empire tore itself to pieces with depressing regularity and had antagonized the rest of Calernia badly enough that they'd had 4 crusades sent their way. Worse, the climbing of the tower encouraged a sort of pervasive, ugly thinking that bloodletting was healthy. A way of thought that Black and militia were wrestling with to this day. The thing was the whole. Iron sharpens iron. Philosophy did not actually deliver on what it promised, that the most competent, dangerous, and ambitious person would end up claiming the tower. Precise history made that much blatantly clear. A lot of the dread emperors and empresses who were now remembered as little more than punchlines had actually been very good at a single thing. Killing their rivals frequently and brutally enough that no one overthrew them. For a while anyway, it was a skill set, I had to concede that much. But it wasn't one that necessarily translated to competent rule, even before you factored in the kind of infernal pacts those same tyrants often made to come out on top in their later consequences. No. The more I read, the more I was coming to the conclusion that there were 2 reasons praise hadn't collapsed onto itself, the High Lords and the other villains. The same families who'd formed the True Bloods under militia and caused so much trouble were the same that regularly overthrew emperors, but they were also families who poured a lot of wealth and influence into keeping praise together. None of them wanted to rule only part of the empire the next time one of their kinsmen claimed the crown. That their way to keep it all together usually involved copious amounts of killing. An assault on Calo or general tightening of the screws on greenskins was horrid from where I stood, but in their closed little circle made perfect sense. It wasn't like anyone in praise who wasn't highborn mattered in their eyes. And then there were the villains. Chancellor, Black Knight, Warlock. Those were the most frequent, but every century seemed to bring its own batch of ancillary named like Captain, Assassin, and Scribe. None of them had been, if the histories were to be believed, particularly pleasant people. But as long as black-tempered demigods, for the old breed of villains had been that, for all their many flaws, were watching the Empire, anyone trying to splinter praise was running the risk of taking their attention from their own petty feuds and turning it to the nail currently standing out. That tended to end poorly for the nail in question. Calo had none of these structures. The House of Fairfax and the aristocrats had been the backbone of the kingdom's rule before the conquest, and they were now either thoroughly exterminated or gutted by a series of brutal wars and the purges that followed. At the moment, the kingdom of Calo had one thing keeping it together, me. And that was a really bad idea, as the Lord Coup had made clear. Because if it was all on my shoulders, the moment I went out on campaign or was taken out of the field by a named Scrap for a while, it all began to crumble. I'd spent long nights with Hakram putting together a way to rule this country that would weather my absence without outright turning every office over to the Regals or the Queen's men. We'd done better than I could reasonably expect. Folding the old Presi-built bureaucracy into the royal court had centralized power, yes, but more around lore than myself. Most of it could function without me there to oversee it. And Ratface, God's bless his cantankerous soul, had worked miracles where he could. The Royal Mint in Marchford had put enough coin out there that the tower no longer essentially decided the amount of currency we had to spare. Ratface was alarmed about the fact that the Empress still sat over massive reserves of precious metals accrued over 2 decades of peace and looting Calo, and that if she ever cut them loose, the overflow of gold and silver would break the south and damage the rest of the kingdom. I couldn't dismiss that worry out of hand, but militia was at war. I knew better than most the Empress wasn't above putting an arrow in her foot if she thought it would lead to a long-term gain. But as long as she needed Calo functional enough to get in the Crusades' way, I couldn't see her pulling the trigger. It was still an awkward position. I could not and would not remain under the tower's thumb, but if I ever got too out-of-line, militia would have to react, and coin was one of the better ways she had of hurting me. And there were risks, of course, to an unstable and war-torn country starting to mint its own coin. It had been patriotic sentiment more than trust that saw people embracing the new currency, and sentiment was a dangerous thing to use as foundation. I was popular enough in Calo that at the moment there was no real chance of uprising, but I would have to be very careful to keep it that way. Thief had made it clear that up north I was considered to have picked up the worst of the Fairfax's overreaches and the most grating precise methods, then made both them my reign's central tenets. I had strong grip in central Calo, where a lot of people still saw me as the woman who'd given the boot to the most hated aspects of precise rule and taken the field repeatedly to keep the kingdom safe. In the south, though, it was a mixed bag. Hakram had overseen the feeding and settling of the refugees, and that had raised my reputation by extension, but Lore still loomed tall in everyone's memories. It didn't help that Southerners tended to be more religious, as a rule, and that for all that my coronation had been at a sister's hands, I was still very much a villain. Down there, I was backed only so long as every other alternative was measurably worse. At least Procur's known involvement in the Lease Rebellion had them almost as hated as praise. The backlash and sentiment had only grown starker when rumors trickled in that the 10th Crusade would be going through Calo. Conspiracies were being peddled that the First Prince had arranged it all to weaken the country enough it wouldn't be able to fight back, and the way they were not waning, but growing in popularity, had the Empress signature all over it. Her dread majesty had been quiet, of late, but it would be a blunder to believe that meant she wasn't setting up the board for her later moves. I'd begun to work on Calo too late, I knew. Less than a year of seeing to the country, when I had to both double the size of the army and rebuild a third of the realm. That rat-face had managed to find the coin for any of this was a testament to how ridiculously resourceful my former supply tribune was. I'd had to resign myself, in the end, to the truth that this was as much good as I could do before the swords came out. And there never really had been a doubt that the swords would come out, which was why I'd poured so much coin into the jacks even when Juniper was howling in outrage. If I started to fight this war only when the armies began marching, I'd lose. It was as simple as that. Black had once told me that if I didn't start acting instead of reacting, I would rack up greater and greater disasters, and I cursed myself still for not having listened to him then. I would not make that mistake again, and that meant going in with both a plan and a notion of what my opponents were up to. I had my plan. It had taken me months and more people brought in to put it together than I was truly comfortable with, but I had the skeleton of the lease accords on parchment. Now I just had to make sure everyone else in this mess was ready to sign them, and that was a different beast. Militia, I knew, never would agree. That meant militia had to go, sooner or later, and that put a particular tone to the fact that her spy mistress was contacting me on the eve of my departure for the northern campaign. The scrying basin lit up, and I leaned over, watching my interlocutor closely. Iame looked older than when I'd last seen her. The lines on her face were deeper, and though her hair remained dark, I suspected there was dye behind the absence of white locks. She was warier speaking to me than she'd once been, as she should be. Aisha's kinsman had dug up a few things about her when I asked. She'd been one of the heir's closest supporters, when Black had still been the squire, and the only one to survive my teacher's unsurprisingly thorough retribution as he rose to prominence. She'd been inserted at court under dread Emperor Nefarious as a hidden ally for the then-concubine militia, and later served as the Empress' most precious informant in Ater during the Civil War. Anyone who could deceive a chancellor and a panoply of precise highborn could not be taken lightly, so I was about as wary as she herself was looking. Your Majesty, the spy mistress greeted me. Her face was small, on the stone basin I used for official scrying with the tower, but remarkably detailed. Masigo had done good work with the instrument. Lady Iame, I replied, inclining my head. I bear word from her most dreadful majesty, she said. It has come to the tower's attention that you will be leaving for campaign with Dawn. As agreed, the defense of Calo is part of my responsibilities as tributary state of praise, I said. Though reinforcing Black at the Valas is no longer feasible, I will be meeting Prince Mylenen's army in battle. The prompt discharging of your obligation does you honor, Iame said, though we both knew that to be empty words. I wasn't doing any of this for the Empress' sake. The tower has, however, instructions in the specifics of that discharge. Ah, and there we went. I know what you're after this time, you old spider. I was about to be told, I suspected, that Amadis Mylenan was to survive his little jaunt through the Whitecaps. It will be my pleasure, of course, to listen to such instructions, I mildly replied. I'd learned to choose my words more carefully, and not just because I had a fancy hat. Iame understood perfectly well the back door I'd allowed myself in this, but I'd not given her grounds enough to harden her language. We were still at the part of the game where my deep love and loyalty for the Empress was fantasy we both pretended to be fact. It has been decreed in the Tower's interest that certain royals within the Crusader host be spared the sword, Ami said. Fascinating. I smiled, wide and mirthless. Shall I guess the names? In deference to the current state of war, that will not be necessary. The spy mistress blandly replied. There are only two, Prince Amadis Milnan of Isère and Princess Rosala Melanza of Equin, the schemer and the general. Essentially the only two people that mattered in that army, aside from the heroes. I allowed the empty smile to lapse. And this decree, I said, does it bear the Tower's seal? Or is it simply an instruction from Her Dread Majesty? How far are you willing to push this? Are you going to make it treason to disobey? That, at the moment, was the most important bit to find out. The line the Empress took on this would tell me quite a bit. Like, for example, if ignoring her would be followed by immediate reprisal. The last news from Aisha's relatives had the Assuran War fleet in the Tideless Isles, an obvious prelude to attacking Prisai shores, so I doubted any of the legions would be marching west. I had a garrison in place at Summerhome to stop them cold if they did, anyway. But the kind of pressure she was willing to bring down would give me a glimpse of her timetable. When was she going to stop thinking of me as a disposable asset and instead consider me a threat to deal with? She only had 2 armies in place to ward off Proker, and Black wasn't going anywhere now that Prince Pappenheim was on the move. So tell me, militia, when is your play inside Proker going to make me irrelevant to the defense of your borders? A mere instruction, IME smiled charmingly. Her Dread Majesty recognizes the realities of battle may prevent you from carrying out her intent. At least until the passage is secure, then. I thought. Now show me the knife, tyrant. Of course, failing to achieve this may cast doubts about your ability amongst certain circles, IME continued. As we are currently mustering for the defense of the coast, I regret to inform you that Her Dread Majesty lacks the men to enforce the safety of trade routes with Callow. So, the money bag. Not unexpected. She wouldn't do anything too overt, no? Wouldn't even let her people be involved. She just needed to whisper in the ears of the right high lords, and the wolves would start going after my granaries and my traders while my army was on the wrong side of Callow to stop them. How typically Prisai that even when I was marching against an army that wanted her head on a pike, she'd still threaten to shove sticks in my wheels. My fingers clenched. As always, the Empress towed the line skillfully. Escalation, but not enough it would cripple me or force heavy-handed retaliation on my part. I'd had a tutor in Prisai politics lately, though, one I despised, but Acua Sahelian knew the ways of the wasteland the way only a monster born to its highest reaches could. Time to put what I'd learned to work. I'd spent months scrabbling for every way I knew to check Winter's influence on my thoughts, well aware of how much of a liability it made me when I swam in the deeper waters, and one of the side effects of that had been learning exactly how that influence rose when I reached for the mantle. Fear. I instructed myself. Fear, but nothing else. I smiled, and let winter coil through my veins. Frost tinged the sides of the stone basin as IME's face went blank. Sabra Nairi, I said, tone caressing the words, and she shivered. I was surprised to learn of your kinship to the High Lord of Okoro. Her name had been learned, not given, and this made difference. It was still a foothold. Fear spread in her mind like a drop of ink in water. Thinned, yes, but contaminating every part of her. I could taste it, even through this thin link of sympathetic sorcery. I savored it. I watched the curve of her neck and considered snapping it. A little reminder to militia that threats were not inconsequential. Perhaps too brutal, I mused. Taking simply her sight would be sufficient. I could whisper through this working and shatter those pretty little orbs with a single word. Make bauble of them, perhaps. A bracelet for her to wear as a reminder of the costs of slighting me. Fear. Fear, but nothing else. A weak, indecisive design. I balked at it. We would see. Have you ever heard the Wild Hunt ride, Sabrinairi? I asked quietly. It was a pretty mask of calm she wore, but it was a very thin and feeble one. It would be delightful to rip it off. I am not certain what you imply, Queen Catherine, Ime said. It comes slowly, triptych unfolding, I told her. First you hear the horns. Distant like dash. My voice was halfway other, the crack of glaciers and the stillness of fallen snow. A promise, almost a whisper, I said. Then you hear the hooves, and that is when you know yourself hunted. She began to speak, but I clicked my tongue. Her lips closed, and she swallowed loudly. The last thing you hear, Sabra Nairi, is the laughter, I murmured. It is sport to them, you see, like a deer that can scream and oh, how they enjoy the screams. The hunt is under your command, Iame said. To send them after citizens of the Empire would be rebellion. Citizens, I mused. No, animals. Animals are what they would pursue. I turned my gaze on her. Wherever they might be, I softly spoke. Whoever might shield them, they would disappear, as if by the hand of a god. I smiled and showed my teeth, knew them sharper than a human should be. Hunger made fangs wherever it spread. Shall we speak of gods, Sabra Nairi? I asked. The wasteland is not without learning in this matter, she replied. Then perhaps it should pay heed to these old lessons, I said. I wish you sweet dreams, Sabra Nairi, and a kindness for the one you once offered. Running never helps, but it is still better than being caught. I cut the strings of the spell before I could talk myself into claiming her tongue for the arrogance of having threatened me. The sheer gall of that insect, I breathed in and out slowly. Fear and nothing else. I'd stayed within the bounds. I spent half an hour alone and unmoving in the solar afterwards, letting the influence of winter ebb. It was worse than the chats with Heisenbach, because this time I'd leaned in willingly. That made a difference. When I embraced it of my own free will, it was always slower to recede. Gods, I wanted a drink. But the way my hand refused to move told me the oath considered me on campaign already. It had been playing with munitions, letting winter out, but that was the entire point. So long as militia believed me unstable, willing to escalate starkly at the first offense, she would be wary of starting her usual games. Except it's not pretending if I really am that volatile, is it? I clenched my fingers. I couldn't stay queen, not in the long term. Not when I had that lurking thing in the back of my soul, and no real solution to leash it. But the only person I could feasibly abdicate to was and Kindle, and Thief was sure she didn't currently have the backing to stay on the throne if I put her there. Which I couldn't do, anyway, not without starting a war with the Tower, and likely Black as well. For now, I had to stay, under all the checks I could manage without crippling the kingdom's rebuilding. Fuck, I missed Hakram. It was always easier when he was around, and once more I regretted sending anyone else to Vale would have slowed necessary work by months. Dawn found me looking through glass panels, an open manuscript on my knees. We'd be moving out soon, to fight a war against unbeatable men in a battle where I had to refrain from spilling my enemy's blood, whether they be gods or kings or all the armies in creation. Well, the heavens were certainly attempting to deliver. Book 4, Chapter 6, Hedges. Irritant's Law. Inevitable doom is a finite resource, and becomes mere doom when split between multiple heroic bands. Nemeses should never simultaneously engage a single villain. Extract from the Axiom Appendix. Multiple contributors. I sat at a table across from Baron Henry Darlington of Hedges and Baroness Ainsley Morley of Harrow, shared a smile with them, and wondered which one of them would be the first to try to sell me out to the Crusaders. I knew for a fact that Procker had approached the both of them long before a hole was punched through the Whitecaps. Heisenbach's people were good, but the Observatory was better, and no one had any real idea yet of exactly what it could do. You couldn't counter something you didn't know about, as I had learned the hard way. I'd been keeping a close eye on these two, through both the Jacks and Sorceress means, and even though Morley was the one who'd just had to flee her own city, my bet was on Darlington being the one to try for a deal. He was the older of the two, in his late 40s, and though he'd had a reputation as a knight of some skill in his youth, his belly made it clear he'd traded swords for mutton chops a long time ago. Morley, the Jacks had informed me, was in her 30s but had inherited the barony from her father only a year before the Lease Rebellion. Her lands were larger than Darlington's, but her personal holdings smaller, and the rest split among vassals who'd been rather unruly after her ascension. If the betrayal came from the Harrow contingent, I'd wager that it would be from one of her sworn lords, and not Morley herself. Both of them were being very cordial as we shared a drink. Water for me, that tricky little oath. But they were also quite bad at hiding how surprised they were I'd reached Hedges so quickly. 7 days through Arcadia, and my 20,000-strong army of Callow began marching out into the pastures to the south of the city. The Observatory had confirmed that the Crusaders were only starting to come out on the Callowan side of the passage through the Whitecaps. Slower than expected, but then our estimates had been based on Legion marching speeds. Revised downwards, of course, but apparently not quite enough. There'd been some alarm when we popped out of the woodworks, but I'd been one of the first out the ferry gate, and to be blunt, if we'd meant to take Hedges, there wasn't shit either of them could have done about it. The city was more of a glorified town, and its defenses were laughable. The curtain wall was a short and worn down compared to almost every other city in Callow, since the North had never really faced the threat of Presi invasions. Their enemies had been each other, which involved more cattle theft than sieges even in the old days before unification and on rare occasion Daoin. The Diarraith were not prone to expansion, but before they were brought into the fold by Eleanor Fairfax, they'd not been above the occasional raid or punitive expedition to express displeasure at the royal family and lore. I'm impressed by how quickly you got your people out, Baroness, I told Morley. And how thoroughly. There was a slight tinge of discomfort in their eyes at the reminder that I knew exactly what was going on in their lands, and they had no real idea how. Darlington cleared his throat. Perhaps prematurely, Your Majesty, if you'll forgive my saying so. It seems to me it might have been possible to contest Harrow. I took that more as an indication that he'd rather pitched battles not take place at even the outskirts of his lands than sympathy for Morley, but then he'd gotten on my nerves often enough I wasn't inclined to think well of him. I sipped at my cup. They've moved slower than anticipated, I conceded. There are, however, concerns you might not be considering. Do you both know what a hell egg is? Morley paled, but Darlington was unmoved. Some pre-side devilry, no doubt, he said. It's true then, Baroness Ainsley said quietly. The lost standard, it actually exists. I have it on good authority, it's in the lands around Harrow, I told her. But my attempts to locate it have been fruitless for now. Darlington was lost, and by the look on his face that was not a state of affairs he was willing to tolerate for long. And what wasteland tale is this, he said. I did not take you for a superstitious sort, Your Majesty. Considering the Diabolist used one of those very standards against me at Marchford, superstition is perhaps the wrong term, I very mildly said. It was rather delightful to watch it sink in. It was a well-told tale what I'd faced in the defense of what was now my personal holding. There's a demon in the north, he hissed. My father told me that Triumphant left old madness behind her when I was a child, Morley said. I thought it a legend, but are these not times where old stories breathe again? I won't fight heroes on grounds where releasing a demon is a risk, I told them frankly. The moment the Crusaders forged a beachhead near Harrow, it became indefensible. I'm sorry for what that puts your people through, Baroness, but dash. The woman shook her head. No, Your Majesty, she said. Nothing was lost but pride and coin. If anything, I must thank you sincerely for your prudence. I would rather see my coffers emptied than my people. She trailed off, and I didn't finish that sentence for her. Where demons were concerned, the least said was always the better. They're my people too, I said quietly. I would rather not fight this war at all, but diplomatic resolution has been refused. Procker, Morley said feelingly. And though I suspected Darlington wished me dead at least once a day, even his lip curled in distaste at the mention of the Principate. We did like our grudges, us Calawans, and Procker had earned more than a few. That passing moment of common feeling did nothing to blind me to the very real possibility that one or both of these two would try to sell me down the river before the month was out. I would offer my men for the battle, Your Majesty, Morley finally said. It'd be a pleasure to fold your horse under the broken bells, I told her. I'll send Grandmaster Talbot your way. But if you mean to send foot as well, I'll need Legion officers overseeing. Marshal Juniper will not agree otherwise. The latter was a little sketchy, under current Calawan law, but Juniper was the highest officer in the army of Callow and theoretically had the same broad authority that the Shining Princes and ruling Fairfaxes had once held in wartime. This particular request, though, had consistently seen me stonewalled by the same two nobles in front of me. Even after amending the request to having observing Legion officers, it had remained a sticking point. Baroness Kindle had argued the matter wasn't worth forcing, given the limited amount of men these two could bring, and she'd had a point. Better not to have them at all than have them only as unreliable addition. That will not be an issue, Baroness Ainsley grimly said. Some of my surprise must have shown on my face, because she offered a rueful smile. Morleys have held Harrow for 300 years, Your Majesty, she said. I will not surrender my lands to some prancing Proceran shit without a fight. We'll be glad to have you, I said. That had been unexpected, and, though I'd like to think better of her, was enough of a change it raised my suspicions. Still, it wouldn't do to look a gift horse in the mouth too openly. They sent an envoy, Morley suddenly said. My eyes sharpened as I studied her. She looked embarrassed, but determined. The Procerans, they sent an envoy, she said, to offer terms. Baron Darlington had gone very, very still. I drank a mouthful of water, then calmly set down the cup. Good ones, I hope? She snorted. I would be allowed to keep my lands, she said. A marriage to one of our betters would be arranged for one of my children as well. They wanted Henrietta, which was rather telling. They're more interested in us taking their names than the other way around. Let me guess, I drawled. You were to join with the army and pass information. Maybe change sides halfway through a battle. They were slightly more circumspect, the Baroness said. But the implications ran along those lines. It was a way to weather the storm, Your Majesty. I watched her closely. She'd not agreed, no. She wouldn't have spoken up otherwise. But she'd not chased them out either. I'd already known that, but I was surprised she was willing to share. You dislike me, I thought. We both know that. But in the end, for all that you see me in evil, I am callow and evil, and that still matters, doesn't it? Treason, Darlington said thickly. How horrid. It is mother's milk to the men of Procure. We have always known this. I do not hang women for entertaining envoys, I softly said, and would rather have honest, open opposition than a snake in the grass. Hazenbach will make offers again. She needs to, because she knows it is madness to try to hold Callow by force while warring with the wasteland. But make no mistake, she needs to hold Callow, and we all know Procure does not easily relinquish lands it takes. Morley nodded slowly. She was not a handsome woman, and the stark relief on her face did her no favors. My duties prevent me from lingering, I told them, and slowly rose to my feet. Baron Darlington, an officer from the General Staff, will seek audience to discuss our supply lines. They will find me a welcoming host, Your Majesty, the man said, rising to his feet as well. I nodded at Morley, then paused. I looked into Darlington's eyes. A red-headed man, I stated, with a Lysan accent. He stayed 2 days. The man's face went bloodless. Always assume I know, I gently said. I left only utter silence in my wake. I decided, when first stumbling upon this particular wall, that it was too low to be meant as a defense, and too far from the city besides, though the low hill overlooking the outskirts of Hedges would have been good grounds to raise a guard tower. Most likely it had been used to keep cattle penned in, though by the looks of it years had passed since it had last fulfilled that purpose. With the cool evening breeze and the view, it made a pleasant enough place to sit as I awaited the people I'd sent for. This was my first visit this far up north, and to be honest, the entire region seemed rather bare to me. Green and brown fields made muddy by the melting snows spread as far as the eye could see, touched by only sparse thickets of trees and the occasional low slope. Hedges itself was a far cry from the large cities of the south. Larger than Dormer in overall size, perhaps, but most that space was empty and the city itself was visibly poorer. No paved streets, here, only mud tracks, and fewer stone houses than any other Callowan city I'd seen, most of them wooden structures with straw rooftops. Aside from the rundown curtain wall that sloppily circled outer Hedges, there were no real fortifications to speak of. Even the Baron's keep was only a glorified hill with towers and a hall. I puffed at my pipe and blew the smoke into the wind, watching twilight catch up to the army of Callow encamped behind me. Cooking fires were already lit and the tents raised, a series of palisades preparing the soldiers for an attack unlikely to come this early. Juniper had insisted on full fortifications, though privately she told me it was more to drill the men in the raising of them than out of true worry got an enemy strike. A plume of wake leaf streamed further and further away until it thinned out of existence, and I felt a smile cork my lips. I'd have to give him this. Even if my senses had only grown sharper, he was still giving it a worthy effort. The mud gives you away, I said. Should have tried it without boots. I have very delicate feet. Your majestic queenship, Special Tribune Robert cheerfully lied, rising from his crouched position beneath the hill's angled slope. I hid the spasm of grief that passed through me when I looked at him. Robert was 15 now. Most goblins didn't make it past 35, and past 30 they began to swiftly go decrepit. I'd always known Ad as a villain. If I didn't get killed, I'd likely outlive most my closest friends in the 15th. Looking at the thickening eyebrow ridges and the fresh wrinkles around his mouth, I was imposed a fresh reminder that the goblins among my companions would be the first to go. Pickler wasn't showing either of those marks, but then she was from a matron line. Those were supposed to be almost a breed apart. I waited until he was plopped at my side, swinging his legs like a greenish, murderous child, to reply. You know, lying to your monarch is technically treason, I informed him. I heard if you committed enough time it cancels out, Robert mused. I should probably keep doing it, just to be on the safe side. That's the kind of talk that'll get busted back to lesser footrest, I said, eyebrow quirking. Oh, come on, he whined. Where am I going to find another sworn enemy's father to murder? Well, if anyone can, it's going to be you, I snorted. I inhaled the smoke as he remained silent, though never still. It was something I'd learned to notice about goblins. They always seemed to be moving, even if only slightly. like they were afraid they'd drop dead if they stopped. We're about to start having informational issues, I finally told him. Too many priests and heroes with the Procerans, and that'll screw with scrying. Even the observatories. He grinned, wide and vicious. Are we still pretending that thing's just a pretty bunch of scrying pools? He asked. 'Cause the Catherine foundling I know doesn't shell out that much gold for anything she can't swing at an enemy. I smiled thinly, but did not reply. The little discovery Masigo had made that he called absolute positioning was potentially one of the nastiest tricks up my sleeve, but it was one I intended to sit on as long as possible. The moment I used it, I would grow sharply as a threat in everyone's eyes. I couldn't afford that, not until I had all my pieces in place. We can narrow down their positions with the negatives, I said. But we can't go in with sparse eyes against an army that large. How are the mages we assigned you? They're coming along nicely, Robert said. They don't even scream anymore when they wake up with a knife to the throat in the middle of the night. Don't break my mages, Robert. I sighed. You know we don't have any to spare. You do me grave injustice, he mourned. I'm teaching them important life lessons, like crying never helps and sleeping deep is sleeping dead. You're not getting new ones if you screw these ones up, I warned him. There's nothing left from the Hedge Guild to draft. It's my God's-given duty to educate tender-hearted Calawans like them, he righteously told me. Speaking of, I heard this thing about Northerners. Is it true they dash? Every single joke about Northerners and sheep has also been made about goblins and goats. I warned him. Calumny, he protested. That hardly ever happens unless the goat is shaved and painted green. I rolled my eyes. All right, if you're comfortable enough fucking around, then they won't be an issue, I said. Juniper will put scouts on the field, but I want a set of eyes deep behind enemy lines. You've just volunteered for that duty. I am the most dutiful goblin ever born. Robert agreed, clearly pleased. Tell me we're not just skulking, though? It's been a while since my people stabbed anything. They're getting restless. I'm keeping you as a dagger, I said. That means low profile until I use you. He blew his tongue at me, which was mildly unsettling considering it was pitch black. Boo, he said. Boo, Catherine, boo. Have Captain Bora write you up for insolence, I ordered. The exceedingly well-documented fact that you are a filthy wretch aside, we both know sending you to Rome when there's a crew of heroes on the loose is like feeding a wolf meat scraps. They can't kill us if they don't fight us, he shrugged. I thought you'd say that, I grunted. But I have worries, and Juniper shares them. So we're assigning you a partner. Tell me it's Larrett, he begged. The man is like a goblin that was fed particularly violent rocks. Wait, could goblins actually eat? No. Catherine, never go down the robber rabbit hole. There are no answers at the bottom, only headaches and befuddlement. No, I replied. She's actually coming up right now. Yellow eyes flicked downhill, and then I was given the opportunity to delight in the vicious little bastard actually looking uneasy. Gods. No, he said. That's sadistic even for you, Queenie. Evening cat. Archer grinned. And you too, Robert. You know that's not my name, the goblin hissed. I'm very sorry, Bobber. And Ronnie said. I swear. You can't send her with us, Robert said. She bit off Acua's head. I blinked. She did what now? I warily asked. Robert looked shifty, which considering he could skulk in broad daylight without trying was an almost miraculous achievement. I'm not saying it happened, but it's possible a betting ring technically illegal under Legion's regs just spontaneously emerged, he said. Acua was a scorpion. Archer cheerfully informed me. Not just a scorpion, you brute. She was a purebred wasteland rattler, the goblin insisted. And her full name was Acua Sahedant. You bit off a scorpion's head, I enunciated slowly, looking at Indrani. She shrugged. The lady always said it's important to establish the pecking order early in a relationship, she replied. Wouldn't you agree, Bor? That's someone else, Robert muttered peevishly. And I had a month's pay riding on Acua killing Willy Angels. So my sappers were importing no doubt massively oversized wasteland scorpions, naming them after old opponents of mine and pitting them in death fights. I truly wished I could say that was the worst thing I'd ever caught them doing, but this was a bad time to start lying to myself. I'm going to pretend I never heard this, I decided out loud. Mostly because, well, Hackram's not around and I am sure as hell's not filing a report about giant scorpions if I can avoid it. As your beloved queen, I order you to pretend to get along when I'm within hearing range. There, I fixed it. I love it when she gets all authoritative, Archer told the goblin. I hope you also enjoy scorpions in your bedding, he whispered back at her. Acua had babies, before you callously murdered her. See, he's already offering me snacks, and Ronnie smiled. Herbert and I are great friends, Catherine. Just the best. I closed my eyes and wished very hard they would disappear, but when I opened them, they were obstinately still there. One of these days, that was going to work and they were all going to be sorry. Robber, get your people ready, I ordered. You're leaving in half a bell. Archer, no need. I've already prepared supplies, Indrani replied, hoisting up what was quite clearly a wineskin full of, by the smell of it, hard liquor. Just don't forget your bow, I sighed. Gods go with them, though hopefully not the ones above. The kind of work I had in mind for these two would be frowned upon, upstairs. Book 4, Chapter 7, Snares. Petty thieves hang, the great wear crowns. Proserpine saying, we're being baited, Juniper announced. We'd cut loose the general staff for this particular meeting, at my insistence. The Arcadian campaign had taught me that while the broader officer councils had their uses, they also devoured time and focus that would be better spent on other matters. The Hellhound was my Marshal of Calais now. She had the clout to run those however she liked without my being at the table to back her up. There were advantages to formal rank and not leading an awkward coalition I had only nominal authority over. Only the bare bones of a council were in attendance, the people that would have direct relevance, and that meant 3 aside from me. Juniper herself, Thief, and Grandmaster Talbot. I preferred to cut that latter out of these little evenings when it came to politics, but on campaign was a different beast. I could not have the head of my horse ignorant of the larger realities at work. That's the theory, anyway. Thief hedged. There's a few unprovable assumptions at work. May I assume we are speaking of the Proserpine Vanguard? Brandon Talbot asked. We are, I confirmed. The report you haven't gotten to read yet states that, as of mid-morning, 5,000 Proserpine horse has invested Harrow. The Grandmaster's eyes narrowed. We'd given ground to the Crusaders knowing they would take or pass through the city on their way south, but Talbot was a clever sort. He'd noticed, as the rest of us had, what the reports didn't mention, which was anything but a detachment of horse sent far ahead of the still lumbering Proserpine army. The Jacks could not get into the city itself, mind you, Vivian said. But I had knots of people out in the country, and they say the riders came alone. The Crusader army is at least 2 days behind. Talbot smiled ruefully. 5,000 light horse, he said. We have number parity with the order, and the strength of the woe and the hunt besides. Should we play it carefully, we could wipe out a significant part of their cavalry before it comes to a pitched battle. We're being baited, Juniper repeated. Too good to be true, isn't? I agreed darkly. I think we need to reassess how much of a threat Princess Melanza actually is. I didn't expect that kind of sophistication from a Proserpine commander, given the nature of the trap. The Principate was famous for rarely fielding named, unlike Praise and Callow, who usually had at least a handful on each side when the blades came out. And while it was an assumption, like Thief had reminded us, I was willing to put hand to flame that if we gated in a Harrow, we'd be walking straight into a carefully arranged heroic kill zone. Assuming this is her notion, Talbot frowned. It's not mile, Nan, I said. We know exactly what he's up to as it happens. The Grandmaster raised an inquisitive eyebrow, though he knew better than to request information he might not be cleared to know. I cast a look at Vivian and nodded. Prince Amadis Milne had a previously unknown agent within Hedges, she said. We know that now, because this morning the woman attempted to discreetly get in touch with Baron Darlington. Talbot grit his teeth. He always did fancy himself ruler of the North, the aristocrat unkindly said. We allowed it to happen, Thief said. While watching, of course, but we wanted to know exactly what he was after. Land, I bluntly said. Land is what he's after, as it turns out. Prince Milne is already gathering support for the divvying up of Callow, and he seems to believe Darlington is the key to the North. The man's making a lot of promises, for someone without a field victory to his name, Juniper growled. Brandon Talbot, for all that his meddling got on my nerves, was not slow-witted. He understood what we were driving at without need for an explicit statement. Darlington's been promised the North as his own principality under the first prince, he deduced, visibly appalled. Mostly right, Vivian said. There's a prior change of throne involved in that promise coming true. Amadis is a little more openly ambitious than we'd previously assumed, and he was gathering allies for his bid. I'd let Talbot into the loop for the Darlington play, but for now there was no need to tell him that Prince Milne was also sending men towards the Silver Lake as quickly as they could ride. The Observatory had picked them out 2 days ago, and I agreed with Thief's assessment of their ultimate destination, Daoin. The Crusaders were trying to get Duchess Keegan on their side before moving south. I could see why he'd assumed there was room to negotiate there. The last time Callow had come under Proserpine occupation, The Duchy of Daoin had remained out of the fray in exchange for concessions and effective independence. They'd even fielded armies alongside Procur's when the Empire began the 60 Years' War by trying to invade occupied Calais. Both Praise and the Old Kingdom had come out of that ruinous war on the brink of collapse, but Daoin had gotten off light. It always did. House Ismail had a well-earned reputation for knowing when to strike its banners and cut its losses. Unfortunately for Milenan, I'd cut a deal there long before he'd thought of opening negotiations. Regardless of all that, I think we can safely discard the possibility that the Crusaders don't know about the Fairy Gates and the Hunt, I said. The trap doesn't work otherwise. Without cutting through Arcadia, it would take my men weeks to get close enough to Harrow for a battle, long after the rest of the Crusader army caught up to the vanguard. And that puts a lot of their behavior up until now in question, Juniper grunted. I'm having a hard time reconciling a general clever enough for this kind of snare, and one who'd willingly take her army through a bottleneck, especially one she knows we might have been able to seize the end of. To be frank, trying to hold a narrow pass against a company of heroes would have been God's damned ugly work. But I had the named and the trump cards to be able to make a solid try at it. And if we did manage to hold, then the entire invasion plan collapsed. Which meant, most likely, that we'd missed something. If this trap is not Melanza's own notion, Talbot tried, then your estimation of her competence might be. Believe me, I interrupted quietly. I'd love to have an idiot in charge on the other side. But that's genuinely not feasible, not with Hazenbach running the show in Procure. She doesn't want this army to do, too. Well, but she's still banking on a victory. That means whoever holds the reins of the soldiers knows what they're doing. Without alleging incompetence, the information they're using might be imperfect, Thief said. There's not a lot of reliable witnesses outside our most loyal for how quickly we can move through gates. She might have been under the impression that even by Arcadia you wouldn't be able to arrive in time to hold the pass. If we're lucky, that's the case, Juniper said. If we're not, and let's be honest, when have we been that lucky? I think we have to proceed under the assumption that they're sitting on something that would have blown us away at the pass, I said. Proserpine sorcery is nothing like the wastelands, Talbot said. Sorcery is the least of our troubles, I said. This is a crusade. The choirs aren't shy about stacking the deck, even when it's just skirmishes between named. For something of this magnitude, they'll have taken out the good silver. That saw grim looks bloom across the table, with good reason. No one had forgotten the kind of threat the lone swordsman had been able to cause in Lys with just a few days and a singe angelic feather. And Masigo tells me contrition isn't exactly head of the pack when it comes to the choirs. I thought, if judgment or mercy gets involved, this will be a whole lot nastier. It goes without saying we have to reassess a lot of our engagement doctrine, Juniper announced bluntly, which is why I think we need to dust off headsmen. It's not going to look good abroad if we pull the trigger on that, I grimaced. I made it clear when we killed the plan that I considered it a measured and reasonable response, Talbot noted. The Dread Empire has signed no treaties barring the targeting of officers, and while the Principate has, they've never enforced the terms unless it suited them. If we want a seat at the table by the end of this, people, we can't act like praise, I reminded them. There's a reason we didn't spend the last year scrabbling for every destructive artifact and ritual we could get our hands on. We start using shit like the Dark Days protocols, and the only peace we're getting is after one side has been pounded into dust. No one's dumping alchemy into rivers, the Hellhound said. We're talking 200 dead at most, including projected collaterals. We made those projections before we knew how many heroes there'd be on the other side, I pointed out. I'm not refusing out of hand, Juniper, but if we start using assassination campaigns, then we get a reputation that might cost us more in the long term than we gain in the short term. If you have another way to shake them before battle, I'm listening, she said. Look, I don't give a damn about the politics of this. I'll own that. But I think the hole we fall in if we lose is a lot deeper than the one we dig with headsmen. She wasn't wrong about that, even if I didn't like it. Hazenbach would have absolutely no interest in negotiating the kind of peace I was after if she had me on the ropes. Talk with Keegan, I finally said. She was never eager, and it's not a given she'll still be willing. There's risks involved for her people. If she agrees, though, start laying the groundwork. But we're not going through with it until I give the word. Chances of success improve significantly if we don't wait, Thief said, tone mild. Especially given the amount of heroes they've got floating around. It also kills every other option than pitched battle to get the Crusaders out of Calais, I flatly replied. I'm not committing to that unless I have no other choice. As you say, Vivian shrugged. That still leaves our little problem in Harrow. I realize we're dealing with a trap, Talbot said. That said, Your Majesty, if we don't thin their horse, soon we're going to have trouble. I raised an eyebrow at Juniper in silent invitation. He's right, she admitted. If Melanza moves against us with the meat of her host and peels off a few thousand horsemen just before, the only assets we have to check them are assets we're going to need in that battle. What kind of damage are we looking at? I grimaced. If Darlington flips, or even just stays out of the way, they've got free rein until Southpool, the Hellhound said. If they move quick enough, they could possibly hit Central Calais before Adjutant manages to force a battle. Our forces just aren't deployed to block raiding parties coming from up north. Even if I pull the garrison from Vale tonight, there's no guarantee it'll get there in time. We have watchers on Darlington, I told her. He's not changing sides anytime soon. I understand we are worrying about the devastation the riders could cause in the countryside, Talbot said slowly. Yet it occurs to me there is another possible target for a detachment. The Red Flower Vallis. I almost dismissed him out of hand. A few thousand horse wasn't going to worry Black in the slightest, considering the kind of forces he had at hand. On the other hand, what if they didn't fight Black? The supply lines, I said. It would be risky, the Grandmaster said. Hostile territory, and they'll be within our scrying net. Though they might not know about that yet, at least not for certain. But the Carrion Lord is already heavily outnumbered, Your Majesty. Can he afford to detach the men to keep his supply lines clear? He's been stacking food, munitions, and steel for almost a year now, I said, but it was half-hearted. We lose the Valles, our entire defense collapses, Juniper said. We have contingencies in case they lose, Catherine, but none of them involve fighting up here at the same time. None of us saw the passage coming. Shit, I hadn't thought of that. Which was exactly the point of these councils, I supposed. Juniper, I know this is a lot to ask, but You need me to get close enough that if this is Melanza's intent, she will send off the horse, then avoid battle until you've dealt with the threat, the orc said. Is it possible? I asked. You did not appoint me Marshal of Calais because I look good in furs. The Hellhound grinned, slow and savage. You will have the margin you need. I'd made a few good decisions over the years, but none that had paid off quite as much as offering her that drawback at the War College. I smiled gratefully at her, not that she seemed particularly moved by that gratitude. There is one last matter to address, Vivian said. I nodded. Prince Milnan attempted to arrange a meeting with Baron Darlington through his envoy, I said. That means I'll be away from the army for a while. I don't follow, Talbot frowned. He wants to talk to a Calawan? I smiled thinly. Well, he's going to get his wish. It's about time we had a closer look at the opposition. It took 3 weeks for the meeting to become feasible. 3 weeks where we watched the Crusader hosts slowly move south, camp at Harrow for a few days, and then resuming the march when it became clear my own army wouldn't march to meet it. They were still at least a month of march away from Hedges at their current pace, but we wouldn't be letting them get that deep into Calais unchallenged. The border between the baronies was the battlefield Juniper had picked, and I'd seen no reason to gainsay her on that. We had scouts out on the green to find us the kind of field that would best play up our advantages, but for now the location was still in the air. It had been tempting to grab and interrogate Prince Millen's envoy, for a plethora of reasons. The strongest among them that if Milnen hadn't known about the pass, and we were reasonably sure he hadn't, then he'd sent that envoy months ago, and trusted her judgment enough, she would have been able to negotiate in his name, without being in contact afterwards. Plenipotentiary authority was not something Proserans gave lightly, and she would have been a treasure trove of information. But that would have been giving the game too early, so instead Baron Henry Darlington was given strict instructions and arranged the meeting where and when I wanted it. He wasn't going himself, of course. The envoy had not requested as much, understanding that with my army camped outside his city his absence would not go unnoticed. Instead he'd sent his nephew, an anointed knight who stood fourth in the line of succession for Hedges and was young enough to be unmarried. The other diplomats were people Thief had gauged we had enough leverage over they wouldn't speak up, including a small escort, of which I was part, riding a still-living horse for the first time in quite a while. The possibility of heroic presence had meant it was necessary for me to take some additional precautions, but those wouldn't come out of the woodworks unless blades left the scabbard. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. We were fewer than 20 all in all, and dawn found us out in the wet plains waiting for the other side to arrive. The nephew, Julian Darlington, had insisted we get a fire started for cooking before the Proserans came, and I declined to speak against it. I sat on a hollow log I'd dragged by the fire, surrounded by men too visibly scared of me to attempt conversation. I didn't particularly mind, since I was not in a talkative mood myself. Mylinen's envoys arrived half a bell later, riding in on tall steeds. I raised an eyebrow at the Darlington nephew, and he hurried to raise the truce banner as we all got to our feet. The anointed knight stood behind a pair of guards, but positioned himself clearly as the leader for our side while the Proserans approached. I watched them as discreetly as I could. The one in the gilded armor seemed in charge, and from the looks of his nose I could guess why. The Jacks had gotten their hands on a few sketches of Amadis Mylinen's likeness, and the resemblance was noticeable. A kinsman, then. The Prince of Isere was taking this seriously. Most of the others were soldiers, with only one woman bearing a scrivener's kit over her back. Only one man wore entirely unadorned clothes, a loose gray robe that seemed almost a priest's garment. I kept my face schooled into mild boredom. If that wasn't the Grey Pilgrim, I'd eat my hand. Julian Darlington greeted them warily, and was answered by the man who confirmed himself to be highborn, and a Milenan, too. Likely a cousin or a close branch family. Elaborate courtesies were offered by the Proseran side, while the Calawans offered stilted greetings in return. It wasn't long before they got to the meat of the meeting, as I suspected neither of them were comfortable speaking in the open like this. The Proseran envoy and Darlington strode off away from the rest, standing side by side, and speaking in low voices. No matter. I could hear them well enough from where I was, back sitting on the log as the soldiers all stood down. The duty of all children of the heavens to deliver their fellows from the tyranny of the Tower's Gate, of course. Still, there are practical necessities to be addressed. May I? The Grey Pilgrim stood before me, hand gesturing at the log. By all means, I replied. Did he know? It shouldn't be the case. I was wearing leathers and mail with a Calawan-forged longsword, nothing out of the ordinary for a retainer. And without drawing on Winter or him actively looking for it, he shouldn't be able to tell I bore a mantle. Assuming he didn't have some sort of trick that allowed him to see through those things, anyway. Something I was less certain of by the moment. The old man gingerly sat at my side, warming his hands by the fire. It was my first time seeing a Levantine, and I had to admit they really did look like the cousins of Tagreb. This one was darker in skin, though, his face tanned and leathery. But the limpid blue eyes were sharp, and for someone as old as he allegedly was, he displayed surprising vitality. The few tufts of white hair on his head made a makeshift crown, but his face was either hairless or very closely shaved. Nothing quite like a fire on a cool morning, is there? He sighed. One of the little pleasures in life, I agreed. Or it had been, before second lease. Nowadays neither heat nor cold made much of a difference. The truce banner, the Grey Pilgrim said mildly. Is it genuine? My fingers clenched. So much for being unnoticed. And he's distracting me from overhearing what his people are saying to mine. I'd have to let that go, irritating as it was. This was the more important conversion of the two. It holds, I said. There have been rumors you care little for such arrangements, he noted. I grimaced. 3 Hills, when I'd had the exiled prince shot. I was younger then, I said, and no banner was raised. He hummed, and did not disagree. Then your friends in Arcadia will not be joining us, he politely asked. Well, shit. So much for that remaining quiet. No, unless that is made necessary, I replied. It won't, the Grey Pilgrim said, with bedrock certainty. Shall we have a talk then, Catherine Foundling? My eyes narrowed. We're about due, I agreed. Book 4, Chapter 8, Dialogue. That is the secret to a peaceful court, Chancellor. Regularly having the High Lords for dinner. Dread Empress Sanguinia, I, the gourmet. This is quite refreshing, I admitted. My experience with your side doesn't involve a lot of talking. Or at least none that didn't end with blades drawn. The Grey Pilgrim didn't seem particularly offended, but then he'd never lost that vaguely serene look since I'd first had glimpse of him. Might be part of his name, or just the result of having seen shit that would turn my hair white. No one made profession of kicking villains in the teeth for over 6 decades without having stumbled over some old horrors. There are few interlocutors worth speaking to on your side, as you so delicately put it, the old man replied. One cannot bargain with madmen and minions. Yet here we are, talking, I said. Should I take that as a compliment? He laughed quietly. If you wish, the Grey Pilgrim said. Though I will not deny that winter's shadow looming in your soul is cause for worry, you have displayed noticeable restraint. I am not in the habit of seeking conflict when other roads are open. Couldn't say the same, so I wouldn't. Just because I learned that killing often caused as many problems as it solved didn't mean I no longer recognized that there were fights worth picking. I should know. I'd yet to manage a goddamned year as a named where I wasn't up to my neck in enemies. Funny thing to say, for a man marching with an invading army, I noted. If envoys were sent to achieve diplomatic resolution, they never made it to Lore. And this surprises you? He asked, seeming genuinely curious. You have hacked your way through every opposition set before you, and twice now slighted the heavens through their ordained servants. There are few, mundane or bestowed, who believe you can be reasoned with. Bestowed. I raised an eyebrow. Another word for named, I'd assume, but from the almost reverent way he'd spoken it, there might be religious implications. More worrying was the fact that he knew how my little tiff with the stalwart paladin had ended. There shouldn't have been any remaining witnesses to that aside those who wore gaudy wings. Look at the graves I've left behind, I said. What do they all have in common? The exiled prince, page, the lone swordsman and his band, diabolist. The pattern there was far from a puzzle. They were threats to the kingdom of Calo, the old man said. Or at least what you perceive that should be. That last qualifier didn't escape my notice, but I reluctantly let it go. Heroes would be heroes. And so that's the question, I said. What is your merry band of comrades after? Somehow I'm guessing Prosser and interest aren't why you signed on with this crusade. The Empire crafted a doomsday weapon that would have held all of Calernia hostage to the tower's whims, he mildly said. Weapon's broken, I said calmly. So's the one who made it. You're still invading. The capacity to create another remains, he pointed out. I hummed. All right, I said. Fine. If that's all, then let's get this done. Bring your army south. I'll take the lot of you through Arcadia and bring you out on the outskirts of a tear. You can level the tower and put to the sword every mage in praise who has the know-how and inclination to make another lease. Hells, ask nicely and I'll lend a hand. He blinked, and the serenity fractured. You are not lying, he said, sounding baffled. Pilgrim, you think I approve of any of this shit? I flatly said. It's my people who got bled for that weapon. I signed on with evil to personally put a knife through the eye of anyone intending to pull this kind of play on Calo, among other things. You want to bring down the tower on Militia's head? After last year, you can be my guest. And your mentor in the Valles, he pressed, was the one who broke the weapon in the first place, I said. Someone's going to need to settle praise after the bloodletting, and if you have a better candidate, I'm all ears. He opened his mouth, and I raised my hand to signal he should let me finish. I don't mean forever, I said. But if you approach Black with an offer that gives him, say, 10 years? A solid decade to make praise into the kind of nation that'll no longer piss in the continental porridge every generation, before he abdicates, I think you'll be surprised by the answer you'll get, even if heroic supervision is part of the terms. His eyes narrowed. You genuinely believe this of the Carrion Lord, he said. It wasn't a question. Chalk one up to the man having a truth-telling ability. I thought. With all due respect, I said, I know him a lot better than you do. If he wanted a crown, he'd be wearing one right now. That's not what he's after. And as long as he gets what he wants, everything else is expendable, including personal power. This is an unexpected offer, the pilgrim admitted. It's one I'm willing to swear a binding oath over, I bluntly told him. The only real question is whether or not you can get Procker to turn around if I do. There are other considerations, the old man said. I smiled thinly, like a gaggle of princes wanting to carve Calo into their own little fiefdoms. I said, I'm honestly disappointed, pilgrim. You're willing to kill your way through Calo, so that likes of Amad is fucking mild and gets his way. I have been courteous to you, child. The pilgrim spoke curtly. A grace that should be returned equally. Has it truly escaped your notice how much of a threat you are? Which of us is invading the other's country again? I asked, then bit my tongue. Losing my temper here would bring no gain. I apologize, I said through gritted teeth. Much of this tries my patience. He nodded silently, the serenity back on his face. You are Queen of Calo, he said. You are also a villain. Fucking hells, am I tired of hearing that? I replied, anger immediately flaring again. So much for restraint. I didn't sign on with the side that tosses around demons out of great sympathy for their philosophy, pilgrim. I did it because I could not find a single other working alternative. Where was this coalition of yours, 20 years ago? Where were all these upstanding heroes during the conquest? You don't get to throw it in my face that I'm an evil when evil was the only game in town. I may have failed spectacularly, but the other choices were either a doomed rebellion or just lying down and taking it. Calo crowned me because it's desperate, and it got this desperate because help never came. Simply by being who you are, you darken creation, the gray pilgrim replied calmly. My fingers clenched, but he raised his hand to prevent the harsh reply on the tip of my tongue. Courtesy for courtesy, huh? I didn't like it, but I was willing to bend my neck that far. This is not a condemnation, it is a fact, the old man said. You rule in Calo. Your story is its story. Already, I suspect, you will have seen the effects of this. Your people becoming warped by your presence, old traits grown more vicious or acute. Whether you realize it or not, you are slowly turning your home towards the gods below. If you rule long enough, the kingdom of Calo will sever its allegiance to above. But if losses must be had, better Procerin than Caloan, Brandon Talbot had said, giving his approval to the slaughter of thousands. The chance the hero might have a point cooled my temper, but only so much. And that justifies killing people who still pray at the House of Light right now. I replied, even assuming you're right, and I'm taking this with a grain of salt. If all the heavens have to offer is a slaughter, then, honestly, fuck the heavens. Think, Black Queen, the pilgrim grimly said, beyond your anger and grudges. Think of what it really means for all of Calernia if a nation as pivotal as Calo turns to evil. Already, to be a hero is to be the corpse that will hold the dam in the face of the flood. If the kingdom turns, the fragile balance of this continent breaks. Procure weakens. The chain of hunger and the dead king will tear into its flesh, and when it dies, darkness will spread across the land. What I'm getting from this, I coldly replied, is that keeping the Principate propped up, no matter what it does, matters more than the lives of innocents. If that's the argument your side is making, then you might just be praying in the wrong direction. All of this rests on the fact that it is you who rules, the old man said. And if I abdicate, can you guarantee that Calo will be left untouched? I asked, will you swear on your gods that if Procure tries to annex it, you will turn your sword on whoever is trying? Or even that you'll stay out of my way and let me take care of them? I do not rule Procure, the Grey Pilgrim softly said. And if I take the field against them, too many would follow. It would birth a war as dangerous as this one, in many ways. I smiled bitterly. The terms I offered you have so many concessions in them I'd probably have to fight a civil war to enforce them, I frankly told him. If even that isn't enough, then I think we can dispense with the pretense that there was ever anything but conflict on the table. And so now we are enemies, confirmed, the Grey Pilgrim said. And you may unleash your arsenal of horrors with peace of mind. I shook my head. That isn't the kind of war I'm going to be fighting, I said. I've been down that road before. If I escalate, so do you. The thing is, you and I, we get to crawl out of those ruins. 'Cause someone above or below decided we mattered enough. That courtesy isn't extended to nearly everyone on Calernia, though, is it? I scoffed. Oh, I won't pretend I'm not sitting on some nasty stuff. So are you. But even if I used it, even if I won, what would that accomplish? I bleed Procure into a truce, but that truce doesn't survive me. All that does is kick the next war 30 years down the line. Nothing is solved. I'm tired of seeing Calo turned into the battlefield of Calernia, Pilgrim. So are Calawans. Heed an old man's advice, Catherine Foundling. The Pilgrim said tiredly. The world can only be healed so much. I don't believe that, I said. My teacher dedicated his entire life to breaking this game. But that's a reflection of his flaw. He can't conceive a world where he doesn't win. I'm willing to settle for the lesser prize. What I can't break, I would regulate. Some might construe such a boast as blasphemy, the old man said. Aren't you tired of killing kids because they're sworn to the wrong side? I asked quietly. I know I am, and you've been at this for a lot longer. There is not a single life I've taken I have not regretted, the Grey Pilgrim sighed. No matter the deeds to their name. To inflict death is to end the possibility of redemption, and that is the greatest gift the gods have granted us. It doesn't need to be like this, I said. We're the dogs in the pit. But what does that ever really accomplish? One bleeds, another dies, and then they release another hound. The pit's still there even if one side gets a winning streak. Some of those hounds have gone rabid, the Pilgrim said. I grieve their deaths, but I will not allow them to bite children. And those should be put down, I agreed flatly. But we don't need wars for that. We just need rules that both sides are willing to enforce. An agreement, he slowly said. Such a thing would be without precedent. And there are many who would balk. Every single named is a highly dangerous weapon, in their own way, I said. Any unwilling to accept constraints placed on their actions have no business wielding that kind of power in the first place. And before you ask, I do not exclude myself or any ally of mine from that statement. He studied me silently. For such a thing to hold, there would be need for trust where none exists, he said. Then we begin with something smaller, I said. Rules of engagement, for your host and mine. Would you be able to enforce these? Within limits, he said. I am not without influence, and the saint's reputation has its uses. If you don't sack cities, neither will I offered. He nodded. Agreed, he said. Innocents should not be made to suffer. You must refrain from using demons. I'll swear to that. If you refrain from calling on angels, I said. He frowned. The nature of those interventions is different, he said. The choirs are not a blight. Their purpose is to aid in the rectification of wrongs. There kind of are. Rectification. They would have offered at least when the lone swordsman reached for contrition was a wrong itself. I flatly told him. It was ugly as the things the Empire pulls. And that's besides the point, anyway. If you use something of that scale, then I have to deploy an equivalent, or you're just going to walk right through us. The choirs have been known to extend hand when defeat looms, the pilgrim told me. There is difference between call and offer. You think your side's the only one afraid of dying? I said. Calling demons is probably the single worst thing a person can do, objectively speaking, but it feels a lot more acceptable when the alternative is getting stabbed in the throat. We can't prevent escalation if your bargaining position is that we fold, but you don't. The old man stayed silent for a long while. I will concede, he finally said, if you swear away devils as well. No great loss for me there. I'd never approved of using those either. Done, I grunted. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll add a warning. There's a demon from Dread Empress Triumphant's day bound somewhere in the vicinity of Harrow. My people believe it might be one of absence. A hell egg, after all these years, he said, brow rising. I thought none remained within Callow. Would that this were true, I ruefully said. I don't know exactly where it is, or what keeps it bound. Odds are it's an old Legion standard, but I can't guarantee it. He inclined his head in thanks. I will discuss this with the others, the pilgrim said. If we can slay it, we will. So long as you keep the fight contained, I sharply said. If a chunk of the North suddenly no longer exists, I'll consider that a breach of terms. If have fought there like before, the old man said. It is ugly strife, but there are ways about it. I didn't like the risks involved in this, but then I wasn't all that happy about that unlit sharper staying buried near Harrow either. If they could kill it without making a mess, I wasn't going to complain. I want prisoners well treated, even Presai and greenskins, I said. Neither beaten, tortured, nor otherwise harmed. I'll extend the same treatment to anyone I capture. I'm also willing to arrange regular prisoner exchanges when the campaign allows. There are evils I have been forced to make peace with, the pilgrim said with iron in his voice. Torture is not one of them. You may be certain I will allow no such thing, so long as I draw breath. The matter of exchanges, however, will have to be discussed with the Princess of Equitan. Answer will be given before battle. I nodded. I wasn't sure Melanza would bite, but it was worth a try. Morality aside, I needed my officers much more badly than she did hers. If she catoned onto that, she might just decide to sit on them. On the other hand, the Procerans tended to make officers of their relatives. They might want the assurance of being traded back if they got captured. We'd see. No killing of anyone offering surrender, I proposed. So long as that surrender is genuine and no attempt at treachery is made, he countered. I grimaced but nodded. Fair enough. I'd need to ride my sappers hard about the treachery clause in case they ever got captured. They did like to offer surrender in time for the enemy to walk into a field of buried munitions. Those are the terms I have to offer, at the moment, I said. Unless you have anything to add? No, he said, after a moment. This will serve. He sighed. You are right, you know, he said quietly. I had a few pithy responses to offer, but I kept my mouth shut. And to think they said I couldn't do diplomacy. It is shameful that Callow was left under occupation for so long, the Grey Pilgrim said. That we only ride to relieve and in fear of what your coronation represents. Limpid blue eyes looked up at the morning sky. This does not absolve you, he said. But there is truth in what you say. We stand burdened with the guilt of inaction. For that alone, I grieve that it must come to blood. You are the sin of our indolence returned to haunt us. I don't want to fight you at all, I said. But I will not bend my neck to the kind of ending you peddle. He sighed. We will try to slay you on the field, he said. Even I. Much suffering can be avoided by your death, however tragic that ending. Suffering is the nature of human condition, I said. We are what we do with that. I choose to give it a purpose. It does not sound, he gently said, like I am the one you are trying to convince. None of that, now, I said, wagging my finger. You want to fight for a side that's not exactly driven snow? Fine. Disappointing, but that's the world we live in. But you don't get to pull the grandfatherly act afterwards. He smiled sadly. Am I not allowed to grieve the sight of a child who mutilated her own soul, trying to make a better world? He asked. I flinched. That struck closer to home than I would have liked. I am my mistakes too, I said. Not just my victories. And I knew going in that power comes at a cost. No one gets to eat the first course then balk at the bill. Grieve all you want. But someone recently told me that grief without corresponding action is meaningless. That applies to both sides of the fence, I'd think. All your plans, he said. They are dust, if you do not survive to attempt them. All that would be left is the costs. Isn't that always how it is? I tiredly replied. There's a reason it goes, change the world or die trying. And on that cheerful note, my first talk with the opposition concluded. Cordi, ruling is to promise a man a boat and his brother the river while owning neither. Kind Edmund of Callow, the ink hand. This license business is fucking unacceptable, Brandon, the woman said, fist pounding the table. Grandmaster Brandon Talbot of the Order of Broken Bells, arguably the second most influential officer in the army of Callow after the Marshal herself, hid his displeasure with the ease of long practice. Though he understood Lady Julienne's outrage, and indeed shared it himself, theatrics such as these would get them absolutely nowhere. This reeks of Kindle's doing, Samuel Farron said. She's been gathering the malcontents under her banner, and now she'll get an entire duchy to hand out piecemeal. The man was the oldest among them, and though his grandfather had been only a baron in the days before the conquest, he was perhaps the most influential of the regals, who boasted men and women of greater lines, not the least Brandon himself. What his line had lost in title, they had reclaimed in wealth and alliances. This did nothing to make him any more likable, no matter how useful he might be. Samuel Farron had learned the unfortunate lesson that he was always right, and grew indignant whenever creation had the gall to disagree with that state of affairs. Chewing off Brandon's ear gets us nowhere, my friends. Valerie Hadley calmly intervened. You have all read the proposed arrangements. I suspect this comes from higher up than the Governess-General. The unspoken shadow of the Queen brought silence, however short, and Brandon nodded his thanks at the woman who had just spoken. House Hadley had been middling retainers to the Marquises of Vale once, little more than jumped-up landed knights. But of all the regals, it was Valerie Hadley that Brandon most enjoyed working with. The calm competence married to stark humility was refreshing, considering some of the egos he must corral. Her seat in this council of the greatest of the regals came more because she was the only person of note from Vale to have joined them than because of her skills, unfortunately. Something Farron was not above reminding her of whenever they disagreed, which was frequently. The Queen's not used to thinking in terms of land, Samuel replied flatly. She was a damned penniless orphan for most her life. This is and Kindle trying to fuck us, and anyone who's not a fool can see it. Clearly I am a fool then, Hadley said. For the fact that land grants would in large part go to retiring legionaries does not strike as a ploy of the Queen's men. Greenskin and Presi owning Callowan land. This is what the court had simmering, Lady Julienne sharply said. I held my tongue when the Queen settled goblins in Marchford, Brandon, because it is her domain and you raised no objection. But this goes too far. I held my tongue because objecting would have served no purpose but irritating Her Majesty. Brandon thought. And because the Snake-Eater tribe brought us both badly needed coin and a workforce capable of making siege weapons without relying on the Tower's charity. Neither thought had it made it more palatable that lands by House Talbot for over 500 years were now infested with skulking vermin. But the Grand Master had learned early that the Queen's tolerance for protest only stretched so far. Lodging protest through the court is not possible, Brandon sighed. None of them were supposed to have even seen the proposal they were now discussing, though a concerned citizen had written a copy from memory and sent it to them. Someone would be sent to the gallows before the day was done if Catherine Foundling believed her own court was leaking documents under seal. We can express our displeasure through intermediaries, Samuel Farron said. Nothing touching us directly. If we do, we'll be swimming in jacks before the next bell, Lady Julienne grunted. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of finding my good bottles open and my papers slightly askew. Brandon grimaced. He had already expressed to Lady Thief his misgivings about these little reminders to the regals that they were being watched, but the named had only been amused. It's good for fine folk such as you to be reminded about the consequences of wickedness, she'd said. His favorite hunting knife had disappeared the same night, though Lord Deadhand had later returned it with a seemingly sincere apology. We can't do nothing. Julienne, Farron barked. I will not watch silently as Callow is handed away piece by piece to foreigners and toadies. He's right, Valerie Hadley reluctantly said. Her Majesty's open favor already emboldens the Queen's men. If we stay our hand on so large a matter, we will suffer defections. Favored or not, the Queen has been pragmatic on the issue of Baroness Kindle's supporters, Brandon reminded them. One of ours leads the city guard in Summerhome, and we hold the docks in Southpole. My attempts to broach the matter of the governorship in Denier have not been rebuffed, either. I question the wisdom of surrendering again so close to our hand for what promises to be a losing battle. So she hasn't outright handed the keys to the kingdom to some southern collaborator, Lady Julienne snorted. We must praise Her Majesty for this. She's still having her tagreb dig into our coffers. Considering none but Brandon at this table was not a landowner of more than comfortable means, the bastard lord's property taxes had gotten stuck in the throat of most regals. That the baronies in the north had been spared the sword by virtue of still being true nobles had only added insult to injury. It had been bad enough there had been talk of arranging the tagreb's disappearance, but Brandon had been uncompromising in squashing such scheming. Her Majesty was viciously protective of any she considered friends, and striking at a man who'd followed her since her early days as the squire was a recipe for every regal in Callow swinging from a noose. And that was assuming the mood did not take her to make another example, as she had of the sorcerers sworn to the diabolist. Brandon had ridden down the road of woe before they took the corpses down. He still shivered at the memory of bloodied corpses propped up as milestones as far as the eye could see. None of the other regals had been on the Arcadian campaign, or second lease. They did not know the kind of monstrosity the Queen was willing to unleash when she believed herself threat. She's shutting us out of the army too, Samuel Farron growled. I'm getting tired of having fine officers refused by a fucking greenskin. We cannot try to force that, Hadley said. You should know this by now, Samuel. I'm not happy nearly all the senior officers are former Legion either, but she won the throne with the 15th at her back. If we try to wedge ourselves into that, we chance Her Majesty seeing it as an attack. A certain level of intrigue will be tolerated. That much has been made clear, Brandon said. But let it always remain polite and lawful. Let us not forget the ending of that ill-considered attempt to bribe the Lord Treasurer. The Queen's mercy in that matter had almost been cruel, he thought. The fines had ruined the eldermen financially, and the mark of the throne's wrath had ensured they would never hold a position of influence ever again. Considering the rising influence of officials in lore, having been kicked off the boat just as the tide began to lift, it must have stung even worse than the gallows. Petty lore officials, Farron scoffed. Mudfoots with no sophistication. That game is played with favors, not coin. We just need to find out what the orc is truly after, and she'll bargain like everyone else. Brandon Talbot had campaigned with Marshal Juniper twice now, and he suspected on most days what the Hellhound desired most was Samuel Farron's guts on her plate. It was not worth the expense of his influence to try to end an initiative that might yield some success. However, down the line, it could be suggested to the Queen that reverses in other matters might be reconciled by some strategic appointments in the army of Callow. Having candidates already on the record would only strengthen their position. Already Brandon's freedom to do as he saw fit with the Broken Bells had been expanded greatly, so it was not a matter without precedent. We're certain that Her Majesty raising a new Duke of Lease is out of question. Hadley pressed. I know inquiries were made, but we never petitioned the court. The Queen had to be talked out of striking down the titles to the northern baronies. Brandon thought, no duchy will be raised in her lifetime, my friend. That one is a lost cause. Given the involvement of Lord Adjutant's new offices with the refugees, I suspect it would come too close to curtailing the crown's power to be even seriously considered, Talbot admitted. And while I share your disdain for this notion of turning the entire Duchy of Lease into freeholds, we must admit that the region had been well taken in hand. Grain, tents and clothes had begun flowing south within hours of the Queen's coronation. The dead hand was nothing if not efficient. That much must be conceded. That about 9 in 10 refugees had so far survived winter in the face of cold and starvation was nearly miraculous. Even if that miracle had been woven from Presi gold. They screwed old Darlington out of making a killing with his wool, too. Lady Julienne smiled coldly. Always a pleasure to see we are not lowest in the Queen's esteem. There is only so much distinction between bottom feeders, Valerie Hadley said. We have shown restraint, Brandon, but our gains remain limited. I am not fool enough to talk rebellion, but something must be done. There was a thread of frustration in the woman's voice, and the Grandmaster sympathized. He felt it too. Yet he also knew that what they considered stewardship of Callow earned by right and blood was seen by Her Majesty as infuriating arrogance. Now that peace had returned, however fleeting, The queen had ceased putting the heads of all opposition on pikes. Farron and Lady Julienne saw this, as their rulers softening. But Brandon knew better. The Queen of Calais was trying to outgrow the savage teachings of her Eastern mentors and return Calais to what it should be, but all she did with an eye on the looming war with Procure. Disagreement would be tolerated, but anything construed as obstructionism would see the blades come out. We are only worth appeasing so long as we are more useful than troublesome, my friends, Brandon quietly said. We should all remember that, before raising our voices too loud. Catherine Foundling is not a Fairfax. She will not balk at sending the Jacks to abduct us in the middle of the night, if she deems it necessary. Then she shouldn't be Farron began, but Hadley smacked her palm against the table. Let us not drift too far from the subject at hand, the woman said. Brandon, by your continuing calm, I take it you have a notion as to how we should proceed. Tolerance continues so long as we remain within set bounds, Brandon said. Let us walk within these bounds, then. And Kindle is no friend of ours, but there is one that stands above even the Queen's Council. One who takes no sides. The others watched him with considering eyes. I will talk, Brandon Talbot said, with Hackram dead hand. There were too few hours in a day. Hackram had, on one of those rare instances where Archer managed to drag Masigo away from supervising the building of the Observatory, asked Hierophant if it was feasible to work in Arcadia to get around the span of time. He'd said yes, then added so many qualifiers to that agreement the conversation became unintelligible. Unfortunate. Instead, he'd gotten to explore the limits of how little sleep he could live on before becoming sloppy. The orc poured himself a cup of Eric and shuffled through the piles on parchment on his oaken desk. Drinking on the job, Hackram? Ratface teased. How irresponsible of you. The orc growled, not that it scared the fucking Tagreb. The former quartermaster had not become any less of a pest now that some Calawan honorary address had been tacked onto his name. Can't drink with Catherine anymore, he admitted. I'm trying to wean her off. Amusement slid off the Lord Treasurer's face. I know she's traded wine for liquor since lease, but I was under the impression named couldn't get drunk unless they wanted to, the man said. Her body's all fucked, Hackram said. The Warlocks get wants to write a treatise about it, which should tell you everything. I think it takes the edge off winter, though, and there's not much else that accomplishes that. We never talked about what went down in the city, Ratface slowly said. But what bits I dug up hint it was bad. Militia crossed a line, Hackram said, and the Black Knight broke her trust. The second of those cut a lot deeper. There is an old story, I believe, about scorpions and trust, Ratface murmured. More than one, as it happened. The one they told in Calais was charmingly moral, a warning about men's nature and how they followed it even at their own expense. The Presai tale was not a warning but a lesson. The scorpion swam to the shore, after stinging the frog. Never assume weakness. Never trust anyone with your back. Like most Presai stories, it idolized cleverness and treachery without addressing the inherent stupidity of killing someone willing to help you. We've all had mentors, Hackram said. Smart doesn't come into it. Let us hope Procure ties up that loose end then, the Tagreb said. We cannot afford to be stung twice. The orc drank from the cup, savoring the muted burn down his throat, and rolled his shoulders. All right, spit it out, Adjutant said. What are you after, Lord Treasurer? The olive-skinned man cast a dubious glance at the sheets of parchment and open scrolls that covered nearly every surface of Hackram's solar. If I asked you for a report, would you even be able to find it? He snorted. Finding's a specialty of mine. The orc replied with a fanged grin. Now spare me the dancing around. The Tagreb sighed. This cannot be put to ink, he said. Hackram's hairless brows rose. The Jacks were being forced to keep much off parchment out of fear of imperial infiltration, particularly Vivian's people, since there was a decent choice. The eyes didn't know who those were, unlike most their other spies, but Ratface did not often bring anything off the record. Your guildsmen or the friends in low places? Adjutant asked. Ratface shook his head. I had drinks with Pickler a few nights ago, he said. The orc's chin lowered, a hint of fangs revealed. With the 15th being folded into the army of Calais, he hadn't seen much of the old crew lately, since the Hellhound was running them ragged. Pickler had it worse than most, trying to form a halfway decent expanded sapper corps out of Marchford goblins who'd never set foot at the college. That had seen her journeying back and forth to the settlement the Snake Eater tribe had founded in Marchford, out of the tunnels the giant devil snake Catherine killed had dug. The rent the tribe offered had been badly needed income, and goblin manpower was a bomb now that the Empress had ended their recruiting rights in praise. and therefore both the steppes and the Ares. They were a complication as well, though. Even on their best behavior, goblins tended to piss off humans, which was the last thing Callow needed at the moment, but there had also been larger implications. The tribe currently had no proper matron. It was ruled by a pack of matron attendants until that could be settled, but if there was anyone out there who made Presi looking like amateur dabblers at backstabbing, it was female goblins. There was a reason for the lack of matron, as he understood it. Pickler's mother, the matron of the High Ridge tribe, intended for her daughter to retire from the legions and lead the only goblin tribe living outside of the Grey Ares. Hakram suspected the amount of murder and backroom dealing that must have gone on for other matrons to accept. That was horrifying. Pickler had an edge over any candidate, admittedly, because of her close working relationship to the highest reaches of Callow. No other goblin would get half as much sufferance from Catherine. On the other hand, the senior sapper had run away to the War College exactly to be spared this kind of position. What Adjutant knew of goblin politics was sparse, mostly cobbled together from bitter comments Robber made when in his cups, but he'd gathered that Pickler was essentially the goblin equivalent of a high lady's daughter. If she'd stayed with High Ridge, she'd be a matron attendant by now, murdering her fellows in preparation for succeeding her mother. Apparently, Matron Wither had decided to secure a tribe for her eldest daughter no matter how far she ran away. You could run from honors, but you couldn't run from blood. All orcs knew that, true as they knew their own breath. If they try to force her retirement just before a crusade, there's going to be blood, Hakram grimly said. If that were the angle, I'd be less worried, Ratface murmured. She was dragged into a meeting with the matron attendants, where she was interrogated about Kat's intentions for the Empire if she ends up on top when the dust settles. Hakram's breath caught. Did they know about the Accords? They'd just begun drafting them. It shouldn't be possible. If the matrons knew, then the Dread Empress might, and if militia learned about those. Some people might consider that treason, the orc said. The Tagreb met his eyes squarely. I know her too, Hakram, he said. She doesn't forgive things like Lys. The Empress didn't make that doomsday weapon, but it doesn't take a High Lord to figure out she made a grab for it. There's a reason the Black Knight hasn't set foot in Praise since the battle. There was much more to that than his old friend knew, but that was not knowledge to idly spread around. There's smelling weakness, the orc gravelled. With the Carrion Lord estranged and Callow garrisoning borders, they think the Empress is on the way out. No deal was offered, Ratface cautioned. People who underestimate her dread majesty tend to turn up dead, and the matrons didn't last this long by being reckless. They're opportunists at heart. She hates them, Ratface, Hakram bluntly said. She's fine with goblins, but the matrons, everything she despises about highborn incarnate. And I agree with her, frankly. They're snakes, and they'll bite us just as surely as they will the Empress if it gets them what they want. I am Tagreb, Ratface smiled coldly. Bastard, but still Tagreb. We know the matrons better than any of you, the dangers of getting into bed with them. But we don't have to get into bed with them. We just have to promise to stay out of it. The orc grit his teeth. There's already too many moving parts in the 10th Crusade, he finally said. A goblin rebellion on top of it is tossing a sharper into the fire. Think on it, Ratface said. Talk to her. But we can't dally for too long, if we're making overtures. The Tagreb rose to his feet. A sharper's only ever trouble if you're the one it's tossed at, the Lord Treasurer said quietly. Hakram grimaced. Ratface had never taken sapper courses, so he might not know that 1 sharper and 20 blue before ever making it into Imperial supply stores. Adjutant did, and he thought the metaphor more apt for it. Book 4, Interlude, Crusaders. There is no absolute virtue to peace. To avoid war out of petty fear is the exact same moral failure as waging war in name of it. Clement Meravins, 4th First Prince of Procure. They're up to something, Princess Rosala of Equitan said. She had, that very morning, received a second report on enemy movements that baffled her. Unlike Amatis, who already saw their victory as writ in the sky and was positioning to benefit from the aftermath, the only daughter of Enner of Equitan had made deep study of their enemy. Oh, the Prince of Isère was not a fool. Ambitious beyond reason, perhaps, but no imbecile. He'd be much easier to deal with if he were. Yet he only ever saw war as the pursuit of political advantage through steel, and that blinded him to the nature of the foe before them. Rosala was an Arlazite of ancient line, and her kind were as distinguished with the sword as they were with verse. Her people had fought and fought well in almost every major war since the founding of the Principate, and the Melanzas had been famed as generals long before they rose to royalty, which was why this army of Callow worried her. The Legions of Terror, in their current incarnation, were admittedly one of the finest military machines on Calernia, second in lethality perhaps only to the army of Helike, though much more numerous. Yet that was not what she was facing. More than half the army of Calo was foot from that same kingdom, and more worryingly under the Black Queen's banner rode Knight S. Prince Pappenheim had taught her mother a bloody lesson in the dangers of engaging heavy cavalry with light at the Battle of Ain. Rosala had no intention of repeating the mistakes that forced Inner of Equitan to drink mandrake extract. She had seen the aftermath of the regal kindness, and it was neither of those things. Prisai are known to have a certain low cunning. Prince Arnaud of Cantal mused. No doubt they've some sort of parlor trick in the works. Rosala eyed the middle-aged man with open distaste. The man was the living justification of every prejudice about Alaman's arrogance, and she would have disliked him for that even if her agents had not learned about his proclivities. She was no Lycanese prude, but someone taking a knife to that man's cock would have been a boon to creation. We underestimate the Empire at our own risk, Princess Adeline of Orne sharply replied. Rosala inclined her head in thanks, and the other young woman offered the ghost of a smile in return. Adeline had already hinted that she was not so securely under Amata's thumb as the prince seemed to believe, through subtle intermediaries. Of all the royals to have crossed the stairway, the Princess of Equitan was fondest of this one. Adeline had ruled Orne for less than a year now, ascending to the throne after the assassination of her brother at the hands of what was speculated to be the assassin himself. The princess understood the dangers of tangling with the tower better than most. She also despised the first prince to the bone. The augur had, after all, not seen fit to give warning about her beloved brother's coming death. Cordelia Hazenbach, they were learning, could kill simply by staying silent. It is unseemly for women of your standing to quake at the coming of the Carrion Lord's bastard, Prince Arnaud sneered. Rosala's lips thinned. There were persistent rumors that the Black Queen was the villain's illegitimate daughter. Though she put no more stock in those than the speculation, she was some distant Fairfax spared after the conquest and reared in secret over the decades that followed. It is unseemly for a man of your standing to be such a relentless jackass, Arnaud. Princess Adeline replied with a lightness that belied the anger beneath it. But you don't hear us snipe about it, do you? Rosala sighed, almost inaudibly. The Princess of Orne needed to learn to leash her temper, else they would eat her alive in the highest assembly. An ally this easy debate was more liability than grace. She would have intervened to soothe the tempers, but Amatus finally decided to grace them with his presence. He was not, she saw, alone. The kindly wizened face of the Grey Pilgrim was a welcome addition to this council, but the other silhouette flanking the Prince of Isère was not. Lawrence de Montfort was short and skinny, for so infamous a woman, and her creased cheeks were showing the mottled spots of creeping age. They did nothing to detract from the austere presence of the Saint of Swords. The Princess of Equitan stiffened, though she forced her shoulders to loosen before anyone could notice. Not royalty could ever be comfortable in the presence of the regicide. I do hope my lateness caused no offense, Amatus Milne affably smiled. It occurred to me that an infusion of wisdom to this council would benefit us all, hence my company. The smile was a little too broad, Rosala decided, to be entirely truthful. Had the heroes strong-armed him into inviting them along? They had certainly begun wielding their influence more strongly since the crossing. For all that the saint was the one who brought sharp discomfort, it had been the Grey Pilgrim that brought terms back from the failed attempt at diplomacy in the south. The man was much more influential than his easy manners suggested. We are honored to be offered seat at his table. The pilgrim smiled, inclining his head. Honored, yes, the saint drawled, a hard smile splitting her face. The regicide had been exceedingly clear about her low esteem for royalty as a whole, which cast interesting light to the rumors she'd once been the lover of Klaus Pappenheim. It would take someone with stomach as steady as the Iron Prince's to bed that one, Rosala silently conceded. For all they knew, all there was down there was more swords, though for a Lycanese that might just be spice in the wine. No offense at all. Prince Arnaud smiled brightly. We always welcome the advice of those chosen by the heavens. Rosala hid her derisive snort behind a sip of wine as the heroes and their glorious leader took their seats. Princess Rosala was expressing worries about precise scheming. Princess Adeline spoke up. More to break the heavy silence than anything else, the ruler of Equitan suspected. She did not grudge her the distraction. Ah, the Grey Pilgrim smiled gently. Always a subject worthy of interest, yet I would caution you that it is not Prisai we face. It would be a mistake, your graces, to believe the army to the south anything but Calawan. Rosala disliked the notion of taking military advice from priestly vagrant, however high his repute, but the circumstances warranted prudence. It was a villain that led the army of Calo, and she knew little of their breed compared to the old man. Calawan she may be, but her throne was built on sand, Amadis languidly added. Her grasp on the kingdom remains shallow. Duchess Keegan Iarsmai has already replied to my invoice. Rosala hid her surprise. For all of Amadis' swagger, she'd fully expected the house of Iarsmai to remain aloof from the crusade until a clear winner could be discerned. The Prince of Izair's smile broadened as he looked at her, the unspoken gloating ringing loud. Though she will not declare for us openly at the moment, she was willing to send a detachment of the Watch to join our forces, Amadis revealed. They've already begun to sail across the Silver Lake, and I expect they will swell our ranks in time for battle. The Arlazite princess frowned, displeased she'd been cut out of negotiations involving military matters. And how many of the Watch did she pledge? She asked. A full 1,000, Amadis said. Easily worth thrice that number, if the old histories are to be believed. And what did you have to promise that Diarraith Fox to get them, I wonder? Rosala thought. Amadis Milne had been rather generous of late in partitioning the kingdom he expected her to conquer for him. You really should have been smacked more often as a child, Amadis, the Saint of Swords idly said. Gods know a few bruises would have done wonders for your character. The silence in the tent was so absolute, it was nearly palpable. Rosala smothered a very unseemly grin. Pardon, the Prince of Izair coldly said. You heard me just fine, you repulsive little wart, Lawrence de Montfort said. Keegan Iarsmai fought a campaign with the Black Queen less than a year ago, and you think that? What? Your viper tongue befuddled Duchess of Daoin. That house was putting Prisai heads on Pike's back when your ancestors were shitting in their own huts. She's playing you like a spectacularly dim fiddle. Amadis Mylenen's face purpled with fury. It was unlikely, Rosala mused with dark delight, that anyone had insulted him this bluntly even once in his life. The Grey Pilgrim cleared his throat. Lawrence, he reproached. The Saint of Swords sighed. Fine, she said. The Honorable Prince of Izair is displaying the intellectual faculties of an averagely dim fiddle. The Grey Pilgrim looked pained. What my blunt-spoken friend means, Your Grace, he intervened, is that Catherine Foundling belongs to a very specific breed of villainy. The nature of her bestowal is what my people call a thresher, one who separates the wheat from the chaff. She will earn great enmity, but also great loyalty, and she has fought by the side of Duchess Keegan before, against common foe. Rosala was honest enough to admit that watching the Prince of Izair having to swallow his cold fury to avoid beginning a feud with heroes was making her evening, perhaps even her month. The Duchess bargained well, the Prince stiffly said, and extracted great concessions in rights and territory. The Queen of Calo has naught to offer of equivalent value. So, land had been sold. Rosala wondered how far he'd gone. Had lore been offered up? Denial almost certainly. It was the old dagger the Fairfaxes had kept pointed at Daoin's belly in case the Diarraith began talking of independence again. The Princess of Equitan quietly cleared her throat, gaining everyone's attention. I'll be blunt, she said. The Black Queen should scare everyone in this tent. She has displayed surprising restraint so far, but this is the same woman who crucified a few hundred mages after the Doom to make a point. We are cornering her, and she has a reputation for baring her fangs when cornered. Rosala sipped at her wine, drawing out her point in a reminder that in matters military it was her word that counted most. We marched out believing she'd come after the first bait we set out, she continued. The failure of the trap at Harrow makes it very clear we were wrong in our assessment. And that is without considering she not only knew about the overtures to Baron Darlington, but turned that debacle into an offer of her own. I expected she scares the Duchess a lot more than we do, at the moment. Any contribution from her is suspect. I'm not going to let you forget the Darlington failure any time soon, Amadis. She thought, smiling at the Prince of Izair. So much for the North rising up behind the Black Queen. Making terms with the enemy is always a fucking blunder, the Saint of Swords said. Mark my words. The moment she feels the noose tightening, the usual horrors are coming out. You should have smoked her then and there. She spoke truth, Lawrence, the Grey Pilgrim stated, and there was iron beneath the mildness. Do not gainsay me on this. I find it deeply shameful that any of us would hesitate at an opportunity to lessen the bloodbath, no matter the provenance. You've always been soft, Tarek, the Saint said. The only thing I agree on with this band of clucking hens is that the East is in need of a good cleansing. The rot will only spread if we spare the flame. We go in half-hearted, and you know we'll have to come back in 20 years. Assuming we're still around. Something pale and cold roiled in the gray pilgrim's eyes. Rosala felt the taste of a storm against the roof of her mouth. It unsettled her enough. She spared no irritation for having been called a hen. You should know better, the hero quietly said, than to question how far I will go to spare this world pain. You, of all people. The old woman looked uncomfortable, then chastised. Rosala's eyes sharpened with interest. Of all the named gathered under the banner of her army, these two were known to be first among equals. That they would quarrel at all had interesting implications. Until now, the politics of the heroes had been utterly opaque to her save for the fact that the other Levantines took the pilgrims' words as sacred writ. All of the named had resisted attempts to induce them into a deeper relationship so far, but if this rift before her was exploitable, there were possibilities to keep in mind. Known ties to a chosen would silence her brother's ambitions for good, no matter his schemes. Apologies, the saint finally said. You know my temper. Like a bear with a bad tooth. The pilgrim fondly said, patting her hand. Already forgotten. We are all worried about the young ones in the south. Princess Adeline cleared her throat daintily. Apologies, chosen, she said. But if I may ask, are you speaking of the heroes marching for the Valais? I was under the impression the remaining calamities were expected to fold, Rosala added warily. If the Red Flower Valais held, their position up north became exceedingly precarious. Their supply lines would be effectively impossible to maintain as soon as they passed Hedges, and the first prince had indicated she would be displeased if the Crusaders turned to foraging in Calais. The Arlezite princess wasn't going to starve her army out of fear of offending Hazenbach, but she'd also rather avoid kicking that nest of wasps for a while still. In matters of might, the Carian lord is outmatched, the pilgrim agreed. So, we suspect, is the warlock. The saint snorted inelegantly. The witch is from Brocelian Forest, she said. What she learned from the Gigantes. And that lot ruled the roost while the Preci were still busy figuring what cocks are for. She'll pulp his ass across the valley floor, if they go spell for spell. Young Hanno has already fought the Black Knight once. The pilgrim smiled. He will not repeat previous mistakes. Yet the opponents are villains grown old, and this is a rare thing for a reason. It will not be an easy victory. The man is one of Ranger's toys, the saint conceded. And that ornery old bitch plays rough. He won't go down without making a mess. The Levantine flicked an amused glance at his companion, but did not comment. We thank you for your guidance, Prince Amadis said calmly. Yet I fear we have strayed from the purpose of this council. Princess Melanza was expressing worries, I believe. Rosala nodded. It's clear that the Black Queen is expecting to give battle on the outskirts of the barony of Hedges, she said. But I've been getting reports of her splitting up her host, and that honestly baffles me. We outnumber her by more than 2 to 1. She should be the one attempting to feed in detail, not the one offering me that opportunity on a silver platter. She is barely more than a child, Prince Arnaud shrugged. Blunders are to be expected. And there went the only Alaman's royalty in the tent, breaking his silence to offer idiocy. She's a girl that never lost a battle, Prince Amadis warned. In matters of statecraft, poor judgment is to be expected, but she is not unskilled at war. She could have gotten arrogant, Rosala admitted. It's not uncommon in undefeated commanders, and that she was confident enough to offer limiting rules of engagement when so heavily outnumbered is telling. But I imagine the exiled prince and the summer court told themselves much the same right before she ripped out their guts. Though her nature is undeniably warped, the Grey Pilgrim said, she struck me as remarkably clear-sighted in some regards. Not a woman prone to blind mistakes. There's a whole city of dead Calawans that begs to disagree, the saint drawled. It is not only the children of the heavens that can learn from their mistakes, the pilgrim chided her. She will be wary of being burned in that manner again. Perhaps she intends to gather her forces through the fairy gates, Princess Adeline suggested. We know there's a delay for journeying through Arcadia, Rosala replied, shaking her head. And she can only take one host at a time. There are 3 columns marching towards us. Even if she timed it perfectly, she'd still have a third of her army in the wrong place when the battle begins. Which, to put it bluntly, she cannot afford if she wants even a shadow of a chance of winning. We know the wild hunt is sworn to her, Prince Arnaud said. Perhaps she can make multiple gates. I can't dismiss that possibility out of hand, the Princess of Equitan agreed. But that still begs the question of why she'd split her forces in the first place. She has to know we'll be expecting gates to appear at our flanks and back when we engage. There would be no element of surprise, and that is half the advantage to be had with them. And if our foot moves quickly enough towards the gates, we could even keep her pinned inside Arcadia. It is risking disaster for no gain, I can discern. That is worrying, the Grey Pilgrim admitted. I must see to the children, your graces, but I will seek guidance from above on the matter. Perhaps a meaning to this can be divined. Rosala hid her surprise. She'd been under the impression that future telling was rare even among heroes, and often too vague to be of any practical use. The augur was rumored to be speaking in tongues half the time, and that Hazenbach was constantly struggling to turn her attention to threats instead of weather patterns. If the Grey Pilgrim could truly discern the workings of fate, however, this was major advantage. It was irritating that such a thing would only now be revealed, but then Rosala was hardly in a position to chide the man for it. We will look forward to hearing your wisdom, chosen, the Princess of Equitance said. The man rose and bowed deep. He cast a look at the saint, who smiled but shook her head. Rosala schooled her face into calm. She had an inkling that what would follow would not be pleasant. Silence followed in the wake of the departing pilgrim, until the Saint of Swords sighed. He's a good man, you know, Lawrence de Montfort said. Likes to see the best in people. Prince Arnaud began, but he was interrupted. The saint raked her fingers across the table, leaving deep gouges in the wood that no mortal fingers could have made. The sound was deafening, an ugly grind of steel. Shut the fuck up, you insignificant toady, the saint said. Now, Tarek chooses to believe in your moral fiber, but I. No, better. I know the wickedness that you crave, that sweet whisper of earthly power. There are some among you, even now, that believe holy war can be made tool of ambition. The old woman smiled at them, cold and terrible and utterly indifferent to their survival. You will not disappoint this nice old man, she said. You will keep to the terms and not seek to work around them. And if you seek otherwise? The saint barked out a harsh laugh. You might be under the delusion that the consequences of ripping you animals to pieces would give me pause, she mused. Discard that notion, princelings. The only people I answer to are up above, and they exactly what you are made of. Lawrence de Montfort rose to her feet, shrugging. Think of me as the angel on your shoulders, she suggested. You know, the one that says be good, my children, or I will. Fucking dine on your entrails like an orc. The Saint of Swords smiled at them, wagging a finger. I think we have an understanding, don't we? No one nodded. No one needed to. Book 4, Chapter 9, Grandpa. Casualties are a consequence of properly employed tactics, not the intent. To merely bludgeon away is to reduce the conduct of war to arithmetic. Theodosius the Unconquered, tyrant of Helice. Hakram had once told me about an old orc proverb. Even, a child can devour a bear, one mouthful at a time. Apart from reminding me that most orc sayings tended to involve blood or death in some way, and that orcs apparently weren't afraid to eat things with even larger teeth than they, to absolutely no one's surprise. It had struck something of a chord at the time. As a rule, I'd tended to be the underdog in fights since becoming the squire, and never had that been truer than when my waltz with the 10th Crusade began. 50,000 Proserpine soldiers had come through the pass, and though Juniper had been dismissive about the quality of most that host, she'd cautioned that numbers had a weight of their own. Even if we traded soldiers at a rate of 1 to 3, halfway through that battle my army would collapse as an effective fighting force, while the Proserpines just got started with deploying their reserves. From a strict military perspective, we couldn't afford the casualties that thoroughly shattering the Crusader army would cost us. From a political perspective, if took the gloves off, I'd effectively kill any chance of Calais retaining its independence in the long term. We had to beat Princess Melanza without beating her too badly, without losing too many men or resorting to any of our uglier tricks. The Hellhound had complained of having her hands tied often and loudly, if in private, but under all that barking there'd been a visible thread of pleasure. She might have hated that politics played any part in this campaign, but I suspected she enjoyed the challenge of having restricted tools. It was forcing her to think beyond her traditional methods, to put the steel trap of a mind under all the glaring at work. We'd begun planning our battle before we ever entered Arcadia, refining it with every fresh report from the Jacks and the Observatory. The Unconquered had famously said that grand designs in war were a thing of vanity, but to us they were even more than that. With the number of heroes the other side was fielding, any plan too complicated was essentially guaranteed to fail. As long as there was even one critical component that had to succeed, that specific time and place would be crawling with angry, literally heaven-sent foreigners out to fuck up our day. We couldn't reiterate the old traps we'd used in Three Hills and march forward. No matter how clever the bait, if we closed the teeth we'd find that steel gauntlet beat fangs. So we hadn't made a plan, not exactly. It could be argued to be a dozen of them, instead, or even just a general operational doctrine. If having a pivot meant we lost, then we had to either avoid pivots entirely or make them impossible to reach. And we had the means for that, for all our other flaws. That was our real trump card, when it came down to it, the ferry gates. Or more specifically, the mobility they lent my troops. I doubted they understood everything I could do with those, or even that I wasn't the only one who could make them. The Wild Hunt could open its own, if it was led by Larrett. So far I'd used Arcadia to cut down time on long journeys, but that was only the surface use. Closer to the enemy, I could still use them to disappear an army into thin air and reappear close by quicker than was physically possible. Just because I'd not used the gates for short journeys didn't mean I couldn't. The first step had been splitting the army of Callow into 3 columns, 2 of 6,000 and 1 of 9 and chance. The largest one was the central one as well, and fielded all of Baroness Ainsley's reinforcements. The 2 armies on the wings had split from the central host, moving east and west. We'd set out the silver, now we were going to eat the bear one bite at a time. The crusading army was large. It had nearly 12,000 horse to my own mere 5,000. It had priests and wizards and heroes. It was also slow. We'd only realized how slow it really was when it crossed the northern passage, and carefully confirmed it over the weeks since. Of that 50,000 men, more than a third was levies. Men and women in the prime of their life, certainly, and in good shape. But farming and marching were different kinds of labor, especially when weighed down by arms and armor. The Hellhound had described our conflict as 2 hounds with a chain around their neck, sallying out to fight in the place where both our chains allowed us to reach. The anchor on our side was Hedges. We couldn't allow them to take the city, since it opened them a direct path into the heartlands of Callow. The anchor on theirs was their supply line. Snaking across the Whitecaps, the wagon caravans moved day and night to bring enough food across that the Crusaders wouldn't run out of foodstuffs before they reached a place where they could take local supplies, either by sacking granaries or foraging the countryside. But the passage was narrow, and they had 50,000 bellies to feed. The foodstuffs from Proctor were slowing the rate they were burning through their reserves at, but it wasn't stopping it. If our strengths were insufficient to carry the day, Juniper had said, then we had to play to the enemy's weaknesses. And the 2 that were exploitable were the sluggish pace and sprawling supply lines. Now, Melanza had already proved she was no fool. She had to know it would be child's play for me to take the Order of Broken Bells out and hit the pass up north, while she was still too far to prevent me from putting everything to the torch and leave a small garrison behind to make sure the river stayed dammed. We believed she'd gambled on her having enough supplies to reach Hedges even if we did, which meant she'd be picking up the pace soon to force a battle there. Taking a swing at our anchor to force us to be where she needed us to be, essentially. Except instead of facing the single host manning walls she must have expected to see arrayed before her, she now had 3 field armies to contend with. And those armies were moving closer to hers, making a loose half-circle so she'd be blundering into encirclement if she didn't break us apart. And now we find out what kind of a commander Melanza is, Juniper said. The 2 of us had remained with the central army, the beating heart of the net we'd cast over the region. The Crusader army was too far in the distance for us to see even the fire smoke. 7 days away, by our estimate. We'd been prudent in case she had the means to make them pick up the pace. Scrying had allowed the Western and Eastern army to keep the same distance on the sides. The Jacks finally confirmed the watch linked up with them 2 days ago, I said. Keegan is keeping her part of the bargain. They won't be trusted, the orc grunted. Not if what you told me about the Grey Pilgrim is true. They don't need to be trusted, I reminded her. They just need to be there. I'd sent instruction down to Hackram to kick up a fuss at the border with Daoin to add some weight to the gambit, but my hopes were not high. Proctor, unlike the Empire and I, did not have the benefit of having mages capable of scrying within Callow, which meant information traveled back to Melanza and to the First Prince with a considerable delay compared to us. They might not even learn about Adjutant's agitation in time for it to matter, but the possibility still existed, and that was enough to warrant the attempt at disinformation. So what's your guess? I asked after a moment of silence. She either splits her forces to engage us separately, or she goes straight for the head of the snake, Juniper said. There's risks to splitting. She's not sure how quick we can redeploy, and our foot's usually better than hers. Smaller armies make that count more. So you think she's headed for us? I said. It's what I'd do, if I were her, the hellhound said. Otherwise she's engaging on terms we dictated. She swings at us, though, and she can assume we'll pull down our other 2 armies to reinforce us. She still gets the battle she needs. We can't give her open field all the way down to Harrow, I conceded. The woman has been having too leisurely a march so far, foundling. Juniper sharply grinned. Time to kick the hive. First blow tonight. I nodded slowly. East or west? I asked. Sending your vicious little minion to the east first loses us at least 4 days, she grunted. West has to be. I don't want to give her a breather or too much time to think. I'll talk to Larrett, I said. The hunt's been raring to get off the leash. Lots of that going around, Juniper said, a tad drilly. I frowned at her. You're going somewhere with this, I take it? I said. Juniper spat to the side. Don't take this wrong, Catherine, but you've lost the taste for it, she said. Any fool can see that. I'm not sure what you're saying, I admitted. That I'm trying to stab people less. Juniper, saying, fuck it. And chewing through the opposition, no matter the consequences, is what got us in this mess in the first place. We're not playing with the kind of stakes where mistakes can be afforded anymore. One slip is all it takes to tumble down on our heads. You put on a crown so you have to play wasteland games, the hellhound grunted. I don't like it, but I get it. But a year ago, foundling, you would have been licking your chops at the thought of a battle like we're planning. You were hungry for it. Now you're just tired, I finished quietly. Tired and afraid. It's not pretty to look at, Catherine, my marshal said. Now's not the time for the fire to go out. The enemy's at the gate and going at them half-hearted is going to get a lot of people killed. My fingers clenched, then slowly unclenched. If Juniper was willing to say this much, she'd been sitting on it for some time. And she wouldn't be the only one of my officers thinking it. When I was 9, I think, I was sent to the market by the orphanage matron to pick up our meat for the month, I told her. When I got there, I saw the butcher getting roughed up by city guard. They wanted him to join one of the guilds, so Mazes would get his cut. So imperial governors were shit to your people, the orc shrugged. Not exactly a revelation, foundling. Compassion had never been one of Juniper's strengths. I stood there, I told her. I knew, bone deep, that there wasn't a fucking thing I could do about it. So I just watched. Juniper bared her teeth. You have the fangs now, Catherine, she said. Keeping them pearly white means nothing's changed. I used to believe that, I admitted. You know who broke that fight up? Legionaries. A pair of orcs. They beat the guards badly enough, one had to be carried away. I think that's when I decided, before I really knew it, that I was going to join the legions. So one day, I'd be the one handing the beatings instead of just standing there. So why the fuck are we giving Procker a pass for invading then? Juniper growled. Those princes, those heroes. It's like we're worrying more about keeping them alive than our own soldiers. No one put a knife to their throat to make them cross that pass, Catherine. Banner went up in Salia, and they signed on. I'm not preaching devilry at you. That sort of blow always comes back around. But we have all these nasty tricks we're just sitting on, and I can't think of a good reason why. So Procker gets pissy if we kill their boys? They're already riding on a goddamned crusade. Burn them all, and the first prince too. I'll say this for the Empress. At least when she screws us, she doesn't expect us to apologize for it. You're still angry I shut down Bonfire, I said, and it was not a guess. I love it, you know. Juniper grinned unpleasantly, all teeth and malice. Having this unholy mess up north, and still having to beat the opposition with my hands tied. Ain't no one ever fought a war like that before. We will be remembered. But you know how we got all these fancy titles? 'Cause we were willing to go as far as we needed to. We brawled in the mud to get up here, Catherine, and suddenly we're too good for it? We're going soft. And soft ends up in the cooking pot, sooner or later. That's the thing, Juniper, I said quietly. This is the strongest I've ever been. I have armies, wealth, a kingdom. I have the woe, sharpened fighting heroes. I have the wild hunt, and the last good claim on winter. Even in wildest dreams as a kid, I never thought I'd get this much power. I bit my lip. I thought that was enough. I told the orc, having the biggest stick, that once you had that, everything else fell into place. But while I was using that stick to whack the opposition, running all around Callow, an entire city went dark. Juniper opened her mouth, but I gestured for her to let me keep speaking. No, I said. Really think about it. An entire city. More than 100,000 people. Hellhound. Because we were good, and we were strong, and we got cocky. There is an entire part of a kingdom gone forever, because I thought being feared and powerful would see us through. It didn't. It won't now, either. You can't let Lise fill your shadow, Catherine, Juniper said, almost kindly. Wasteland get always fucks the world. It's the only trick they have. I have to, Juniper, I said. I've walked out ruins still breathing again and again, so I stopped thinking we could lose. But we did lose, last year. We killed and got killed, and all we had to show for it at the end was a mass grave. We killed Diabolist, the orcs said. We shut the door on the Fae. We beat them, I said. That's not a victory. We just stopped them from making the larger mess they had it in them to make. Then you learned the wrong lesson, Juniper said. And we should have pulled the trigger on Bonfire the moment the army was halfway ready. We're still fighting their kind of war, Catherine. No, I said, and ice crept into the tone. They think that, no doubt. Some of your officers might think that too. But make no mistake, this is my play from opening to curtains. I'll negotiate with the other side, because it gets me better results than crushing them outright. Because peace is a better path to what I want than setting cities aflame. But I still have it, Hellhound. The urge to just step on them. The victory I'm after simply happens to require more than corpses. The Marshal of Kalos studied me for a long time, before giving a sharp nod. So long as it's not squeamishness, she finally said. I looked up at the afternoon sky, the spring sun that failed to warm me. You're right, about the fear, I said. I am afraid. That was the hardest learning. That power doesn't solve anything. It just broadens the scope, raises the stakes. I got on top of the pedestal, and now that I've had a good look around, what I'm seeing is making me want to flinch. I was not blind to the gathering storm. The Empress was feeling cornered, and she'd already proven the kind of measures she was willing to take if she thought survival was at stake. Black had holed up in the Vallas for winter, cut from his old anchors, and in a way that made him more dangerous than he'd used to be. When he came out swinging, and he would, there was no telling who he'd be swinging at. The free cities were a pot about to boil over, led by two madmen whose intent was anyone's guess. And the whole muster of the West was gathering, preparing to hit Callow in waves. And in the middle of it all, I had to break the ugly story that had ground both Callow and Praise under the wheel for millennia. Fear's good, Juniper said. Fear is blood and life. But it's too late to flinch, Warlord. I know, I murmured. And so we got to war again. We parted ways after that, and began our work. The thing was, what we were doing wasn't rewriting the book. The tactics at work were old ones, used by armies for centuries. On the other hand, none of those armies had fairy gates to work with. All it took was asking Hierophant to scry our Western commander, the freshly promoted General Nock, as it happened. And so after nightfall, the 6,000 men of the Western army disappeared from the field. They reappeared 3 days of march behind the crusading host, and the wolf riders that had once been General Istrid's began to raid their way up the Proceran supply line. They took cattle and grain, poultry and bread, but left the men who surrendered untouched. Didn't even take them prisoner. Juniper's notion, that, not sentimentality. Leaving them behind mean more mouths for Melanza to feed. The Princess of Equitan sent 12,000 men north to bring Nock to battle, mostly horse and fantassins, but by the time they arrived the army was long gone. It reappeared to the west a few days later. That's right, Melanza. Now you know for sure I have 2 gatemakers. So let's find out if your heroes can discern where they are, shall we? The hive had been duly kicked. Now we got to see what came screaming out. Book 4, Chapter 10, Allegro. There are no reserves, you fool, only second waves. Isabella the Mad, only general to have ever defeated Theodosius the Unconquered on the field. They're about to split, boss, Robert said. He was standing too close to the scrying bowl, which made his face look a lot larger than it should be, and was just kind of distressing to see in general. Thief cleared her throat. We need numbers and direction, she said. There was the sound of struggle, a yelp, and then Robber was pushed aside. Indrani grinned at us through the bowl, and I sighed before she even began speaking. This camp is just crawling with heroes, Cat, Archer said. Dunno if you were aware, but they've got at least one Maggling. Z's going to have competition. And how would you know that? I slowly said. You were under orders to stay out of sight. I got eagle eyes, she proudly said. From behind her, I heard Robert snort. It's true, boss, he said. I saw the eagle she took them from. Wasn't pretty. Indrani pouted. You ruined it. Blaster, she complained. I was going to work up to the reveal after she got snippy. I was too wary to be amused by the thought of Archer attacking the local wildlife, sadly. Tell me you stayed out of sight, I said. The other named rolled her eyes. I was good, she said. Used an aspect at a distance. They never saw me. We don't know if they have anyone able to detect that, I told her harshly. Now there's a chance they know you're out there. They're not pre-sci, Vivian said mildly. I won't call this anything but reckless. But unless they were on the lookout for her already, the chances she triggered a ward are negligible. I ignored her. Quiet, Archer, I said. Quiet is what I asked you for. It's what you got, she dismissed. That was over a day ago. If they thought someone was out there, they would have sent heroes after us by now. Let's hope for that, I grunted. But we're now assuming you, at least, were made. It's just 12 heroes, Archer shrugged. Nothing to worry about. Worse comes to worse, I shoot a few in the eye and run away. Strange, it hadn't occurred to me before now that the muster of heroes on the other side was essentially a 10th and 2 officers. I had been tired, and there'd been a few days a while back where I'd had vicious headaches. Must have been the lack of sleep having unforeseen consequences. We were all feeling the pressure. Even Vivian and Masigo had been out of sorts. Don't engage, just run, I told her. And get Robber back in here. Unless you can tell me about their troop movements. She can't, the goblin piped up from a distance. She was roaring drunk at the time. Barely tipsy. Archer blatantly lied. But this is beneath me, so Jasper can handle it. She moved aside, and an irritated-looking robber filled the bowl again. Best we can tell, Melanza's splitting her army half and half, he told us. Same for the heroes, though that's harder to be sure. They've got their own little camp aside from the army. I grimaced. Juniper had told me that if the Crusaders separated their army, they were unlikely to send a host after each of my own. It had whittled down their numbers by too much, enough that if we went to reinforce a single army, we'd have them outnumbered at that particular battle. Evidently, Princess Melanza intended to have numerical superiority wherever she engaged regardless of reinforcements. And where are they headed? Thief asked. This is guesswork, Robber warned. But by the way they're shifting their supplies, I'd say center and west. There's a few days left before they'll be ready to move. Vivian let out a breath, and my face darkened. So they could tell where our gatemakers were. I'd sent Larrett and the hunt to General Hune in the east, after Nock had struck the supply lines from the west, in an attempt to keep the shell game going. It was possible the Proceran Princess had gotten lucky with a guess. Her odds weren't bad, half and half since it was a given the center had to stay mobile, but she did not strike me as the type leaving things to luck. Which meant there was a hero who could sniff out our gates, or at least the assets who made them. All right, good work, I said. Anything else to report? They're keeping a close eye on the watch, the Special Tribune said. There's a hero on them at all times, and the 2 old-timers visited a while back. Not sure what happened, but no fighting afterwards. They didn't relax the surveillance either, though. My lips quirked. We'd known going in that the odds of a truth-teller being along with the crusade were high, and we'd planned accordingly. None of the watch were aware of what side they were actually on, and I'd made sure Keegan planted false rumors in her commanders that the heroes could chew over. The secret order was known only to one of her mages, and even the specifics of it were nothing too suspicious on the surface. All the mage had to do was check for a signal in the sky at a specific hour and scry after seeing it. That, and note the position of officer tents. It would be quite enough. No need to worry about that, I told Robber. Keep your people ready, Special Tribune. We'll have work for you soon enough. Looking forward to it, the goblin said, baring needle-like teeth. The spell died, and after a last glimmer of sorcery, the scrying bowl was filled with mere water again. Vivian drummed the table lightly, though given the sensitivity of my hearing, she might as well have been pounding away. I know, I said. We need to make a decision about headsmen. Thief smiled mirthlessly. I know you worry about the fallout, and not just because enemy officers will be put to the sword, she noted. We'd be revealing another trick the Crusaders don't know about. But, I said, the means it would be carried out might be different, but Proctor is not unfamiliar with the use of assassination to influence warfare, Vivian said. Catherine, they murder each other over grazing rights disputes, and I'm not exaggerating there. The sister of the Prince of Orne was poisoned over that not even 8 years ago. We are fighting off an invasion. You know what we need to achieve? I reminded her. Hazenbach at the table. Without blots on our war record that would make her people unseat her if she negotiated with us, she agreed. But considering the woman sent all her opposition into the mind grinder that is you, I doubt she'll balk at treating with us after mere peasant officers are killed. The last part she spoke with distaste, as much for the phrasing as the people it applied to, not the officers, no, but the handful of nobles who considered them so very expendable. Not that I could talk, I'd admit. Headsmen had been designed as an operation that would shake the Crusader army without getting half the high assembly howling for our blood. I was, in my own way, considering them just as expendable. The thought tasted bitter, but I did not deny it. Lying to myself had become a lot more dangerous since I'd let winter in. If we pull the trigger on it, we have to act now, I admitted. There is a chance their host will later reunite, Thief said. If we fuck up, I bluntly replied. We want them split, it makes them manageable. The only way we have all their major officers together again is if we blunder. Besides, you've already told me the longer we wait, the higher the chances this fails. It's a judgment call, Vivian said. I don't envy you the decision, but it is yours to make. I watched her as she brushed back her hair. It had gotten longer, though still quite a ways were left to go until it reached the length of mine. Her blue-gray eyes were untroubled, which I envied more than a little. Every day seemed to add another few pounds to what was already balancing on my shoulders. I chewed over what she'd said, but not the decision she'd brought to the fore. More the fact that she'd laid it at my feet, instead. When we'd begun, Vivian had made it clear she was only sticking around so long as she thought I was the best game in town for Callow. And now here we were, planning how to turn back an invasion together. You seem amused, she said. Just thinking about how far we've come, I honestly said. Can you imagine us having this conversation 2 years ago? She laughed, a little bitterly. It was a simpler world I lived in. 2 years ago, Vivian Dartwick admitted. The lines in the sand were visible. And now? I asked quietly. Now I wonder, Thief said, and her lips set in a hard line. In your service, I have been part of ugly things. No two ways about that. But nowadays I look at the rest of Calernia, and all I see is vultures. You are flawed. I know that even if you've grown on me. But you're also the only one who seems to care about any of this. There are 12 heroes on Calernian soil, Catherine, and every single one of them is a pawn to Proserpine ambition. It is the reason they came in the first place. I thought. Better. Of all of us. They're not responsible for the conquest, I murmured. For Militia's cold-blooded ruthlessness, or what came of Black playing his game with the heavens. They get no pass from me for their own actions, but I will not blame them for that. I've studied them, Catherine, Thief said, and the histories as well. When Callow was being invaded, Ashur was fighting for supremacy of the Samite Gulf. The princes of Procur were so far gone they preferred fighting civil war to taking up arms against Prey's ascendant. Half the Dominion was fighting border skirmishes over trade rights, without a care of what happened beyond their borders. And the heroes, well, they had their own struggles, the ones that were already born. Yet none so great they should not have been set aside to fight against the fucking theft of an entire kingdom. It is infuriating that it took them 20 years to suddenly find their principles. Can they really be called that, if they only surface when convenient? It reeks of pretext instead, and my tolerance for those has grown thin. Your people grown warped by your presence, the Grey Pilgrim had said. Old traits grown more vicious and acute. I could not tell if Vivian had come to speak those words because she had seen the face of the enemy and felt only disgust, or because of something more insidious. A spreading influence I was unaware of. I had asked nothing of the gods below, since taking my name, but I would have been a fool to believe they gained nothing from empowering me. Does it not matter in the slightest what I do? I wondered. I'd always dismissed the talk of heroes as mere religious prattle, the kind of empty sermons the House of Light garnished its true power with. But if there was truth to it, if I was a blight on creation just by standing on the side of below however loosely, that was the thing, wasn't it? I was expected to take on faith the words of people trying to kill me, or to follow the sayings of sacred texts that had been used as tools of ambition as often as not. There were no easy truths to find. All I had was what I knew, and it was always too little. I do not mean this as excuse of the empire, Vivian softly said. I have learned of the people within it, that they are not as wretched as I once believed. But the high lords and the tower, that entire edifice of bloody misery, it must be brought down. There is not other choice, because we cannot tame a doggone rabbit. But I will not mistake the horrors of one side for the virtues of the other. It was easier, wasn't it? I said whimsically, when we thought right and wrong had a color code. Thief put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed, a rare gesture of affection. I will not thank you for opening my eyes to that, she said, withdrawing her hand. But I understand now why you are who you are. Why anyone would look at the sky and curse. There is a point where it is no longer about right and wrong, isn't there? Where it's about doing something, anything, to avoid falling in that same old pit. Her fingers clenched, her eyes hardened. They don't get to walk over us, to kill us, just because some fucking angel handed down a mandate, she hissed. They don't get to avoid the responsibility of that choice. Or the consequences. Villain, I thought. There was only one side that spoke this way, and didn't pray to above. Black told me, once, That fate at the coward's way out, I murmured. The abdication of personal responsibility. I hate him a little bit, for still being right after all these years. She snorted. We might still lose, you know, Thief said. That's the part that gets me. No matter how prepared we are, it might not be enough. Could be, I agreed. But then we do the same thing villains have always done when their plans fall apart. And what's that? You get up, I said. You spit out the blood in your mouth, and you try again. We stayed sitting there for a long time, the two of us in front of a bowl gone fallow. We proceed with headsman, I finally said, breaking the silence. Tell Masigo to prepare, and send word to Keegan. The Diarave are to cross the river. I will, Thief replied. And me? I'll open the gate as soon as Hierophant does the numbers, I said. This is going to be delicate. Isn't it always? Vivian smiled. It had been some time since I had worn my full regalia, if it could be called that. Full plate from head to toe, with chain shirt and akiton beneath. I'd considered this heavy, once, enough that it restricted my mobility. Nowadays I barely noticed it. I wore the helmet Hakram had gifted me, the hinged thing of steel with the black iron crown set atop it. My shield lay hanging on Zombie the Third's flank as it idly picked at grass it could not actually digest, but my longsword was clasped tight to my flank on the sword belt. The satchel at my side held munitions, though not standard issue. Robber had tinkered away before his departure. The mantle of woe streamed down my back, its bright colors muted in the shade of a moonless night. There was a weight to wearing all of this, and not only a physical one. Black Queen, they called me, but it was not a name. It might have been, before my teacher broke Lise and himself with it, but the story had died and the path with it. It would have been a lie, though, to still call myself the Squire. No one did anymore. I could still feel the bare bones of that name, some days, but the flesh and muscle over them was Winter's. Whatever I'd done in Lise, when I had broken Masego's scaffolding, it had ended my tenure. I had no aspects anymore, only the power that my mantle lent me. Even what I'd ripped from Acua, what had once been Call, it was different now. By taking it, I had come to own it, and that opened doors I'd never even dreamed of. I rolled a dark wooden whistle between my steel-clad fingers, feeling it pulse with had once been the Diabolist's power. To be Fey, and I had touched the face of that, was to cease seeing the difference between principle and object as more than thin boundary. I'd experimented with that power, under Hierophant's supervision, and the whistle had been one of the greater successes. It was an aspect made matter. Certain limitations had not been escaped, and some had even increased. Anyone could use the whistle, yes, but take had been theft of a finite bundle of power. The whistle could only be used once, since I'd yet to figure out how to partition uses. It would, however, work with the full strength of that aspect. A worthy trinket for the Queen of the Hunt, Larrett said. I glanced at him. Of all the Fae sworn to me, he was the only one willing to bring his mount close to mine. In the early days after receiving their oaths, I'd had to establish a pecking order. Some of them had been under the impression that entering my service was only a means to enter creation unrestricted, and that now they'd entered they could play as they wished. My eyes turned to the dark-haired woman at the back of the pack, who shivered when she noticed me watching her. She'd been of Summer before. It had not stopped her from trying to make sport of a full tavern of people and lore, weaving glamour into their minds so they could play out a tragedy for her where real blood was spilled. Thief had been tracking all of them, so I'd intervened before any damage was done. I'd taken power to call her to heel, though, and drawing that deep had colored my reaction. There were only 2 fingers to her left hand. Now, I'd made her eat the rest. No one had tested me since, at least. Won't see yous tonight, I said, and flicked my wrist. The whistle disappeared into nothingness, returning to Winter. Such leashes you inflict upon your might, the former prince of Nightfall sighed. You could take so much more, and you have yet to bestow. I grimaced. I'm not going to hand out mantles to anyone, Larrett, I said. Much less you. He laughed, cold and crisp. I have no more need of titles, save that which is owed, he said. But you are Queen of Winter, Catherine Foundling. No queen can be forever without a court. You must take me for a complete idiot, I mused. Bad enough I have it whispering in the back of my mind. I'm not going to spread that influence. But there are such benefits to bestowal, Larrett smiled. Freedom from the chains of entropy among them. How many of those you love are you willing to lose to age before bending your neck? My fingers clenched. Was he implying that if I titled Robber or any other of the goblins? No, I could not begin down that road. Bad enough I'd had speculations about what the Council of Matrons might be considering back in the wasteland. If I ended up granting a sliver of winter to robber, there would be blood. I am no stranger to sacrifice, I replied shortly. So you say? The huntsman languidly shrugged. We have all the time in the world to find out, don't we? I eyed him darkly. Even for a treacherous lieutenant, you're a little much, I told him. He scoffed. Am I a mortal, to deny my own nature? He replied. I am Fey, my queen. Be it fair or foul, I will never be less than I am. I will be monster and schemer, hound and prince, but not once. Untrue. Through any of it. Deception lies in the eye of the other, not in one's own blood. That was very inspiring, I drawled. Doesn't make me want to stab you just to be on the safe side any less, but lovely little speech. Really, if I still had functioning tear ducts, I might shed a tear. Tears will be shed when you feel them, Larrett told me. Your mistake is in trying to quantify, to place rules where there is only will. That, more than his tirade, had me shivering, because it rang true. Place rules where there is only will. I looked away. Masigo had continued to study my body, and the more I learned, the more unsettled I became. He'd told me since the beginning that my flesh and blood was a construct. Now, that there was nothing natural about it. To learn that I no longer sweated had been no horrifying revelation, but that while I might breathe out of habit, I no longer needed to. There was a reason my liquor cabinet was well stocked. You're sure we're close enough? I asked. Larrett sighed. Your meddling practitioner tries to regulate that which is beyond regulation, he said. My queen, there is only the story. All else is beneath your notice. Yeah, that was less than reassuring. I felt the power bloom in the distance, and turned Zombie around so I could have a better look. Red lights in the night sky, too tall and bright, they must have been visible even down in lore. Ready yourselves, I called out the hunt. You know the rules. There was sparse laughter, but many eager grins. I did not have to wait long before it came. I'd expected it to be different, even though I'd not really known what to expect. Like a gate, maybe, or a spell. All I felt was a window, just at the corner of my vision. The wild hunt rides tonight. The Fae who'd once been the prince of Nightfall laughed. Raise your banners, damned souls. Sound the horns and loose the hounds. Let us make sport under moonless night. I stepped through, bridging thought and act without embracing either. The water-filled bowl shattered as we crossed through it. A reflection made truth. Wind whipped at the inside of the tent as Zombie neighed, the terrified Diarrhea mage at my feet turning white. Every Calawan knew that scrying near the waning woods was like sending an invitation to the wild hunt. We had accepted it. Book 4, Chapter 11, Ballon. You might say that they'll never see me coming. Dread Empress Malevolent II, announcing the raising of her invisible army. Your Majesty, the Diarrhea mage stuttered out. I leaned down and gently touched his forehead with an armored finger. Don't resist, I said. It'll be uncomfortable, but not painful. Unless he tried to fight me, but in this case the fear that trailed me as much as my cape saw to the matter. The man went rigid as a board. I breathed out mist, and winter crept through my veins. His soul wriggled under the tight grip of my will, as I rifled through vague memories. He had, I thought, a well-organized mind. Shame about the panic tinging it. I found what I needed anyway, the locations of the officer tents he'd found as he'd been told. You were thorough, I said, withdrawing my finger. Well done. The 50 riders of the hunt were too many for so small a tent, and one of the Fae casually blew it away with a flick of the wrist before it could tangle the banners. Midnight was no bar to my sight, and what I saw around us was the watch responding to our sudden arrival with flawless professionalism. The things I could do with an army's worth of these. It was almost tempting to hollow out Keegan's soul, tie puppet strings to the remnants, and take them all for my own. I bit my lip until it bled, the flare of pain helping me focus. I reached for my saddlebag, taking out the seal of House Iarsmai I'd asked Keegan to send me months ago. I tossed it into the mage's hands. Validate this, I ordered. The man shivered, though I was unsure why. I'd been very polite so far. Murmuring in the mage tongue, he traced the tall, dead oak on the seal with his fingers, gasping when it glimmered green. It's real, he said. Unsheathing my sword, I flicked the blade behind me after gauging the surroundings. Creation folded unto itself, the fairy gate opening 30 feet wide and just as tall. I tied off the threads, giving it a finite lifespan. One of the newer winter tricks in my arsenal. By the authority granted to me by Duchess Keegan Iarsmai, I order the watch to immediately withdraw, I called out. And quick about it. I don't have the time to hold your hand. You have half an hour before the gate closes. Zombie was chomping at the bit, which admittedly was better than chomping at grass. I'd probably need to have a goblin dig out of her later. I took a moment to calm myself, then dug into the memories I'd glimpsed. Reorienting myself was the hardest part of figuring it all out, since none of the unconscious markers the mage had used were markers I was familiar with. Masigo and I had figured out a way around that through the observatory with the card I'd been keeping up my heavily armored sleeve, but I was without the benefit of Hierophant tonight. My mind struggled with the discrepancies until I let through another sliver of winter, and there was a sensation like a spike through my forehead. No pain, though, only terrifyingly clear understanding. Riders of the hunt, I called out. All 50 of them turned to me as one with unnatural smoothness. Follow, I laughed. Tonight we ride. Finally, Larrett hissed, blade in hand. Sound the horns. Let them hear us coming. Banners were raised, not of silk or cloth, but crow's feathers and shadow, shining coldly like a raven's eye. A fae with hair like spun gold touched the horn to her lips, and doom screamed across the night. I spurred on Zombie, and felt her devour the distance easily as I guided us by memories not my own. The watch parted for us, already preparing to retreat, and we fell onto the unprepared camp of the Crusaders like hungry wolves. Men shouted out in Shantan, known to me regardless of sight. The heat of them could be felt on the tip of my tongue, the fear that set their hearts aflutter thundering in my ears. It pleased me. It was slaughter wherever we rode. Men half-dressed and half-awake were torn apart by sword and spear and darker things. Hounds of air and darkness, called forth by the horns. I wielded the monster like a knife as my thoughts cooled. The Alaman's army closest to us had kept the tents of their officers together, and I made them pay for that mistake. Before the hounds even reached them, the soldiers, I raised my hand and choked them with rings of ice and shade, a dozen dead in a heartbeat. Smiling, I leaned forward. Up, I ordered. Kill. Corpses with broken necks and ugly marks around their throats rose up as the hunt passed through. Screams followed in our wake. We would begin, I decided, with the outer ring. Princess Melanza's own host was closer to the center, but I would let her people feel it coming, know what was prowling the night for them. We carved our way out of the Alaman's army camp, scything through the company of fantassins that tried to form up in our way. Men and women were trampled by horses, terror blooming again in the wake of death as the corpses rose and chaos spread. You will go no further, a man's voice announced calmly. I cocked my head to the side. No fear in this one. And such power. Young but scarred, his voice had echoed of faraway Levant. A large man with a war hammer hoisted over his shoulder, burdened with heavy plate. I neither slowed nor ceased, Zombie galloping straight at him. The hero hefted his war hammer and struck with impossible swiftness, aiming to shatter the legs of my mount. With a cold laugh, I guided my horse, and her wings unfolded, leaping tall above the man as the hunt streamed around him seamlessly. We rode even as the man screamed of our cowardice, ever onwards. I had not come here to be waylaid by petty sidekicks. The camps had come alive, and our prey was moving. It became slower work, picking off officers who'd joined their companies. Frustratingly slow. The riders slaked their blood on those that could be found instead. No surrender was offered and no mercy granted. Then the sky came down on our heads. Instinct allowed me to guide Zombie away from the worst of it, but wet earth sprayed over us as a massive gouge split the ground open. Even as it began to rain mud, a woman walked out of the mess. Old, I thought, neither tall nor short, and she wore no armor aside from a cuirass over long cloth robes. In her hand was a simple sword of oiled steel, and she was rolling her wrists to limber them. Saint of Swords, I said, voice echoing with the howl of blizzards. Black Queen, the old woman said, light tapping the flat of the blade against her shoulder. Nice of you to visit. My will spread, weaving glamour across the sky according to borrowed memories. Go, I told the hunt. Fulfill my purpose. Stay, the saint grinned. Die screaming. She swung again, and this time I grasped what was being wielded. Not an aspect or a spell. Nothing like the lone swordsman's power or the gallant brigand's. No, I'd only seen this once before. When Ranger had considered killing me seriously enough, I'd felt myself die. When the Saint of Swords attacked, she did so with the sharpened intent to kill us. She had hardened her willpower so much that creation counted no difference between her will and truth, the air howling as it cut itself apart. I drew deep and laughed, ice crashing against the blow with a gargantuan cracking sound. Shards sprayed everywhere as the hunt obeyed, hounds and riders streaming out in every direction but that of the coming fight. I leapt off Zombie and set her aflight. Her wings made her too valuable to risk here. Winter, is it? The Saint of Swords mused, strolling forward. Never had that before. Try to make it entertaining. You will make, I said, very useful artifacts. A quiet voice in the back of my mind howled, screaming that revealing any unknown capacity to the enemy was sheer stupidity. I could not seem to care. It had felt right to chastise her that way. We closed the distance as one, swords bared. I feinted to the side, but she slapped it away contemptuously, a half-step bringing her into my guard, and without missing a beat, she cut my throat. Red gushed out, but it was more winter than blood. An exertion of will was all it took to heal the wound. I spat out the blood in my mouth, making distance between us. Regenerators, the Saint sighed. You never bothered to learn how to fight properly, with a crutch like that. Sloppy. The nonchalance tasted fouler in my mouth than the blood called for. Utter destruction. In answer, but I breathed out and smoothed the edges growing ragged. I attacked again, low and quick. Parry, but when she closed in again, I was ready. A spear of shadow formed out of my free hand and tore towards her. Snorting, the heroine raked her bare fingers down and tore through the darkness like wet parchment. In the heartbeat where I hesitated, she struck quick as a viper, aiming to cut off my head in full. This time, I ducked under by the barest of margins, but she kicked me in the face, and as I rocked back, she struck again. My parry was effortlessly turned, blade twisting around to carve through my wrist like it was butter. I pivoted, caught the hand still holding the blade with my other pine, and forced it back on even as I avoided a thrust that would have gone through my eye if I'd been a moment slower. Winter flared and the pieces reattached, my fingers twitching as the power skittered through them. I can see it, the Saint mused. Take the crippling to avoid the killing. There's a hint of Ranger in there, however diluted. A bastard's bastard. I rolled my shoulders as she watched me indifferently. Again, I said. Change of plans, the old woman smiled. The spell struck me from the side like the fist of an angry god. I felt my flesh melt off, my blood boil, until I opened the floodgates and shot out of the firestorm as my face peeled off flake by flake. That had stung. Reinforcements, my dear lady, a man's voice drawled. Though you seem to need them not. My eyes flicked to the side. 3 of them. Short man with a leather coat and a casting rod must have been responsible for the flame. An olive-skinned woman with 2 knives and a red-painted face started walking towards me, while the last was unarmed. Priest, I decided, looking at his ornate robes. Attrition was no longer feasible if they had a healer. On the other hand, now it was 4-on-1. My odds had just gotten a lot better. Well, I grinned, my teeth grown sharp. Now it's a party. Have at it, heroes. How uncouth, the man in leather said, wrinkling his nose. When the fire came again, erupting in a cone from the rod, I flicked away. 2 knives closed in from the side, as the Saint was forced to go around the spell. Eyes following the arms, I let the knife wielder commit to a cut from the left before half-stepping out of the way, hand snaking up to catch the extended wrist, and snapping it. There was a scream, but I slapped her open mouth and filled with ice. She began choking until light bloomed and melted it. It even streaked down to unsnap the wrist. No matter, I was already past her. Damnation, the spellcaster cursed, seeing me close the distance in the blink of an eye. A sphere of what looked like liquid flame formed around him. But what was fire to me? I gathered power and struck at it, ripping off a chunk of the protective sphere to get at the terrified man beneath. Instinct warned me, and I listened. Leaping above the flames, I narrowly avoided being run through by the Saint. Though, twisting halfway up the arcing jump, I shaped a spike of rhyme and sent it howling after 2 knives. The heroine flickered, as if she'd been an illusion all this time, and what should have torn through her abdomen instead put a hole in the ground 20 feet behind her. Displacement? Useful trick. Too useful to be anything but an aspect. I landed in a crouch. Keep away from her, kids, the Saint ordered. She's a few years ahead of what you can handle. My eyes flicked to the sky. Of the 5 glamored markers I had placed, 3 were left. I'd have to play with these a little longer, lest they pursue the hunt. I grimaced. I'd drawn on winter enough already that anything more was going to starkly affect my judgment instead of just reinforce bad instincts. Until the markers are gone, I told myself. Then retreat. I drew deep, and this time when the Saint struck at me, I drowned the world in ice. Massive spinning blades tore through the air and ground, though I felt them shatter within a heartbeat. The hound had teeth. No matter. The creature with 2 knives had retreated to protect the thing that wielded light, but the spellcaster was vulnerable. I wove around balls of flame effortlessly, parted a burning wall with a flick of my sword, and found the human behind it staring back defiantly. It had gathered sorcery before it, 100 hanging needles that burned the very air around them. Dodge? That. The human hissed, and they flew. Laughing, I formed a gate that swallowed them into Arcadia and closed it just as swiftly. The human was casting again, and I could feel death coming. Light, from the side, and something more dangerous from the hound. I shaped glamour with but a thought, mine own silhouette striving for the spellcaster as I leapt up shrouded in nothingness. The illusion was broken by a beam of light, but the hound had caught the scent. Even as I landed atop a ring of shade, she cut a wound into the air and ran atop it towards me. I broke the ring and fell as the other humans finally saw through the glamour, slow things that they were. Abandoning the spellcaster, I made for the light-bearer and its protector. The knife-wielding thing shouted out a word in some foreign tongue that tasted of spice and blood, charging me with blinding speed. Ah, the arrogance of mortals. Gracefully, I stepped around the blow and simply left my sword in her way. It carved through her shoulder, blood spraying as the arm fell to the ground. I took a modified sharper from the satchel and shoved it into the stump, triggering the mechanism inside with a shard of ice. The detonation broke bone and tossed her away even as the light wielder shot another brilliant beam at me. My free hand caught it, fingers beginning to meld away, and I forced it to careen aside. It had slowed me. The gout of flame I avoided with a mere half-step even as my fingers grew back, but the saint struck harder. Holding the wound she had carved in the sky like a massive blade, she scythed through the side of me. I was quick enough it went through my shoulder instead of my head. In a heartbeat, arm and leg and flank were pulped. Winter hissed in fury, and they began to coalesce anew in ice. Not regeneration, the saint frowned. Creationally fixed body. Just pour power until it remakes itself. You've turned yourself into proper abomination, girl. If there's still any of you left in there. Irritating, I noted, voice echoing with the death of embers. Beat it, kids, the hound ordered. This one's going to take a lot of killing before she goes down. Already the light wielder was fixing the creature I had mangled. The hound was an irritant. She must be dealt with before the rest was tended to. I seized threads of glamour and sent them into her mind, but they broke. That was no soul. It was a sword, and somehow more. You hold dominion, I said. Only over the one thing. The saint grinned. But that's usually enough. My eyes flicked to the sky. Another glamored marker had vanished. Only one left now. And when it did, I frowned. It was hard to remember. The hound took advantage of my distraction, striking anew. I let instinct guide me, and steel rang against steel. She batted aside my guard, but the spike of frost I shot at her throat forced her to turn her follow-through blow into a parry as I returned on the offensive. Cut high, swept away, but I turned with it and lunged at her back. She caught the tip between two fingers and twisted, the steel shattering. Frost filled the break as I withdrew, tasting her movements in the air. The footing gave her away, or so I had thought. What should have been a strike at my arm was a slide forward instead, and when I tried a headbutt, she met me with her own. We hit halfway through. Neither hurt until she raked her fingers across my chest plate and cut through still boiling hot steel. I let winter loose, screaming cold winds blowing the both of us back. Some part of me insisted I look at the sky. The rest wanted to carve open that insolent hound and add her entrails to my cape. One was more pleasing than the other. Let us test it then, I smiled. The metal of our domains. Darkness fell, and came cold with it. The world fell away. Yet under an ink-black sky stood the Saint of Swords, radiant and unruffled. Unimpressed, I inhaled the scent of it, puzzled. Your dominion, I said. It is not projected, only within. Took me a decade of hard killing to get that down, the hound replied. But there's always a fight to be found in Procker, if you know where to look. My frown deepened, and the cold focused on her, but all it did was cool the blade. It had been forged of great fires, I thought. What coldness I had to offer was insufficient. Gods, I'm going to feel this one in the joints, the saint grunted. She had no sword in hand when she took her stance. I grit my teeth and poured all of my domain into her, but slowed was not stopped. She swung, and the light was blinding. Something not broke, but it was wounded, damaged. As I screamed, the night fled, and I found myself kneeling over grounds rent asunder by our fight. Returned to creation. The heroine was panting. Shit, I thought. What the fuck was that? I was feeling like myself again, but I was also feeling my heart beat. Like it actually mattered, like I was human. Again. The last marker was gone, I saw, and I sure as hells wasn't sticking around to take another of whatever and that had been. Seizing reins gone frail, I called back the hunt. Fewer than anticipated answered my call, but I realized with ugly surprise it was not rebellion I was dealing with. The heroes must have killed some of them. At least 10 were gone, maybe more. I legged it. No two ways about it. I made like a proper villain and fled the field. The heroine tried to follow and almost caught me around the corner behind a tent, scything straight through with another of those knot blows. But Zombie answered my call and landed just behind. We took flight even as the old woman cursed and carved another wound into the air, immediately running on it after me. Yeah, fuck that. I wasn't picking a second fight with a named who could shrug off my full domain. I opened the gate in the sky even higher, seeing the hunt take flight behind me, and went straight through into Arcadia. I didn't even stop there, flying Zombie far from the entrance. The saint, thank the gods, did not follow. I learned why when another 4 of the hunt disappeared from the back of my mind. I could not help but be thankful she'd chosen to whittle away at my trump card instead of trying to go after me. It might have been possible to trap her in here, but that smelled of the saint cutting her way back out at the worst possible moment down the line. The hunt gathered to me, having lost a few feathers, but headsman had been a success. Not without losses, but I wasn't entirely opposed to the hunt being thinned out before they inevitably stabbed me in the back. Larrett was the first to address me after I landed, drenched in blood from head to toe. Someone was in a good mood. A victory, my queen, he said. I looked up at the Arcadian sky and smiled. Sure, it had been that. But more importantly, it had been a very good distraction. After all, the very moment I'd opened the gate for the watch, someone had come through. And while we were busy being loud and visible, thief had been on the prowl. All right, saddle up, I called out. We need to find the watch contingent before retreating. We needed to hurry. The sooner we got back to camp, the sooner I could ask Hierophant why my skin was capable of bruising again. Book 4, Chapter 12, Cambré. In a finite world, one's gain, victory, large cave, inevitably means loss, dead female, enemy grows, for another. There can be no peace, looking away, knife already in a corpse, when the very nature of creation is contest, not enough meat, talking. Extract from a theorized translation of Remnant and Ruin, one of the few goblin texts ever obtained. This should not be possible, Masigo said, sounding obscurely pleased. He was in a good mood, though I did not share it. The frequency at which I ended up lying on table while he fiddled with my guts and soul was quite frankly depressing. At least this time I had pants on, only my upper body bare. We keep this up for another year, I said, and you'll have seen me naked more often than Killian ever did. The dark-skinned mage sighed, glass eyes rolling inside the sockets. Ugh, full turn. That would never be not creepy, even glimpsed only through an eye cloth. Your insistence I buy you dinner first is absurd, Hierophant said. The only food available here is Legion rations, which you already own. I think. My attention might have waned when we had that afternoon where you explained to us how kingdoms worked. Ah, that had been a hells of an affair. The afternoon session of We Are in Charge Now and Why That Matters had not been a favorite of the woe, since the 2 people who actually needed the explanations had been less than interested in actually hearing them. Sometimes, Z's, I feel like you only want me for my body, I drawled. Ridiculous, he sniffed. Your soul is far more interesting. Your physiology is worth 2 treatises at most. It is unlikely to be a reproducible phenomenon. Get me candles and wine, at least, I suggested. It just doesn't feel special otherwise. I thought you didn't drink wine any, Masigo frowned. Wait, is this another sex thing I don't know about? For someone raised by a personification of desire, he could be surprisingly innocent. No, maybe not innocent. That implied he'd been sheltered, which I really doubted was the case. Ignorance born of disinterest. His blind spots were usually willing and damnably stubborn. Masigo, I'm offended you would even imply that. Get your mind out of the gutter. I chided him, smothering a grin. He looked mighty suspicious, but did not argue. He'd learned the hard way not to engage on this particular battlefield. I cleared my throat. So what's the damage? I asked. His brow creased. You're changing the subject, he muttered. You always do that when you were lying just before. Calling me a liar is technically treason, you know, I pointed out. And that's bad, in Callow, he nodded slowly. Even if you win. Yeah, Warlock and the Incubus had not done wonders for his moral compass. It was a work in progress. So, I pressed. The Saint of Swords appears to have, for lack of a better term, cut winter itself, Hierophant said. That much I guessed, I said. I mean, practically speaking, what does that mean? Because I was having a winter fit before she beat me like a goblin stepchild, but after I was back to normal. More or less. Temporary state of affairs, Masigo said. If you were hoping to maintain your hold on the mantle without being subject to principal alienation, you were sadly mistaken. I coughed. I supposed it was too much to ask for that the saint fuck up along the same lines as Acqua had when she'd returned my full name to me. I bruised after the fight, I told Hierophant. It faded before I got back to camp, but it actually hurt for a while. That hasn't happened since Lise. I've already told you she cut Winter, Masigo said, sounding befuddled. The implications should be clear. Oh, absolutely, I lied. But I need you to put it in layman's terms so that I can explain it to other people. Like, say, if I needed to tell Archer about this. She's actually quite well versed in arcane dialectics, Masigo noted. Lady Ranger covered the workings of sorcery very well while teaching her to slay mages. I wrinkled my nose. Lucky her, I said. Black never went in depth. Uncle Amadeus never did have what could be considered a proper method in this, Hierophant shrugged. As father tells it, his approach has always been having a wide array of tools to employ against enemy weaknesses, which only helped me so much, I thought. Unlike my teacher, I did not have several decades of scrapping against all sorts of spellcasters under my belt. To avoid running into nasty surprises, I'd largely delegated that kind of fighting to Masigo himself. Juniper, then, I said. The blind man bit his lip. I dislike using a metaphor, but so be it, he said. Think of your mantle as a cape. Much like your body itself, it is a fixed object in the eyes of creation, which is why I can rebuild it from scratch when I lose parts, I noted, which does happen more often than I'd liked. The mage's head bobbed in agreement. The main difference being that your body is a shape, while your mantle is a pattern of power, he said. That power is, of course, finite. Not in the sense that using it spins it, but along the lines that the cape remains a cape. It does not grow or lessen, as a living thing would. So she cut the cape, I guessed. Essentially, he admitted. You might say she cut out a corner of the cape. The pattern itself being fixed, the rest of the power thinned itself as a whole to recreate that corner. My fingers clenched. Are you saying I have less to call on now? I said. Well, yes, Masigo frowned. Which I believed impossible, as power does not simply disappear, but evidently in this case it has. It is not unprecedented for heroes to violate creational laws that apply to everyone else, but this is rather blatant even by their standards. She was a pretty straightforward old bat, I grunted. So why did I bruise? In the absence of Winter's full influence, creation assumed you to be human again, Masigo said. With all the consequences that apply. I rubbed my forehead, feeling a headache. That made it sound like my actual body was basically a trick played on creation, which was exactly the kind of thing I'd been terrified of hearing for the last year. Fuck. I, really, wanted a stiff drink right now. So if she cuts me again in that manner, I said, there'll be a window of opportunity where I'm mortal again. You are still mortal, Masigo said. In the sense that you can be killed, at least. I give decapitation a better than half chance of working, though for obvious reasons we cannot test this. You would, however, lose the ability to reform for a span of time. An increase in fragility, though passing. He didn't sound too happy about being unable to experiment with the removal of my head from my body, but I'd learned to ignore it when he was being an ass by accident. I rose to a sitting position as Hierophant got up and began methodically putting away the silvery instruments he'd used to have a look inside me. I didn't feel a great need to reach for my shirt, folded on a lower table to the side. Being half-naked in front of Masigo was like baring my ass to a potted plant. There was no real interest on the other side. We're getting close to the pivot for the campaign up here, I told him, rolling my shoulders to limber them. That means a pitched battle, and likely revealing our shared trick. Hierophant smiled. Good, he said. I've been itching to prove the theory. I grimaced. That proof was likely to kill a lot of people, but then there was only so far I was willing to go to preserve the lives of an invading army. Getting my own soldiers killed when I could avoid it wasn't on the table. Before that, I'm going to need you to mess with their scrying, I said. We want them cut off from the Principate when they feel the pressure mounting. The dark-skinned man shrugged. It is possible to accomplish, he said. Their formulas are rough-hewn. Easy enough to muddle. Yet doing so will require most my attention. That's fine, I said. We've got a few more days left until it comes to a fight, by Juniper's reckoning. I could simply use the connection to kill their practitioners, Masigo suggested. It would require less sustained effort on my part. I breathed out slowly. Do it, I said. But spare at least 5 of them. I need them able to scry the Principate after the fight. This ought to be amusing, Hierophant chortled. They've yet to properly master defensive wards against the law of sympathy. Try not to be too brutal, I sighed. An interesting limitation, he decided. I will take it into consideration. Well, at least he wasn't going to draw it out for kicks. Wasn't in his nature. That was really all I could ask for. I slid off the table and picked up my shirt, slipping it on as he finished his cleanup. I would wish you a good night, Masigo said. But you don't really sleep anymore, do you? Might get some reading done, I said. Writes is a pain to learn. I am pleased you are expanding your horizons, he said, patting my shoulder awkwardly. I couldn't help but smile. He really was trying, wasn't he? I pushed back one of his tresses fondly and bade him good night. My tent felt emptier for his absence, and the books I had piled up in a corner were a less than attractive prospect no matter what I'd told Masigo. There were only so many histories you could read until they all kind of blended together. With a battle on the horizon, Juniper would either be sleeping or planning. Either way, not to be disturbed. Vivian was still presumably making her way back from her little jaunt in the Crusader camps, and Indrani was both away and probably busy bullying Robber. Larret was, well, Larret. I dropped into the seat I'd once liberated from a Fey stronghold, savoring the decadent cushioning. It was a strange thing, feeling lonely in a war camp still thriving with activity even at this hour. I missed Hakram like one of my own limbs, the ache having only grown over time. It should perhaps worry me, I thought, how much I'd come to rely on him as a touchstone for my sanity. In the corner, draped over another seat, the mantle of woe waited silently. I grant you leash, I murmured. I grant you eyes and ears, tongue and feet, at my sufferance. Acua Sahelian strode out of her prison with unearthly grace, clad in red and gold. I kind of resented that even with a gaping hole in her chest, she remained stunningly beautiful. It has been some time, the Diabolist mused. Longer than usual. I'm not speaking with Hazenbach before things are settled on the field, I said. Is that my only value to you, dearest? She teased. Another pair of eyes on your foe? I'm not sure what you're trying to accomplish with the pet names, I noted. It takes a little more than sweet talk and curves to get me going, Acua. She laughed, clear as bell. I really had to commend whoever had taught her that. It made her sound almost pleasant. You believe I am attempting to use the fact that you are twice bloomed? She asked, looking genuinely curious. Genuine meant nothing with that one. She could make it sound like she actually believed the sky was yellow if she tried. Bisexual, Acua, I said. The word is bisexual. Seriously, what is it with Sonic and making everything sound like bad poetry? Your own people have the unfortunate tendency of using simple terms for complicated matters, she chided. Fluidly, she sat in the seat across from mine. She didn't actually need to, of course. She was little more than a soul, and the physical seat made no difference to her position. But villainy of the old breed did have a way of prizing style no matter the situation. I'd give them that. Darling, to have interest in mere gender is hopelessly rustic, she sighed. Power is the only valuable measure. The superior looks of my people are simply a reflection of our ability to have them. The true worth of them is implicit. You'll excuse me if I don't take advice in that from the get of high lords, I replied, rolling my eyes. As I understand it, your take on breakups usually involves poison. For lesser lords, perhaps, Acua spoke with open disdain. It is gauche to use anything but a dagger if there was real affection. Poison is a political tool, Catherine. When employed within one's direct circle, it represents a lack of faith in one's abilities. More ritualized murder from the Sonic crowd, I drawled. There's a shocker. You must learn to discern between enmity and dialogue, if you are ever to rule the Empire, Acua said. Your lowborn origins are not so much of a hindrance as you might think, but your Calawan roots mean you must never be anything but exquisite at the great game if you are to seen as more than a violent foreign thug. I really don't, I snorted. Want to rule the Empire, for one, but also need to learn what you're talking about. Any culture that requires regular intervention by mass-murdering demigods to function doesn't deserve to keep existing. Then you declare war on the High Lords, my heart, Acua said, as your teacher once desired. There is nothing but horror awaiting you on that path. There we go again, I noted. I'm not your anything, Sahelian. Except killer, I guess, I'll own to that one. It did make my year. What other heart can I claim, dearest? The Diabolist smiled, lightly tapping the edge of her wound. You have bound me and taken me into your service. You're a tool, Acua, I bit out, in all meanings of the word. And you think this is ungainly in my eyes? The Sonic laughed. That is only your due as victor. It was an accomplishment, I decided, that even as a powerless shade, she could still unsettle me. Best not to linger on the subject. Talk to me, I said, about goblins. You were aiming to be God Queen bitch of Calernia. You must have taken them into consideration when planning. The dark-skinned beauty studied me with a too-wide smile. They have approached you, she said. The Council of Matrons. That's overstating it a bit, I said. But inquiries were made a few months ago. She folded her hands in her lap. And now you speak to me, she mused. Understandable. Among your most trusted, the two goblins are ignorant of the inner workings of the tribes. Those that would know most are your two Tagreb, the Bastard and the Bashara. Yet their understanding will be limited. Yours will be too, I said. But you always had a way with digging out secrets, so you're worth hearing out. If you were to understand goblins, dearest, you must first grasp that their core nature is that of scavengers. Acua said. Never have they risen in rebellion when the empire was strong, and even in weakness they are patient. They don't fight armies if they avoid it. I already knew that, I frowned. Which, considering their size and fragility as a species, is kind of a given. It runs deeper than this, Diabolus said. Goblins will eat anything because they can never assume they will be able to forcefully claim what they need. To be one of their lot is to know from birth that most other life on creation is larger and stronger. That death is always around the corner. Morality is, to a goblin, at best a distant concern. Bare survival always comes first, and in its pursuit they will commit acts that would give even a High Lord pause. Considering the neighborhood, I can hardly blame them, I said. You do not grasp my point, Acua said. The mindset is not a consequence of Presi aggression. It does not ebb and flow with threats. It is the starting point of every single goblin ever born. Yes, I said patiently. And Presi think demons are a valid solution to, well, anything ever. My point is that they're not being unreasonable in thinking that way. Acua smiled. You believe they've never dabbled in diabolism? She said. My dear, the Sahelians have known for decades that one of the primary ingredients in munitions is powdered devil. Our alchemists never managed to reproduce the process involved, but it is a certainty. Now, consider that goblin fire burns all things born of creation. What do you think that recipe involves? My heart clenched. You can't be serious, I said. They're using demons? How would that even work? My people have studied both alchemy and diabolism for over a millennium, Acua said. And we have absolutely no idea. Munitions are only created in the deepest tunnels, and those that take part in the process never see the light of day. There is a reason goblin mages are so rarely seen among the legions. As a rule, they are sent below and never return. Well shit, had I been throwing around burning demon juice at my enemies this whole time? Fucking hells, that was going to take a while to process. I leant back into my chair. All right, I said. So the matrons are not to be trusted. This does not mean that they cannot be used, Acua said. They never plot uprising unless they believe the empire is on the verge of collapse, and that their own people might be drawn into the matter. This implies militia's hold over the tower is not so solid as one might believe. The matrons would not risk fighting an empire united behind its tyrant. Ashur sent a war fleet to seize the tideless isles, I told the shade. What few reports I've managed to get on that say they're hitting anything near the coast that doesn't have walls. No, a threat to be underestimated, Acua agreed. Yet as long as the cities hold, the might of the empire is not overly affected. Mere foreign incursion would not be enough to move them. Has your teacher returned to praise since our lively debate? You mean that time where you murdered 100,000 of my countrymen? I said very mildly. At which point I ripped out your fucking heart and black-wrecked your doomsday weapon. Yes, Diabolist lightly said. That. Quite the eventful day. Whatever did happen to the whites, anyhow? I did not reply. I simply applied my will, and her hand rose up to plunge into the wound. I had her tear at her own insides, patiently listening to her wretched screaming as she clawed at herself. After a while, I withdrew my will. I tend to disapprove of torture, I said. But we're all cutting corners these days, aren't we? She stayed silent, panting. Your victims were released and buried, I said. Even if I'd somehow been able to stomach keeping them, half of Callow would have risen in rebellion at the news. Now, prove yourself useful. Black has not returned to praise since I carved out your soul and made it clothing. What do you get from that? There has been break between him and the Empress, she got out. She would have him killed if he returned, or at least that he believes this. Unless they're running a game, I pointed out. getting the opposition out in the open to cut them down in one stroke. If that were so, Diabolus said, the matrons would not have approached you. They must have reason to believe the split is not feigned. That made sense. And it meant that, down line, I might be able to find an ally of convenience within praise. Back in the box, Acua, I said. And if you ever again speak so casually of what you've done, I'll sit down with Masigo to figure out if shades can lose limbs. I withdrew all I had granted her, and she vanished into thin air. I closed my eyes, tired in a way sleep could not remedy. This battle wasn't even done, and already I had to prepare for those that would follow. Book 4, Chapter 13, Élevé. Civilized men disapprove of murder, of course. Unless it involves banners and great numbers. Then it becomes one's patriotic duty. King Edmund of Calais, the ink hand. We knew Thief had succeeded days before she returned. The Crusader host had begun a hard march south, at a harder pace than they'd ever taken before. Melanza was working her soldiers to exhaustion, and we knew exactly why. Vivian had emptied their stores. Laret had gated General Hune and her army at their back once since then, to break the supply lines again, but they'd not even bothered to send an army to chase the ogre's soldiers away. The implication was that the foodstuffs coming from Procure were too few and infrequent to feed the number of hungry mouths she now had to deal with, and Thief confirmed as much when she stumbled back into camp. Heroes were busy with you or your minions, Vivian said. I had almost a full hour before someone noticed the stores were emptying. They didn't pursue? I asked. They tried, she shrugged. But they had nothing that could see through my aspect, apparently. Or at least no name that could, and came close to me. And with that, the preparations for our battle were done. We had Princess Rosala Melanza's army exactly where we wanted it. Tired, undersupplied, and forced to march on Hedges or starve. There was serious debate among the general staff about retreating even further south to stretch those advantages out, but in the end we decided against it. Any further, and we were entering the heartlands of the barony of Hedges. Assuming we won the battle, some defeated soldiers would flee into the countryside, and the last thing I wanted was a few thousand deserters ravaging the region out of desperation. The army of Calais folded back into a single entity, with the addition of 1,000 members of the Watch. That brought us to slightly over 22,000 soldiers, in whole. Against over 50,000 Crusaders, 12, perhaps 11 if I'd mangled 2 knives enough, but I wasn't relying on that when they had healers, heroes, and who the hells knew how many priests. Enough that scrying the Crusader host directly had been a wash for months, anyway, and given the sprawling stretch of their war camps it had to be at least a few hundreds. My side boasted a few sharp knives as well, at least, Hierophant, well-trained mage lines, 5,000 of the finest heavy cavalry on Calernia, and Pickler's vicious war engines. The first enemy banners came in sight mid-morning. Yellow striped across red, with 3 white lions. That was the Prince of Orne's own, if memory served, and the lesser banners beneath it kept to those same 3 colors. In the Principate, the heraldry of lesser nobles beneath a prince had use of only that prince's palette. That led to an orgy of improvisation, most of it patently absurd to look at, like the red lion with a yellow pig in its mouth set on white I first saw not a half-hour later. The vanguard was pure allemance. First came the horse, with rich armor and richer pennants, then a mass of 5,000 fantassins. I'd not forgotten the lecture had given me on Proceran soldiery. Most their armies were levies raised and kept only for the length of the latest war, poorly equipped and barely trained. Vulnerable to shock tactics. Why Procerans tended to put such an emphasis on light cavalry. Peasants with shitty spears tended run when a wedge of glittering charged at them. The second kind of soldiery was the one before me, fantassins. Former levies who'd lost everything in the wars or gained a taste for the soldier's life, and now served in companies of their own making, though usually on the take from one prince or another. Leather and mail armor, wooden shields, and long swords. Most of them were also carrying javelins, though, and that was more worrying. A well-thrown javelin would punch through a legion regular's mail if it came from close enough. The last was principality troops, the personal armies of the many royals of Procure. Heavy infantry, mostly sword and board soldiers though their shields were lighter and smaller than Legion standard issue. They also had archer companies, which might get nasty. Legion crossbowmen tended to shoot further and stronger than any archer not using longbows, but I had relatively few of them, and the rate of fire for a properly trained archer was better. Juniper had raised crossbow companies when forging the army of Calais, but in skirmish like that numbers often carried the day, and those wouldn't be on our side. The last principality soldiers were the cavalry. Light horse, most of them, since only the Lycanese relied on heavy charges, and there were none among the opposition. Our last count had the opposing cavalry at almost 11,000, more than double the order of Broken Bells. Baroness Ainsley's 200 knights did little to even the odds, though they were still welcome. The enemy vanguard stayed a mile away, not even remotely inviting an engagement. I wasn't surprised. We'd waited for the Crusader here for a day, and Juniper had my army at work the entire time. Field fortifications had been raised, trenches dug, and siege engines set over low hills of beaten earth. Attacking us in our entrenchments without numerical superiority was suicide. Not that it prevented a few hundred enemy horse from parading out of crossbow range, banners waving in the breeze. Juniper sent out the watch to clear them out, and they retreated after the first volley, which, sadly, killed no more than a dozen. Trying to gauge longbow range, you think? I mused, eyes flicking to the hellhound. I was astride Zombie while they stood by her command table, surrounded by her staff. Easy for her to do, I thought bitterly. If I was on the ground, I wouldn't even see beyond our reserves. Everyone was so fucking tall, it was really unacceptable. They should already have a notion, the orc growled. Not like it's changed much in the last few hundred years. No, they were just arrogant little pups out to posture. And they'd lost half a line of their buddies for it. And that's why you don't let nobles run an army, I thought. Or at least not Proceran nobles. The old kingdom had done fairly well relying on its own. I disliked just leaving them out there, I noted, gesturing at the 5,000 infantry in the distance. Bait, Juniper said. They'll be heroes, I bet. And if we send enough soldiers to swat them away, we'll weaken the fortifications for when the real army arrives. Let them come. I sighed. She was probably right. It didn't make any more pleasant to stew in the sun while the Crusaders lumbered towards our battle. By noon, the amount of cavalry in the distance had doubled. The spread of colors among banners had expanded. Blue, black, green, wyverns and dragons and horses. Our own were less exotic. The 15th banner still flew, with my own personal heraldry besides it, scales, with the sword and the crown. The Order of Broken Bells had its own as well, but aside from that the only departure was the flock of starlings on blue that belonged to House Morley of Harrow. The infantry swelled as the hours passed, and before noon bell was at an end the enemy had fully arrived. I puffed at my pipe, watching the mass of shining steel ahead. There weren't as many on the field today as there'd been at Second Lease, but there were more. Soldiers. It was going to be a very different kind of battle. You think they'll open with named? Juniper asked. I shook my head. They've got veterans on the other side, I said. Heroes that have been around for long enough to know you don't open with named. The first will come out the moment we start winning on one side of the field. It would take careful managing, we both knew. Heroes could not be left alone. Most of them would scythe straight through even hardened infantry, and their mere presence could turn a rout into a stubborn line of defense. On the other hand, my side didn't have the numbers to hammer down every hero that popped up. In a contest of named, I was short more than a few. And Thief hardly counted, considering she wasn't a fighter. Hierophant and I could punch pretty hard, but on the other hand, if our army started needing us to win, then it became essentially guaranteed that some hero would cut us down. Best case, we'd be driven off the field, but best case wasn't something to count on when there was the Saint and the Pilgrim on the other side. Priorities teasing out whatever they intended to use as the northern passage if we blocked them, I said. That's too dangerous and unknown to allow Melanza to keep sitting on it. I'd gotten an oath about the opposition not calling on angels, but the Pilgrim would never have agreed to that if his crew didn't have other weapons to wield. With Presi, it was the sorcerers you had to worry about. With the Procerans, though, my money was on the priests. I leaned forward, watching the Crusaders in the distance, and frowned. Was that? Yeah, no two ways about it. They were moving carts and pitching tents. They're making camp, I told Juniper. The orc snorted. How prudent of them, she said. Melanza must think there's a decent chance it'll take more than a day to exterminate us. I doubt she'll be going for attrition with her boys' stomachs going empty, but she'll be generous in trading soldiers. Our camp is the largest concentration of foodstuffs between here and Hedges, I said. If she's desperate, she knows we can gate out if it gets to that. Juniper replied, shaking her head. No, this is just her hedging her bets. We'll see the first skirmishers moving out within the hour, mark my words. The Hellhound, for once, was proved wrong. She'd not misread the military, as it happened, but the political. A party of 4 riders under truce banner rode out, stopping halfway between our camps. I want to meet them. I could have brought Juniper and Hierophant, or even Baroness Ainsley as the ranking noble with the army, but that would just be posturing. On this field, I was the one making decisions for my side. Zombie trotted out cheerfully, the sun pounding down at us until I sat in the saddle across from the Crusader delegation. There were some familiar faces there. The Saint and the Pilgrim, though they were at the back. The old woman discreetly sliced her finger across her throat when I glanced at her. Charming. The gray pilgrim inclined his head in greeting, and I did the same, before taking in the other two. The man was much older than the woman, at least late 40s. Prince Amatus Milenan, at a guess. To my surprise, he was good-looking. I'd expected some caricature of a chancellor, but instead what I got was very well-groomed older man with fair hair and a chiseled jaw. The other, Princess Rosala Mamlanza, most likely, was maybe a few years older than me. Dark eyes and darker curls, with the kind of wicked, easy smile that belonged more on lore tavern girl than foreign royalty. Afternoon, I said. I'd say welcome to Callow, but I see you've already made yourself at home. I punctuated with a nod at the army behind them. Queen Catherine, the older man said, bowing ever so slightly. I am Prince Amatus Milenan of Isère. So I guessed, I said. I already know the two gray hairs in the back. Should I assume the curvy one measuring me up is Princess Melanza? Are you trying to seduce your way out of this, Black Queen? The woman in question asked, sounding amused. Unfortunately, I have a strict non-invading callow clause for people I let into my bed, I said. I'll take that as a yes, by the way. You took your sweet time getting here, Melanza. My supplies inexplicably disappeared into thin air, the princess drawled. Slowed us down some. I don't suppose you'd happen to know where they went. Must have been rats, I said sympathetically. Callow's had a vermin problem these last few months. What a coincidence, Melanza said. We've come to remedy that very issue. Shit. Now I kind of liked her. I'd probably feel at least a little bad about putting her head on a pike down the line. Prince Amatus cleared his throat. I must implore you to excuse the uncouthness of my general, he said. The prospect of battle wearies her, as it does all of us. I'm not a stickler on etiquette, I smiled. Trying to sell chunks of callow, though? That does get on my nerves a bit. Not a trace of dismay passed on the prince's face, though I knew he couldn't be pleased about the watch turning on him. Duchess Keegan had been less than impressed by the man, as it happened. He'd promised her both lore and denier when she'd pushed, which she'd taken as meaning he would have double-crossed her the moment he could. Preparing for peace is hardly treachery, Amatus said. You are outnumbered in both named and men, Queen Catherine. Let us not spill blood unreasonably. I have terms of surrender to offer, should you be willing. I glanced at the gray pilgrim, whose serenity was unruffled by this. Did they seriously expect to fold? Now, you would have to abdicate, naturally, the Prince of Isère said. But I would title you Princess of the Blessed Isle, and grant you the eastern half of the lands currently in the rule of the governorship of Summerhome. Huh, I said. And you heroes would respect those terms? We would, the gray pilgrim said, sending the saint a quelling look when it looked like she'd speak up. This the part, I mused, where I'm supposed to be thankful about you trying to make me your marcher lord at the frontier with. Praise. Let's not even touch the part where you're carving up callow between your supporters, because then I'll lose my fucking temper and we're under a truce banner. You cannot win this war, Prince Amatus sharply said. This must be obvious by now. Melanza's face is blank, I said, pointing at the princess. That's because she's trying not to smile. That should tell you more or less what I think of your offer. Now here's mine. I let out a long breath. Go home, I said. I'll even provide enough supplies you don't starve on the way out. Though you'll have to pay for them, and there'll be a I shouldn't have fucking invaded another country markup. You'll find nothing here but death. So just go home and settle your pissing match with Hazenbach out of my homeland. If you cross the passage, I will not pursue. I glanced at the Princess of Equitan. That holds for after someone runs him through, I told her. Leave, and you will not be harassed on the way out. I don't particularly want to fight this war, Melanza. It ends the moment you let it. Are you threatening me under peace banner? Prince Amatus Milenan calmly said. I'm telling you I'm about to stop being nice about this, I told him. I've bent over backwards to limit the damage, but if it comes to a battle, a lot of people are going to die for very stupid reasons. And to be blunt, they'll be yours more than mine. We could avoid that entirely and both be better off. This is a crusade, Catherine Foundling, the Saint of Swords said. Not a petty invasion. You do not make truce with holy war. There's no point in talking to you, Saint, I sighed. Your ranger with a shiny coat of paint and a socially acceptable pretext for killing. The old woman's face darkened. You're going to lose a hand for that, she said. Amateur, I dismissed. I've spent years dealing with wastelanders, you second-rate bully. You think you've got a single threat that can shake me? I used to answer to a woman who uses a fucking demon as a gatekeeper, has an entire hallway of forever screaming heads. Your notion is bad as her. Starting point. I barreled on before she could reply. I'll keep to the terms I agreed on with the Grey Pilgrim, I said. Where are we falling on prisoner exchanges? No guarantees, Melanza said. Should there be worthwhile trades to make, you will be approached under banner. Translation, she was sitting on any men of mine she caught. Unless I got my hands on someone high up enough the ladder, it would be politically inconvenient to leave there. There doesn't have to be a battle, the saint said. You and me, girl. Here and now. We settle it the old way. I glanced at her skeptically. Last time we scrapped you beat me like a rented mule, I said. I'm not getting anywhere near you without a mage company and half a dozen ballistas. Pass. Cowardice is an ugly thing, the old woman smiled. The chorus of the side with the bigger swords, I shrugged. If that's all, I have an army to lead. Such generous terms of surrender will not be offered again, Prince Amadis warned. I'm feeling generous too, Procerin, I smiled. So when I sent your head on a pike back to Salia, your soul won't be bound to it. And on this particularly diplomatic note, I spurred Zombie away and returned to my host. Within the hour, skirmishers on both sides advanced. Book 4, Chapter 14, Arabesque. So spoke his dread majesty in the wake of battle, even as the high lords praised him. Speak not flattering untruths. Another such victory, and I will rule an empire of ghosts. Extract from commentaries on the campaigns of dread Emperor Terribilis II. It began. When Juniper had sent our skirmishers out, we'd been able to scrape together 4,000, including the watch. Crossbowmen, human and goblins, with 1,000 deadly D'Arave longbowmen at the back. When the enemy began returning fire, these were the ones I wanted the lightest casualties for. They were too useful and too few to waste on opening exchanges. Melanza sent forward 9,000 men, and we were pretty sure that wasn't even all she could field. The opposition apparently had much the same thought as we'd had, because the first wave to come in longbow range wasn't Principality troops, it was levies. I sucked in a breath, eyes making them out perfectly regardless of distance. Men too old and too young, with hunting bows instead of the kind of weapons a battlefield required. Some even had slings, which Juniper noted out loud some Arlazite principalities were known for. The watch knocked, drew, and fired without a word. At least 100 levies died in the first mass volley as the Procerin skirmishers advanced, closing range. Conscripted peasants taking arrows so that the personal forces of princes would not. The sight of it had me gritting my teeth. It's sound tactics, no matter how much you glare, Juniper said. Gets the people who can properly return fire in range without losses. I know, I said, fingers clenching. I know it is. But how many kids and graybeards who just died had actually wanted to be on this field? I couldn't know for sure, but Principate rulers had full right of conscription as their gods-given birthright. They didn't even to justify it, not like nobles had in the Old Kingdom, where only foreign invasion had granted that temporary privilege to aristocrats. The sickening thing was that many of them probably did want to be there, because priests and princes had told them this was a holy war instead of Hazenbach trying to kill two problems with one stone, or Amadis and his cronies making a play for the throne. I wasn't so much a hypocrite as to damn them for it. I was well aware that the main reason my own army fielded only enlisted was that I'd had neither the funds nor equipment to raise and keep the amount of soldiers a general conscription would have brought. My fingers remained clenched anyway. Making decisions where part of my forces were openly deemed more expendable than others hadn't grown any more pleasant with time. That unspoken admission that some lives were worth more than others. More kids than I'd thought, my marshal said after a moment, eyeing the enemy through a scrying bowl. That's interesting. Either she's sounding out whether we'll flinch at killing those, or they came closer than we thought to scraping the bottom of the barrel. Hazenbach's problem is a surplus of fantassins, not a lack, I said. These aren't fantassins, Catherine, they're levies, the hellhound said. Those boys were putting holes and look like they should be working fields and trades, not fighting in a war. I frowned. You think they're having manpower issues? I skeptically said. So far, between the three armies, they're fielding about 120,000 men. Their population can take that. We know that for a fact. You've read the same reports I have. On parchment, maybe, Juniper grunted. But looking at them now I have to wonder. The Civil War hurt the South pretty bad, and they didn't even have a full decade to recover. The North was spared, but it has to keep soldiers on the walls to deal with the rattlings. We might need to consider the possibility that Hazenbach didn't forge her grand alliance just to keep her borders secure, that she might have needed the troops as well, and that if she loses enough soldiers, some parts of Procker will collapse. My reflex was to disagree, but I forced myself to stop and think. There was some sense in that. The first prince's issue with Fantassins was that she had several armies worth of them floating around without a war to fight or skills to ply in peacetime. I'd taken that as meaning she had manpower to toss into the flames, but that was not necessarily be true. It might not be a surplus of people so much as surplus of the wrong kind of people. If Juniper was right, and killing levies meant scything through the same men and women who should be keeping Procker functioning, well, there was a chance that down the line principalities would have bowed out of the crusade because they literally could not afford more losses, which was a mixed blessing. Parts of the Principate withdrawing would ease off the pressure on Callow, but it might also lead to internal instability in Procker itself, which, in some ways, would be helpful. Procker, if eating at itself, wasn't mucking around in my homeland, but it also gave Black and Militia a much freer hand, which was almost as dangerous. And if the instability takes Hazenbach off the throne, honestly, I wasn't fundamentally opposed to that. The chances of the next first prince or princess being as dangerous as Cordelia Hazenbach were fairly slim. On the other hand, I knew Hazenbach. I'd made a study of her. We had a personal relationship. Whoever replaced her would be an unknown, and that carried risks. There were already too many of those in this war, and wind picking up a third of the way through the tightrope was bad news all around. While I'd been wrestling with the thoughts, the skirmish had turned bloody. We had range and rate of fire on the enemy, but they outnumbered my people by more than twice over. The first half hour was a one-sided massacre. Between the watch and the crank crossbows, we carved a red swath through the levies. But then the professional soldiers of the enemy got in range to shoot back, and I stirred uneasily atop Zombie when I saw wooden shafts begin raining down. Goblins were a smaller target than humans, and my men were spread out loosely according to Legion doctrine, while the enemy remained in tight packs. That helped some, keeping the exchange of lives at about parity even with the lopsided numbers. The hard truth, though, was that Malazanza could afford to trade her entire skirmishing contingent for mine and walk away with a strategic victory. Juniper, I said. Another 2 volleys, Foundling, the Hellhound said. We're barely denting the Principality troops, I sharply replied. Levies we kill now aren't covering the first wave against our palisades, the Marshal of Callow replied. It's a worthwhile trade. Another 2 volleys, like she had said, and then the horns sounded the retreat. The watch, I saw, had not lost so much as a single man. When the enemy had advanced, they'd retreated equally and kept killing all the while without missing a beat. If Ratface's discreet following of Diarraith's spending over the last year had not made it clear how ridiculously expensive training and arming them was, I would have been livid with envy. As it was, I was merely very jealous. The enemy skirmishers had little stomach for pursuit. They'd killed and wounded nearly 1,000 of my crossbowmen, but at 3 times the cost, and most of those dead, not just bleeding. Juniper's order to withdraw was coming just ahead of the point in the cold lay of arithmetic where the skirmish would become costlier than it was useful. Marshal, one of her aides spoke up. Enemy cavalry is moving. My eyes flicked to the side. Malanza had been traditional in the arrayment of her forces. 3 thick waves of infantry in the center, with 4,000 cavalry on each side, and another 4,000 in reserve at the back with what looked like a few thousand Principality troops. A hard-hitting reserve that she could pour into whatever breach her foot managed to make. The cavalry contingents on both sides were on the move, though, riding ahead of the Crusader host, converging on my skirmishers from the flanks. Only at a trot for now, but when they got close enough they'd charge. Probe, I asked the Hellhound. If they don't hurry the fuck up, our soldiers are back well within siege range before the horse gets anywhere close, Juniper said. That'd be costly for her. They might be trying to bait out the broken bells. Talbot could hit one of the flanks hard and withdraw before her foot gets there, or even the other cavalry wing, I noted. This seems like. Trumpets sounded from the other side, and after a few moments of milling around the enemy skirmishers began to pursue. I began but closed my mouth. What the hells was Malanza up to? She had to know that if her archers got in killing range of our trebuchets and ballistas, it'd be a God's damned massacre. Even if her cavalry hit at the same time. We'd lose crossbowmen. Sure, but a heavy formation of advancing enemies would be a sapper's wet dream. And she'd lose twice as many soldiers when her people broke and fled, especially if the broken bells sallied to hit them on the way out. Juniper. I tried. The orc did not respond. She'd gone utterly still, eyes fixed on the approaching enemy. She barely even breathed or blinked. Her infantry isn't moving, Juniper said. I can see that, I replied flatly. The meat of Princess Melanza's infantry had yet to move, still standing in the distance. Her infantry isn't moving, the hellhound slowly said, because it doesn't need to, which made no sense to me. Not with the forces the enemy had set in motion. Cavalry and skirmishers, this close to our engines? Full retreat. Juniper barked at the closest hornblower. Break formation. The officer blinked, then sounded the calls. I did not know the orc's reasons yet, but I did know better than to gainsay her instincts when it came to battle. The crossbowmen scattered and legged it as the watch ceased firing and put their supernatural swiftness to full work. What was the play here? Already the Diarraith were in siege range, and the goblins among the crossbowmen weren't that far behind. The greenskins could scuttle quick as spiders no matter the terrain. It's not about the forces, then. I decided. They still matter, but only as part of a larger tactic. Something was missing, and that thought was a familiar one. Juniper and I both had it before, when wondering why Rosala Melanza would try to take her army through a narrow passage my men could hold the end of, and the conclusion, I remembered as my blood ran cold, was that she'd had something up her sleeve we didn't know about. 3 heartbeats later we learned. From the beginning, we dismissed the notion that the Crusaders would use their priests the same way we did mages, for sorcerous artillery and shock tactics. Brother and sisters of the House of Light were not supposed to take the lives of others. We'd theorized there would be some willing to break those vows, and that they would be a threat to deal with. But aside from this, we'd believed the priests would be a purely defensive and support asset. Our failure, Rosala Melanza taught us, had been one of imagination. Ahead of the retreating watch, panes of light bloomed. At least 40 feet tall, though thin. A fence, I realized. They are fencing them in. Pane after pane formed, boxing in our retreating skirmishers in the span of time it'd take me to light a pipe. An opening was left, at the back, where the enemy bowmen paused and put their formation in order, as on both sides of them the Proserpine cavalry began to charge. Tell Pickler to fire at will. Juniper barked at the closest mage. The message passed, and the 20 heavy ballistas fired their stones. The first volley hit the fence at a high angle, and the stones broke without even visibly affecting it. The trebuchets threw their load in the moment that followed, arcing high over the fence straight at the enemy archers. They never reached the Crusaders. More fences formed over their heads. Some rocks shattered, others bounced off. The broken remnants remained on the light, as if it were a physical thing. I gestured for another mage to attend me. Get me Hierophant, I said. The rectangular silver mirror in the man's hands shivered after he got out his incantation, revealing Masego's face. He was currently with the mage lines, and already I regretted not having him at my side. Hierophant, I said. You see the fences? Miracle work, he said. Interesting use of priestly powers. Shut them down, I said. Now. He nodded, and after a shiver all the mirror showed was my own reflection. My fingers clenched as I watched the first volley from the Proserpine bowmen hit my skirmishers, all on the left wing. They're concentrating their volleys, I thought. Annihilation tactics. They did not intend to leave any survivors. My soldiers returned a ragged volley of their own, save for the watch. Throwing hooks above the fences, the Diarraith found physical purchase and began to climb. I had hope, for a moment, until the fences above the Proserpine archers angled to drop the remaining stones harmlessly in front of the Crusaders and disappeared. They shortly after reappeared above the fences, keeping my skirmishers boxed in, cutting cleanly through ropes and hooks. Fuck. The colder, calm part of me noted that they'd had to dismiss some fences to add them elsewhere. That implied there was a limited amount they could make. Commanded by Masego, my mage lines gave answer. 7 massive spears of lightning began to form above our fortifications, strengthening with every heartbeat. Pickler, Juniper growled behind me, standing in front of a scrying bowl. I want continuous fire on those archers. Don't stop even if it doesn't go through. On the other side of the field, sorcery flared up. Hierophant had torn through their mages for 2 days before they stopped trying to scry, and it has cost them at least 20 practitioners. They had easily 10 times that many left, though, and Archer had confirmed at least one of the heroes looked wizardly. If it came to a sorceress pissing match, I would still bet on my own men. They'd been taught rituals by Hierophant, and more than a third were both Presi and Legion trained. Procker was a magical backwater, If it came to trading blows, they should come out on the losing side. Which was, I saw as the enemy's sorcery took shape, why Malanza had ordered them to do nothing of the sort. Pre-sign magical shields tended to be translucent and tinged blue, when not entirely transparent. The Proceran equivalent was opaque and yellow. For layers came down in front of the fences even as the spears of lightning shot out. My mages were better, as I had thought. All 4 layers broke under the screaming storm of lightning. But by the time the sorcery reached the fences, it had been weakened enough they merely shuddered under the impact. Layered defense, the cold part of me noted. Clever. The rest of me bit my lip until it bled, as I realized the Crusaders were just going to slug it out like this again and again until all my skirmishers were dead. Juniper, I called out, the orc turning to meet my gaze. Broken bells. She cursed virulently in Karsam, but nodded. The horns sent out our 5,000 knights into the fray, palisades opening to let them stream out. Would it be enough? No, I already knew. It wouldn't. But it might lower the damage of this from disaster to wound. Talbot had his knights form into a wedge the moment they had the room, galloping out to the left to hit half the enemy cavalry, even as Pickler's engines hammered the fences above the Crusader archers repeatedly. They held anyways. I knew better than to get my hopes up, and my pessimism was rewarded when the forward sides of the fences keeping my skirmishers contained winked out. They reappeared in a long diagonal in front of the advancing broken bells, and my fingers clenched once more. Not a single of the knights died, but the length of the fence was unbreakable and forced them to take the long way around, keeping them away long enough that the enemy horse would reach my skirmishers unimpeded. With a mixture of grief and pride, I saw that my crossbowmen were in formation and returning fire. They took the losses from the enemy archers, ignoring them for a hard volley into the tip of both Proceran cavalry contingents. Horses fell and screamed. Men went down. The charge continued. The remainder of the watch split in half, heading for the edges of the fences on both sides. Masigo, I knew, would not take lightly that he had been thwarted even once. The lack of lightning spears forming in the sky to answer the yellow shields that had come down a second time heralded that he would have gotten creative, and when my old friend unleashed his wrath, he did methodically. A jagged shard of red light bloomed and struck the first shield. The yellow sorcery shattered, but the shard remained. Another shard formed and struck the back of the first shard like a hammer on a chisel. The second shield broke. It was working, but too slow. The watch was getting away, but the Proceran cavalry hit my skirmishers, and it was a massacre. They tore through the first 3 ranks like wet parchment before the momentum was even slightly slowed. Another shard formed, and the third shield broke when it hit, and then the fourth shield as well, a heartbeat later. They were accumulating strength, I grasped. The light fence shuddered, but held. In the handful of heartbeats before the fourth shard formed and hit, at least 1,000 of my men died as I watched in silence. When the light finally broke, it was too late for them to even run. The riders were already among them. Pickler, Juniper said quietly, all ballistas are to fire into the cavalry. Keep the trebuchets on the archers. I opened my mouth, then closed it. The orc's face was grim as she met my gaze. The siege engines, we both knew, would kill our crossbowmen as well as the cavalry. But those men had been dead the moment the Proceran horse reached them, the cold part of me assessed. This way, at least, the ranks furthest back could be salvaged. The salvo pulped soldiers and horses alike when it hit. Theirs and mine both. I felt wintry, vicious rage well up in my veins. For a moment, I indulged the wind-like whispers and the poisonous comfort they brought, but then I dragged my mind back to clarity. Pickler managed another handful of hits on the enemy horse, but less than 100 died from them. They were already retreating, and cavalry was hard to hit, with mostly static engines. Especially when fences bloomed to cover their retreat, as Malanza smoothly arranged. My surviving men fled back to the palisade. We had sent 4,000 onto the field, Juniper and I. A bare 1,000 returned, more than half of it watch. We have, Juniper spoke into the graveyard silence of the general staff, underestimated Princess Malanza. In the distance, trumpets sounded again, and the Proceran infantry began to advance as the forces that had engaged pulled back. In front of them, 7 lone silhouettes took the lead. Good, I coldly thought. I was in a killing mood. Book 4, Chapter 15, Bravura. And so my reign ends as it began, with fewer allies than stab wounds. Alleged last words of dread Emperor Pernicious, the Imperiled. Tell me about those fences, I said. Hierophant had gained back a few pounds, enough that his thin frame looked full again. How he'd managed that on army rations, I had no idea. But the mystery was not a fresh one. He'd gone through both the Rebellion and the Arcadian campaign without losing weight. I'd been half convinced that it was a self-perception anchored deep enough that his name enforced it, until he'd wasted away in the Observatory. He'd still come a long way from the bespectacled boy I'd once known. These days he looked, well, dangerous. There might have been little muscle to his frame, but he stood tall, taller than me. But then who didn't? And the long trinket-woven braids going down his back lent him a certain panache. The black eye cloth covering his glass eyes matched the permanently disheveled black robes that were the only thing he bothered to wear anymore. Not that he'd even been prone to indulging in fashionable clothes. The power he now so casually wielded clung to him even when unused, half-felt wisps of sorcery never quite gone. Masigo had been perhaps the most destructive of my companions even back when he'd been the apprentice, but he'd rarely seemed anything but awkward and a little pedantic when he wasn't casting. Now, though, he looked like the kind of sorcerer you didn't walk away from fighting. It suited him. A lecture on the nature of priestly power is out of the question, I suppose, the dark-skinned man sighed. Ask me again when an army isn't marching towards us, I said. That's almost never, he muttered under his breath. Very well. Though weaker, diluted, according to some theories, than the light we have seen heroes wield, the essential nature of priest miracles is the same. That is the stuff these fences were made of. Can it kill soldiers? I asked. No, he shook his head. As a reflection of oaths taken, the miracle should not be able to hurt anything living. Well, that was something. From the way the fences had cut straight through hooks and rope, I'd have to assume it could wreck armor and fortifications if they hit at the right angle. That was problematic. We'd raised the palisades in the first place because we needed them as an equalizer for Crusader numbers. If they could just cut them down at will, that measure was gone. Next time the priests try the fences, can you just hit them directly to interrupt? I asked. Reluctantly, the mage shook his head. Mass sorcery at great distance needs a scrying tangent to be aimed properly, he said, unless it is fired blindly. Priests, as you well know, disrupt scrying. So, unless Melanza blundered by putting all her priests in our field of vision and clustered together, smothering the fences in the crib wasn't an option. This just kept getting better, didn't it? Then we need to have an immediate answer ready for when they do appear, I said flatly. I'll need you with me for the brawl, so the mage lines will have to handle it. I flicked a questioning glance at him at that, inviting him to pass judgment. I heard his left eye twist inside his skull towards me, but he did not reply. Right, subtle cues. Not his strength. Can they handle it? I asked. They can cast the Ripper without me, Masigo agreed, and elaborated when my eyebrow rose. The red light constructs we used for the second exchange. That's, I sighed. I need a little more than that, Masigo. Would wards work? Against miracles, they are mostly useless, Hierophant noted. The spectrums are too different. There is little overlap. We would have a great deal more success targeting their mages. Priests wouldn't screw with that. I frowned. Unlikely, he said. Remember the precision they formed those shields with, and at such distance. That cannot be obtained without scrying or other means of relayed direct sight. Having priests among them would make that impossible, implying the mages stand alone. I'll add that whoever designed that strategy has a keen understanding of all forces involved, which is quite rare even among Presi. Rather impressive. So either they had a very skilled wizard on the other side, or the Grey Pilgrim had contributed to Melanza's battle plans. I hoped it was the latter, because the enemy had enough advantages already without having someone even remotely in Masego's lead to field. Order them to target the mages first, I finally said. The fences will be trouble enough on their own. We can't afford for wizards to give them additional staying power. Inform Juniper's staff I gave the order, too. I don't want them in the dark. The blind man nodded, idly tracing a circle of silver light in the air with a fingertip and inserting a scrying spell within. I looked on in interest for a moment, since that was definitely a new trick. I'd been under the impression there needed to be a physical anchor for scrying, but apparently Hierophant had figured out a cheat. I left him to it, leaning my elbows against the top of the palisade. The two of us were on a wooden walkway, between two rising slopes where Pickler's repeating scorpions would be pushed up when the enemy got close enough. We had 30 of those overall, a massive amount of siege weaponry, even by Legion standards. It meant we were light on combat sappers, since those same soldiers had to attend the engines instead, but sharpers and charges weren't going to win us this battle. Not against 50,000 hero-led Procerants. And, speaking of the devils, the Crusader host had lumbered forward, its 3 infantry waves advancing slowly as the cavalry wings retreated to cover their flanks. In front of the first wave, though, the same 7 silhouettes I'd glimpsed earlier were pulling ahead. Heroes. 3 sword and board, I noted. Men and women. Another I recognized from a previous fight, the same priest who'd engaged me as backup for the saint. No sign of 2 knives or the red-robed mage, but I knew better than to assume a vicious crippling had been enough to keep the heroine I'd mangled out of the fight. Hopefully she'd already had all 3 of her aspects, because if she hadn't, she'd likely popped one out since designed to screw me over. Clearing out the heroes that had come into Calo over the winter had taught me that a hero having an undefined aspect just meant that the heavens had the means to teach their hatchet men a trick to counter one of my own. They were rarely subtle about it, too, which was kind of insulting. It would have been polite to be less obvious in their attempts to stack the fight for their side. Of the last remaining 3 heroes, I recognized another. The man with the hammer I'd ignored when riding with the hunt. The other 2 were unknowns. One muscly, barefooted woman with a staff that could mean she was either a sort of priest or fighter, and a boy that could not have been older than 16, with a greatsword propped over his shoulder that was nearly as tall as he was, and didn't wear a helmet, because of course he fucking didn't. "It is done," Masigo said, coming to stand by my side again. I nodded slowly. "You remember our training?" I asked. "Healers die first," he recited dutifully. "Then practitioners. Then I must constrain the enemy to ease your task or prevent outside intervention. It doesn't look like they have a mage with them, but that just means they're holding the man back in reserve," I said. "Watch for that. And if the Saint of Swords ever tries to close distance with you, flee," he completed. "I must never let her be closer than 90 feet. And that's the conservative estimate," I grunted. "She didn't even use an aspect to smack me around, Masigo. She starts getting serious. Don't think in victory terms. Escape and containment, while we gather massive enough a response to force her back." "You sound skeptical of our ability to kill her," Hierophant noted, sounding surprise. My fingers clenched. "I am," I admitted. "We're good, Z's. Better than good. But her and the Pilgrim? They have decades of experience and accumulated power on us, and their gods aren't shy about putting a finger to the scale. Don't think of it as us tumbling Summer again, because against Summer we had levers and rules. We're the green heroes taking a swing at your father in black in this story. We get cocky for even a moment, and..." I did not elaborate. "Heads, pikes, the usual," Masigo said. "I shall endeavor prudence." We stayed in comfortable silence after that, watching the enemy advance. "I think that I dislike them," he finally said, after a long moment. "These Crusaders." I snorted. "Well, they are at war with us," I said. The mage shrugged. "So were Summer and Acua Sahelian, yet I never could muster much antipathy," Masigo said, "even towards the exiled prince and his mercenaries. They were only creatures acting as their nature demanded, and that is a blameless thing." "Is it really?" I murmured. "Just because something comes naturally to you doesn't make it right." "A very Caloan view," Hierophant said. "Your people seek to overlay creation with a notion of objective morality, which always struck me as rather absurd. If the teachings of any of the gods were fully correct, creation would not exist at all. It is, after all, a debate. The gods can say whatever they like," I muttered. "The truest thing Black ever said to me was that, in the end, only we are responsible for our choices. Taking marching orders from above or below is just abdicating the rights your own life. The Book of All Things has this lovely little verse about that, you know. Choice. But is it really that if the only 2 answers are already picked out for you? Free will," Masigo smiled. "You always did obsess over that. I'm not certain such a thing can truly exist, Catherine, not in a world that was created." "You're the one who wants to open up creation to see how it works," I pointed out. "When you were in a fugue, after becoming Hierophant, you said something I still remember. The Godhead is a trick of perspective." "I believe it still," he admitted. "Now more than ever, as I have seen what became of you. How Winter's mantle alienated you from mortal existence. To think as a god, I suspect, is to be a god. And you'll try to get there," I said. "Seems meaningless, if it's not your choice." "Perhaps I was simply meant to attempt it," Masigo mused. "Because it is my nature to do so. Does it really matter?" I asked. "Whether or not that was writ in you from the start. All we can do is act." "Perhaps not," he murmured. "And so I find myself disliking these Crusaders. They killed a lot of my men," I said quietly, fingers forming a fist. "And we're only just getting started. Death is death," Masigo dismissed. "But the way you carry yourself now, as if they put stones on your shoulder? This I hold against them. I bumped my hip against his side affectionately, then leant against his shoulder. He allowed it without comment, which was as close as he'd ever come to openly returning the affection. I'd never quite get him, would I? How in the same sentence he could display both kindness and utter apathy. It's going to be a long war, I whispered. And we will win it, Hierophant said with bedrock certainty. And what has you so sure of that? He laughed quietly. Perhaps it is simply my nature, he said. Go now, Catherine. Go and follow your own. I moved away. Closing my eyes, I breathed in and out. 7 heroes, huh? Time to see if we could thin that hurt a bit. Opening my eyes, I unsheathed my sword and leapt down. When fighting a group heroic named, Black had once told me, 2 manners of adversaries could be found. The first was a proper heroic band. Should that be the case, coordination and weaving of skill should be expected. Against a band, either dispose of the healer first or place an instantly lethal blow against the leader figure. That would allow me to either inflict attrition or break coherence. The second kind of adversary was a mere grouping of heroes. No leader, no teamwork beyond the obvious, limited coordination. Rarer, my teacher had assessed. Mostly seen in large-scale continental wars or when an overwhelmingly powerful villain emerges, like Triumphant or the Dead King. I was neither the most dreadful of empresses nor the ancient abomination that lurked within Keter, but here I was anyway, fighting 7 heroes as the host of Procure advanced behind them. They had been ordered to be prudent, I grasped. 3 advanced towards me, 1 sword and board, the war hammer and the greatsword. Behind them stood the barefoot staff wielder, and further back the last 2 with shields were flanking the healer. This isn't about power, I thought. Power is the crutch of named. Clarity and skill will win every time. I don't suppose, I said, that we'll have a round of introductions? The hammer wielder chuckled. What worth are those to the dead? He replied. That, I said, will make for a very ironic tombstone. I let them strike first. The pair with the large weapons went for the flanks as the shield bearer slowed to box me in. Eyes on him, I let my senses bloom. No winter, just the inherent abilities that came with my body being a fucking construct. The mantle would remain inert as long as possible, since I was pretty sure the real reason the saint and the pilgrim had yet to show was that they were trying to bait out a winter trance so I wouldn't think of retreat when they did arrive. The hammer went for my legs, and not even a heartbeat later the great sword whistled towards my torso. Board arcs both, that they could readjust if I went forward. I did not. The thing with large weapons was that, once you'd committed to a blow, there was a heartbeat where it was very difficult to move, where the muscles were busy dragging that large chunk of steel around. I moved towards the greatsword, adjusting to the arc and ducking under at the last moment. The boy wielding it grunted, shifted his footing and swung backward at the height of my hips. Without missing a beat, I slid under, letting a hammer blow pass through the air where I'd been, and in a crouch passed behind the hero as my blade whipped out. His greaves did not cover the back of his leg. I rose smoothly from the slide as he was forced to kneel down, his tendons cleanly cut. Light bloomed inside the wound. There was a heartbeat where I could have thrust the tip of my sword through the unprotected back of his neck, but I knew better. The sword and board man was already rushing me, shield angled up as he swung his blade. I did not parry, instead throwing myself on the shield and rolling over it, landing behind him. It threw his footing, and when the hammer wielder tried to whack me, I smoothly kicked the back of the shield wielder's knee and pushed his back. The hammer struck him in the shoulder, shattering steel like it was chalk. A curse, a scream, but I had more important matters to deal with. The first reserve was about to cut into the dance. The barefoot woman was stalking towards me, center of mass, supernaturally steady as she did. Ugh, not a caster or a monk, then a brawler. Wood or not, if that staff hit me I suspected I wouldn't enjoy it. Light bloomed, and the shield wielder's broken shoulder snapped back into place. Without looking, I could feel all the moving parts. Hammerman was rushing my back, weapon already hoisted. Greatsword boy was going around to my left, warier now that he'd had a taste. And the one with the staff was smiling serenely as she advanced. I spat to the side. All right, I said. Let's have another go. I waited until sorcery bloomed in the distance to move. A whirlwind of flame erupted around the healer and his bodyguards, though before my view was blocked I saw a light flare on the shield of one of the heroes. No kill there, but it should keep them busy for a bit. Masigo was only getting started anyway. Hammer wielder struck first. I knew the angle of it without looking and half-stepped out of the arc, but the man laughed. Broaden, he said. The war hammer tripled in size, and there was no avoiding all of that. My shoulder was clipped and it fucked with my footing, keeping me in place just long enough for the greatsword boy to strike. Pierce. A woman's voice spoke from behind me. Power howled. They were trying to bury me through concentrated might. Shame they'd not trained together sufficiently. It was a tricky thing, to keep myself in the way of both the thrusting staff point and the greatsword until the last moment. A handhold of ice formed just above my free hand. I used it to hoist my whole body up, letting the golden-wreathed wooden staff impact the greatsword. It broke like it was made of porcelain, but I didn't get to enjoy that for long. The hammer wielder was still on my ass, smashing down with his oversized chunk of metal as if the weight hadn't changed along with the size. I dropped the handhold, and the fall bought me a heartbeat as the swing followed me down. It was enough. I rolled to the side as the ground shook and chunks of wet soil went up in the air. The staff wielder's naked foot caught me in my armored shin, but I felt the goddamned steel bent under the impact as it sent me rolling. Fuck. That one was dangerous, not because she was more competent, but because she was quicker. And quick was what my survival depended on. The storm of fire winked out as I got back on my feet, all 4 heroes in the fray rushing me. A glance told me the healer and his protectors were completely untouched, but a moment later spikes of lightning began hammering down on their position one after another, and just like that we were back in business. I watched my enemies approach, their angles and their speeds. Greatsword boy, I noted with amusement, was wielding the remaining half of his weapon like some sort of oversized cleaver. He didn't look all that happy about it. I circled slightly to the right, putting the hammer man between myself and the staff wielder. And that meant, there you are. Sword and board fainted high and I took him up on it. Even as he flicked his blade down towards my throat, I turned my parry into a swing towards the side of his neck. His shield went up, and that killed his field of vision. Greatsword hero had to get close, now that he'd lost his reach, and it was not his specialty. I flicked to the side and caught his extended wrist, twisting his sharply, so he was forced to stand in the way of sword and board's attack. Resist. The boy hissed out. Light spread across him in the blink of an eye, and I dropped him before it could touch my fingers. The other hero's blade bounced off unceremoniously. While the younger one tried to pivot, so he was facing me again, I followed his movement smoothly and lunged at sword and board's throat while he withdrew. The shield came to knock away the blade again, but that hadn't been what he needed to watch out for. My wrist flicked, a knife dropped into my armored palm, and I rammed it through his eye from the open angle. Behind him, I heard the hammer wielder curse, since he didn't have a clear shot at me. Even as the hero-eyed knife dropped and began twitching death throes, my ears flicked. I hastily backpedaled as the staff wielder leapt over the fight, landing where my shoulders had been a moment before. The wood whipped out, and my hasty parry was poorly angled. It went straight through my guard, denting my plate and tossing me away for the second time. Well, at least one was down and the healer's still busy. Unless he could. No, I wasn't even going to finish that thought. I dragged myself upright and smiled at the barefoot woman. Round 3. I offered. Her staff rose. I almost missed it because it wasn't flashy. It was just a low ripple, a murmur of power. But my senses were no longer immortals, so my eyes flicked to the hero I'd killed. At his side knelt an old man in gray robes, who gently took out the knife. He then passed a hand over the bloodied face, murmuring a prayer. The hero's eyes opened, and he let out a ragged gasp. There was no longer any wound on his face. The gray pilgrim rose to his feet gingerly and offered me a rueful smile. Round 3, he agreed. Book 4, Chapter 16, Pirouette. When the abyss stares back, wave. Offer refreshments. Being impolite to the abyss is never a good idea. Dread Emperor Malevolent Eye, the unhallowed. Oh, come on. I complained. I know I don't have a lot of room to argue about healing, but that knife was tickling the back of his skull. Even I wouldn't walk that off so easily, and my body is basically lies and mirrors. There was some shuffling from the opposition, either because of the reminder I'd just killed one of their crew, or because grievances at how fucking ridiculous their powers were weren't what they'd been expecting. If they'd been waiting for despair, they were out of luck. Not that I was particularly pleased my work had been literally waved away by the pilgrim, but that the heroes would be almost absurdly hard to put down wasn't exactly a surprise. The heavens had already thrown their second raiders at me, and I'd chewed straight through them over winter. They were done fucking around. You could still surrender, the gray pilgrim offered. Instead, I sighed and tapped the side of my helmet. The sliver of power was enough to activate the dormant rune. Spell formula stable, Masigo said. No divine interference. Confirmed resurrection, I said. Pilgrims come out to play. thief had warned me that last-moment rescues were his specialty, so it wasn't coming out of the blue, though after actually landing that blow, I'd expected the hero to actually stay down afterwards. At least the first part was going more or less according to plan. Smacking around the greenhorn, some had forced one of the real monsters to intervene before I dug a little too deep and Winter took the helm. I almost felt like shivering at the idea of facing the Grey Pilgrim when in a state of mind where monologues felt like a good idea. Acua might have been right that playing it up for creation added some hurt to the swings, but there was a reason I was wearing her as a cloak accessory instead of the other way around. Noted, Hierophant replied. First contingency beginning. Skip straight to second. I grunted. I think we underestimated how much trouble the old man would be. Which was a hells of a thing to say, considering we'd planned for him being in the same wheelhouse as Warlock. But if I was reading this right, swinging his miracle dick around wasn't the pilgrim's game. He was more a metaphorical full hand on the scales than the kind of name that tossed around burning mountains. And that's only 8 out of 12 accounted for. I thought. Saint, and at least one mage are still waiting in the wings. Understood, Hierophant said. Sunrise final is dash. Power flared, and his words cut out. I glanced at the Grey Pilgrim, whose staff was wreathed in light. Rude, I said. You could have let him finish. Regardless, I'm reconsidering my stance on single combat. Theoretically, if I agree, do I get to pick my opponent? I met the stare of the man I'd stabbed and winked on the same side my knife had gone through. He flinched. She is temporizing while her ally prepares his strike, the Grey Pilgrim told the other heroes. Prepare yourselves, children. After that blow is weathered is the moment to strike. Gods, but I hated fighting smart opponents. Banter would have kept William and his crew busy for a few minutes, at least. It didn't matter, in the end, because I hadn't spent the last year busying myself sorely with the affairs of rule. While they'd been assembling their armies and heroes, I'd been training the woe. And the one amongst them I'd spent most time on was Masigo, hammering in the basics of battle that he'd once ignored in favor of simply smashing everything in sight with sorcery. The first thing I taught him? A well-worn adage from Theodosius the Unconquered himself. Swiftness is the lifeblood of war. Before the heroes could further prepare, Hierophant struck. Dawn rose from a sun unknown to creation, the terrible heart of summer shining down on the cluster of heroes. Even from where I stood, the heat was overwhelming. Wind picked up even as the named before me winked out of sight, swallowed by scorching light. The Princess of High Noon had been one of our most vicious enemies to deal with, but we had gained much from her defeat. Even this pale imitation of her power made mockery of the kind of sorcery we usually called on. Within the blaze, a star was born, shining atop the Grey Pilgrim's staff as he stood unruffled, his loose robes untouched by wind or heat. As there was first light, there will be last, the old man said. Under Radiant Star was the first of mankind born, and it will shine long after our time is past. Transient we, yet unbowed by the passing. I refuse your verdict, usher of mysteries. With a thunderous clap, the blaze was parted. A corridor opened, leading straight to me, and the heroes rushed down. I rolled my shoulder. Half the knockout punch was delivered. It was my responsibility to take care of the second half. The barefoot staff wielder was first across, blindingly fast. Behind came the usual triumvirate, greatsword, warhammer, sword and board. Not the same as before, for the latter, apparently coming that close to dying, had shaken the man, because it was now another. The sorcery came down around me, too close to a ward for comfort. I grimaced. I'd have to suffer through, at least until the time to withdraw came. Stance wide, I raised my guard and waited for the first of the hunting hounds. She thrust high, towards my throat, batted aside, but she was better with her weapon than I was with mine. A spin was all it took for her to be smashing down at my pauldron. I took it. The steel shattered like clay, but the impact wasn't strong enough to screw with my own blow. It carved a wound across her cheek, narrowly missing the nose. I got in close to sucker punch her belly, but she parried the blow, and I was forced to step back to avoid having my ribcage caved in. Light bloomed on her cheek, the healer's work. It healed nothing. Masigo had fought demons at second lease. One of them had been a demon of order, what Prisai called a beast of hierarchy. Their essence, as I understood it, was a perversion of laws. Hierophant had learned to mimic that, to a very limited extent. Inside my killing grounds, one law had been established. Light had no effect. The barefoot woman withdrew before I could exploit her surprise, damnably well trained. And then I had to deal with the second wave. Greatsword, what was left of that weapon, anyway, went for the left side. Hammer for the right. the fresh sword and board keeping me boxed in. I almost smiled. They'd had a limited amount of training together, and it was showing. That made it the second time they were trying that tactic on me. Last time I'd gone for one of the sides, and they weren't idiots. They were expecting as much. Instead, I barreled forward. The hero's shield bashed forward to keep me in place for the others to hit, but they'd learned the wrong lesson from the last time. It wasn't that I couldn't break their formation, just that I hadn't chosen to. My armored fist hit the shield, and it dented, the man wielding it crying in pain as it broke his fingers behind it. It was a good opening to slice his throat, but the other two were at my back, so there was no time. I ran into him, the two of us falling to the ground as weapons whistled behind me. Instinct led me to throw myself to the side instead of wrestling on the ground. It saved my life. Summer's dawn had not only been broken by the pilgrim, it had been wielded. He shaped it into a beam and threw it at me. His aim was perfectly angled, enough that it didn't touch sword and board when he stayed on the ground. Behind me, earth exploded in desiccated chunks. Time was running out. I couldn't engage for heroes. And the old man simultaneously, that'd just get me killed. I'd have to get aggressive then. They damaged the light, the barefoot woman said in heavily accented lower Meson. Careful. It was the right move. Telling her comrades healing mistakes was no longer an option. It was also the wrong one, because for a heartbeat they were surprised. I shot back towards the boy with the wrecked greatsword, ducking under a swing and catching the wrist. Hammer wielder would have smacked me away, aiming for my hips, but a flex of the legs had me putting my feet on the boy's chest while the hammer passed under me. For a heartbeat, I was vulnerable, and that had the staff wielder on my ass. Not quick enough, for once, I thought. My thighs tightened, and using the boy's own chest as a counterweight, I ripped his arm off. There was a spray of blood and an anguished scream as I fell into a roll, the staff smashing down where I'd been a heartbeat before. Left with a bleeding arm wielding the remains of a great sword in my free hand, I threw it in the hammer wielder's face before he could aim another strike. He was horrified enough to take a hand off the hammer to push it aside, and that was a mistake. I landed the roll on my feet, angled my stance, and smoothly rose. My blade thrust in an upwards diagonal into his throat. He opened his mouth, trying to gurgle out a word. Aspect, probably, but I smacked the pommel, and the sword went straight through his spine. It was an uglier death than a clean decapitation. Enough, the Grey Pilgrim said. He pointed his staff at me, and a star came to life. The beam hit a pain of force 3 heartbeats before it would have incinerated me, both of them exploding deafeningly. Gods bless Hierophant. Sword and board was getting back on his feet, greatsword boy still screaming about his missing arm. Seriously, what a wimp. I lost limbs all the time, and you didn't hear me yelling about it, and staff wielder was back on me. God's damn it. I threw myself to the side, swiped at her feet, and got treated to a kick in the face for it. While I was rocking back, she flowed into a thrust at my throat. Experience. She'd gone for that too often. I'd expected it this time. I caught the tip of the staff with my hand, feeling the steel give and the palm bones break, but I kept my grip on it while I slashed at her throat, and she tried to withdraw for a parry. Blood spilled on the ground. 2 down, though it was anybody's guess for how long. Sever. Masego's miracle vanished. So did my sword, my hand up to the wrist, and the armor over it. Fuck. I backpedaled hastily as the saint entered the fray. Aspect already? I said. My hand formed again, though much slower than it should have, and it remained ice instead of looking like flesh. That was a problem. Your little mage's trick was impressive, the Saint of Swords said. But time to wrap this up, if we want it over before sundown. The lack of sword was more a problem than the severed limb, ice or not. A flick of the wrist had a knife falling into my palm, but that was rather cold comfort against this particular monster. Fine, I said. I've been thinking on how to beat you anyway, Saint. The Grey Pilgrim, apparently uninterested in banter, sent another fucking star at me. Hierophant, bless his soul, split it in 4 and forced it to shoot in 4 different directions. Have you? The old woman drawled. This ought to be interesting. I could not help but notice none of the heroes I'd put down were getting the resurrection treatment. Was it just comprehensive healing at the last moment, then? Too little to go on to be sure. 1 swing, I said. If you can take that, I'm probably out of luck. The heroine laughed. Well, she grinned. Give it your best shot. Ice formed a sword blade out of my knife as I shifted my grip. Steadying my stance, I allowed the power of winter to gather in me. Motes of blue emanated from my frame. To my surprise, the saint actually bothered to get into a stance of her own. She was taking me seriously. That was kind of flattering. Welp, I said and run away. I legged it as fast as I could, which was very considering my mantle. They really must have taken me for a complete idiot if they'd thought I'd stick around to fight a crew of heroes. And the two old beasts. I heard the air howl behind me as the heroine cussed me out in Shantan, leaping onto a platform of shade to get out of the way. I tapped the side of my helmet as I leapt back down, running as fast as I could towards the relative safety of the palisade. Masigo, I said, I need you to dash. Dodge, he screamed through the spell. I threw myself to the side, and idly reflected that the smoking wound in the ground to my left could easily have been my corpse. Lovely. Mage lines on her. I continued. Artillery too. Gods, everything we can throw. The sharp tang of lightning filled the air as what must have been no less than 30 feet behind me exploded in a screaming storm. I did not look back. She just ran. Through. That, Hierophant said through the spell, sounding somewhat offended by the notion. Engaging the heroes far away from the fortifications had seemed like a good idea at the time, but I was perhaps coming to realize it might have been a tactical mistake. The air howled again, and I leapt onto an angled platform, immediately leaping onto another to remain above ground, where there was now a hole. Shit. A handful of Pickler's engines began firing, but I wasn't holding my breath for Scorpion Bolt stopping that one. I heard the screaming wind of another strike coming my way and shaped a platform, but it was immediately hit by a beam of light. Fucking Pilgrim. I had to reach for Winter and slap down half a ton of ice behind me, not that it stopped the Saint for more than a heartbeat. I gave part of my attention to the little bundle in the back of my head that was Zombie, ordering her to take flight and guiding her towards me. I'm not hearing her anymore, I said through the link. Put wards around her, Masigo replied stiffly. Can't talk. She's cutting them as fast as dash. The spell cut out again. Fucking Pilgrim. My damnably short legs devoured the remaining yards as quickly as they could. Seriously, you'd think Winter would have the decency to give me another few inches when rebuilding my body from scratch. Fine. I'd cope. I should get there without. Don't you fucking dare blow it now, foundling. Naturally, the heavens rewarded my hubris by a neat little box of yellow opaque shields appearing around me. No rescue was incoming from my mage lines. The moment those had appeared, I'd felt sorcery bloom in the distance and shoot towards enemy lines. I was regretting the tactical decision of aiming my casters at the enemies, right about now. I opened the floodgate. I was on the move before I even began speaking, but not quite fast enough. I lost my left leg up to my knee before I could dodge, though by the time I came out of a roll it had formed again. Fuck, I was digging into Winter way more than I'd wanted to this early in the fight. We'd have to use our trick as soon as I got back, even if that made it less effective than it could be. I leapt up onto a platform, a beam of light hitting a pane of force that blew them both up again a heartbeat later. I decided then, and their Masigo was getting a raise, which shouldn't be hard, considering I wasn't paying him. The Saint carved through the platform, and my other leg that still had armor on it, but I was already in motion and I landed on Zombie's saddle. Awkwardly enough, I almost fell, which would have been a very humiliating way to die, but my mount flew up and finally we made it out of the Saint's range. For now, anyway. Already she was cutting the sky to run up that same cut. Masigo, I said, tapping the side of my helmet. Get all our goddamn mages to hit the target I'm marking. There was no reply, because the spell was cut. Fucking Pilgrim. So I'd have to hope he heard me. Weaving glamour into a glaring red arrow pointing at the Saint even as she moved, I guided Zombie into a sharply angled descent towards the palisade. Darkness formed into an orb above the Saint, and a heartbeat later a smaller beam shot out of it to hit the location I was indicating. To my vocal disgust, she somehow parried. The fucking darkness. Gods below, what was it going to take? After Scorpions reoriented to fire on her, the Saint finally withdrew. I knew better than to believe that would be for long. She'd be back with the first wave of Crusaders, which shouldn't be long. I'd been a little too busy fighting for my life to notice, but enemy archers had gotten close enough to the palisade to begin firing, and the infantry wasn't far behind them. Zombie landed at Masago's side, and I got off, slapping her rump as thanks for saving my own. She whinnied, which I definitely hadn't told her to do, and smugly trotted away. It was telling that, at this point in my life, even my undead horse was sassing me. Hey Z's, I panted. We having fun yet? I've contained demons with the ivory globe, he replied, panting as well. Demons? Catherine. She just cut out a door and kicked it open. Yeah. We're not going to be fighting her head-on anytime soon, I snorted. Not unless we have a mountain range at hand to collapse, anyway. His glass eyes flicked down to my bare feet, the movement visible even through cloth. What happened to you boots? I gestured vaguely backwards. Oh, they're somewhere back there, I said, along with what used to be my legs. He snorted. One of those days, is it? He said. Well, at least I don't have to bluff an angel, I mused. So there's that. We shared a smile. You ever see what happened to the heroes I killed? I asked. They were not resurrected, last I saw, Masigo said. I suspect what the Grey Pilgrim uses is merely a much more powerful version of priestly healing, not true resurrection. Which seems logical, as that is usually the province of purely healer named. And the old man definitely wasn't that. His little light show had carried quite the punch. I adjusted my cloak around my shoulders, which did little to hide the fact that I was barefoot in the middle of an active battlefield. The Crusaders were bringing ladders to the fore, I saw. If there was ever a time, it was now. Our turn, I told Masigo. The blind mage smiled, and a whispered incantation had a water-filled bowl appearing in the palm of his hand. He'd not made it, of course. Materializing something even this small would likely kill him. It had been brought out of a personal dimension, if I had to guess. Within the carved wooden bowl was dark water, the same that could be found within the pools of the observatory. Let's hope this works, I said, glancing at the enemy army. We're in the shit otherwise. The formula is dash, he began. I interrupted him by plunging my hand into the water. I went straight through, but did not reach the bottom of the bowl. My eyes fluttered closed as Masigo whispered soothingly in the arcane tongue. Absolute positioning, he'd called this. I could feel my mind expand. Beyond a perspective a mortal could bear, but I was hardly that anymore, was I. One spike of painful clarity after another went through my forehead as I saw them whole. Calernia. Arcadia. The juxtaposition of them. One end. Masego's voice whispered into my ear. I knew it well. That place. I'd fought there twice, once against the Duke of Violent Squalls, and the second time against the Diabolist. The Fields of Wind. A depthless lake filled with moving glaciers, sprawling as far as my gnawed eyes could see. And another. Masigo reminded me. I could see the battlefield before us, from above. The armored multitudes advancing towards palisades, like toy soldiers on the ground. Devices of wood and metal firing bolts into men. The shining silhouettes advancing with the host. So many of them. A line. Masigo whispered. And so I did. Gates, I called them, but that was the barest understanding of what they were. There were no words in any tongue I knew to express it, but instinct bridged the gap. In the sky above the army of Crusaders, a circle a mile wide opened. Through it poured a lake atop their heads. Book 4, Interlude, Kaleidoscope. Spoken like a man I'll have raised from the dead just to execute a second time. Dread Emperor Malignant 3. They'd meant to make a lake, but that was not what Juniper was looking down at. After the flow was cut, the currents had slowed to a crawl, then settled, and what had once been a plain was now cold marshlands. Dotted by a handful of glaciers, for now, but eventually those would melt. Not in time for the battle to be effected. The Marshal of Callow decided. The massive chunks of ice could be relied on to block field of sight, but they should not be taken as a more than temporary cover. Not with the caliber of named on the other side. With the sun beginning to set down, the marsh was empty save for shallow waters and corpses or not. Earlier in the day she'd sent the watch to harass Crusaders trying to fish out survivors, but she'd had to call them back when the heroes took the field again. Juniper licked her fangs behind closed lips, the ridge inside her mouth allowing easy access to clean. She'd been told by Aisha that the way it made the mouths of orcs look too human, too broad, too prominent, almost animal-like, was one of the reasons so many of them assumed her people were thoughtless brutes. It was, her old friend had said, an unconscious judgment. The Hellhound did not mind. There'd been many judgments made today, some more harmful than mere human stupidity. She still remembered the moment she saw the gate open in the sky. The primal awe the sight had shaken her with. That reminder that she was a very small creature in a very large world. That there were entities striding amongst mortals that could flatten them with but a word or a gesture. It had been difficult to gauge how many Proserans died the moment the water hit them. At least 2,000, she suspected. The gate had not been so high up in the air that gravity would turn it into some divine blow, but the sheer weight of the mass of liquid made that largely irrelevant. A hammer flattened an ant even if you were barely swinging it. All that power, wielded by a shifty sorcerer and barefoot woman who'd murdered a demigod. That had always been Catherine's walk, hadn't it? The fine line between absurd and terrifying. A single moment, and the entire lay of the battle had changed. Proseran advance had immediately collapsed, thousands fleeing the sweeping tidal wave pointlessly. The died anyway, drowning in armor. Another few thousand were still lying at the bottom of the marsh. The Crusaders had been struck with horror, but there were people on the other side who'd mastered their panic. Within 2 heartbeats, mage fire and white-hot heavenly flame had erupted in the center of the cascading waters. Tons of liquid turned to scalding vapor, but the edges had kept pouring down. Slowed but not stopped. When the first glacier went through, it was split in 2 by the fires and further broken apart by what Juniper was fairly certain had been the Saint of Swords merely swinging her blade. It had limited the damage caused by the massive ice structures, but then they'd been swept by the current too and began crushing everything in their way. Another 2 heartbeats and fences of light formed themselves across the portal to keep the water in, as the heavenly flames winked out. It hadn't been enough. They lasted barely a heartbeat before shattering under the weight. From beginning to end, the entire affair lasted for 11 heartbeats. Then the Grey Pilgrim struck. It had defied easy description, and not only because anyone looking directly at it went blind in the aftermath. There'd been a star, perhaps that was the only way to put it. Only instead of a distant radiant light, it had been a knife. It carved through an edge of the portal, and the whole thing shuddered. Then it went straight through the other side, and the sky blew up. A ring of power spread for miles, boiling hot rain falling across the battlefield for the better part of an hour afterwards. The fairy gate was broken, though now there was a strange circle-shaped glimmer above both armies. Juniper had not been pleased at the time, but neither had she been furious. The gate had not been meant to be kept open for much longer anyway. Her mistake, she now realized, had been thinking in terms of mortal war. Her warlord's spell had taken the day away from that mold, and price had to be paid for such great power, especially when that power was broken by a foe. There is a reason the Carrion Lord does not unleash the warlock at the beginning of every battle, she thought, and now we learn it the hard way. The exercise of a villain's power always left them vulnerable, and the backlash for this unmaking had been particularly brutal. Catherine was not dead, they were fairly certain. Juniper had mages drag her out of sight and examine her the moment after she collapsed. But she was unconscious and dreaming. The orc had been told that the queen's body was now made of the stuff of the Fae, but she had not truly grasped what that meant until she watched Catherine Foundling's body shift around like a puzzle box. Square blocks of flesh erupted her chest, short spikes bent bone and muscle in every direction, and Juniper had grown nauseous watching her commander's face melt down to the skull and reform with an eerie keening sound. She still felt ill thinking about it. Orcs were flesh and bone, instinct and feeling. There was almost nothing of any of that left in Catherine. What had struck Hierophant had been subtler. They'd thought him fine at first, as he remained standing where he'd been. Only when he'd not replied to a question had the soldiers noticed that he was perfectly still, no longer even breathing. There was now a permanent rotation of 2 mages by the man's bedside's weaving spell to mimic what his lungs had ceased doing. His heart still beat, at least. Neither of the 2 had woken up in the 3 hours since the pilgrim had attacked them. That left the army of Callow very, very vulnerable. So far there had been no attempt at a heroic assault, but there was no telling how long that would last. An issue compounded by the fact that none of Juniper's mages could tell her when the 2 most powerful members of the Woe would wake, if they ever did. The army's fortifications had withstood the waters well at least. The wards held, and the only place the palisade broke was on the left flank when a smaller glacier chunk hit the wall. Mages had been able to keep that contained with shields, enough that the entire battle line didn't flood. It had been rebuilt since. Was this what you feared, Catherine, when you forbade bonfire? Part of Juniper still believed that plan had been the best chance at a winnable war they'd had, but now she was being forced to admit there was more to wars with name than tactics and strategy. It was a bitter pill to swallow to admit that she'd had a weakness in her thinking, but now that she knew of it, she must fix it lest she make mistakes in the future. Juniper spat into the shallow waters filling the ditch before the palisade, then turned around. She was in overall command now, and there were things to be done, the first of them having a conversation with a woman she despised. For once, the thief was easy to find. The thin woman was lounging outside the tent where the remainder of the Woe slumbered uneasily, propped up in a folding chair and sipping at a silver flask. Juniper sniffed out the scent. Brandy. Even her taste in alcohol was shit. Marshall, the thief drawled. I had a feeling you'd be coming. And still she drank, Juniper sneered. Vivian might have grown on the warlord and the rest of the Woe, but the hellhound had never taken to her and never would. The thief was the worst parts of her people crammed together in a single arrogant frame. The orc had learned to set aside most the dislike of Calawans she'd been taught as a child, admitting to herself that they were no worse than the Sonic save perhaps for the occasional petty moralizing. But this one, she was a reminder of why it had taken the orcs so long to like Catherine. She was hollow in the bone. Orcs and goblins understood, without ever needing to be taught, that the heart of the world was kin and clan. The legions had taught Juniper that kin did not necessarily mean blood, or clan her own people, and it was that shared understanding that had brought her close to Aisha, who had, herself, been forced to learn to divorce the loyalties of her childhood from those that were truly deserved. The Tagreb were perhaps the closest thing humans could come to reasonable. They understood tethers. Sonic, like Kalawans, had no such loyalty in them. Instead, they worshipped at some abstract altar of principle, a mortal-made god of meaninglessness. Climbing the tower, saving the kingdom, there was little difference save in petty details. The years had taught Juniper that though the people might be fools, individuals need not be. That the things she found so disgusting gathered mostly at the top. But Vivian Dartwick was the incarnation of everything she despised about Callow. An admitted thief, one who took but did not contribute. Were she an orc, she'd have ended up in a cooking pot by now. And while she professed high ideals, unlike Catherine, she didn't even have the decency to bleed for them. The thief was not a fighter, only a parasite. Like a tick, she had nestled over new warmth when her previous host died, and had made herself useful enough since that she could not simply be carved up and eaten like she so richly deserved. Just looking at her made Juniper want to bare her fangs. The antipathy, she knew, was shared. The occasional contemptuous looks shot behind Catherine's back made that eminently clear, though they were both professional enough that they worked together without trouble. Or had, anyway, when Catherine was awake. Without her between them, the Hellhound had a feeling the knives would finally come out. War council is to be held, Juniper growled. You will attend. The thief's brow rose, almost mockingly. I am not a member of the army of Callow, she said. You're a spy mistress, the orc said. A hoarder of secrets. Now is the time to spit them out. I know quite a bit that you don't, Marshal. The wretch agreed with an easy smile. But little of import to the battle, which seems, regardless, not in the process of being waged. Juniper's blood ran hot, but she ground her fangs. She would not be baited so easily. We do not know when she will wake up, the Hellhound said. Which makes most planning irrelevant, Thief replied. Without Catherine and Masigo, we lack the teeth to go on the offensive. Plan your defense, Marshal. You do not need me standing at your table as a prop displaying your influence to do so. That the tick would so familiarly refer to people she'd once sought to kill had the orc's fury spiking. She knew how humans did not have the same understanding of blood feuds, but that insolent girl should be in pieces. Already once a traitor, she would turn again. It was only a matter of time. So instead of having some use, you'll just sit there and get drunk, Juniper scathingly said. What a named you are. I'd get as much use out of a fucking tavern girl. Do you often fuck tavern girls, Marshal Juniper? The woman asked smilingly. My word, I had no idea. Still, this is a little body for idle conversation, don't you think? Juniper's fists clenched. Without ever moving, the named had changed from a lounging wastrel to an amused aristocrat. She was making an effort to be infuriating. I will remain here, the thief said, and watch over them. If you do not believe there are agents of militia in this host, you are a bloody fool. My hours are better spent keeping an eye out for a knife than repeating numbers you already know for an audience of officers. There was much that Juniper wanted to reply, that having her at the council would allay fears, serve as a display of unity, that a fucking spy mistress had no right to gainsay the orders of the Marshal of Callow, especially not on campaign. But there was no point, so she held her tongue. Turning around without another word, she left. She had a battle to win, with or without help. Rosala slumped into her seat, exhausted beyond belief. Night had only just fallen, but she knew the work would continue through the dark and unto dawn. In the first few hours, when chaos and panic had spread across the host, she desperately struggled to restore order. There was a very real chance the Crusaders would have routed, if not for the heroes. They'd walked among the soldiers, helping and healing and soothing away fear. The Princess of Equitan was still sure at least 1,000 levies would disappear overnight. After the tide stopped and the scalding rain ceased, the reports had begun coming in. Even now it was hard to tell how many had died, over less time than it took to boil a kettle of water. Early estimates were at 9,000 dead, and at least half that out of the fight. Rosala Malanza closed her eyes and dealt with the truth that she had just commanded the most disastrous military offensive in living memory. And the battle had begun. So, well, The heavenly fences had allowed her to trample nearly a seventh of the enemy army within the first hour, badly crippling the enemy's ranged abilities. Without the crossbowmen, the casualties involved in taking the palisades from the army of Callow would have been greatly lowered. The siege engines would have taken their due, yes, but the fences would have limited the damage. It would have been a rough affair, no two ways about it, but most definitely a battle she could win. And Rosala had made plans to hit hard and fast enough at least part of the enemy's supplies could be seized before they retreated through a gate. Enough that starvation could be kept at bay at least a sliver of the way to Hedges. Now there was most a mile of frozen marshland between her army and the enemy's, and her men were 2 days away from beginning to boil grass to have something to fill their stomachs. There was a very real chance she would have to order horses butchered, if it came to that, and she could already hear the other royals howling about their expensive war horses getting the axe to feed mere peasants. The dark-haired princess shivered. Part of it was that she was still drenched and cold. After the first reports, she'd handed the reins to her officers and gone with the rank and file to drag survivors and wounded out of the water. It was the least of what she owed for today's debacle. The other princes and princesses and followed suit. Even Prince Arnaud, who she doubted had ever done a hard day's work in his life. It had been a given they would. After word spread, she'd gone out personally. They couldn't be seen to care less about the soldiers, could they? The thought was uncharitable, but not necessarily untrue. Rosala's mother had always taught her that command was her right, but also her responsibility. A general who spent lives frivolously was just a butcher, and the Melanzas were no such thing. Ambitious, perhaps, but their roots were that of ancient and famous generals. Her distant ancestor Lorenzo Melanza had been the one to conquer the northern half of the dominion of Levant for first Prince Charles Merovins. His splendid victory at Tartessos was the subject of song to this day, and she had shamed that memory, she thought with a grimace, by her failure, but also the other reason her hands were trembling. Gods, she'd been so small. And no great beauty either, with that strong nose and those razor-sharp cheekbones. She'd talked like a sloppy commoner, all insults and insinuations where the situation demanded poise. And Rosala had not been able to hold back, trading verbal blow for blow with the same nonchalant woman who had just dropped half a lake from the sky. The knowledge of how easily the Black Queen could have killed any of them had the heroes not accompanied the delegation would haunt her thoughts for years to come. What kind of a woman could do something like that? Just speak a word and nigh instantly slaughter thousands. The princess was not unfamiliar with war, but this was something else. A titan stepping on ants. She did not blame those who would desert in the night. And now she understood the fervor in the first prince's eyes when she spoke of the evils in the east. Rosala reached for the bottle of eau de vie she'd sent for, breaking etiquette by pouring her own cup and downing it in a single gulp. The liquor warmed her enough that she did not send a servant for a blanket. Neither did she change out of the wet clothing, though. Let her visitors remember where she had spent her hours. The Grey Pilgrim was the first to arrive. Rosala rose to her feet and bowed with genuine respect. The old Levantine had saved hundreds of lives after personally destroying the Black Queen's weapon, wreathed in light as he spread warmth and healing wherever he went. The former had been the most important of the two. How many would that have lost to the deathly cold, if not for the pulses of heat? Chosen, the princess said. I am in your debt for your toil. Any boon in my power to grant is yours to claim. A dangerous thing to offer named, she knew. But looking at the exhausted old man who looked like was folding into himself, Rosala did not hesitate. He had saved lives in her care, and Melanzas did not leave debts unpaid. The pilgrim looked at her through eyes gone rheumy and clasped her hand with wrinkled fingers. You owe me nothing, child, he whispered. Would that I could have done more. Through winter and summer, my word stands. Rosala formally replied in the old Arlazite oath. So long as the heavens watch and creation withstands. Whether he ever asked the favor of her or not was irrelevant. She would not allow kindness to go unanswered. The hero smiled sadly. This is not the first or last tragedy this war will bring, he said. Steel yourself, Rosala Melanza. The worst is yet to come. A prophecy, Chosen? Rosala asked. An old man's intuition, the Grey Pilgrim said, shaking his head. Darkness grows. I fear greater evils than Catherine Foundling are yet to come. The dark-haired princess' blood ran cold. Worse than the monster who'd faced half a dozen Chosen on her own and brought down the sky. She could think of few greater evils in existence, save for the tower itself and the kingdom of the dead. Neither thought was comforting. I hear your guidance, Rosala said, bowing her head in thanks. May I? The hero asked. Uncertain what he meant, the princess nodded in agreement regardless. The glimmer of light was barely visible, but warmth washed over her, permeated every part of her body, chasing away cold and weariness and fear. Like she was 16 again, fearless and ready to rise against Hazenbach to avenge her mother. It will be a long night, the pilgrim said, panting lightly. She helped the elder into a seat afterwards, seeing his legs shake, and broke etiquette again to pour him a glass of liquor and press it into his hand. Chuckling ruefully, the Levantine sipped at it. He made a face. "Eau de vie," he said. "The things you Allemans drink. Ah, what I would not do for a good pear brandy. It always tastes like a lava." One of the great cities of the Dominion, Rosala recalled, nestled among tall hills. Famous for its orchards and its herds. It had held on a decade longer than the rest of Levant when the Principate invaded, and even after the city was besieged, the inhabitants preferred to burn it and flee into the hills rather than live under Proceran rule. "Your birthplace, chosen?" she asked, returning to her seat. "Levant is where I drew my first breath," the old man replied. "But Alava is where I grew ton manhood. It is where I will die as well, if the heavens ever allow these old bones to rest. Creation will be lessened for the loss," the princess said, and to her surprise found she meant every word. "Creation will go on." The pilgrim smiled tiredly. "We are never quite so important as we like to think." She would have enjoyed quiet conversation with the man a while longer, but it was not to be. Prince Amadis Milnen strode into the tent, his embroidered tunic pristine and his hair perfectly coiffed. It was not enough to hide the tightness around his eyes. Behind him was a short man in a leather coat that went down to his knees, covering loose trousers and shirt of colored silk. The rogue sorcerer, as he called himself. Of the chosen, it was him Rosala knew best. They had spent long hours together planning the battle and his role in it as leader of the wizards. She had found him genteel and polite, surprisingly so for a man whose name implied a certain uncouthness. The princess began to rise, but Amadis held out his hand. "No need," the Prince of Isère said. "Not after this kind of day." The princess hid her surprise. She'd half expected that after today's debacle he would seek to undermine her position with recriminations. He still might, regardless of this unexpected olive branch, so her guard would remain up. "Princess Melanza," the rogue sorcerer greeted her, inclining his head before taking a seat. "Chosen," she replied, just as courteously. Amadis let out a long breath after sitting down, a long moment passing before he spoke. "This was," he said, "not the way we had anticipated this battle would go." An understatement if there ever was one, Rosala thought. The use of "we" did not escape her attention. Blame was not being put solely on her shoulders. "The failure was mine," she said anyway. "We'd prepared for many things, Your Grace," the rogue quietly said. "But the sky opening up to drop a lake was beyond our predictions. There is no fault in this, save in believing that our opponent would not be so monstrous." "I agree," Amadis said calmly. "I cast no doubts on your competence, Rosala. Your initial success is proof enough of it. There will be no talk of removing you from command." The Princess of Equitan inclined her head in silent thanks. "Did this shake you enough you are taking this seriously, Amadis?" she thought. "Or are you simply keeping me at the head of the host to scapegoat if the situation further worsens?" No matter. For now, it was still her battle to fight. "I must begin, then, with a delicate question," she said. "This gate. Should we expect another if we attempt a second offensive? If so, this campaign was over." Rosala would not throw away 100,000 lives for pride, even if refusing to do so ruined her. They had learned the enemy's trick, but the enemy would have learned theirs as well. There was no guarantee the pilgrim would twice succeed in breaking the gate. The two chosen traded glances. "That is a complicated question," the rogue sorcerer said. "Against most other villains, I would say that forceful shattering of the gate might actually kill them. The amount of power and involvement in crafting such a thing is staggering, and the break would lead to vicious backlash. Yet Catherine Foundling is not merely a villain," the pilgrim said. "She is a titled Duchess of Winter. Perhaps the last fae of that realm, if I interpret the augur's words correctly. She is no longer human, in a sense. What would destroy the likes of the Warlock or the Carrion Lord might not affect her at all. Her nature has grown other. We have seen neither the Black Queen nor the Hierophant since the battle," Prince Amadis noted. "To be frank, I was expecting an imperial offensive while we were in disarray. We might very well have lost the battle if one had followed." "I'll concede that much," Rosala said. "Yet there might have been other limitations at work. I am no scholar of sorcery, but it occurs to me that such a great blow, even if it had not been shattered, might have incapacitated the two of them for some time. The duration, however, is beyond my ability to theorize. We may very well be facing another gate come morning. We'll know it's coming. This time, the rogue sorcerer darkly said. It's not impossible to contain the flow until the gate itself can be broken, though I'll admit it'll be difficult. The princess put her hands in her lap, resisting the urge to brush back her hair. There are too many uncertainties, she said. I am reluctant to commit to an assault when everyone I send might be drowned. And that is without addressing the difficulties of an assault. Wading through the marshlands will be difficult, and it might be weeks before the soil drinks the water whole. That means having to march around it, and likely splitting the host in two. A probing attack come morning, perhaps, Prince Amadis suggested. Even a probe could see a few thousand men die screaming to find out the answer to a simple question. Rosala thought. The alternative, however, was retreat. Through hostile land. While so low on supplies they were barely worth mentioning at all. The Black Queen had offered to provide food for a march back, but there was no guarantee that offer would still hold after today. And if it did not, the amount of men she'd lose to a small-scale offensive would be a pittance compared to what hunger would kill. That was without even considering the reports that the Duchess Keegan's army was crossing the river far to the north. The numbers there were said to be over 10,000, and the D'Arraith were infamous for their skill at la petite guerre, harassment, and ambushes, without ever giving battle. This is not the kind of decision that can be lightly made, the Princess of Equitan said, and not without knowing all the facts. I must recommend we send an envoy to their camp to find out if the Queen's terms still hold. Amadis' lips thinned in displeasure. Surely you're not suggesting retreat, he said. I am reluctant to even consider it, Rosala admitted. Yet if the Black Queen is unharmed and the terms hold, it may be that we have no other choice. We cannot dally. Time works against us more than they. I would accompany your envoy, if you permit, the Grey Pilgrim said, breaking his silence. He looked half asleep, even now. The princess kept her skepticism away from her face. Had the Chosen not tried to take the villain's life but a few hours ago? Still, she did not pretend to understand the ways of named. For their sort, attempted killing might be no great enmity. The Prince of Isère watched everyone at the table silently, then slowly nodded. Envoy will be sent, he agreed, and to speak with only the Black Queen, so her state may be assessed. Should she prove incapacitated, however, Princess Rosala grimly smiled. Then we will settle the score in full, she said. Melanzas, after all, did not leave debts unpaid. Book 4, Interlude, Kaleidoscope 2. Fear is the mother of character. Without it we remain children until death. Queen Elizabeth Albin of Calais. Vivian had once spent a few days running a shell game in the streets of Southpool, when she'd still been an apprentice under the guild. It hadn't been about the coin, for she could have made 100 times the coppers from burgling a single noble house. Her teacher had teased her about it, calling her a petty hustler instead of a thief, but what she'd learned had been well worth a few sardonic comments. Confidence tricks were about sleight of hand, but also about reading the other side. Gauging how much of a taste you had to give them before the fleecing, how much you could squeeze out of them before things got ugly. She'd learned more about diplomacy over those 3 lazy days than through years of lessons. It was why she'd pressed to be the one sent to speak with the Proceran envoys, that and the undeniable fact that if Marshal Juniper went instead, it would be a bloody disaster. The Orc had a place as one of the larger cogs in the kingdom's machinery, but she was useless in all matters not military. That the Marshal of Calais seemed under the impression that her judgment off the battlefield should ever be seriously considered was just a mark of the greenskin's arrogance. A child that screamed, "Kill them all and eat them," every time you glanced at them would be about as useful. Thief had been forced to lean on the open trust Catherine had shown her in the past to be nominated, and the heavy-handedness had won her no friends in the general staff, which essentially ran the camp while Cat slumbered. The usual deference shown to named by mundane apparently thinned when said named had been late to join the cause. Calawans listened to her, and her role as spy mistress of the kingdom meant she had most everyone's ear, but there were few of her countrymen high up in the ranks save for Grandmaster Talbot. For all that the rank and file of the army of Calais drew increasingly from her people, the senior officers were still largely from the 3 legions Catherine had brought to her banner. Vivian saw no need to take issue with that. Officers died and retired, and the legions promoted strictly from within the ranks. Her countrymen would keep rising up the ladder until Army of Calais was more than a name. Any halfway decent thief knew that patience was as useful a tool as action, and Vivian was a better thief than most. More importantly, After securing her role, she'd had free hand to deal with the envoys as she wished. First off, there would be no talk of allowing them into the camp. Let them remain outside under their banner with the morning sun pounding down. They'd shown up around morning bell, so Vivian had let them stew outside for another hour. There was no guarantee she would manage to fool the opposition, and the longer they stayed there, the better the chances of Catherine or Masigo waking up. She'd not dared to let them wait longer than that. If she did, it might be recognized as the temporizing it was. An hour should just be taken as an insult instead of betraying the relative weakness of the Calwan position. She'd gone out alone to meet them afterwards. Vivian knew she could master her own body language if she concentrated, but anyone else was a risk. The two men were still standing when she arrived, and discreetly she studied them as she drew near. One was obvious, the wrinkly old man they knew as the Grey Pilgrim. The other was known to her as well, as it turned out. The distinct nose marked him as a relative of Prince Amadis Milenan, and the long curly locks were distinctive enough she recognized them from a sketch her Jax had obtained. Jacques Milenan, a younger cousin to the Prince of Isère. His mother was from an Alaman's royal line, though she could not recall which one at the moment. The man was supposed to be high in Milenan's council, which meant they were taking this seriously. While she'd assessed them, they'd assessed her. The pilgrim's face was perfectly calm, a mask she suspected he'd worn for so long there had come to be some truth to it. Vivian knew something of pretending to be someone for long enough the deception grew roots and leaves. Thief swaggered forward, producing her flask and pulling at the brandy inside. She sloppily wiped her mouth after and silently used her aspect to trade the flask for an identical one that was the same drink, only heavily watered. Now she just had to let her breath do the lying, and they'd assume her to be less sober than she truly was. The wandering bard had taught her the uses of fooling others into thinking you an incompetent drunk. "Greetings," the Procerant said, inclining his head. "I am Dash. Jacques Milenan." Thief interrupted lightly. "I know who you are, Crusader." "And you are the thief," the pilgrim said calmly. He was leaning on his staff, Vivian noted as she approached. Genuine tiredness or a ploy? "That's me," she chuckled, making sure the breeze carried the smell of brandy. She drank from the switched flask. The mundane envoy did not quite manage to hide his disdain. Request was made to treat with the Black Queen herself, the pilgrim said. "That's funny," Thief said. "That you think you're still in a position to make demands, I mean. I was under the impression a fifth of your army got wiped, and you were 1 week away from beginning to dabble with cannibalism. Has the Queen refused to receive us then?" the pilgrim asked. "Your side sends some spare kinsmen and a man who tried to kill her, then expect Catherine to come out to make small talk?" Vivian snorted. "I thought high-handed arrogance was a Procerant specialty, pilgrim. If you will not treat in goodwill, there is no need to treat at all," the Milenan said flatly. She shrugged. "So walk," she said. "How much goodwill do you think you've earned, princeling? You invade our kingdom, attempt murder of our anointed queen, and all the while plan to carve up our lands to dispense as favors. If every last one of you dies drowning, I will not shed a damn tear over it." The old man's eyes narrowed. Not because of her words, at least not exactly. Because he'd been able to tell she was speaking the truth. He'd not expected a former heroine, if she'd ever truly been that, to say as much. The very reason Vivian had said it. She needed to confirm whether or not he could still discern truth from lies, and the sentence was incendiary enough it should garner reaction. Good. She had confirmed it. Bad. He still had the ability, even when visibly tired. That complicated things, not that she'd expected the heavens to provide relief. She wasn't hanging with a crowd on their good side, nowadays. Negotiations with a lieutenant would not be binding, the pilgrim said. "I can speak with my queen's authority," Vivian said, and it was technically true. She watched the hero closely as she spoke, trying to find out if that would register as lie. She'd never actually said that Catherine had given her mandate today, and in theory it wasn't impossible for the Queen of Calais to grant this particular authority to her one day. The old man's face remained unmoving, but that told her nothing. He was too clever to be caught through a visible tell twice. "My instructions," Jacques Milenan said, "are to treat with none but the Black Queen herself. Black Queen's not coming out for the likes of you." Thief said, another technical truth. "Come back with your cousin or Princess Melanza, and the matter will be reconsidered." If that worked, it might get them through the morning before the enemy realized a game was afoot. If it didn't, well, all they had was suspicions. They had to be wary of a repeat of yesterday. "This is not how proper diplomacy is conducted," the Procerant stiffly said. Vivian toasted him with her flask. "You'll note my name is not The diplomat, she replied, and took another pull. She could feel the pilgrim's eyes on her. Searching, measuring. Then I would request audience with the queen personally, the old man said. Unless you've suddenly gained a principality or right of command over the host. Your function here is purely decorative, Thief replied. As far as I'm concerned, you have no right to make that request. The hero sighed. I am willing to provide healing to wounded in exchange for the audience, he said. Chosen, the prostrant said. Surely you cannot be serious. Thief drank from the flask again, so her face would not be visible to read. This. Would Catherine and Masigo qualify as wounded? She was not certain they would. And if they didn't, she would be revealing their state for no gain. It would also mean taking the man at his word, which she hesitated to do. She'd ran with William's crew long enough to know some of the more pragmatic heroes had notions about whether promises made to the enemy needed to be kept. On the other hand, if those two could be healed, most of the army's problems went away. That, she decided, was worth the risk. The flask left her lips. An oath to the heavens, she said. Of my own wording. No, the Grey Pilgrim said. Fine, she conceded, idly waving her drink. We can word it together. You misunderstand me, child, the old man said. There will be no healing. No audience either, then, she shrugged. We'll expect an answer within the hour about whether or not Prince Milnan or Princess Melanza will be coming. That will not happen either, the pilgrim said calmly. You have betrayed yourself. Vivian's heartbeat quickened, but she kept her face smiling. Have I, she drawled. Then, by all means, take another swing. After you're driven back, expect the cost of supplies to rise accordingly. The old man met her eyes with equanimity. You were a heroine once, he said. And just like that, you lost my interest, Thief said. See you around, gentlemen. I'd recommend your backers check on the state of their coffers before ordering an offensive. My heart would just weep if the price of retreat was destitution. And with that last lie ringing in the air, she turned and swaggered away. Shit. She'd been had. She'd put a good face on it. But on someone like the Grey Pilgrim, the odds of it fooling him were depressingly low. Fuck. Time to see how well they could bluff with an empty hand. Then. She will be incapacitated, Tarek said. Not dead, for the thief still had hope, but the Black Queen was hurt by the shattering of the gate. Princess Rosala considered the matter with due seriousness, to his approval. The young woman had been robbed of true morals by her uprising, but her mother had instilled her with a sense of honor and duty that allowed some small sliver of them to remain. She was forgiven this, for the fault was not her own. Children could not help what they were taught. Tarek held great hopes that the horrors of this war and the others to come would allow her to grow into the woman she could have been. It was a small thing, in this sea of darkness, but every speck of light drove back the night. It did not matter that the candle was small or passing, only that it burned. It was good to remember old wisdom in days like these. The well-worn truths helped bring perspective to it all. Creation was imperfect, and would be until its very last breath. All the heavens required of their children was to leave it a little brighter than they had found it. 100,000 pebbles make a tower, one piece at a time. Then we resume our offensive, Princess Rosala said quietly. Gods forgive us all, if we are wrong. The old man stilled his tongue as the Princess of Equitan began discussing marching orders, watching the men and women at the table. These four, 2 princes and 2 princesses, were the mortal heart of this crusade, or at least the part of it here in the north. Prince Amadis Milnan held the most sway, and it was to him the first prince had granted command, but the Izaran had become almost self-effacing since the butchery of yesterday. He deferred to the general of the host in all things, and in him Tarek read both fear and cunning. The possibility of defeat, before thought absurd, had shaken him. Yet he was also subtly inviting Princess Rosala to overstep her authority, to further isolate herself from the other royals of the host by giving unpopular orders. Even now that he had glimpsed the abyss, the man schemed. The rot went deep in this one. Though we be flawed instruments, we may yet serve greater purpose. The pilgrim chided himself. Imperfection was not sin, but the very design of the gods. Salvation without temptation was meaningless. The failure of a man to recognize his weakness should be met with pity and not blame. The other 2 royals were smaller flames to these 2, he would admit. Princess Adeline of Orne was young in a way that had little to do with age, and still bleeding from her brother's death. He grieved with her for the loss, though he'd not known the man. The wake of his passing was recommendation enough for his nature. The princess sought alliance with Princess Rosala, and Tarek read admiration in Adeline's heart when she gazed at the other woman. There could be friendship forged there, if trust bloomed, and they would both be happier for it. The pilgrim half smiled. Perhaps a helping hand could be lent to the matter. The last was Prince Arnaud of Cantal, and what the old man glimpsed there had surprised him. Lawrence was a creature of pure instinct, having spent her lifetime blurring the boundary between thought and act, and her intuition was a sharp thing. Yet the pilgrim had doubted her, when she'd said that one was the most dangerous of the lot. No longer so now that he had gazed within. All that lay there was patience and the utter absence of emotion. Tarek watched as the man blustered, speaking foolishly of sweeping advance, and how all the others dismissed him in their eyes. Even Prince Amadis, who thought himself the cleverest of them all. All the others had warmed to Tarek, after Lawrence acted as offensively in councils as she could, offered him trust, treated him as the man of reason holding back the reckless saint of swords. All of them save Prince Arnaud of Cantal. I trust the Chosen will participate in the assault? Prince Amadis asked, face never betraying that his attention had waned. The pilgrim nodded. I have already spoken with Lawrence, he said. Save for the rogue sorcerer and the forsworn healer, we will split with the armies and fight with the soldiers. Queen Catherine had brutalized the children, but not beyond repair. Antoine's arm had been reattached, and another greatsword found for him to wield. With the coming of dawn, Tarek had been able to forgive the death of Manchurin. The young man, displaying the famous fortitude of the champion lines, had only been spurred to greater zeal by his stay above. Little Sidonia, with her laughing eyes and quick wit, would have to remain under shroud of preservation until tomorrow. The pilgrim still ached at the memory of seeing the young heroes reaped like wheat as he was held back by the Hierophant. He and Lawrence had known that the best chance to spare lives was to slay the Black Queen early in the battle, and that to draw her out the children were the one bait she would not refuse. He regretted it still. Resurrection left a scar on the soul, always. No one could be ripped from the embrace of the gods without finding creation and fated and brutish place for the rest of their days, even if the memory of the heavens was withheld. The pilgrim excused himself as the council ended, paying due courtesies before returning to his own. He found Lawrence standing by the marshland's madness had made, repeatedly taking her sword an inch out of the sheath and sliding it back down. She was uneasy, then. Tarek came to stand by her side, but did not speak. She would do so herself, when she was ready. I don't like this, the saint finally said. Feels wrong. He did not contradict her. Though Tarek had been granted insights, they were into the souls of mortals. Lawrence de Montfort's strength had come differently. Her sword had reached the heavens, and by touching the divine with steel, she had attained a sensitivity to the lay of creation he had never seen the equal of in all his years. If she was troubled, there was reason for it. She may rise, the pilgrim said. The shape of it is there. Wounded or unconscious, those she loves besieged, she may return to offer salvation at the darkest hour. And that's not a villain's story, Tarek, the woman grunted. She's hard to predict, and that'll get people killed. You're sure about what you saw? The gray pilgrim let out a tired breath. What Catherine Foundling craves above all is peace, he murmured. On chosen terms, perhaps, but peace nonetheless. His heart had broken a little to see it. That even though she had butchered all that she was, the little girl within was still desperately grasping at the light she'd once glimpsed above. She killed thousands, Lawrence said. And she'll kill more, if she squeaks away here. Compassion's not my wheelhouse, but whoever made her into what she is deserves a slow and painful death. She's been twisted. No one sane would ever do what she did to her own soul. The child herself, the pilgrim suspected, would be infuriated to hear someone speak of her that way. Her embrace of her own mistakes rivaled any flagellance. It is going to be a long war, Tarek whispered, the weight of the years heavy on his shoulders. Longer for us than most, Lawrence replied, barking out a laugh. We'll be part of the five, old friend. You can be sure of it. I already feel the pull. The pilgrim looked up at mockingly sunny skies. There would be a time, after the war turned here and the red flower valleys broke, where the heavens would assemble their sharpest blade. The ancient forms would be observed. 5 heroes, sent into the breach to quell the howling dark. Young Hanno would lead them, for the seraphim had shaped him to the duty. As for the faces of the others, they could only guess. That charming young valiant champion was likely, as she'd followed the White Knight before. And there would have to be a practitioner. The most powerful of these was the Witch of the Woods, should she survive her confrontation with the warlock. And the two of us, the pilgrim added silently. Relics of an age already past, dusted off one last time. There was always a price to pay, to end the rise of evil. Tarek hoped it was the two of them instead of young lives cut down before their prime. She'll be there too, Tarek said. She always is. Surprised she hasn't dropped in yet, the saint admitted. But it doesn't smell like a brewery, and that's fairly telling. That worries me as much as your unease, the pilgrim said. For if she has not yet appeared, the worst is yet to come, Lawrence finished. There's a cheerful thought. She sighed and stretched her limbs. Well, no point putting it off, she said. Let's go kill some people. So spoke Saint of Swords. The regicide, to the Principate. The smiling iron, to the chain of hunger. The fool that cut nothing, to no one still living. Let's put an end to this war, he replied, before it gets worse. So spoke the gray pilgrim, whose names were too many to number. Fleetfoot and Patient Hand, the kindly stranger and the peregrine. Silence followed and legends went to war. Book 4, Interlude, Kaleidoscope 3. The meaning of the exercise of war is the destruction of your foe's ability to wage it. Victory does not exist as an independent entity. It is merely the manifestation of the enemy's defeat. Extract from Considerations on Warfare by Marshall Graham One-Eye. It would come down to steel and blood. The thief had failed, not that Juniper held much hope for success. The woman was not as clever a liar as she believed, and the enemy was cunning. Much as she disliked the former heroine, the orc refrained from spending a quarter-hour verbally ripping her to pieces. She had more important duties to see to, now that near 40,000 Crusaders, and their heroic, hired killers were on the march. Heroes, huh? Much like knights, Juniper had never thought much of them. All a knight could claim to be was a killer on a horse. The rest was pageantry. And heroes, well, the Hellhound had never cared for the smell of hypocrisy. The heavens told me to do it did not qualify as a valid excuse under Legion regulations, and those were the closest thing to fair law's creation had ever seen as far as she was concerned. She bought us a few hours, at least, Aisha said. The two of them were alone in the tent, at least until the rest of the general staff arrived. Juniper cast a look at the Tagreb, eyes lingering on soft skin of her bare wrists. Such delicate appearance, for such a dangerous woman. The urge to sink her teeth into the warm veins warred with the urge to feel the softness with her own rough hands. The orc cleared her throat. For all the good it's done, she said. We're in for a red day. The olive-skinned staff tribune flicked her an amused glance. The 15th's eternal motto, she teased. The orc did not allow the laughter in those bright eyes to distract her. We have a choice to make, she growled. Static or moving. Princess Melanza was splitting her host in half, roughly 15,000 on each side of the marshlands advancing in thick columns. It had been too much to hope for the Crusaders would try going through the water. It didn't take Grim One-Eye to see that'd mean easy targets for Juniper's engines, and Rosala Melanza had already proved she was no fool. Legion doctrine dictates retreat to a hardened position when met with superior force, Aisha said. Their current position was as hardened as field fortifications could allow, so the traditional call would be remaining behind the palisades and preparing for a hard fight. It meant, though, surrendering the initiative to the enemy. And the Hellhound had been burned playing number games with this foe before. She was wary of a repeat. We could have local superiority if we send enough men to hit a single column, Juniper said, and possibly break that side before the other one gets anywhere close. Without heroes on the field, it would be risky, the Tagreb said. With them, it nears wishful thinking. Her warlord had picked a fucking bad time to take a nap. That much was undeniable. Were there even half as many heroes, Juniper would not hesitate to strike anyway. 12, though, was too many for her tastes. Even if all they did was prop up morale wherever they stood, it might be enough to tip the balance. If the Saint of Swords or the Grey Pilgrim happened to be with either army, massacre was the word that came to mind. We let them march without contest, and by afternoon we'll be surrounded and up to our neck in named, Juniper said. Even if we don't give battle, we have to slow them down. We have munitions, Aisha pointed out. They'd both known that. But the point of this conversation was not her friend pushing for a plan. The back and forth allowed Juniper to sharpen her own thoughts, using Aisha's words as a grindstone. There's a thought, the Hellhound mused. Not as a weapon, but as ground denial. Plaster one flank with goblin fire and hit the other column with our full muster. We'd be leaving our camp exposed, the staff tribune said. We risk a wipe if they have a way to cross the marshlands or get around the goblin fire. They're leaving their own exposed, Juniper noted. They've got at most a few thousand soldiers there that re-fighting fit. And they're serving as Melanza's strategic reserve, which means this isn't just testing our defense. She's aiming for a full victory. Assuming they know our queen is incapacitated, they might be under the impression they need to hurry before she awakens, Aisha said. That has sense, Juniper said. And if true, it means the enemy is committed. They will not withdraw because of losses. Malanza's not been shy about trading casualties so far, the Tagreb shrugged. This is not fresh observation. Juniper shook her head. No, she replied. It is. If you're right, then static defense is not an option. They'll not retreat with sundown no matter how many we kill. Just send wave after wave against the palisades through the night. They're in it to the death, and that means the only way we make it through this is by forcing a retreat. Aisha's eyes narrowed. And the only thing that would make Princess Malanza call one is the risk of a defeat so major her army would not recover from it, the staff tribune said. Which we can't inflict by force of arms, the hellhound said, or by named superiority. That meant the effect had to be obtained indirectly, through strategic means. Juniper licked her chops hungrily. It was a puzzle, one where the slightest misstep would doom her army and likely Callow with it. Gods, she'd missed this. Captain Pierre Dulac squinted into the sun. The Callowans were fucking crazier than he'd thought, because he was looking at a force of at least 4,000. The Brabantine had served in the army of Prince Arnaud for a decade and a half now. Loyalty to the principality of one's birth was all well and good, but the Cantillans paid better, and fought in 4 of the Great War's largest pitched battles. He'd been known to make the boast that he'd killed someone from every principality in Procer after a few drinks, and for all he knew it might even be true. He had, to put it bluntly, gotten a handle on the waging of war. No fantassin lived long enough to make it to his current rank if they didn't, much less rise to command of a free company as he had, which was why he was surprised the enemy had abandoned perfectly good palisades and the cover of their war machines to sally out against the column he was the vanguard of. Spitting out the ball of red leaf he'd been sucking on all morning, the captain slowed his march so his second would catch up. Pierre often led from the front when on the march. Though he'd gotten old enough, he left the sword waving to younger sorts when battle started. Captain, Lieutenant Francesca, better known as Belle, greeted him. The Southerner was a massive beast of a woman, built like an ox and hairy as one. Some Lycanese fuck had taken off the tip of her nose with a blade at the Battle of Ain, which only added to the gruesome spectacle that was her. Not a nice woman. She was quick to use the knife and cheated at dice. But the men were fucking terrified of her, and that had uses. Tell me my leaves didn't go bad, Belle, he said. I'm not hallucinating that army, am I? I see them, the lieutenant grunted. Fuck, Pierre feelingly said. I was hoping they'd stay holed up, and we could trick another company into leading the first wave. Callowans, the woman shrugged. Fix one and all. You want to send a messenger to the prince to ask for orders? The captain grimaced. He'd rather not if he could avoid it. Their column was following the western bank of that creepy magic swamp, from a bird's-eye view, and unlike the other army, they had no cavalry backing them. Princess Malanza had gone to command the host with horse, like a good little Arlazite trying to win wars one charge at a time, and that left Prince Arnaud and Princess Adeline sharing command over this column. Pierre didn't know shit about the Princess of Orne, but everyone and their sister knew Prince Arnaud was a proper twat. He was a twat who paid well and on time. So Pierre's company remained in his service, but the fantassin wasn't eager at the notion of following the military wisdom of the Prince of Cantal. Like all princes, he wasn't known to send his retinue into the breach when there were spare fantassins lying around. Better to take a look on their own terms, the captain figured, without any inspired instructions about when they could retreat. Rustle up the last 10 men who pissed you off, Belle, Pierre Dulac said. We're going to have a closer look at whatever they're cooking up. Tribune Abigail of Summerhome should have known someone was out to fuck her when she got offered the promotion after Acua's folly. Sure, the pay increase was nice, and word had got around she'd been in the front lines during both the Arcadian campaign and Second Lease, which made it really easy to trick strapping young lads from home into her bed, if they were as dumb as they were pretty. Plenty of those floating around. It was the type that made shit life choices just like her and enrolled in the army of Callow. On the other hand, she'd been transferred from the command of General Hune to that of General Nock, the goddamned Prince Killer himself. The orc looked like a torch had eaten half his face, and acted like he was going to eat half creation to even that out. Of course they'd put her under the command of the one man in the army of Callow who was guaranteed to be sent over and over again into the worst possible messes. Abigail had bought a sack of leeches in lore and paid someone to drop them in Tribune Ashen's bedding when no one was looking. That fucker was the one who'd recommended her for promotion. Worst of all, her cohort was green as grass. Oh, Sure, the Hellhounds had drilled them to collapse and taken everyone through a brutal gauntlet of field maneuvers and war games. But they'd not looked death in the eye properly until yesterday, and this was already beginning to shape into a worse fucking mess than Acua's folly, which was really saying something. 3,000 dead legionaries within the first hour, because the priests on the other side had found some loophole in the book of all things. See if I ever give alms to the God's damned House of Light again. The Tribune grimly thought. Could have been her down there, if the Hellhound had decided on different tactics. The Black Queen had seen their priestly fuckery and raised them mass slaughter, which had been good for morale. Until rumors she'd been wounded by the spell began circulating, anyway. Another rumor had immediately started going around that it was a trick, and she was baiting the Crusaders, but Abigail could recognize the work of the Jacks when she heard it. The Queen of Callow was having her beauty sleep while the enemy marched. Rank hath its privileges. Tribune, someone spoke from behind her. Abigail spat and turned to look at Captain Crowlum. The orc was standing stiffly, broad arms visibly itching to salute. It had taken her a while to wean him off that. Fresh meat from the steppes. This one passed through a recruiting camp in the fields and now a proper loyal subject of the Crown of Callow. Now that the tower had forbidden recruitment and praise, his sort was rarer edition. I'm listening, she said. But if it's the fucking sappers again, dash. It isn't, ma'am, the orc assured her. Our outer line reports enemy movement. So they have eyes, Abigail noted. Definitely picked the right people for the watch. Aside from the column, the orc clarified. A single tenth of Procerans. Scouts, we believe. Oh, shit. Her cohort was far ahead of where the sappers were plotting whatever Marshal Juniper had sent them here to do, but she had instructions from the Prince Giller to stomp hard on any Crusaders coming to have a look. General Knock had made it clear his forces would not be retreating until the sappers were ready, and someone out to kill Abigail had decided it was a great idea for her cohort to be out on the front lines. At least she wasn't the poor bastard whose cohort was stuck next to the creepy murder swamp full of dead people to anchor the flank. Hells of a silver lining. Send out a line, she told the captain. And since I'm in such a giving mood, they can eat whoever they kill. Kind of you, ma'am, Crowlum replied, sounding absolutely serious. Of course he was. Tribune Abigail worried her lip and stared at the column in the distance. An hour, maybe, before the enemy was in engagement range. They'd been waiting out here for 2. Maybe the heavens would smile on her for once, and the sappers would be done soon. She looked up at the sunny sky, grimacing. Come on, you assholes, she said. I got to sermons thrice a year. That's got to count for something. Only 4,000, your graces, Pierre said, bowing again. He wasn't sure if etiquette required it, but with royals it was always better to be on the safe side. The Princess of Orne had turned out to be young and easy on the eyes, not that he allowed himself to look. That was a good way to end up blinded. Neither she nor Prince Arnaud had bothered to dismount from their horses to receive his report after he was ushered into the presence of greatness. He was pretty sure each horse was worth at least 10 times the war chest he'd accumulated after over a decade of soldiering. They were, he grimly thought, probably better fed too. His company had bought food and kept a hidden stash since, because relying on the largesse of princes was a good way to end up starving, but even their own reserves were beginning to run out. The horses, he could not help but notice, looked perfectly healthy. Better a prince's mount than a peasant, and you did not approach close enough to ascertain what they were doing there. Prince Arnaud of Cantal said, pawing at his wisps of a beard. The disapproval was clear, as was the implied question of why he had not. Somehow the Fantassin doubted that the answer of the orcs they sent out looked a little too eager would earn him much favor here. He cleared his throat. As my men and I had already come close enough to see their formation, I judged it more important to return and make sure that knowledge was brought to you, he lied. It was one thing to kill for Prince Arnaud's silver, another to die for it. The man didn't pay. That, well, prudent, the Princess of Orne said, tone neutral. And what can you tell us about their formation? They're digging in, your grace, Pierre said, bowing again. There was no reserve, but there were troops detached on their flank to prevent easy encirclement. It looked like they were preparing to fight. Princess Adeline frowned. With 4,000, she said. We've more than thrice that number. The captain had not been addressed directly, and so decided not risk speaking up. Were there many mages, Captain? Prince Arnaud asked him. Not on the front lines, your grace, Pierre replied. I cannot speak for further back. It seems a rather obvious trap, the Princess of Orne mused. They might be a mere sacrifice to slow us down, Prince Arnaud said. Or a feint by the Calawans, the other royals said. trying to give us pause witut any true threat. We can simply smash through, Prince Arnaud said lightly. Why even bother with battle order against such feeble opposition? Pierre winced. Going in half-cocked against the bastard child of the Legions of Terror would get a lot of people killed before numbers won the day. The captain had never fought legionaries before, but he'd heard stories. Let us not blunder at this late hour, Arnaud, the Princess of Orne coldly said. A careful approach is needed. We give battle only when properly arrayed. If you insist, Prince Arnaud indifferently said. Fuss, if you feel the need. The Principate will prevail regardless. Pierre Dulac silently wondered when they going to remember they had not dismissed him, and, perhaps, if it was time to politely inquire whether the Princess of Orne was still hiring. Princess Rosala Melanza watched the enemy host through her mother's old ballite eye, the clever arrangement of lenses within the wooden tube allowing her to study in detail even at a distance. Assurance demanded a fortune for every single one of these, but the imitations from Nice were of much shoddier quality. That the thalassocracy would remain so tight-fisted over a device they had not even invented themselves, it came from across the Tyrian Sea, was typical of that grasping gaggle of merchants and sailors. More than 12,000, she said. They mean to give battle? Prince Amadis frowned. Would it not have been a superior notion to do so from atop the palisades? Maybe. The Princess of Equitan hedged. The Legions of Terror are known for their skill at sieges, but this is the Black Queen's army. They made their reputation on pitched battles. Then why even raise them? The Prince of Isère murmured. Something's changed, Rosala said. Their general has a plan. One would assume, Amadis drily replied. I don't suppose you could hazard a guess as to the nature of that plan. The dark-haired princess frowned. The enemy should have perhaps 19,000 soldiers left. Assuming at least 2,000 had been left to guard the baggage train, the soldiers in front of them represented around 3/4 of the army of Calais. That left a rough quarter unaccounted for, a fact that was making her uneasy. The enemy could not hope to hold back the other column with those numbers. They'd be encircled and slaughtered to the last. And, to be frank, if defeat in detail was to be attempted, it was Adeline's host that should have been the target. Rosala had stripped it of cavalry specifically to tempt such a blunder since the Saint of Swords was with that army. They could be attempting to delay us until sundown, Rosala finally said, to prevent us from encircling their camp. Counting on my being reluctant to conduct war after dark. You do not sound convinced, the Prince of Isère observed. It would be the first major mistake by their commander, she said. I was taught it is a rule of war that when a skilled enemy makes an obvious mistake, it is no such thing. It may no longer be the same commander, Prince Amadis said. Their marshal would hold authority in the Black Queen's absence. Juniper of the Red Shields, Rosala muttered. Hazenbach's reports did not mark her a fool. She is alleged to be one of the finest graduates of their war college. A skilled second does not necessarily mean a skilled first, the man replied. I will not question you in matters of war, but what seems like foolishness might simply be youth and desperation. She might be young, but she's fought just as many battles as the rest of us. The princess thought. Yet the Princess of Equitan could not remember a single of these where the incipient Black Queen was not holding overall command. It was a plausible explanation that Amadis had offered. Yet she still felt as if she was being invited to make a mistake. It was irksome, she could not quite put it into words. It was an alignment. Rosala knew that dwindling supplies were forcing her to be aggressive. She'd only risked splitting the host in two because heroes accompanied both halves, and there should be no villains left to fight them. The wild hunt might strike unexpectedly, so she'd left soldiers to guard her camp and wounded, but everything else she had to field was on the march. Her armies were moving in strength, but there was a certain fragility to that strength. All of this together was bringing muted dread she could not explain. We wait, she finally said. The other column has orders to signal if they engage the enemy or find their path unobstructed. We will proceed when we receive either. An hour passed with two armies eyeing each other across the field until sorcery rose into the sky. 3 red streams. Princess Adeline was attacking an enemy force. The choice was out of her hands, then. She could not allow the army before her the possibility of disengaging or reinforcing the other side of the marsh. Watching the streaks of red in the sky from her open tent, Juniper allowed the reports spoke to her to go unanswered. The enemy on the left flank was moving to engage Nock. The enemy on the right was moving to tie up the army she'd put in front of them. She looked down at the map on the table, the figurines she had set down. That, she murmured through her fangs, was a mistake. The Hellhound smiled. and in her mind's eye she loosed the arrow. Book 4. Interlude, Kaleidoscope 4. And so dread Emperor Irritant addressed the heroes thus. Lo and behold, I fear not your burning light, for I am already on fire. Extract from Volume 9 of the official Imperial Chronicles. Abigail was beginning to reconsider her position on tanning being an acceptable vocation. Sure, the smell was horrible and they made you live outside city walls. Pay wasn't that good, and good luck trying to get anywhere without joining a guild that'd squeeze you on fees. On the other hand, she mused, the average tanner did not usually have to deal with 15,000 angry Crusaders howling for their blood. I probably shouldn't have gotten sauced and insulted the entire family before leaving, she decided. Now even if I come crawling on my knees, they'll make me marry a cousin before taking me back. I just can't do it. Tribune Abigail of Summerhome sighed. They all look like ferrets. Ma'am, Captain Crolum asked. We have to win this one, Captain, she told the orc solemnly. There's a lot riding on it. For the honor of the Black Queen, the orc growled approvingly. Yes, Abigail lied. That is exactly what I meant. The queen could stab her way to an honorable reputation on her own, as far as the woman was concerned, but telling greenskins shit like that was never good politics. It wasn't quite as bad as someone bad-mouthing the Carrion Lord, or, as this was known within the army of Callow, suicide by stupidity. But orcs tended to be touchy about Queen Catherine's reputation. She'd had drinks with a tagreb once who'd explained it to her, and what she'd gotten out of the man was that greenskins had a great big cultural boner for people that were good at killing. And hells, no one ever said the Black Queen didn't have a talent for that. Rotation, Captain Crolum, she said, eyes scanning her front line. We're tiring. The Hellhound had, in her great wisdom, decided that the 4,000 men under Nock Prinskiller were enough to kick an entire enemy column in the balls. The Tribune wasn't all that fond of the Marshal of Callow, who was rumored to eat people who got sloppy with kit maintenance. But she had to concede this wasn't going as fucking horribly wrong as she'd expected when the enemy had advanced. For one, compared to Summer Fae and Whites, the levies were goddamned pushovers. It was, incredibly, refreshing to fight people that didn't keep attacking after you hacked an arm off. Captain Crolum sounded the whistle around his neck and the 20 soldiers at the front of her cohort withdrew, a fresh line taking their place. The Crusaders didn't have fancy maneuvers like that. When they got tired they just died. Thank the gods. Her eyes flicked to the sides, and she grimaced. The Crusaders had wasted the better part of an hour getting in battle formations before attacking, but what had struck her as unnecessary wariness was beginning to pay off. Sure, they were failing to breach the shield wall, but the flank to the west was a problem. General Nock had left a full kabili of 1,000 floating out there to prevent easy flanking, but the Crusaders had the numbers to keep going around even after engaging those. The only reason the host hadn't been enveloped yet was. A horn sounded, and Abigail kissed her mailed fist in thanks to the gods above. Retreat to the next line, at last. It was the third time the general called for one, and they gave more ground every time. Abigail figured at some point the entire army would just fucking leg it, and it couldn't come soon enough. In good order, soldiers, she called out. Anyone falls out of line, and I'll drown them in the marsh myself. It was going well, she thought. Better than she could have reasonably hoped for. Named, a legionary called out. It fucking figured. It was like trying to break a stone with a wooden hammer, Captain Pierre Duloc thought as he strode over the corpses of his fellow fantassins. It left a mark, but the hammer tended to break, and considering his company was the hammer of this tortured metaphor, this was not a pleasant state of affairs. The Brabantine had heard stories about the legions of terror, how they'd swept aside the armies of Callow effortlessly, but he'd always believed them to be exaggerated. They'd had 20 years to swell, after all, and he was not unacquainted with how evenings at taverns made yarns grow ever more vivid. After the first time, he'd lost 30 of his finest trying to break through the enemy's shield wall. However, he'd had to swallow his old opinions. The heathens fought as hard as the devils they bargained with. Horns sounded in the distance, and the army of Callow moved as a single living creature, retreating at a measured pace as balls of flame bloomed in the sky and began raining down on Proceran lines. Pierre put his shield over his head and knelt, waiting for the rain to pass. A man to his left was a little too slow to bring up his own shield, and sorcerous flame struck his face, searing flesh and muscle in the blink of an eye. The fantassin squinted. New recruit, he was pretty sure, some Segovian second son who'd enrolled to seek his fortune. The poor fucker should have listened when his mother told him fortune was a fickle bitch. On your feet, men of Procur, a voice rang out. The captain obeyed before he even realized what he was doing. The man who'd spoke was tall, and his accent in Shantan was heavy with the thick syllables of a native Levantine. Armored in silver, with a shield polished until it shone like a mirror and a sword that was more radiant than steel, the Chosen could be felt, even from 10 feet away, like a pulse, a whisper of power bestowed by the gods. The enemy retreats, the hero said. We must pursue. The heavens will it. The heavens will it. Pierre replied in a fervent whisper. He would have formed the wings with his fingers, had he not been holding sword and shield. With the end of the wave of fire, advance towards the retreating legionaries was left unbarred. His company formed ranks and advanced, the Chosen at their head, and they shouted defiance. The humans in greenskins on the other side watched them in silence from behind their shield wall, grimly professional. No levies, these. The difference between soldiers trained and soldiers conscripted had been written across the field today. Do not be afraid, the Chosen called out. Their dark queen is wounded and they stand bereft of her protection. This battle will be won by faith and courage. Company, charge, the captain screamed. Honor to the wreath. Shouts gave answer, the oaths of half a dozen principalities sounding where no banners stood. Double pay to anyone who stabs the shiny fucker. A woman's voice called out from the other side. Pierre blinked, but had not time to spare for surprise as a moment later his shield hit the enemies. A massive orc, who smashed him back with brute force. The Fantassin had not survived the Great War without picking up a few tricks, though. He went low and stabbed up, finding flesh, and the green skin howled in rage. Squaring up behind his shield, the captain let the creature's violent death throws bounce off wood and iron. Pushing forward before the legionary behind this one could fill the gap. Along the line his men were like wave hitting a cliff, save for where the Chosen led. Legionaries were smacked down like insolent children, and those that tried to force back the hero found a sliver blur carving through their flesh. The Fantassin rocked back as a Calawan went shield to shield with him, but dug his feet. Gritting his teeth, he had to retreat when the legionary to that one's right stabbed forward with his sword. Another of his men took his place, and he joined the pressing throng to look for a better opening. Scatter! A voice too deep to be human shouted. Pierre found his gaze moving to the side, attracted by sudden movement where the Chosen was fighting. The legionaries who'd been surrounding the man retreated swiftly, and a moment later, lightning struck. The Brabantine's blood quickened and he blinked away the bright light, relieved when he saw the hero stood unmarried with his shield up. Lightning scarred the earth around him. A trail of red went up in the sky above, some sort of munitions, and the captain grimaced. That did not bode well. A spike of flame formed above the Chosen and hammered down at him. But the mirror-like shield shone blindingly, and the fire blew back into the sky. The second spike, though, shook the Chosen's stance. The third drove him back. The fourth nailed him into the ground. Pierre hurried towards the grounds, not sure what he could do, but knowing he had to try. The fifth spike formed and went out, snuffed like a candle. By the Chosen's side a wrinkled old woman stood, glaring up with a sword in hand. The regicide, Pierre understood with trembling hands. The Fantassin hurried and helped the other Chosen back to his feet, as the Saint of Swords casually carved through half a dozen legionaries with a single swing. What part of? Careful advance. Did you not understand, kid? The regicide said. This is a battlefield, not your sister's wedding. Going in with your dick out won't get you fucked the fun way. Pierre would never be so foolish to admit this out loud, but he felt a little cheated that the first sentence he'd heard the Chosen of the heavens speak involved mention of dicks. It was perhaps less radiantly heroic than he'd expected. I apologize for my failure, honored elder. The Chosen, still leaning on him, gasped. Apologize by not forcing me to drag my ass here again. The old woman snorted. Steady this flank. Sorcerers are focusing on the right. The saint glanced at Pierre, who blanched, and nodded approvingly at him before moving out in a blur. In the distance, horns sounded again, and the legionaries began to retreat. The hole the Chosen had carved into the lines had already reformed seamlessly, and the Fantassin let the hero he'd been holding up steady his own footing. Again, Captain, the man said. The heavens will it. The heavens will it, Captain Pierre Duloc agreed. Well, at least she was still alive. Tribune Abigail rubbed at her left eye again, pretty sure she was going to have to get that looked at by a mage. She'd made the mistake of looking at the fucking hero when he made his pretty little shield shine, and she'd had to deal with persistent black spots ever since. General Knock had finally sounded what should be the last retreat before they got the hells out of here, so her odds of surviving the day were looking sunny. She'd also gotten through a visit by the Saint of Swords without losing any limbs, which had her in a good mood. Named were like lightning. The odds of them striking at the same place in the battle line twice were pretty low once they left. She'd lost a quarter of her cohort when the shiny fucker had led a charge, and not even calling for heavy mage support had gotten rid of the bastard. But they were approaching the low earth slope the sappers had raised, and that was probably a good sign. She hoped. It wasn't like tribunes were high up enough the ladder to be in the loop for whatever secret plans were unfolding. The Crusaders were pressing on all sides, but the measured pace of the retreat had continued to prevent encirclement. Still, thank the gods the enemy didn't have cavalry. Abigail squinted at the enemy, to her dismay finding out that the hero from earlier was still leading the pursuit. Fuck. She'd really been hoping that would end up being someone else's problem. Her cohort still had 2 tracers to send up to request mage intervention, but for the heavy stuff the mage lines could only hit one place at a time. If her signal went into the sky and they were already busy, the enemy named was going to fuck them up. At least they don't fly, Abigail mused out loud. So there's that. Ma'am, Captain Crolum asked. He tended to do that a lot. It was a little unsettling for an orc his size to turn into an eager page whenever she spoke. Keep us at pace, Captain, she said. I'm just thinking. May I ask about what? The greenskin said. Comparing this to the Arcadian campaign, she said. Didn't fight much at 5 armies in one. But this is about as bad as Dormer. The orc looked at her eagerly. Is it true you ripped out a Fae's throat with your teeth? He said. Oh gods, the rumors kept getting worse. I stabbed it, she denied. Blood just sprayed into my mouth. Because she'd been screaming at the top of her lungs in terror at the time, then nearly choked to death as the Fae kept trying to knife her. Drinking the blood of your enemy is an honorable thing, Crolum assured her. Burning hells, she'd never get used to orcs. Sometimes they were almost like people, then they said shit like that. Eyes on the enemy, Captain, she said, retreating from the line of conversation. Speaking of retreats, her cohort was nearing the position they'd been ordered to stop at, the beginning of the earthen slope snaking across the field. Abigail glanced at it and frowned. Wasn't high or angled starkly enough to serve as proper field fortifications. What had the sappers been doing? Looking further back, she saw the packs of goblins standing in companies. No longer digging. Was this the sum of the plan, raising a second-rate hill? It was impressively long, sure, but all it meant was that her soldiers were going to be killed with the high ground. Pressing through the ranks to get to her, one of her lieutenants was making her way with an urgent look on her face. Tribune Abigail went to meet her halfway after leaving Crolum in command. Ma'am, the dark-haired Calawan saluted. Report, she ordered. She'd sent the officer to have a look at what the goblins were up to, in case it ended up blowing up in her face. Tunnels, ma'am, the lieutenant got out. They dug tunnels. Abigail frowned. To where? The lieutenant gestured forward. In that direction, she said. I couldn't tell how far, but at least beyond our position. The tribune wiped sweat off her brow, though she was pretty sure she'd smudged dirt more than wiped wetness. Tunnels, huh? What for? Her cohort finished falling back in good order moments later, and she got her answer. The ground shook with muted explosions, snaking across the field until a chunk of the battlefield went up in the air. The Calawan almost fell, but caught herself at the last minute. Dirt began to fall like rain, maybe a third into the Proceran host, and her brows rose. That would have killed a few hundred, but it wouldn't stop them. It had dug some kind of trench in the ground. She saw, pretty deep and wide. Not exactly a knockout blow, though. Then the water from the marshlands began pouring into the trench, and Abigail of Summerhome breathed in sharply. A river. The Hellhound had dug a river in the middle of an active battlefield, too broad and deep for easy crossing. And now a third of the Proceran host was stuck on the wrong side of it. Horns sounded, but the call was different this time. It had been on of the first she learned, when going through officer training. All companies advance. Left flank. Tracer just went up, the human officer said. General Knock of the Waxing Moons did not reply, idly chewing on a finger. He'd had one of his aides drag a corpse out of the swamp. Bloated corpse wasn't his favorite, but it beat rations, and the water made the flesh easy to tear off the normally tricky finger bones. Use the spikes, Legate Jwahir said. And keep hammering. The marshal handed down orders to try a kill on any hero on our side of the river. Juniper of the Red Shields. The Hellhound. They had been friends once, he thought. He could remember parts of that. Enmity too, but that only to be expected. Knock was certain he had not been a very good orc, even before summer burned away most of what he was. Licking the last scrap of flesh and skin off the tip of the finger bone, the general swallowed. Eyes on the battlefield before him. He savored the taste of meat and blood as he watched Proserpine lines waver. The Crusader left flank was attempting to salvage the situation by circling around, but he'd put most his heavies in the Kabili standing in their way. It had meant more casualties for the regulars under heroic pressure, but that was necessary. He did not have enough men to be able to afford coddling. Jawahir, he growled. Sir, the Tagreb answered, turning to him. Burn them, he said. We're not lingering, not with heroes on the prowl. His legate looked like she wanted to argue, but he stared at her calmly until she flinched and gave the order. Calm came easily, these days. Balance for all the things that did not. The old killing urge was muted, the red rage burned away. Instead now he had this vicious spasm of violence never too far from his hands. That and the hollowness, but he had grown used to that. There was satisfaction to be found in his work, as close to pleasure as it got. General Nock watched as clusters of green flames exploded in the ranks of the Crusaders on the wrong side of the river, picking at the flesh between his fangs with the finger bone. The screams were soothing, almost as good as listening to the spasm. He'd keep his troops in place long enough the Proserpines could not escape, then pull back to the camp as instructed. Heroes could still bleed them, and if a commander on the other side managed to restore order long enough to start sending soldiers around the river, which only went on for so long, time had forced limits, defeat could still happen. The world shivered. Sir, Jawahir said. I see it, Legate, he grunted. A pair of heroes were hacking at the river with great spurts of light, trying to collapse a ford. He snorted, dimly amused. Might work, but it'd take too long. Even if they didn't get exhausted before the end, the amount of men they'd be able to spare a burning death would be minimal. Dark eyes, one dead and one living, turned to the Crusader camp even though it was too far to see. Soon that would go up in flames as well. Special Tribune Robber would be starting fires there, green and otherwise. Nock felt like she should dislike the goblin, though he hardly remembered why. Something about a woman? Felt childish. And now he was hungry again. His fangs crushed the finger bones and he sucked at the marrow within, swallowing shards with it before licking his chops clean and tossing away the remains. A great ripping sound sounded in the distance, and the orc jolted in surprise. There was a wound in the sky, a woman running on it. Past the enemy lines, past the goblin fire, past his own men. Nock's brow creased. Scry our mages, he ordered the Calawan officer. The rest of you go away. Legate Jawahir's lips thinned. Sir Dash, she began. Nock unsheathed his sword. Disobeying a superior officer's order had clear consequences, Legate, he said. The army now goes in full retreat. You hold command until told otherwise. The woman paled. The orc did not pay much attention as the mage officer placed the scrying bowl in front of him on a tripod, and the rest cleared out. His eyes were on the old woman running across the sky, heading towards him. She flicked her sword, carving another rippling wound, and sliding down until she landed in front of him. You'd be the general, then, the Saint of Swords said. Nock tapped the flat of his blade against the scrying bowl's edge. Spike, he ordered. Flame hammered down a moment later, and the world became a sea of fire as he laughed. Ah, that had felt good. The impact had knocked him off his feet, but he rose. Again, he called out. The heroine carved apart the flames that bloomed above them both, glaring at him. Another cluster was born, and they both went down. Fire licked at his hands, and the Prince Killer hacked out a cough. She wouldn't die that easily, but neither would he. He'd felt harsher flames than this. Still did, whenever he closed his eyes. Through the smoke a shape burst out, but he was quick enough to cut that would have taken his throat cut through his ruin of a cheek instead. Barely felt it. The old woman eyed him contemptuously, raised her blade once more, and then hurriedly backpedaled when a long knife scythed through where her throat had been a heartbeat earlier. So, Archer said, blades twirling in her hands in a display of unnecessary dramatics. Is it me, or you've gotten a little crazier? Nock hacked out a laugh. Try to get me a slice, will you? He said. Never had heroin before. That wasn't a no. The woman drawled amusedly. You're one of Rangers, the Saint of Swords interrupted. And you're... Archer began. Shit, I could have sworn I knew. Sorry, I really wasn't paying attention during that briefing. Catherine was wearing this very flattering tunic, and I was hammered like you dash. The heroine struck, but Archer danced around the blow and forced her back with a slash that would have gone across her eyes. Go for a walk, Nock, the brown-skinned woman said, as if she hadn't been interrupted. I don't think she's happy about your setting her minions on fire. Go figure. Some people just take things too personally. Flank meat, General Nock suggested. Or cheek. Tender pieces. Gross, the named said, wrinkling her nose. And I've been stealing goblin bedding for like a month, so I... No. Gross. The orc snorted and fled to the sound of Archer beginning to expound on the virtue of royal liquor cabinets with breakable locks as the heroine tried to kill her. Princess Rosala clenched her fingers until the knuckle turned white around the reins. They had been so very, very close to utter and complete victory. She'd followed the classics perfectly. A first wave of levies to tire out the enemy infantry, followed by fantassin companies across the line, while princely retinues struck at weak points. She'd tied down the enemy cavalry with a portion of her own, sent the rest to circle around to hit the back of the army of Callow while she extended the line of her left flank. The enemy mages had been more than a match for her priests, but the struggle had occupied the both of them and left her foe with no real check for the chosen, who'd torn into the shield wall with remarkable alacrity, constantly forcing the opposing commander to reinforce breaches with fresh troops. Within the first half hour of the battle, victory was in the air. Wherever named struck, the army of Callow bled men like a leaking barrel. Then her circling cavalry had struck and found a thin line of scorpions awaiting them. She'd almost laughed at the sight. The wave of bolts tore bloody swaths, but it could not stop thousands of horsemen on the charge. Then they'd fired again, barely a heartbeat having passed. The tip of her cavalry wedges disintegrated. Men and horses died like flies as the scorpions damnably kept firing. The losses promised to be brutal, but as her horsemen spread out and began to close distance, she bit down on her fury and made her peace with the trade. A higher cost than she would have wished, but victory was coming nonetheless. Then the goblins had wheeled out some shoddy-looking slings, and packed munitions began to blow away whole chunks of cavalry. Her people were valiant, many of them hardened veterans from the Great War. It took them 60 heartbeats to break, and what should have been a triumph tipped towards a draw. The Callowan knights, though outnumbered, broke through the cavalry she'd sent against them after an hour of hard fighting. Losses on both sides were steep. One of the few comforts of the day, that over a third of the enemy's cavalry had died before her own fled the field. Without the chosen, it might very well have been a defeat. The enemy commander turned those vicious scorpions against her fantassins, revealing that in addition to being repeating, they could also be swiftly moved by oxen. Then the gray pilgrim had taken the field, and radiant light carved through the engines like a heavenly stroke. The enemy commander ordered a retreat soon after, and the legionaries withdrew in good orders, bleeding men to heroes and skirmishers they had no answer to. But the knights of Callow threatened to charge them, and Princess Rosala had no choice but to order a temporary withdrawal while she sent some officers to force back steel in the spine of her horse. After another hour she was gathered in good order again, and ready to order another assault. With the scorpions destroyed, her foe would break. The sky streaked with sorcery across the march, and she learned that the other column was in full retreat. But a half hour later, another signal touched the sky. Her camp had come under attack. Soon after the flames grew tall enough, she could see them even from this far out. Princess Rosala had fought a battle, today, against 12,000 men. She'd slain near a third of that army, at the price of perhaps 5,000 dead of her own. Yet if she pressed the assault now, without the other column, she might very well be assaulting a fortified position with numerical inferiority. Gritting her teeth, she ordered a retreat back to camp. One night of rest in whatever was left of her camp, and then with dawn she would dispose with all strategic subtlety. She would muster her entire host and hammer at the enemy until they broke. Vivian woke to the sound of someone pouring wine. She had a knife in hand before her eyes opened, and she was halfway out of her chair when a chuckle gave her pause. Thief stilled her heartbeat, meeting the former prince of Nightfall's lone good eye. The Fae had a cup of wine in hand, sitting at the edge of Catherine's bed. There were 4 mages in the tent and over 30 of her jacks outside, yet not a single one of them had raised the alarm. The Callowan eyed the mages, who had neither noticed her waking nor Larrett's presence. "Where have you been?" she croaked out, voice still half asleep. The sound broke whatever glamour had kept the mages from noticing what was going on. Their eyes widened in alarm, but Vivian's hand rose, and they shut their mouths. Around, the Fae drawled. Instinct warred in the woman. Part of her wanted to dismiss the mages, since this might be a conversation best kept private. Another part of her was very much aware the nonchalant Fae could kill her with a flick of the hand, and Catherine was not awake to hold his leash. The mages might be her only chance of survival, if the Fae felt inclined to violence. "Every word spoken in this tent is under seal," Thief told the mages, choosing self-preservation with a bitter taste in the mouth. "Precious," Larrett smiled. "We fought a battle, today, Thief sharply told him. And won it, I hear, the Fae replied. Or at least avoided loss, which is victory enough for the likes of you. She'll have your hide, for staying out of it, Vivian said, forcing calm. I take no orders from mortals, the Fae sneered. The implication that Catherine was not one of those hung heavy in the air. Thief's lips thinned. It might even be true, to an extent. Then why have you reappeared? She asked. The one-eyed Fae idly set down his cup on the bedside table and rose to his feet. Perhaps I've decided to dispose of my shackles, he suggested. Or merely to hack away at Deadwood. The way he smiled at her when speaking the latter sentence sent a shiver up her spine. Doubtful, Thief said. There's no hell horrible enough for what would happen to you if you did, and we're both aware of it. That's not the game you're playing. Larrett shrugged languidly, leaning against a dresser. Perhaps I am simply waiting, he said. Vivian frowned. For what? She pressed. There was a gasp and Thief wheeled about. One of the mages was staring at the bed, where Catherine was, well, her body was no longer shuffling around. The woman flicked a glance at the Fae, who was smiling thinly. Amused. After a long moment, the Queen of Kalos' eyes opened and she let out a ragged sound. Rising to a sitting position on her bed, she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Well, Catherine Foundling rasped. That was a thing. Oh, thank the gods, Vivian whispered. Then Larrett plunged his blade into her throat. Thief froze in utter surprise, but Catherine did not. She slapped the Fae across the face, breaking his chin and teeth, and got on her feet. She took out the sword and her throat reformed within a heartbeat. Larrett began to get up, but Cat kicked him back down and kept her bare foot on his chest. The Fae began to laugh. Already? The Queen of Kalos said, and glanced at the mages still in the tent. Bind him. She reached for the cup of wine on the bedside table, then after a sigh withdrew the fingers. Thief's fingers clenched. Hold, she said. The mages looked at her in surprise. And in wickedness doth evil sow the seeds of its own defeat, Vivian quoted, meeting Catherine's eyes. The Queen rolled her eyes. For barren is the womb, and certain the fall, she replied. Thief knew, the correct second half of the verse from the Book of All Things. It was also not the correct answer to this phrase. It should have been the punchline to a truly filthy joke about sailors and holes in the hull she'd learned while a waitress in lore. Hello, Aqua, Vivian said. The Queen of Kalos' face went blank, and immediately a long spear of ice formed from her extended hand, the point resting on the sleeping Hierophant's throat. None of you, Aqua Sahelian said through Catherine's lips, are to move or make a sound. The mages went still. Larrett was still laughing. You won't, Thief said. I assure you, Diabolus said. The survival of this man is of middling import to me. You won't, Thief repeated, for the same reason you didn't drink from that cup. You're still bound by the oaths her body took. Aqua's eyes narrowed and her wrist flexed, but did not otherwise move. Clever girl, Catherine's lips said. She took an oath not to harm any of you. Moonlight, Thief said, and the body froze. Passing a hand through her hair, Vivian felt her stomach drop. This, she thought, had just gotten a great deal more complicated. Bind her, she ordered the mages. Larrett, she noted, was still quietly laughing. Court 2. Salvation is ever an act of violence, be it within or without. Dread Emperor Reprobate the First. The woe, Brandon Talbot had learned, had some very peculiar oddities. Queen Catherine's disdain for luxuries was infamous, and had made her popular in some quarters. When it had spread, she'd sold off some of the more ostentatious Presci inheritances to invest the sum in the army, but each of her companions has their unusual habits. Lady Thief, he knew, could shift from displaying the manners of a noble of the old blood to those of a mocking thug in a heartbeat. And the least said about her tendency to steal for sport the better. The archer was, by all reports, a dissolute, hard-drinking brute. Yet she could also quote the classics in 3 languages, and seemed to be the only person in the kingdom of Calo that could hold a conversation with the Hierophant on the subject of sorcery. Brandon would have preferred a life where he'd never heard the lay of Lothian's passing strategically quoted to be perverted into a ribald comment about the skills of fair-haired men in bed, but that she'd done it in flawless high Mizan was rather impressive. The language was, after all, long dead. The Lord Hierophant was perhaps the least unsettling, in that he reminded Brandon of the stories once told of the wizards of the West. Absent-minded, prone to discourse few others could understand, and blatantly disinterested in anything even remotely connected to statecraft. He also held conversations while looking at his interlocutors through the back of his head with magical eyes, which was a little less traditional. Hakram of the Howling Wolves, the Lord Adjutant, had embraced a different sort of oddity. The even-tempered orc was, by objective study, the second most powerful individual in Calo. The queen had made it clear that when he spoke it was with her full authority, and though he lacked an official title besides his name, he had a seat on sessions of the Queen's Council whenever he so wished. He stood higher in the court's hierarchy than either the Governess-General or the Lord Treasurer, and if so inclined, could have claimed the traditional luxurious office and rooms of either. Instead, the greenskin passed his hours in the cramped and crooked room that had once belonged to King Robert's personal scribe. Brandon had never once seen the man that the army of Calo openly considered the heir apparent to Catherine Foundling either turn his back to the door or allow his axe to be further than hand's reach. The Grand Master's allies had been incensed when they'd first learned that the army would back the orc as heir if anything happened to Her Majesty. He was, after all, a greenskin, and it would have been a lie to say that the Regals had not been attempting to position themselves for ascension should the luck of the battlefield turn against the Queen. Only the fact that the deadhead had shown no interest in rule, and that Enkindle was almost as unpalatable an alternative, had prevented the situation from escalating. That, and Brandon's harsh and continued reminders that any attempt to remove the orc from power would be met by brutal and unrelenting violence from Her Majesty. The Grand Master dismissed the thoughts from his mind, schooling his face into serene pleasantness as he bowed to the orc. Hakram Deadhand, after all, outranked him in both military and courtly ranks. Grandmaster Talbot, the orc gravelled, shuffling parchments aside. Take a seat. The bow had been returned with a simple nod, one that matched the requirements of etiquette under the assumption that the man was of equal standing to sitting members of the Queen's Council. Humility at work, though with an unspoken edge. Brandon claimed the chair across the parchment-covered desk, eyes flicking to the movement as the adjutant used a paring knife to work on the tip of a quill. The orc had unusual finesse, for one with such large fingers. I thank you for the audience, Lord Adjutant, Brandon replied. I know your duties stretch your hours. The greenskin's maw flicked open, revealing a swift flash of fangs in what could have either been threat or amusement. The Caloan had not made study enough of orcs to be able to tell, thought perhaps he should. For all that the Regals saw him as the authority on the newborn Foundling dynasty and its greats, that was more a reflection on the little exposure they'd had to the key members of the regime than of his own deep understanding. No rest for the wicked, the adjutant said. Well, should we pretend I don't know why you requested this talk, or will we skip the usual song and dance? The tone was mild, as if the orc did not care either way. There was no impatience there, Brandon grasped. The dead hand was perfectly willing to indulge in the demands of their rank, as if they were some children's game. The unspoken dismissal of centuries of established etiquette rankled, but did not surprise. None of the most powerful people in Calo these days had risen to rank by observing the proper niceties. Smoothing away the wrinkle of irritation, Brandon forced a smile. I am not opposed to bluntness on occasion, the Caloan aristocrat said. Campaign has taught me the virtues of it, even in civil matters. The reminder that Brandon Talbot had fought unflinchingly for the Queen on fields foreign and domestic both would not be askew here. Now that the blades had been temporarily sheathed, his Regals were too often treated as the enemy for his tastes. The orc's hairless brows twitched, the thick ridges of skin in movement implying mirth. As expected, the unspoken part had not been lost on him. Thieves, people will be combing through the court for whoever talked, the adjutant said. Catherine was understandably furious that something under seal was leaked. Brandon kept his face calm, though worry spiked. The Jacks were skillful and thorough. It was only a matter of time until the culprit was found. After that, the only thing awaiting was the noose. There would be no need for any of this, the Grand Master said, if any of my people were kept appraised of large developments. I reminded her as much, the orc bluntly admitted. But you've also managed to cast into doubt every single appointment your people achieved. The Governess-General was pushing for a general dismissal, and it took me the better part of an hour to get that off the table. Under the desk, the dark-haired man's fist clenched. He'd warned them, he had, that the moment the Regals became the enemy in Her Majesty's eyes, she would strike thoroughly and without mercy. Having Kindle whispering in her ear would only make her less forgiving. And we can't even claim that such a measure would result in civil war. He thought. The Regals were influential, that much was undeniable, but they did not enjoy the kind of support that the Queen's men or the Queen herself did with the lower and merchant classes. Their power was one of tradition and wealth. At court, it made them strong. But no city would rise in rebellion if the regals were purged from civil appointments, and the threat of gold only held when the other side did not have the men to take that gold if they wanted to. Your moderating influence is appreciated, the aristocrat stiffly said, inclining his head. Don't take it as a sign of approval, the orc said. Your clique is beginning to overstep. If removing it didn't mean handing over the run of the kingdom to the queen's men, I would have let you hang from your own noose. Brutal but honest. That was the reputation Lord Deadhand had, in matters such as these. While more open to compromise than the rest of the queen's most trusted, the orc's willingness to be diplomatic only went so far. Yet he remained aloof from the partisan politics of the court, and as a voice of reason that made him priceless, as did the fact that he had the queen's ear more than anyone else. Brandon calmed his breathing. He was not insulted by the bluntness, because that bluntness had not been meant an insult. The adjutant was merely clarifying his position so no confusion would ensue in the following conversation. The Calawan, swallowing years of lessons on the subject of proper behavior, decided to follow suit. The woe, it should not be forgot, had been mostly paupers and vagrants before their rise to power. Their appreciation for directness had deep roots and could be used. It is appreciated regardless, Brandon said. To be frank, my people have been restless for some time. This planned partition of Lee's is only the droplet threatening to tip the cup. I hope I will not offend by pointing out that the regals have been thrown scraps from the high table, and then expected to remain docile and quiet for that privilege. The greenskin's dark eyes studied him silently. As always, the Calawan made an effort not to glance at the hand of bones that was resting atop the desk. Then I'll be frank as well, the orc replied, fangs bared for longer than previously before they were hidden behind the lips. Your people have not proven loyal or useful enough to get the kind of appointments you're pushing for. And Kindles are? Brandon flatly asked. No, the adjutant said. We're well aware they look to the governess-general for instructions. But they also know that they'll be tossed out the moment your regals gain influence, and it's keeping them in line. As a hanging sword, your people have proved usable. But the accompanying agitation is proving more trouble than that lever is worth, and I will not defend unreliable actors. Which, the aristocrat thought. You now suspect we might be considering we're willing to have our people pass information under seal. It was infuriating, because if any of the regals were on the Queen's Council there would have been no such ploy. As long as Talbot's allies knew they had a voice at the table, they would have been worried about losing accumulated influence by stepping out of line. But they did not have a seat, so more desperate means had to be used to remain relevant. And using those means disqualifies us in Her Majesty's eyes from having a seat in the first place. It was a vicious circle, without any obvious solution but allowing what influence the regals had to wane and hope the Queen looked well upon them for it. Certain loss for uncertain gain. It was a solution that, if Brandon was to be honest with himself, he would not even attempt to put forward at a council, not least because he did not truly believe in it himself. If we are removed, the Grandmaster said, the balance of power in the kingdom collapses. Yes, the orc agreed. And so Catherine told me to report this conversation directly to her, instead of having Hierophant dig through the brains of your allies for a name. This is the part, Brandon Talbot, where you make your case for the continued usefulness of the regals. The man's blood ran cold. He'd sought this meeting to arrange for compromise and concessions, but he'd been reading the lay of the land wrong. His people were not the only ones running out of patience. The orc's broad and ugly face was serene, but the warning ran clear. If he reported to the Queen that there was nothing salvageable about the situation, it would not be dismissals that followed. It would be the Jacks taking people in the middle of the night never to be seen again. And Governess-General and Kindle would be the sole, truly Calawan voice to decide the kingdom's legacy. The roof of his mouth was dry. You would lose the Order of Broken Bells, Brandon said. The orc frowned. I presume this is not the threat it sounds like, he said. The aristocrat shook his head. Knights, he said, do not grow on trees. They are raised through rigorous training, through learned traditions, and by allowing the existence of families that can afford to equip and support one of their own with the accoutrements of knighthood. Guildsmen and eldermen have neither the knowledge nor the capacity to replace us in this regard. A mark in your favor, the adjutant said. In the short term, it is not sufficient to make the unruliness of your people a pill sweet enough to swallow. It took a conscious effort not to react visibly. Careful now, Brandon. This is the knife's edge. The Grandmaster knew, without needing to question it, that the regals were necessary to the kingdom. He simply needed to make the Queen see it as he did, and there lay the thorn. Marriage alliances. No, That was a dead end. To be worth wedding in the eyes of foreigners, his fellows would need titles the queen refused to bestow. And marriage alliances both within Calo and into other nations would form power blocks Her Majesty would frown upon. Military officers? It had already been made clear that the army of Calo was barred to nobility save if it rose through the ranks after enrolling in the lowest ranks, an unacceptable condition to most his allies, who would not tolerate their kin taking orders from pre-scion peasants. Ties to the House of Light. This one, he suspected, might even be a mark against them. The queen's dealings with the priests would be much eased if she was the only possible interlocutor. He was going about this the wrong way, Brandon realized. Why were his people needed? From the perspective of Her Majesty? From 3 heartbeats, he met the calm stare of the dead hand, until the answer finally came. Ability, he said. Talented officials we can't trust or use are more danger than boon, the orc stated flatly. Lord Adjutant, Brandon said. In all of Calo, how many guildsmen and eldermen do you believe are actually literate, or familiar with more than basic arithmetic? The upper ranks of every major city and holding, the dead hand said. Let us be generous and assume half these individuals can be spared from their current responsibilities for court and civil appointments, the Grandmaster said. That is a very shallow pool. The orc's eyes narrowed in thought. You believe the Queen's men are running out of competent candidates, he gravelled. Education, the sort that is required for the bureaucracy you are raising, is expensive, Brandon said. The amount of such taught individuals that can be taken from their existing occupations is limited, if you want to avoid harming the kingdom. The only group that can consistently afford to provide these people are the regals. No one else has the tradition, the learning, and the coin. Do you believe it coincidence that the pre-sci purges focused on the nobility? It was not only to quell rebellion. It was to make Calo dependent on the empire for able rule. A dependency that needs to be excised if the kingdom is to remain independent, the adjutant finished mildly. You are aware, I believe, of Catherine's opinion on rule by right of birth. What you describe could be considered informal return to aristocracy. There will always be wealthy men and women, Brandon calmly replied. This cannot and should not be avoided. Without the ancient privileges of titled nobles checking her actions, the queen maintains supremacy by right of unquestioned appointment and dismissal. What worth is there in robbing yourself of talent for empty antipathy? The orc's fangs flicked into view for a heartbeat before being sheathed again. Well argued, the dead hand said. Brandon inclined his head in thanks, mostly to hide the relief on his face. All of this, of course, is contingent on the regals moderating their actions, the adjutant added calmly. The Grandmaster's jaw clenched. He had come seeking concession, and would be leaving forced to promise them instead. I understand your worries, Lord Hakram said. Command without success is a stone around your neck. A promise to you. Then, get your house in order, and the partition of lease will be a matter reopened to debate. Brandon met the greenskin's eyes, finding only patience and calculation there. It will do, he replied. Gods, it would have to. Lady Julienne tightened the cloak around her. She'd had to sneak out of her own home in servant's livery with her face hidden, like a sneak thief. It was mortifying, but she was not in a position to refuse instructions when given. She was being held by the throat, and the slightest flick of the wrist could see her neck snapped. The tavern she'd been told to enter had no sign hanging above the door, the sure sign of miserliness and filth awaiting, and the smell of piss wafted from the nearly alley. She'd not even entered, and already she was nauseous. The inside was barely better. A disgusting dirt floor lay at the bottom of a single large common room with a wooden counter at the back. A few tables with ramshackle benches took up most of it, with a pair of alcoves made of hanging cloth flanking each side. Left side, last alcove. That was what the message had said. The aristocrat hurried there, dismayed at the filth her riding boots was being stained with. Within awaited a woman, seated on a seat without even a cushion by a low table that was nothing more than a wheel on likely stolen pavestones. She doubted the owner of this tavern had ever paid taxes in their entire life. Should I order a tankard? The thief asked, smiling thinly. That will not be necessary, Lady Julienne stiffly replied. She took the seat across, certain she was going to need to have the cloak burned after she returned to her mansion. The name seemed indifferent to her reply, drinking deeply from a tankard of dark and thick ale. Disgusting. Business, then, the other woman drawled. How's your knitting circle coming along? The aristocrat frowned, glancing meaningfully at the common room. It was only half full, with perhaps 24 people pouring trash down their throats, but speaking of private matters in the open was pure foolishness. Oh, You don't need to worry about, the thief said. With due respect, Lady Julienne began. The named rolled her eyes and sharply whistled. Without a word, every single person in the room rose to their feet and walked out the door, including the bald, one-eyed man she presumed to be the owner by the looks of the ragged apron he wore. The sight of it had her blood running cold. Not a single one had hesitated or spoken a word. Even the drinks were still on the table. I own everyone in this street, one way or another, the thief cheerfully said, but her eyes remained cold. Even you, Julienne Guilford. Now tell me about the Regals. I did as you bid, she replied darkly. Whenever Talbot is elsewhere, I encourage Farron to take harder lines, and when we hold council, I stand by him whenever it is not suspicious. And our dear friend Samuel Farron, the monster said. He's still intent on his little coup? He still wants to oust Talbot, yes, Lady Julienne said. His support is not broad enough, but it is growing. Good, the thief nodded. You're going to continue supporting him. Gather all the hardliners behind him. Every last one, no matter what bribes or cajoling it takes. I know what you're doing, the aristocrat hissed. You're setting him up, forging a pretext for a purge. Come now, don't be absurd, the villain chuckled. We already have one of those. The moment your clique got their hands on a matter under seal, there was going to be blood. That one is on your heads, not ours. This is murder, Lady Julienne accused. No, the named replied. Murder's what I want to ask you about. Tell me about Valerie Hadley. Brandon Talbot's steadiest ally in council, the aristocrat said. She argues for moderation and seeking the Queen's favor, as a rule. That's interesting, the thief mused. Since she's been moving around large sums of gold, she shouldn't have, without visibly purchasing anything. When Farron went on about having Ratface killed, what was her stance? Lady Julienne frowned, scouring her memory. She did not speak on the subject of Lord Carr's assassination, she finally said. It was Grandmaster Talbot that went on a tirade against. You're going to pay very close attention to who she talks to, the other woman ordered, especially if she'd been in contact with foreigners. Half the Queen's council is foreigners, Lady Julienne sneered. That's an interesting hill for you to make a stand on, Julienne, the thief noted. If you'd extended that beautiful patriotism to foreign money, we might not be having this conversation. I didn't know, the aristocrat protested. They presented themselves as Guild-certified merchants. I'm well aware, the blue-eyed woman shrugged. Shame that was a Prosser in front, and you ended up both in debt and guilty of high treason. Funny how these things go, isn't it? I am no traitor, Lady Julienne insisted. My only fault is being fooled. One of your several faults was telling Cordelia Hazenbach about the state of the smithies in Vale in great detail, the thief corrected, which allowed her to learn we were funding them, which in turn allowed her to deduce the tower's been tight-fisted with equipment. Congratulations, you've passed information about the war readiness of the army of Callow to a nation about to invade us. The noble had thought the terms of her deal with the merchants were perhaps too lenient, and so been compliant when a very reasonable request about information on Vale blacksmiths had come. Her interlocutors were debating opening a smithy of their own, she'd been told. That one mistake was all it had taken for the monsters to take hold of her. I erred, perhaps, Lady Julienne darkly said. But that is a lesser sin in the face of your actions. People keep telling me there's only of those, the blue-eye woman drawled. It's called defeat, allegedly. The aristocrat's fingers clenched. I know who you are, Vivian Dartwick, Lady Julienne said. Your house is still respected in the right circles. You shame it by being the servant of butchery. The name drank from her tankard, then lightly set it down. You ever gardened, Julienne? She asked. Warily, the noblewoman shook her head. Neither have I, the thief mused. Not the kind of dirt I like to have under my nails. My father, though, he loved it. Wouldn't hear of hiring a gardener, spent hours kneeling in dirt. There was this one tree he loved most of all, a gift from my mother. One morning, I found him in our garden, and to my surprise, he was taking a hatchet to that tree. I asked him why, and do you know what he told me? Lady Julienne shook her head again. The monster smiled. Sometimes, the thief said, the healthiest thing for a tree is to prune it. Book 4, Interlude, Kaleidoscope v. The final disappointment of heroism is to find that a just war was, in the end, just a war. Theodore Langman, Wizard of the West. Ink and parchment would see the day recorded as a victory, but Juniper of the Red Shields knew better. Despite her best efforts, the army of Callow had reached the threshold where even the slightest losses began to affect combat efficiency. The loss of the crossbowmen on the first day had already crippled the host's ability to wage open battle, but the second day's losses had been a mere hour away from catastrophe. 22,000 soldiers had come to these plains, and now less than 15,000 remained fighting fit. The mage lines had nearly burned themselves out fixing minor injuries, an ugly choice to make. The Hellhound had broken Legion triage doctrine, which emphasized keeping as many legionaries alive as possible, in favor of getting as many men able to fight as possible. The deeply wounded had been allowed to die, or put out of their misery when requested. It burned her, the knowledge that the other side would have no such decision to make. Priests were a larger logistical advantage than she'd believed they would be. The Marshal of Calais set aside the thought temporarily, though it never strayed far. There were decisions to make tonight in the dark, and they would be no more pleasant than those of the day. She entered the tent without a word, the pair of legionaries guarding it saluting as she passed. "If you're here to cheer me up, you should have left the armor behind," Archer drawled. The orc did not bother to humor the name's coarseness with an answer, instead looking her up calmly. Lady Ranger's pupil had done away with the woven scarf that usually covered the lower half of her face. Along with the cloak and coat she insisted on wearing even now that spring had come. It bared skin, but despite the other woman's finest attempts at a suggestive pose, there was nothing seductive to be found. She was a mass of bruises and cuts, a red scar going up her cheek and across her left eye, through the eyebrow. "She beat you like a drum," Juniper stated. Archer's nose wrinkled. "Got a few shots in myself," she denied. "Pretty sure I broke her shoulder, near the end." "It will have been fixed within the hour," the Hellhound said. "They have a healer among their named." "You asked me to cover Nox's retreat." The ochre-skinned woman shrugged. "Mission accomplished. Now where's my seraglio of doe-eyed Tagreb beauties and oiled-up Sonic manservants?" "Lodge a request with my supply tribune," Juniper blandly replied. "I'll have it fast-tracked." "We are the least decadent evil side I've ever heard of," Archer whined. "Who does a girl have to stab to get fresh dates and a fan-waving pretty boy?" "The Empress, one assumes," the Hellhound grunted. "Will you be able to fight tomorrow? If you're going to use me for my body, you could at least make it enjoyable," the name snorted. Engaging with this one, Juniper knew from experience, was akin to giving a stone that initial push down a hill. She let silence do the talking. "Not confident about taking on the Greybeards," Archer admitted. "I could handle a few round with the side pieces, but the Saint's gotten used to my forms, and the best I can manage with the Pilgrim is a shooting war." The orc's lips pressed tightly, revealing dismay. That limited their options sharply. Already the loss of most of Pickler's repeating scorpions and all of the spitters had taken a tool out of her available arsenal. But if Archer couldn't even be counted on to check either of the prime threats, it might still be possible to win if she defended cleverly enough. But even if she did, the ruin inflicted on the other side would be matched by the devastation of her own host. Should the army of Calais take even another 4,000 casualties, a very conservative estimate of minimal losses considering enemy numbers and named, then it was done for the year as anything but a second-rate defensive force. The recruiting camps in central Calais would continue providing a trickle of freshly trained companies, but that covered only mainline infantry. Sappers, mages, knights. Neither of these could be so easily replaced, and without them it would be exceedingly difficult for the army of Calais to handle the numerically superior forces the 10th Crusade would inevitably send their way. "Rest up," Juniper finally said. "We'll need you tomorrow." Archer leaned back in her seat, eyes for a single heartbeat bereft of the usual mocking indolence. "Hellhound," she said. "The Saint? I might have gotten a handle on her weakness." The orc paused, meeting the gaze of the named. "She never used an aspect," Archer said. "And her cuts, it looks like she's tossing them around carelessly, but there's always a purpose to it. Either as a deterrent, to allow her to move quickly, or to put down an opponent hard before they can fight back." Juniper chewed over that. "I've had very few reports of her using the cuts against soldiers," the Hellhound finally said. "She'd been fighting for over an hour when we scrapped," Archer murmured. "And she never used any of the fancier tricks Catherine mentioned she has up her sleeve. I think she physically couldn't. She has limited amount of power, then," Juniper deduced. The other woman shook her head. "I think she'd old," Archer replied. "And that using tricks and aspects takes a toll on her body. She doesn't fight your boys because, even if she kills 1,000, after that she's emptied her tankard. It's why she's not the tip of the spear. She only comes out to remove problems." The Marshal of Calais inclined her head in silent thanks. It would not tip the balance of the battle, but it was great contribution nonetheless. So far, the Saint and the Pilgrim had acted as invincible forces of nature wherever they arrived, only ever checked by other named. Juniper already suspected that the Grey Pilgrim could only intervene when others were threatened, else why only take the field when the repeating scorpions had already struck? But now there might be a vulnerability to exploit in the other monster as well. The Hellhound offered a simple nod before leaving the tent, mind already returning to the decisions ahead, which, to her irritation, she would have to consult another before making. The thief was easy enough to find. It had been hours since she'd first settled in front of the campfire she now stared into. Juniper claimed a log by her side, displeased she had to share a fire with the likes of this one. "We need to retreat," the Hellhound bluntly said, eschewing greetings. "You know we cannot," Thief replied just as bluntly. "If the Principate keeps a foothold on this side of the Whitecaps, there will be no truce to be had." "There'll be no truce if the army of Callow is wrecked either," Juniper growled. "Which is the best outcome to be counted on if we fight tomorrow?" Duchess Keegan Dash, the other woman began, "is half a month away, at the earliest," the orc interrupted, "and not to be relied on if the tide looks like it's turning against us. The watch contingent in our ranks is a blade that cuts both ways. The Duchess will not lightly go back on her word," Thief said. Juniper frowned. The name spoke as if she knew something the orc did not. "What are the odds of Melanza following us if we retreat to Hedges?" the Callowan asked. "Slim to none," the Hellhound replied. "We just torched their last supplies. They can last a little longer by butchering their horses, but by my count they'll be starving for at least a week before they get to the fortress. They'll know they can't win a battle in that state. If we withdraw, I am certain they'll fall back to Harrow and disband part of the host while sending for supplies. Which leaves half of northern Callow occupied," Thief said. "I am no student of strategy, but I can assure you that is a diplomatic and political defeat that will cripple us. The moment we get Catherine back, we can link up with the Diarraith by gate and drive them entirely out of Callow," Juniper replied. "They'd have a few months in the region at most." "It is still too long," the woman tiredly said. "Depending on the outcome at the Red Flower Vallis, the Empress might backstab us during that period. And if public perception is that Catherine cannot defend Callowan borders, much of the Crown's support vanishes. Riots, at the very least. Possibly small-scale rebellion. That divides our manpower, and I assure you we will not be allowed to put back the army together after it has been split. No major players save perhaps the Carrion Lord would see our strength preserved as being in their interest." "If Lord Blackwind's Dash," Juniper began. The Thief spat into the flames. "Then it is a certainty that the Empire will sabotage us," she said. "From Militia's perspective, a Proceran foothold in the north is a leash on both the Carrion Lord and Callow. Neither can turn against the wasteland while the kingdom is in danger of falling to the next offensive. She'll want us strong enough we can bleed the crusade, but weak enough we have no negotiating leverage. If we fight tomorrow, the army's done for the war," Juniper honestly said. "At most, if we force them to retreat all the way back to Procure, with the Diarraith backing us we can hold our end of the passage. Any offensive operations became a fantasy until our next 3 training cycles are done, and that's at least a year. Longer, for sappers, and we drained the pool dry for both mages and knights." The Thief hesitated. "Perhaps a partial retreat," she ventured, "followed by a counteroffensive when they are unaware. Without the gates we don't move nearly as swiftly as before." The orc refused, shaking her head. "I've already considered it. Might soften them up a bit to let them starve, but it won't make enough of a difference with heroes in the ranks. We still bleed too much." The Callowan brushed back her hair, then grimaced. "You are telling me that either path has a decent chance of taking us out of the war," she said. "That there are no good choices to make." "Only bad ones," Juniper agreed. "And among those, there's one we haven't discussed." The name stiffened, the fire's flickering light revealing cold fury. "You can't be serious," she hissed. "You have a way to shut her down," the Hellhound said, and it wasn't a question. Thief's eyes grew cold. "A heavy assumption," she replied. "I've known Catherine longer than you," Juniper said, baring her fangs. "She didn't even trust her name, and her mantle is a great deal more dangerous. She would have contingencies in place, and within the woe you're the only she considers to have a moral compass. I will not allow Acquus Ahelion to walk free," the Thief hissed, "much less to wage war." "Then this conversation is over," the Marshal of Callow said unflinchingly. "I refuse to fight a battle tomorrow in the current circumstances. We'll take our chances with a retreat." "How could you possibly trust her with any kind of power?" the Callowan said. "She's a Presai of the old breed," the Hellhound said. "In front of her is the 10th Crusade. Blood will tell. Trust has nothing to do with it. If she gets loose, she'll turn on us," Thief said. Without a second thought, You have your leash, and we still have Archer, Juniper calmly said. Sahelian is a coward at heart, and she plays the game according to the old rules. That makes her predictable. She will not make a move unless she is certain she can slip the noose. The Caloan half of the army would defect, if they ever knew, the woman said. If they ever knew, Juniper repeated softly. She had won the argument, and they both knew it. Acua, Sahelian, wore Catherine's body seemingly without the slightest awkwardness. Sitting with her legs crossed, stripped of anything but a loose tunic, the Diabolist opened her eyes when Vivian entered the tent. The glow of the wards keeping her contained was the only light there was to be had, weaving strange and moving shadows over the panes of cloth. Vivian, Sahelian smiled with lips not her own. I'd expected another bell before you came to terms with the necessity. Your perspective has broadened since I last had you studied. Thief dragged a seat and dropped it in front of the butcher, dropping down into it without even the pretense of elegance. Idly flipping a knife her aspect had dropped into her palm, she watched the Diabolist silently. Were she not uncertain of the effect it would have on Catherine, she would have already ordered Sahelian's soul to be ripped apart piece by piece. Think you have it all figured out, do you? Thief said. Catherine's body inclined its head with an understated grace its true owner had never quite managed. Though your hostility is understandable, it is unnecessary, Diabolist said. We serve the same mistress, after all. Eclipse, Vivian said. Rip out your left eye. Over a month of late evenings had been spent wording the contingency oaths. Possession by the Diabolist had not been the issue they'd expected. Catherine's fears had been centered around winter, making her lose perspective, but the conditions were cleared by this state of affairs regardless. Thief had reason to genuinely believe Catherine's judgment was impaired by an external factor, which allowed her to call on the first 3 oaths. Sahelian smiled even as her fingers dug behind her eyeball, ripping it out. Vivian noted with satisfaction the smile had grown a little stiff during. She could still feel pain, then. Try to play me again, and I'll have to get inventive, Thief said even as the eye reformed. Noted, the Diabolist replied, inclining her head. You have a use for me, or at least the power this body holds. I do, she said. You're going to kill Crusaders. A most enjoyable task, Sahelian smiled. Eclipse, Vivian said. Rip out your left eye. She waited until the eye had reformed before speaking again. That one, she said, was just because you pissed me off. The fucking smile never went away. I expect there will be heroic opposition, the Diabolist said. There should be at least 10 left, maybe more, Thief replied. Most dangerous are the Saint of Swords and the Grey Pilgrim. The Queen of Kalos body hummed and cocked its head to the side. The gesture was so. Catherine. That Vivian almost ordered Sahelian to rip out her eye again. Not unworthy opponents, Diabolist said. I will prevail regardless. You are not to cause a massacre, Thief said. After inflicting no more than 6,000 casualties, you are to retreat. Sahelian's smile turned sharp. Restraint, she drawled. How quaint. You miss an opportunity. Eclipse, Vivian said. Rip out your left eye. The Diabolist's breath grew ragged. In the aftermath, she continued speaking anyway. You need the Crusaders dead, Sahelian said. Yet you also require Catherine's reputation to be unsullied when negotiating a truce. Allow me, then, to bloody my hands. I will make it clear to the heroes that this her body is not currently her own. You don't know shit about the current political situation, Thief said. I know you cannot fight a war against Procure while unseating the Empress, the Diabolist said. What follows is a mere exercise of logic. We can't negotiate with the heroes if they think Catherine is a sharper than can go off at any time. Vivian thought. Sahelian had not grown beyond the causes of her failure. She still looked at all the nations of Calernia with the belief that sooner or later she would war against them all. Peace stretching further than a temporary truce never entered her calculations. You will pretend to be Catherine, Thief said, and stick to the limits I have already outlined. In addition, you may not slay the Grey Pilgrim. Even if this body is at risk of permanent destruction, the Diabolist probed. Eclipse, Vivian said. Rip out your left eye. This time she flinched, to the Caloan's satisfaction. Don't attempt to make a loophole again, Thief said. Not even then. Flee instead. Sahelian softly laughed. And what, Thief asked, has you so happy? Catherine's dark eyes met her own. Do you believe in redemption, Vivian Dartwick? The Caloan shivered. There's nothing in you to redeem, Thief said. You are a thing pretending to be human. My people, Acua Sahelian murmured, do not put much stock in it either. But I have pondered this matter deeply, of late. Perhaps there is some worth to be found in it. The moment I have a speck of leverage, I will convince Catherine to break any semblance of thought in you. Vivian thought, you are too dangerous a loose end to allow, and you should have forever disappeared after Lise. There is no place left in this world for you. How hard could it possibly be? The diabolist mused. Acting heroically, that is. Vivian rose to her feet. You will awaken slightly before dawn, she said. Prepare yourself. I look forward to our fruitful alliance. Then, my trusted comrade, Sahelian grinned. The aristocrat clenched her fingers. That wasn't her grin. She had no right to wear it. Eclipse, Vivian said. Rip out your left eye, 7 times in a row. She left the tent to the sound of muffled screaming. Prince Amadis Milne had only managed to sleep after drinking half a thimble of poppy brew, and even then he'd woken long before dawn. The trembling in his hands tempted him to indulge a second time during the darkened hours, but his father had always warned him off reliance on medicine. Many a great ruler had been unmade by growing too fond of a particular vice. When age or exhaustion weakened their resolve, he would not follow in that mistake. Instead, he sent for inks and parchment, splaying them over his scribing desk and lighting a pair of oil lamps. The lines of the first illustration were botched by the shaking of his fingers, but the longer he forced himself to concentrate on the matter, the steadier his hands became. It was a thorny issue to work these failures seamlessly into the greater design, but he'd had a taste for this sort of diversion since he'd been a boy, and when the quill scratched the last of the blue on the parchment, he found himself satisfied with the illustration. Not his finest work, but neither would he be ashamed of having it displayed before peers. He'd sketched a view of Lake Paven in the traditional Allemans manuscript style, that sprawling expanse of deep blue touching stony shores. He'd done so from memory, drawing on the beautiful summer he'd spent in Cleves as a young man. Having met his wife there had left him with a lingering fondness for the beautiful principality that had occasionally been politically inconvenient. Jonquil still occasionally teased him for being softer on the land of her birth than she was herself, to the amusement of their children. He rather missed her at the moment. Her discerning judgment and sharp temper, the way she could soothe him without ever saying a word. His father had been furious he'd betrothed himself to a girl from a largely insignificant branch family, but never once had Amadis regretted it. He'd paid for the sentimentality in the years that followed, even risked disinheritance in favor of his younger brother. But those were all passing things. The partnership had endured far longer than the grievances. The thought that he might never see her again was a sobering one. He pinned a missive for his wife beneath the illustration, strangely uneasy, and blew on the elegant cursive quoting the couplet by drunken Beryllion he'd botched declaiming at her on their first meeting. She'd recited it back at him properly with laughing eyes, and neither had looked back since. The prince sent for a footman to have it set with the diplomatic correspondence, a mild abuse of prerogative near every royal in the host had indulged in at least once. Even Arnaud, that old sot, liked to write to his bastard son. His worries having ebbed, the Prince of Isère watched the sun begin to dawn as he ate his frugal breakfast. The most extravagant of his personal foodstuffs he'd had distributed to his men in a gesture of goodwill. Though he'd kept enough, there was no risk of either he or his personal household starving. He remained silent as his manservant removed the empty plate, contemplating the coming day. Twice now, his host had waged battle against the army of Callo. Twice they had been driven back, at great cost. Prince Pappenheim's army would be facing that infamous old monster the Black Knight in the Valais, and the costs of that victory would not be slight. That thread woven with his own losses inked a picture he misliked. The armies of the Dominion would enter the Principate soon enough, a Principate weakened by war. Prince Cordelia might put her faith in the alliances she had bargained for, but an alliance of victors was like a hearth in summer. The diminished and defeated found no friends, only hungry dogs. All of this, unfolding because a handful of children with an army refused to be defeated. No matter. Princess Rosala believed that this day's fighting would end it all, though the price would be heavy. All could be remedied, once victory was attained. Trumpets sounded in the camp, and Amadis raised an eyebrow. It was not yet dawn, after all. Melanza was displaying unseemly haste. Then they sounded again, urgently, and his blood ran cold. This was not the call to rise. It was the call to battle. Book 4, Interlude, Kaleidoscope 6. You can have the throne when I'm done with it, which will be never. Dread Emperor Revenant, initiating the first war of the dead. Rosala had only felt it once before, throughout the whole of her life. That limpid clarity that was perfect understanding, the crystallization of thought and moment into a single flawless shard. She'd been a child, last time, and her mother had kissed her brow before sending her out of the hall. She'd remained alone on the ancient throne of Aquitaine, a cup of poison in hand. In that moment, as the oak doors closed behind her, Rosala Melanza had known that she would take Cordelia Hazenbacher's head or die trying. Known it in a way deeper than she knew her breath or the flow of her blood, felt that certainty become part of her soul. Now, standing at the center of a storm of shouting men and bared steel, she learned something else. She had overestimated her own cleverness. It was a bitter lesson. She'd learned the ways of war since she'd been a young girl, been taught them so deeply her grasp on the ebb and the flow had paid for it. There were perhaps a handful of generals in all of Procure that were finer commanders than her, and all had decades of experience that in time she would come to match. The Iron Prince, she'd fancied, had been the only one who could match her own discernment in matters of battle. And Klaus Pappenheim was old, stepping closing to death's threshold every year. As the blue-eyed dead advanced in utter silence, Rosala Melanza realized that the waters of the world were deep and her understanding of them shallow. What had seemed like cleverness days ago might very well cost her this day, this battle, this campaign, and perhaps even this crusade. That the dead would rise was no great surprise. There were reports of the Black Queen having raised them for purpose of war in the past, and though the army of Callow lacked wasteland mages, it would have been naive of her to expect complete ignorance of necromancy. And so, even after the Queen of Callow was laid low, Princess Rosala had laid a trap. She'd crafted it carefully, drawing on the knowledge of the rogue sorcerer and the Grey Pilgrim. Even if the Black Queen woke, as the Pilgrim had hinted she should defeat loom tall over the Callowans, Catherine Foundling had limits to the power she could draw. Great workings such as raising a mile of marshlands worth of dead would exhaust and weaken her. And so, patiently, she had ordered preparations. Rosala had no lack of priests and chosen, and if there was one truth to be had about water, it was that it could be blessed. It would have been a beautiful counterstroke. The moment the Black Queen invested her power into the dead, heroes and priests would have gathered together to bless it, and the touch of holy would have broken both the host of undead and the villain raising them. Two birds taken with the same stone, turning the enemy's arrogance into just demise. And so when the alarms had rung and the call to battle trumpeted, when she first received report that blue-eyed undead were rising from the marsh to attack the camp, she had smiled. She might, after all, have just won the battle. Then the priests and the chosen sallied out, carving an island of light by the shore until they could finish their holy blessing. And when the ripple of pale shivered across the surface of the water, triumph coursed through her veins. Until the moment she saw the dead were still advancing, and Rosala Melanza was struck by terrible clarity. The dead were coming. Thousands of them, leashed to the Black Queen's will. It was possible for her host to successfully defend, even if caught by surprise and still half asleep. With the chosen holding the shore until enough soldiers could be assembled, it was possible to weather the storm. Unless the Crusaders were forced to defend on two fronts. The Princess of Aquitaine swallowed her fear and despair, soothing her mind. It was not yet done. If the chosen managed to slay the Black Queen, the tide could be turned. Gather the men from Orne and Cantal. Princess Rosala barked, her raised voice stilling the chaos. We are, I believe, about to be attacked by the army of Callow. She did not look to the shores, where the named were gathering. The Pilgrim and the Saint would understand the situation without need for her to send a messenger. It was all on their shoulders now. Christoph raised his shield, and the undead's blow glanced off the polished silver. The creatures were slow, for all that the rogue sorcerer had been astonished by them. The man's insistence that they'd been raised through the pure power of winter instead of a dam's fell abilities, or even necromancy, seemed to make little difference when it came to meeting them on the field. Flicking his wrist, he separated the abomination's head from its body, and the corpse dropped to the ground. The blue eyes winked out a moment later, and he settled his stance. The wave was at an end, though already more were rising from the tepid waters. The Mirror Knight feared no evil, yet he misliked the lay of this battle. His fellow chosen were too few to hold the whole shore, and there were dangers in standing alone against the horde. Kalia had lost an arm to a dead crusader but a half-hour past, the thing clutching at her body until the munitions within detonated. Goblin devilry, the mark of a degenerate breed. The scuttling greenskins were without honor. The forsworn healer had reattached the arm and healed the wound, but the painted knife had been shaken. He could not blame her. Unlike him, she'd fought the monster up close. Kristoff would never forget the sight of the Black Queen laughingly tearing apart an entire band of heroes almost by herself. She'd ripped out their lives like errant weeds, making a game of their struggle. Antoine, his young Alaman's brother-in-arms, was still plagued by nightmares from having his arm torn out and tossed in Manchurin's face as a distraction. Yesterday had been almost worse. Kristoff had come within a hair's breadth of death, leading the Fantassins in their advance, saved only by the intervention of the regicide. A second time he had felt the cold lady's breath on his neck, when the Calawans had plied wicked sorcery and made river where there was once solid ground. He'd been on the wrong side of it, surrounded by the enemy, and prepared for his last stand when death suddenly bloomed in green flames. The impotence of it had been what stung the worst. Men and monsters he could meet sword in hand, but how did one fight? Fire. Soldiers he'd spilled blood with, comrades under the heavens, had died screaming while the power he'd been bestowed by above proved useless to save anyone. He was the Mirror Knight, granted his armaments by the spirits of the old lake after he passed their harsh trials. His power was the reflection of evil against evil, the conception of the snake biting its own tail. Yet he'd crawled away shamefully from the blazing green, fished out of the waters by a soldier after almost drowning in his flight. The enemy had failed to scar his body, but the remembrance of that shame would leave mark on his soul until he drew his last breath. Not all had been so lucky that dishonor was the price exacted. Manchurin's second death had taken him beyond even the Grey Pilgrim's reach. Kristoff chased away the thought and let the light of day wash over him. He drew strength from it, from the dawn. That was one of his aspects. He rose with the morning sun, tiredness and uncertainty leaking out of his body. The elfin dames had shaped him in this, granted him the boon that with every dawn his soul would rise and never retreat. The Mirror Knight had once been a thin and sickly child, but the passing of the years had made him a warrior beyond mortal capacity. It was a slight thing, but every morning saw him a little stronger, a little faster, a little more enduring. Another decade of this, the regicide had told him, and he would be beyond even her ability to match. Perfect within and without, as the heavens meant him to be. His strength reaching its peak and a sliver beyond, he waded into the shallow waters and scattered the marching dead. He scythed limbs and shattered skulls, his silver blade breaking steel and the dead flesh beneath. He retreated only when none were left to stand against him, soiled water dripping from his greaves. The whistle caught him by surprise, and he turned so his helm would allow him sight. Mirror, the vagrant spear said in broken Tolesian. We gather. Take head of queen. The Arlazite tongue was not his most fluent, but he had made some study of it during his years defending the convent. Sidonia, as the other chosen insisted they all call her in private, seemed unruffled by the darkness besieging them. Kristoff admired this greatly, as she had been returned from the side of the gods above for nary an hour. The pilgrim's power had breathed life back into her still body so recently, yet she returned to their holy struggle without hesitation. The strength of her resolve was worthy of praise. No, all the Grey Pilgrim had returned had been so unflinching in their devotion. There was no trace of daze and confusion in her eyes, only certainty, and the Mirror Knight wrestled with the strange thing that was attraction towards Levantine. Had his vows not forbidden it? He cleared his throat, cheeks flashing with embarrassment. Are we to leave our fellow Crusaders to stem the tide alone? He asked. She nodded. Great elders say, battle won only when queen dead, she replied. Strike strong. Avenge dead. Reluctantly, the chosen withdrew. Already Crusaders were forming in proper ranks behind him, priests mingling amongst them. Holy flames would not burn as bright as they should against these queer undead, but burn they would regardless. It would have to be enough until the Black Queen was slain. Kristoff saluted the brave soldiers with deep respect, and there was a flicker of guilt within when they responded in kind. He knew this was retreat with purpose, but it still felt wrong to leave them to stand alone. He followed Sidonia, who led him sure-footed to the gathering of chosen further down the shore. The knight was the last summoned. He saw. The others greeted him, grim but resolute. The Saint of Blades stood apart from the rest, lazily carving through undead without even relying on her name, while the rest of the chosen clustered around the Grey Pilgrim. Some he knew by name, others only by name. Kalia, face painted in a fresh coat of red as she held her twin knives, stood beside young Antoine. The Blade of Mercy had his great sword propped up on his shoulder, eyes gleaming white as he drew on the light to slay his fears. The forsworn healer had his eyes closed as he mastered the pain of feeling so many deaths bloom around him. The silent guardian, tongue forever stilled by her oaths, kept her shield close even with her sword sheathed. Kristoff had shared a shameful escape with her yesterday, and their eyes met with unspoken understanding. Never again. The Myrmidon, garbed in bronze and faith, was sharing quiet words with the rogue sorcerer. Often these two kept to themselves, as the sorcerer was one of the few chosen that could speak her obscure free city's dialect. This was the sum whole of the chosen of the heavens in this blighted place. Manchurin and Francois had been taken by the green fire, never to grace creation again. Kristoff sheathed his blade and formed the wings against his breastplate, commending the souls of the lost to the gods. They had served unflinchingly to the end, and deserved endless felicity for it on the other side. "Hear me," the gray pilgrims said, and a ripple went through all of them. None dared disobey when the peregrine spoke. The Mirror Knight felt a thrum of excitement. When had such a gathering of the good last taken place? Blessed souls were a rarity in the lands of his birth, and like him often served their purpose in isolation. The 10th Crusade had gathered them all for greater design, and they would see it through. The heavens will it. "We go now to make war on the Black Queen," the old man said. "We were 12, once, but no longer. Do not forget this. As the heavens protect us, the gods below look well upon her, for she serves their purpose, however unwilling. Victory is not assured, for we now venture in her realm of death and ice." The elder Levantine smiled sadly at them. "There is no glory in this," he warned them. "Bards may write songs, one day, and chronicles sing your praises, but this is earthly luster. We march in the spirit of sacrifice to bring light into the dark. Do not look ahead or behind, only to each other. There is no salvation to be found save at the hands of your comrades." Kristoff kept himself from frowning. This was far from the exaltation that he had expected and suspected they all needed. "Stand with pride, nonetheless," the pilgrim softly said. "You came here of your own will, proving yourself worthy of all that was bestowed upon you. Much has been demanded, yet nothing is promised but duty fulfilled. Stand proud, children. We are the torch taken into the night, and though our flame is passing today, we burn bright." The Mirror Knight shivered. He felt it, just like the others, the eyes of the heavens on them, that sacred thing that made them who they were. The trance was broken by a cleared throat, to his vexation. "All right, kids," the Saint of Swords said, idly decapitating another undead. "We're going after the tiger in her own lair, so expect this fight to be a notch above anything you've been in before. This is the third dawn, and she's fresh returned. She will be at her peak, and out for blood. Guardian, you're to cover forsworn against anything she tosses out." The silent woman nodded, edging closer to the healer. "Myrmidon, you're sticking by Rogue," the Saint added. "If she hits you, buy him time to retreat and hold her in place until we can flank." The old woman looked upon the rest of them with a hard smile. "Knife, vagrant, and blade," she said. "You're our knife. Stay out of it until Tarek gives the signal. As for you, Mirror." The old woman's grin had Kristoff uneasy, though the light of dawn pushed the failing away soon enough. "You're with me," she said. "We're claiming the first dance." The chosen nodded gravely. If he could save the lives of others by enduring pain, there was no real choice to be made. His power had granted him the ability to withstand much. "Steel yourselves," the gray pilgrim said. "It begins." The old man struck the ground with his staff, and the marsh parted. Standing tall, the chosen advanced. Callia's heart grew steadier the longer they walked. The painted knife adjusted her stride so would not leave the shorter vagrant spear behind, silently hinting the blade of mercy should follow suit. The boy was taller than either of them, regardless of his youth. He'd have to be, to lug around that chunk of steel he called a weapon. "There will be honor to be found today, Strife's sister," Sidonia murmured in Lenara when she caught up. "Worthy Strife to offer the blood." Callia almost rolled her eyes. Olivans. The hill people were a ferocious lot, but they did clutch the old traditions a little too tightly for her tastes. She was from Levant, herself, which was a true great city instead of a remote valley of orchards and cattle fences. No one could deny the people of Alava were great warriors. Their city was the home of the champion's blood, after all, but Sidonia wasn't someone she'd ever be able to discuss the latest songs from faraway Smyrna with, or even the latest couplets from the hidden poets of the old city. Still, she found her mood lifted by her fellow Levantine's eagerness. In times of strife, it was heartening to remember the old ways. "I'm not of any of the lines, Sidonia," she reminded her comrade. Either greater or lesser. The records of the Holy Seljun had shown that there had once been a knife of night a century past, who shared purpose with her, yet the man had never had children, and so had spawned no lesser line to be added to the families of the blood. Should Kalia ever have children of her own, her line would be added to the rolls. But she had never been hungry for that honor. Only the greater lines won more than empty titles and emptier privileges from being recognized, as was only fitting for the descendants, in blood or bestowal, of the 5 heroes that had founded the Dominion. We spears have timid boasts, the other woman shrugged. It will be good to add this strife to our histories. We stand too deep in the shadow of the champion lines. Not so deep, Kalia thought, now that Manchurin had been felled. He'd been born to the thinnest of the lesser champion lines, but he had been descendant in blood. His death was worthy of grief, but not unexpected. The descendants of the most fruitful of the founders of Levant were many and often bestowed, but were known to die as often as they were empowered. None of those lines had ever learned fear or the virtues of retreat in the face of the enemy. The painted knife still felt awe at the remembrance of her meeting with the valiant champion months ago. The woman was no descendant in blood, but she had inherited the full bestowal of her line's founder. This was a rare thing, considered omen of great strife. Not, Kalia thought, that there was not even greater rarity ahead. Her eyes lingered on the crooked shoulders of the gray pilgrim as her hand unconsciously reached for the pouch of red paint at her side. She'd almost drawn the mark of mercy out of habit. And, she would admit to herself, wonder. The great elder was full inheritor in blood and bestowal of the ancient gray pilgrim that had been the first Seljun of Levant. Royalty beyond royalty, no matter what lesser kin now held the earthly title in Levant. More than that, he'd saved her life. Years ago, when that spirit of vengeance. Eyes ahead, the blade of mercy spoke in Shantan. We are nearing. Kalia's mastery of the Proceran tongue was better than Sidonia's, but both understood him perfectly. Her instinct was to move closer to the boy, stand shoulder to shoulder against the threat, but she could not. He needed room to swing around that great sword of his. The painted knife flicked a careful glance at the walls of water flanking them on both sides. After the Saint of Swords dispatched the first few undead to wander out effortlessly, the probing assaults had ceased. Their march had been unhindered, the path of mud they strode across leading to a tall glacier ahead. The Levantine stared at the mass of ice, still and used to the sight. These lands were strange ones. She had never seen snow nor ice before crossing the stairway and glimpsing the tall peaks of the parish, but now she had seen too much of it for her tastes. All the bestowed grew tense when the enemy came within sight, save for the great elder and the saint. It settled Kalia's nerves some to see them so calm. They were a mighty pair, no lesser than the foe ahead. The Black Queen, she saw, was patiently awaiting them. The painted knife's fingers clenched around the hilt of her blades when she took in the full sight. The glacier had been turned into a blasphemous challenge to the heavens, sculpted by eldritch power to nestle a great throne upon which the enemy was seated. No, not seated. She was lounging, almost mockingly, with a long dragonbone pipe in hand. The Black Queen blew out a stream of smoke, eyeing them nonchalantly. The bestowed slowed, spreading out as the saint had ordered. Kalia felt Sidonia let out a delighted breath. Now that, the vagrant spear murmured, making the mark of valor with shaking fingers, is a worthy foe. Honored gods, 1,000 singing praises for offering a great struggle to this humble one. Blood spilled on these holy grounds I dedicate to your name. My unworthy life placed on the scales of your judgment. Naturally, the Olivans was excited by the sight of this. She should have known better than to expect wariness from a heavens-maddened lover of war. The blade of mercy glanced at them. Prayer, Kalia explained in Shantan. The boy looked approving. It was probably for the best he did not know about Levantine battle prayers. Whatever chatter had bloomed was whisked out, then the great elder strode to the forefront, passing even the Saint of the Blades and the Mirror Knight. Child, he said, tone appalled. What have you done to yourself? Sidonia shuffled impatiently. She did not know Lower Mizan, and so had no understanding of the conversation taking place. What needed to be done, the Black Queen calmly replied. My side doesn't get to walk away clean, pilgrim. I see you've been tossing around resurrections like they're goddamn solstice treats, too. Charming. Not going to have any long-term ramifications at all. The monster paused, then leaned forward. Did that register as a lie? She grinned. It didn't, did it? Have a good think about that one next time you try to sleep, pilgrim. Surrender, the great elder said. Abdicate. It is not too late. You missing the part where I'm currently winning the battle? The Black Queen drawled. Else, it's not too late for you either. Terms were offered and they hold. Take your army and go home. This doesn't need to turn into a named pissing contest. You would argue this, after slaying thousands? The pilgrim asked. I feel like we might need to revisit the concept of foreign invasion, the villain noted. Specifically the part where it has fucking consequences. Like, people dying. You'd think that one would be a given, but apparently you're slow learners. Wawa, my attempt to conquer a sort of sovereign nation wasn't met with flowers and a goddamned parade. It's almost like we're not happy about the whole thing. Go figure. And you think your reign a better alternative? The gray pilgrim asked calmly. Hell's pilgrim I was. Born to rule. The Black Queen replied with a toothy grin. But I'll settle for getting you fucks out of my backyard, this once. Any takers? The monster's gaze swept across the crowd of bestowed as she idly emptied her pipe and put it away within her cloak. The only answer was light blooming and weapons raised. Well, the Black Queen mused. Pissing contest it is, then. If Acua had always known heroism was this entertaining, she would have begun dabbling. Years ago, a hook of light lashed out at her as the healer named shaped the heavenly power and tore through her throne, but she'd already been moving when the working had just begun. Landing in a crouch atop her glacier, she unsheathed her sword and tapped it pensively against her armored leg. It was unfortunate that the deception required her to remain in dearest Catherine's garments, as they were admittedly horrid, but needs must. The body was wonderfully responsive, and though without the gift the mantle allowed her powers not fundamentally different. Tainted with winter, perhaps, but that was no great trouble for her. Her angry little overlord had, as usual, allowed herself to fear her own power to such extent it crippled her, when instead, she should have been learning to master the influence. One never quite escaped one's origins, it seemed. A shame Catherine was disinclined to take lessons from her in such matters. Acua Sahelian was no stranger to otherworldly influences, and so she embraced winter eagerly. The mantle howled through her veins, and eyeing the healer and his grim little sentinel, she flicked her wrist. Her glacial throne, a useful mass of ice she had chosen as her seat for purposes both practical and theatrical, twisted sharply and speared forward. The Saint of Swords shattered it within a heartbeat, sword clearing the scabbard, but Acua was unmoved. Ice remained ice, even when broken to pieces. An exertion of will transmuted the shards into cold mist, and it fell over the pair of heroes like a blanket. Beneath her a man with a mirror-like shield was climbing the glacier with unseemly haste. And was that sorcery she felt? What familiar taste? A pylon of concentrated yellow flame tore towards her, and she raised a contemptuous eyebrow. The half-hornet, truly? How provincial. No one she knew would be caught dead using that in a serious battle. She leapt down, feet landing on the climbing hero's head, and measured the angle, so the only corrective action the spell formula allowed for would fall well short of her. The sorcery hit the glacier with a thunderous crash, splitting it in two. Ugh, he'd even overcharged it. It was like watching a grown woman improperly dose last season's poison. Movement flicked at the edge of her vision, and Acua's boot came down to smash the helmet beneath her, forcing the hero down and allowing her to avoid the saint's blow by less than an inch. The tips of Catherine's pathetically unadorned crown were shaved cleanly off. The sorceress threw herself to the side, sliding down the falling glacier as streaks of light further shattered what had been a very tasteful throne, in her opinion. A piece of the crown fell at her side, and once more Acua mourned Catherine had not even been willing to add some sapphires to it. They were only moderately costly to import through Mercantis, and they would have fit a queen of winter perfectly. A triad of heroes, two of them Levantines by the skin tone, charged towards her as she caught her footing at the edge of the slope. The pair still shrouded in mist, she noted, were beginning to disperse it. That just wouldn't do. Acua flicked her wrist and turned the mist they'd inhaled to ice again, clogging up their throats and lungs. Transmutation, she noted approvingly, came particularly easy to the mantle, likely a consequence of the ever-fluid nature of the Fae, or that these waters had come from Arcadia in the first place. The triad closed in, an inexplicably barefoot woman serving as the tip of the wedge. Glory in strife, the beggar screamed out in Lenara. Did Catherine know any Levantine tongues? Most likely not. Still, a responding battle cry was in order. It was the heroic thing to do. Something about Callow? Acua pondered her understanding of Catherine's temper. I am angry, the sorceress decided. Because I am disappointed, as I have mystifyingly failed to grasp that the heavens prefer their pawns powerful, yet rather dim. I must now protect the venerable sanctity of farms and countless peasants everywhere, as I am very concerned with their fate, even though they are ignorant and full of lice. Fuck off and die, Acua called back, tinting her voice with wrath. There, crass more than witty, but Catherine did tend to walk that line. Entirely disinclined to engage 3 heavens-empowered hardened killers with only a sword and dubious moral grounds in hand, she retreated into the waters and let them envelop her fully. Breathing was not necessary to this body, after all, and she could feel her foes where eyesight failed. She took a moment to touch the marching dead with her mind, noting with approval that though after the heroes claimed her attention, she'd only succeeded in making them mindlessly advance and attack, they were bleeding the Crusaders. Slowly but surely, she'd been rather displeased at the haste the enemy approached her with, as she'd been amusing herself by redeploying Catherine's old goblin tricks against fresh opposition. A heartbeat later, the water surrounding her blew away as the saint's blow forced the marsh to recede. There you are, the unseemly old woman grinned. Dodge. Acua replied with a friendly smile, greatly enjoying herself. 2 massive blocks of ice formed into the waters on each side, their mass smashing forward and sending the tide hurtling back towards both of them. The wicked enemy of all things Calawan blinked in surprise, but alas, it was not to be. Starlight stolen and made a streak cut towards the sorceress, evaporating the water and prompting a frown. This was not mere heavenly light show. It was the principle of untainted radiance directly from firmament, made into a weapon. Such a thing could be interrupted by workings, but it would take nothing less than a miracle to usurp or reshape it. Fortunately, she was not without answer. The gate opened before her, a perfect circle pressing back the fabric of creation, and Acua carefully threaded the needle. Difficult, on such short notice, yet not impossible to a practitioner of her skill. Orienting the gate properly, she wove well into forming the corresponding exit behind the trifling Procerin who tried to hit her with childish sorcery. The radiance hit him in the back before he could react, though to Acua's displeasure it did no harm. The pilgrim could control his working to a truly despicable extent, tying off the 2 gates so she could not be made to suffer the backlash of their breaking. The sorceress condensed a platform of ice to leap off of before the saint could bisect her. She landed smoothly atop the water on a foothold of ice, moving towards the flank of the assembled heroes before the old cutter could catch up with her. The enemy seemed puzzled, she saw, by her refusal to engage them on their own terms. Had Catherine truly traded blows with them up close? The sorcerers almost wrinkled her nose. Waving about swords was the business of people who failed to murder demigods for power. Perhaps it was time to make that exceedingly clear to the opposition. Winter burning gloriously through her frame, Acua Sahelian shaped the full power of the mantle. Half a mile of marshlands turned to ice as she remained standing on an elegant pillar, the surrounding waters disappearing as they froze and gathered into a monumental ball of frost hovering over the heroes. The saint was running on now solid ground, sword flashing to carve a groove through both creation and the pillar, but the sorceress merely cocked an eyebrow. Even severed, the upper part of the pillar remained unmoving in the air. Fire and starlight shattered the mass of ice, but the heroes were gravely mistaken if they thought this was a mere foot to stomp on them with. A flick of the wrist had the ice transmuting back into water and falling into a shower over the named. Another flick had it freezing again, and they were buried in falling ice. Come now, Acua said. This is as obvious an opening as you'll get. The Saint of Swords was a wizened old killer with an impressive reputation. She was not, however, invincible. Even as she turned around in an instinctive parry, the old woman took the arrow in the shoulder as the archer finally made her presence known. The sorceress felt the trembling heat of the wounded heroine, and Winter demanded her screaming death. She clicked her tongue against the roof of her mind, while lashing out to take the mantle by the throat and choke it. The urges receded ever so slightly. More dangerous than she believed, this influence. The principal alienation was similar in nature to the bleed from binding an ancient devil, but unlike the latter it did not recede after the moment of binding. Acua leapt down from the pillar, power lashing out to smash both broken halves on the saint. The heroine flickered with light, and it pulsed in a perfect ring around her. Aspect, the sorceress decided. Weak enough it could likely be used more than once, which would be difficult to deal with. No matter, there were more tempting prey. Acua felt mild revulsion at the term her thought had ended by. To her surprise, she did not have the time to linger on the matter, as the heroes had escaped her little greeting gift. Light broke through the ice, once, twice, and then in an eruption of steam the entire structure vanished. The second-rate wizard's doing, she suspected. For a heartbeat, she mused leaving the battle entirely, going to lead the dead personally, but found she could not. It would mean leaving Archer on her own, something she could not accept. The notion displeased her, even. The sorceress' brow creased. This was not coincidence. She could feel her mind, even struggling to consider the subject, which was telling. Feeling the saint pivot to cut through a second arrow, Acua moved towards the other heroes as she fought the influence. Oh, she murmured to herself after a moment. My dear, that is. Exquisitely. Done. The sorceress had slipped her bindings by snatching an errant piece of winter and making it her own. Through it she'd opened a path to the greater mantle that she'd eventually managed to crawl through, entirely, so, when she found no opposition awaiting. In her current state, it would be impossible for her to claim this body if Catherine disallowed it. The discrepancy in will and power was overwhelming. Yet using the sliver of winter, Acua had succeeded in stabilizing the construct she now inhabited and claiming use of the full mantle, which she'd drawn on, this entire fight. The path going both ways, the mantle itself was now influencing her, which had seemed a minor concern, until she realized that Catherine Foundling had bound her very soul into its fabric. The more Acua drew on the mantle, the more she called back the body's true owner. I had wondered as to why you never had Hierophant lay deeper bindings on me. The sorceress thought. It never truly mattered, did it? You left yourself a backdoor. She could not help but approve. Perhaps some mundane sorts would have been horrified, but Acua had first ripped out her own soul to use as a tool at the tender age of 13. Ruthlessness turned against yourself could be a very useful tool, if properly employed. In matters of self-mutilation for the sake of advancement, she must admit Catherine Foundling had few rivals. Eyeing the spreading steam, Acua made a decision. Struggling against this was pointless, and might be taken as treachery she did not intend. Let it not be said, my empress, that I did not offer service leal and true, Acua Sahelian mused. She called on winter again, the fullness of the mantle, and kept digging deeper until her vision blurred. Her reward did not take long to be delivered. Back into the box, Diabolist. Darkness came, yet Acua smiled. A useful tool, after all, was never allowed to rest for long. Book 4, Chapter 17, Contingent. Peace is little more than the recognition that the reasons for which war was undertaken are no longer relevant. Dread Emperor Benevolent the First. I came back to myself with a roiling sea of winter at my fingertips. Fucking hells, Acua. The trap I'd set that ultimately brought me back had required that the Diabolist or another entity to essentially go mad with power for it to work in the first place. But this was still beyond my predictions. Even with O's binding her and Vivian holding a leash, what I saw beneath me was a dark reminder of the quantity of power that could be thrown around without breaking the letter of the limitations I'd imposed. Half of the lake I'd dumped over the head of the Crusaders with Masego's help had apparently been used to smash the heroes, though I saw no corpses to show for the effort. Not that one of those would necessarily mean the end of it, with the pilgrim around. 5 contingencies, and this had been the one to work. I could not help but be pissed that even after all that planning in the end it had come down to Acua making a mistake, however baited that mistake had been. Hierophant was nowhere in sight, so he was probably incapacitated. That was one down. Thief's secret set of O's must not have been sufficient to call me back from that unpleasant journey, which made 2. I'd not woken up to a sword through my back, so Lariat hadn't worked out either. But then that had always been the chanciest of the 5. The oath forced on the Fae had been comprehensive, but with that sort of creature it was hard to make one completely watertight. He'd failed, either on purpose or not. I'd have to get the details out of him, but regardless that made 3. As for the last trick, well, it had very specific requirements. I wasn't surprised it hadn't gotten me out, though I'd need to have Hierophant take a look at the overlay as soon as possible. We were pretty sure it wouldn't kill me if it triggered by accident, but there were always risks in turning yourself into living munitions. I held the power in check, barely, as my gaze swept the battlefield. 10 heroes, looking ragged but unbowed. The saint had taken an arrow, which meant Indrani was up and about. A relief, that. The rest were clustered together, protecting the pilgrim and the wizard I'd scrapped with that one time. The thousand little bundles in the back of my mind made it clear Acua had indulged in a spot of necromancy, which brought mixed feelings. For all that Masigo insisted there was nothing inherently bad about that kind of sorcery, after second lease I had my doubts. Maybe there were applications that weren't inherently horrid, but no one seemed to be actually using those. On the other hand, if the undead were getting chopped up, that meant fewer of my soldiers were dying. I could appreciate the results, even if the means had me more than a little uncomfortable. I'd take a closer look at those later. For now, I was juggling the difficulty of maintaining the ice beneath my feet that kept me on the surface of this eerie marsh, while simultaneously trying not to blow up either myself or my surroundings with the power Diabolist had drawn. My grip was beginning to slip, so action was in order. Senses no mortal could have were in full extension, telling me of the humidity in the air and the spread of both water and ice in my surroundings. I dumped the power into the water beneath me, flash freezing it with a loud snap as I continued spreading and shaping the working. The glacier formed at a mind-boggling pace, water rippling around it, and I closed my eyes to focus. Getting the paddles of the water wheel all the same size was difficult, though it grew easier the more power I shed. I could have made it larger, not that it wasn't already massive, but just a structure of ice wasn't what I had in mind. Fingers clenching, I severed the platform I stood on from the wheel and lashed out with my will. Slowly, the wheel began to turn. The waters churned. I continued dumping power into the movement, accelerating it, and the tide of soiled water raged towards the heroes with a roar. Fuck it, I thought, and tossed the wheel at them too. We were past subtlety at this point. Eyes flicking towards the saint, I sighed as she carved herself a path above the current and stood atop the arc. That had been too much to hope for, I supposed. An arrow whistled at her, and I took advantage of the opening Archer had just gifted me to move further away as I riffled through the bundles in the back of my mind until I could find Zombie. Good girl that she was, she'd been waiting on the edge of the marshlands. She seemed pleased by my summons, taking flight with haste. I wasn't sure what Acua's plan had been, but it hardly mattered. While it looked like she might have been getting the better of the fight with the heroes, fighting them at all was a mistake as far as I was concerned. Even if I killed a few, they'd still get me in the end. In the distance, I heard a gargantuan crack as the ice wheel fractured into pieces merrily carried by the currents, heroes having climbed atop them. That, as it happened, was an opening I'd left on purpose. I drew on Winter, feeling it whisper lovingly in my ears, and shattered the wheel shards. That dumped the heroes back into the water, though the fucking wizard made some kind of ring of fire that evaporated a safe place for them to gather and regroup. Saint was back on the offensive, making her way to me, but I wasn't having any of that. Zombie made a low pass, and I leapt atop her saddle, fingers slipping into her mane to anchor me while I got my feet in the stirrups. We went high after that, the undead horse's wings beating hard as we ascended. My cloak was wet, I only then noticed. Like I'd been swimming. What the fuck had Acua been up to? No, not the time. By the height of the sun, it was morning still, and promising to be a warm day. Not a cloud in sight. My mount gliding slowly, I took a look at the broader situation unfolding across the field. The undead were shambling forward into a defensive Proceran line near what must have been a shore, before most of the water in the marsh was used as ammunition in the named brawl below me. The dead were not making an impressive showing. They seemed to have some semblance of intelligence, but there was no real coordination. They went in waves and shattered on the formations of Fantassins and the priests accompanying them. Still, casualties were slowly mounting. I suspected the first few waves must have been wiped almost without losses, but now the Crusaders were tiring and beginning to make mistakes. There was, to my surprise, another front to the battle. The army of Calo was out in force, though there were a lot fewer of them than I'd expected. Had Juniper left men to guard the camp? Regardless, if she was leading this engagement, she was being rather conservative in her command. Mages on both sides were trading spells at a pace, but aside from a long shield wall of regulars pressing against Crusader lines, there was no other real fighting going on. She's not fighting to win, I thought, frowning as I watched the Order of the Broken Bell maneuver on the flank to draw away enemy cavalry without ever engaging. She's delaying and tying down men while incurring as few casualties as possible. That was unlike the Hellhound, who tended to go for the throat whenever she could, which meant she was relying on the dead to do the heavy lifting, and by extension had relied on Acua. That was a desperate measure if I'd ever seen one. The situation must be worse than it looked on the surface. The moment the front holding back the dead collapsed, the battle was good as won, barring heroic intervention, but at the current pace that might take hours. My brow tightened as I scanned the battlefield for any hint of the Wild Hunt's presence, but they were nowhere in sight. Had the Fae sat on their asses the entire time I'd been gone? Fuck. It was a solid assumption there'd been a battle while I was gone, and without the Fae the army of Kalo would have been fighting named with only Legion mages to back them up, while the enemy had wizards and priests both. It must have been a fucking slaughter. Were the men I saw below all that was left of our host? There were what? Maybe 13 or 14,000 there. The Proserans looked like they'd taken a beating too, lost at least another few thousand since I dropped the lake on them. But Melanza could afford those losses a lot more than we could. She was throwing away levies and fantassins, not professional soldiers. While I'd been taking my look around, the heroes had gotten their shit together. A beam of radiant light, fucking pilgrim, tore up towards me, followed by a swarm of little balls of flame that looked liquid. I led Zombie into a deep dive to shake the projectiles. Archer could take care of herself, I decided. She was probably half a mile away and picking her targets carefully, in no danger of being swarmed by the enemy. Just in case, I wove a glamour into large streaks of yellow and red indicating she should disengage even as I spurred Zombie to head towards the shore battle line. I whistled loudly as my mount's hooves swept just above the water. It was not long before I had my answer. Loyal dogs that they were, the Wild Hunt came as summoned. There was an eldritch glimmer on the surface of the water at my side before Larrett came riding out in full armor, sword in hand, and grinning broadly. Even as his horse kept pace with mine, the rest of the hunt emerged in our wake. Your Majesty, the one-eyed Fae greeted me. Was your journey a fruitful one? We're going to have a talk about that. You little weasel, I darkly said. But it'll have to wait. I have work for the lot of you. We await your will eagerly, the raven-haired man replied. Ignore the heroes unless they attack you. I ordered. See those Proseran formations ahead. My sword helpfully pointed out the Proseran defensive line. Their fear and desperation wafts most pleasantly to my nostrils, Larrett informed me. They did to mine as well, and Winter grew hungry for the banquet, but I forced myself to focus. Break them, I said. Killing's not the objective. The hunt is to concentrate on shattering their lines. Tasteless meat, the one-eyed Fae complained. That sounds like the talk of a man hungry for fingers, I noted very mildly. The bastard laughed. You will be done, sovereign of moonless nights, he smiled. It better, for your sake, I smiled back cheerfully. Because you seem to have fucked around in my absence, and we're going to have a nice chat about that. I didn't even allow him to respond, pulling Zombie up and willing one of her wing beats to splash water in his face. Let him try to look all elegant and sinister with muck everywhere. I absently tugged on the reins to lead my mount towards the Crusaders, but my mind was elsewhere. I needed to keep the heroes busy for a while. There was no telling what they'd get up to unattended. I reached for the dead, grimacing after a moment. Ordering them one by one would take too long. I thinned my will and cast it broadly, grabbing a rough 1,000 still roving around. Pain spiked through my forehead. Too much feedback. I grit my teeth and ordered them to assault the heroes before withdrawing my will. They weren't going to win that fight. A band of tired and encircled heroes fighting back-to-back against a relentless tide of undead. It had victory written all over it, but it should keep them out of my hair for a while. I tasted the warmth of the enemy named, trying to get a sense of their readiness, and my fingers clenched. There should be 10. There were only 8. Where had they? No, it wasn't even worth asking. They would be at the very worst possible place for me, guarding Rosala Melanza. I allowed myself a moment to contemplate the unpleasantness that was fighting people both stronger than me and certain to be where I least wanted them to be before pressing down against Zombie's back. She neighed and angled for descent as we flew towards the back of the Proseran lines. A handful of archers loosed arrows upwards, but I was too far and too swift for them to have any real chance of hitting me. Unfortunately, mages were bullshit, and evidently I was both recognizable and a favored target. Panes of opaque yellow force formed around me in an airtight box, but they were in above their heads this time. When it came to power, pound for pound, there were only a few people in Calernia who could beat me if I put my back into it. A lance of ice and shade formed around my hand, and Zombie dove down. There was a heartbeat of resistance when the tip of the lance met the sorcery. Then they both shattered, and we flew through as my cloak trailed behind me. With a target painted on us so blatantly, it was no surprise I had to lead Zombie into a desperate roll to avoid being incinerated by a beam of light. It caught the edge of my cloak, leaving it singed and smoking. Fucking pilgrim. It was supposed to be resistant to magic, wasn't it? He was down there, as I'd suspected, leaning on his staff, the saint of swords by his side, and waiting patiently for me to gain enough momentum I wouldn't be able to pull out of the dive when she struck. Melanza was behind them, and as the air whistled around me, I got a glimpse of her face. Fear, yes, but much more anger. I had to respect that she remained on her horse and unmoving even as my descent quickened. Her officers were not so brave, scattering to the winds. I'd have to play this one precisely if I wanted to avoid getting skewered in the process of landing. Fortunately, I was spending increasingly large amounts of my life either falling from things or being thrown off of them. I'd become a fair hand at it. I drew on Winter and shaped it, tossing ahead of me a spear of mist that detonated into a cloud. Throwing myself off Zombie, I ordered her to peel off even as my relationship with gravity took a sharp turn downwards. This, I mused, had seemed a better idea. Before, I'd gone through with it. The timing held. A cut dispersed the mist, missing Zombie by a mere inch. Then the saint struck again, and I cursed. I threw ice at the cut, saving my hide just long enough for my feet to land on wet earth. Mud sucked at my boots, and both my knees snapped, but they were reforming before I even stood. The Saint of Swords was lazily advancing. The pilgrim pointed his staff, and Melanza looked like she really wanted to be pretty much anywhere else. Truce, I called out. I'm here to talk. I'm not seeing a banner, the saint noted. Really? She was such a goddamned asshole. I flicked my fingers and wove one out of glamour, but she pointedly did not look at it. I don't want to fight you, I insisted. So don't, she suggested. Angle your neck a little to the side. It'll be a cleaner cut. She was closing distance, which I knew from experience would result in my getting chopped up painfully and repeatedly. Pilgrim, I tried, looking behind her. This can end. Right now. Gods forgive me, the old man said. But you are right. It will. The battle is lost, I said. Your lines by the shore are collapsing as we speak. Even if you force me to flee, none of that changes. Armies are armies, the saint shrugged. Named are named. More than one way to win a war. One step away from striking range now. And the moment she got there, we entered the wheel of pain, where every spoke was me losing a limb and trying very hard not to scream. The bundle of instincts that were not my own was licking its chops, hungry for the fight, to crush my enemies and savor their screams. The rest insisted I make some distance, because this was about to get ugly. I unsheathed my sword. This isn't going to work, I thought, but I had to try anyway. My fingers came loose, and I dropped the blade. Unarmed, I said, under truce banner. You're a weapon unto yourself. The Saint of Swords snorted and stepped forward. From the corner of my eye, I saw implacable light bloom at the tip of the gray pilgrim's staff. If I got hit by that, I suspected the consequences would be much more unpleasant than a sword wound. Nothing friendly felt the way that power did. Stop. I'd been reaching for Winter, but stayed my hand. That was not the pilgrim's voice, and certainly not the saint's. Rosala Melanza took off her helmet, sweat-soaked curls falling across her face. You want to talk, Black Queen, she said. So talk. You fucking yellow-bellied dash, the saint began. I am the ranking general of this army, regicide. The Princess of Equitan Coldy replied. I take no orders from you. Slay me or stay your tongue. By the looks of her, the heroine was feeling inclined towards the second. The light winked out on the pilgrim's staff. Lawrence, he said, she cannot easily retreat. If talks fail, we will strike. That wasn't how fucking truce talks were supposed to work, but then I'd not exactly respected the usual etiquette either. Disinclined as I was to give them a full pass, I would at least recognize they had some wiggling room when it came interpretation. The heroes were a distraction here, I decided. The one who mattered was the princess watching me with hard eyes. Battle's over, Melanza, I said. Let's end it before any more people die pointlessly. I was assured you could not open your deathly gate again without the Hierophant. The Proceran said flatly. He is not here. The battle is not yet lost. So maybe you wreck my army, I said. Even if you manage that, yours gets wrecked in the process as well. And you can be sure enough of my people survive to run that we can defend Hedges against what you have left. Logistically, you're done. You don't have the supplies or the men for a successful offensive into Callow. If we take your supplies, she began. Not happening. I gave standing orders to burn what we can't carry. If we lose, I interrupted brusquely. Her eyes flicked to the pilgrim, and reluctantly the old man nodded. The saint's already grim expression darkened further. I will not surrender to the likes of you, the princess snarled. My fingers clenched. Gods below, what will it take? I hissed. Do I have to murder Everlast Proceran on this field before negotiations can be had? Are you really so unwilling to consider not invading you'll let dozens of thousands starve? You're doing, Melanza hissed back. You steal our supplies, harass us, and then claim affront at our desperation? You are the architect of this madness, Catherine Foundling. Winter whispered in my ear, urging me to rip apart the righteous little shit who had the gall to pretend she was the victim here while leading a fucking invasion army. My fingers dug into my palm until steel gave and flesh beneath it, blood dripping on the ground. The saint's stance shifted ever so slightly. Breathe in, breathe out. Pride was a liability. Anger an unhelpful bias. Be cold, I told myself. Be clear. Be a creature of logic, because logic is what gets you through this. Everything else is distracting noise. I thought of pale green eyes and lessons I had not yet outgrown. Then do not surrender, I said calmly. Sound a withdrawal. My side will do the same. We can discuss terms for your retreat from Callow when our people aren't dying, and allow hunger to do your work for you. The princess retorted. I'd be putting down an army of the dead as a gesture of goodwill, Melanza, I said. My concession is greater than yours. Her face remained unmoved by the statement, but she was silent for a moment. Supplies for the night, she said. Food, water, and tents. Delivered after we tend to the wounded. I forced myself to consider the counteroffer calmly. Would those make enough of a difference I should bargain down? Vivian still had their old foodstuffs in her metaphorical pocket, so it shouldn't lead to logistical issues for the army of Callow if I shelled say out. It would still mean that the enemy, while not fresh, would at least have full bellies. They'd be closer to fighting fit. If negotiations broke down afterwards, no, wrong way to think about it. If we had a night to spare, odds were I'd be able to get Hierophant back up. My comparative advantage was greater, even with the undead tossed aside. They'll be added to your bill, I said. The princess opened her mouth. Flat cost, I added. No surcharge. Her mouth closed. Grudgingly, she nodded. We both knew that if negotiations failed, any talk of coin would become academic anyway. Truce until negotiations come at an end, I said. First session held at noon tomorrow. Granted, Melanza replied. My eyes flicked to the named at her sides. That includes heroes, I said. I take no orders from mortal rulers, the saint flatly said. I ignored her. She was irrelevant in this, unless she was willing to fight the entire army of Callow on her own. Even if she got the rest of the heroes to back her, it wouldn't be enough. You can't seriously expect me to feed and shelter your army while we're under attack by your allies, I told Melanza. The Proceran looked like she'd swallowed a lemon. I will formally renounce alliance with any hero resuming hostilities while we are under truce, she said. I can do no more. It'd be enough, I decided. Might even be better if the saint attacked after that. We'd get a clean shot at her without making a diplomatic mess. I strike bargain under these terms, I said. I got my gauntlet off and offered my hand. Revulsion flickering across her face, the princess spat on the ground. I strike bargain under these terms, she replied. Get out of my sight, Black Queen. I suppose we were past courtesy at this point. It had never been my strong suit anyway. I crouched to pick up my sword and sheathed it, keeping an eye on the furious saint as I did. She turned and walked away. The pilgrim sought to meet my eyes, studying me a pensive frown, but I was done with him. Zombie landed moments later, a handful of arrows having sprouted in her flank since I'd last seen her. The enemy archers had been busy. It still took half an hour before the battle came entirely at an end, the last of the dead dropping into the mud like a stringless puppet, but it ended. None of this felt like a victory, but at least it wasn't a defeat.